And we are back. Thank you very much for waiting. As you can see, the scoreline is now 2-2. We just had a successful BUAL defense. Unfortunately, we didn't get to see it here in the studio. Just a unfortunate computer crash, which is unlikely, but we will have to deal with it. And now we've got ourselves a 2-2 scoreline. Cairo, I mean, it's kind of what we were expecting, right?
Yeah, it's almost what we were expecting. Alpha, the way that they've been able to adapt, adjust with everything has been pretty impressive. Right now, we are just kind of seeing the back end of that. But interestingly enough here, Jerry, is the fact that we are going to go towards that tertiary site. I mean, you kind of can almost argue that mining is possible, but we always do see that with E2 fencing. Well, it's almost like defending the top floor in the way that you have to go about your business.
Yeah, well, we've seen like a couple of rounds swing back from Alpha after the two-point lead that APO took, so essentially forced onto the tertiary. But yeah, I would love to see mining. It does come out in EUL a fair bit, especially with Na'Vi. They absolutely love that variant, but it is difficult to pull off, and you can understand why this is the favoured option. We've got now the reversion to the Finker. They decided that the Jackal wasn't working for them. You can understand why. The extra explosives will certainly help, especially with the number of bulletproof utilities that Alpha are bringing along and the catching of the Jaeger. So it's makes perfect sense. And Inoob, as you can see with his drone, scouting out that there is indeed a Melusian. That is Atlantic sitting inside of Piano. Hasn't had much luck on the roam yet, as you can see stats-wise, 0 and 3, but just needs to survive, just needs to get something. Unfortunately, I cursed him. JMXC finds Atlantic easily. And it just seems to be too often the case at this round, or this map, rather.
Yeah, that's completely right. And another thing is they keep putting them in these aggressive positions.
Yeah.
And rather than just dropping them off and swapping them out for a Reich or an MC, or even an Aztec, the players that have been popping up, it's not been great, but right now we'll need to see how it is going to go forward as we're halfway through the round. And again, APO are just continuously moving their advantage forward. And like Mr. Joe's still wanting to stay up. Reich has managed to get another, sorry, it wasn't Mr. Joe, it was Reich. And, well, the way things are going, I don't know, we'll need to see.
It just seems as though Alpha are playing individually, right? They're not tying to each other, they're not within close range, they're not able to refrag each other.
Yes.
And Reich has made the right decision, in my opinion, to drop out of Cocktail here. It's just getting a little bit too hot. As soon as that wall inside of Freezer opens, you need to make sure that you abandon ship. And Aztec has a pre-placed C4. He is the only... In fact, no, there are a couple with C4s. I don't know whether that's Mr. Joe's or not. Either way, both C4s out. It would seem one has been spent. So take a quick glance at the UI. Kovac is doing some work inside of Cocktail itself with no dedicated soft breach. And Jaff, again, an early pick, meaning the sledge is down. But Weiwei finding Reich. That should spell disaster here for Alpha as the bodies start to fall. JMXC gets his second of the round onto Mr. Joe. Aztec now, it's almost a formality, but with 25 seconds left, there is a possibility that he clutches this. As we can see APO maybe stunting themselves a little bit, stalling, deciding where they want to go. The cover seems to be sufficient, however, and Kovac will be able to safely get that plant down. Inoob decides to push the mute at an opportune moment to enable that plant to be stuck, sacrificing his life for the good cause, but now Alpha, very, very tough to surmount this. 1 versus 3 post plant with no intel. As you can see, everyone on Alpha just watching Aztec, praying and hoping that he can take the swings, take these fights with the SMG-11. It's going to be a tough one. Does he know there is one tucked into his right? He does expect it. Nice lineup there onto JMXC, but with 22 seconds left, it's still really tough for him. 2 bodies in front of him, 16 seconds now, and it's almost impossible here. It's almost painful at this point. I feel like I've drawn a short straw here, Cairo. There's nothing can be done. I mean, Aztec dies, but does it really matter? Oh, Aztec gets one, doesn't really matter. I can't get onto the plant quickly enough, or the diffuser quickly enough. It seems way, you know, scuffing the shots, but there we go. Least dramatic play-by-play, I think, ever, because it was just a foregone conclusion. I mean, he did a fantastic job, but still just too...
I don't know why, but I thought he'd got onto the diffuser on time, and then Weiwei was maybe somewhere else. I don't know why. I thought that APO may have messed that round off, but, I mean, right now, Aztec made a great attempt, but, I mean, that round from APO, again, dismantling is the key word. I mean, it's almost like, I don't know.
They gave themselves so much leeway at the end. Like, they made so many mistakes in that post plant. It didn't even matter. Every single fight they lost was just a throw. And they almost didn't kill the guy at the very end. But yeah, it still didn't matter because they made the time, they got the early picks, and really that comes down to Alpha playing too separately. Like I mentioned, on their on the defense, they just got split up. Didn't see exactly how the picks came down in a 4 versus 3, but again, there weren't refrags because it became a 4v1. You just can't let that happen.
Without a doubt. And another thing that we need to point out is the fact that potentially with the way that kind of worked out, the way that these players were kind of playing individually, Jerry, if this continues through in towards the attacking half, which again, attacking much more there's much more margin for error, much bigger, these players can be punished so much harder in terms of if they push alone, you lose that utility, you get punished for that. I mean, if they don't work in unison in terms of calling out, look, let's burn this EDS, let's throw the frag grenade, 3, 2, 1, etc. If that doesn't happen, if there's no that communication, Jerry, I mean, we could easily see APO win it out on the defensive half.
My eyes just lit up because I looked to the bottom right of my screen and I saw Weiwei going 10-3. How did that happen? What? Like, when did that happen?
No, I know.
I mean, fantastic stuff from him. I think, did he get a triple in the last round? I feel like he did.
Yeah.
He got the last one as well, so actually that may well have been a quad in the last round. Just completely flew under our radar. On the other side of things, Ainoob on a donut. Like, what's happened there? He was top fragging last map. They've traded souls, it would seem. Maybe put him back on the sledge, you'll have a bit of better luck. But either way, already breaking double digits in 5 rounds is nothing to sniff at. And those 5 rounds, we've seen 3 attacking wins for APO, 3 different sites, and 3 plants.
Yep, it is really interesting, and well, maybe things are just a little bit too far out of reach here, Jerry. We are on the bottom floor site, and it seems as if MC is the man to roam. They've identified it. Well, Atlantic, we're not having the greatest time, so let's get the main man on board. Let's get the talisman, as we were kind of calling him, get him on board. Ainoob's already dropped through, still entry fragging, even though the time has been tumultuous, has been a bit worrying. And it seems as if map control being gained here by the side of APO is almost a gift.
Seems like it, but I mean, it worked for Alpha on their last defense, right? They were sort of very passive and they fell back and they lost the opening engagement, but that came at the 30-second mark, so they won on time. It does seem as though they're a little bit more aggressive this time, and actually, it's paid off as MC grabs the opening frag here onto Jaff. First time they've managed that on a kitchen defense, and he knows that one is nearby. Oh what a flick there to JMXC. A beautiful headshot from MC.
Yeah, it was absolutely gorgeous. The way he flicked round, it was just pure game knowledge. I don't know if there was maybe some sort of, sound call, some sort of cue, but my God, he needed no second attempt on that mark. As we see, well, looks as if there is more map control being gained, this time closer to the site. It is 5 versus 3. This could easily be a flawless round, as we still see APO trying to do the work here, trying to do the utility work on that front, but all in all, Jerry, again, formalities may be had in this round already, as when the defenders take an advantage, it can be a lot more worrying, especially when there's still one player lurking about upstairs. Yeah,
they can turtle up though, right? You've only got one form of soft destruction left in Kovac, and that's not a great form of soft destruction either, as he's spending those patches probably quite wisely. This is surely Alpha's round. Reich finds Kovac. Now there's no more soft breach, no more hard breach either. It's all up to the nades and the guns of Ainoob and Weiwei. Top fragger last map, and the top fragger currently. Can they work a miracle? 2 versus 5. We have seen it from APO today. There we go. Weiwei finding one, but immediately shut down by Atlantic, and now Ainoob heading upstairs to try and refrag his teammate. Knows that there's one vaguely in this area, but doesn't expect the prone of the player inside of dining. Somehow Reich whiffs too many of his shots, doesn't quite fell Ainoob, but it's just prolonging the inevitable yet again. This time Alpha, they look set to seal their 3rd defensive round in a row. Ainoob walking on into Freezer. You can see his eyes are fading, solo HP, and finally Aztec will shut him down. Another prone angle being the demise of the Yana, and we finally tie this game up again, 3-3.
Well, one thing that we can do, Jerry, is we can take our hands out and we can start to clap. Ainoob's on the board. Well done, mate. Well done. You've finally got a kill in 6 rounds.
Hey, they did it too.
But the point I was want to make is the fact that, well, has the damage been done, Jerry? Has APO already done the work that they need to do to win out this map? Because weirdly enough, on a cafe kind of split, is standard to be 4-2 in favour of the defenders. You said earlier, lion's share of defender-sided rounds. Right now, I'm expecting maybe Alpha to drop off, but at the same time, we don't know the quality of this team on a cafe attack, because, as we said before, there is such a small sample size when it comes to this.
Yeah, I think it's fair to say that Alpha gathered the 3 rounds that they got on that defense by adapting. Like,
Yes.
every single setup they did was flawed in some regard. But we saw them improve time after time with the kitchen holes. Every single time they improved upon it to the point where they utterly dominated the final one.
Yeah.
And, you know, I feel as though going into this half, with APO it being their map pick, we're likely to see much more regimency, if that's a word. I feel like it's a word. It must be a word. They're going to be more regimented, is what I'm trying to say. And they will have setups. They will expect to, you know, be able to counter Alpha at the get-go. They want to win this first round. They're going down to kitchen for it, rather than the bar that we saw from Alpha first. And I feel like that's a smart choice, to be honest, given the bans, given the way that they've seen kitchen play out so far today. It seems to be stronger.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I mean, another thing that I wanted to point out again is the fact that, well, I mean, when they adapted, the adaptations weren't strategical changes at its core. They still had that kind of anchor, that really heavy anchor setup, but they put it towards promoting a playstyle that promoted the new duel. I mean, you think towards that last round, MC and Reich were both on the roam. They had demoted Atlantic back towards the side to hold that down, and already Inoob has actually managed to pick up Reich.
He has. I don't know where that was. It looked like it was just a peek out the window. And Reich going down. That's certainly not what you want. Nades and gone 6, as well as those Gemini replicators gone completely. In a very early round. No refrag attempted either. MC opening up the top of Red Hatcher will maybe make Inoob think twice about flanking up the red stairs for the time being. We'll see as he hops onto this drone. Looks like the Thunderbird has headed for the hills, and now top floor roam clear can begin, but at a man disadvantage, and without the Yana, probably in this lineup, your prime tool for clearing is going to be tough, and I can honestly see APO just stalling Alpha out on their defense.
I mean, already we are seeing the kind of initial point of APO's attack, APO's defences. They're being aggressive initially and dropping off. They don't need to get any more aggressive, but as I say that, Inoob's already looking, he's been droned out, but continues to push forward, hoping that maybe, well, Alpha don't look the right way, and well, they're starting to look the right way, but they can't do anything about it. Inoob has got started in the last round and continues it forward on towards the defense. 3 kills so far, Jerry. Oh my god.
Alpha. They just offered themselves up to Inoob there. Joe at least finds Jeff, and it's the Spears doing all the work on either side right now, as Finker gives herself a little bit of a spruce up in lieu of, you know, anything else they've got going for them realistically, with 2 versus 4 here. I just can't believe the way that Alpha took those gunfights. I mean, MC literally peeks into the longest pre-fire I've ever seen. And then the vault over the stairs. Like, I don't know. At this point, they kind of deserve the loss. But we're going to see if APO can seal the deal. They have been known to choke at different points during the season, different points during the last match as well. So don't write Alpha off just yet. Atlantic and Mr. Joe, this duo, we haven't seen them try and pull off any miracles as a duo just yet. Atlantic holding Diffuser, and he does have hard reach charges in pocket, looking to try and clear the denial on the wall, but he spends too long in dangerous territory, and Weiwei sends a lovely gift his way. It's an early Christmas present, if you ask me, and Weiwei, the final one again. Nice 2-piece at the very end of the round for the Mute, and that'll do it.
Yep, certainly. I mean, that initial frag maybe could almost put them in a situation where they kind of have their mental shot in this map. They're thinking to themselves, oh, not again. I'm losing a key player in that. And then on top of that, the way they were able to move through the round and almost just kind of continuously take picks and obviously feed as well.
Yeah, it's I just dropped my pen, so I'm all over the place. That was quite funny. LAN problems, everybody. I'm not used to standing up. It's quite exciting. I feel like we can shout a lot more.
Yes, it's much good.
Scare the other people in the room.
I don't get to stand as much when I cast, but the fact that I can stand and I've got the kind of airway in my lungs, I feel louder. Yeah,
I can guarantee you as well, people at home, that the sound department here are doing an excellent job making me match Cairo's volume, because oh my god, this man can shout. I didn't realise.
Another thing that I want to point out, no delay. See
it's beautiful.
The
we can do this. 1,
2,
3,
4,
5,
6,
7,
8,
9,
10.
Brilliant. Thank you. Get a bit of a round of applause from our observer, who's also in the room. Oh, it's brilliant. Love seeing everyone's faces. All the players as well. They're going to be looking at everyone around them, saying, "Hey, we can fist bump. Like, that's a first. Let's fist bump. So yeah, 20 seconds left in the fit prep phase. Thankfully, our meandering hasn't made us miss too much. As we see now, APO defending what looks to be bar. Yes, it is. And you can see the setup coming through. I think this is standard. There's nothing to say here. I think usually I'm hunting for lineup stuff. Honestly, this is about as default as it gets. I do like the fact that they're bringing the buck, but surprisingly, no hard breach on it. So all of that hard breaching duty falling on Mr. Joe. If he gets picked off early, then that's maybe not the best situation for Alpha.
Yeah, certainly. Well, the thing is, though, this top floor defense is probably, weirdly enough, probably one of the weakest ones if we see the kind of synergy between the team in terms of the utility run, etc., and isolating people, because the thing is, though, the way this site works, you can really get crammed into corners. You think towards Pixel, you burn that correctly, you use your utility correctly, these people can really get dropped very quickly. Already they're identical.
That's tier 4. Sorry. Yeah. That was a joke. We've got, yeah, I mean, at the moment, it looks as though they've really kind of set the site. This is the thing. I swear the site setup from APO right now is just so much more detailed. They've got all these little angles open up, everything kind of accounted for, whereas Alpha just seemed to be kind of feeling it out as they went along, and this looks far more kind of coherent. Even, you know, we saw the kind of castle setup from Alpha, for instance, but they just didn't know how to play around it. They kept giving themselves away.
Yeah, I mean, that's... Oh!
Wow, alright.
That's a good way to start things off, Jerry.
It certainly is. And now, I think APO, they're hunting for something more, because they know that they're behind, and you don't want to be behind on a bar defense. This has forced Ainoob into a situation where he wants to get aggressive. He knows that there's someone repelling. He just needs to pick and choose his moment, but MC will punish the patience from Ainoob, and now 5 versus 3. JMXC needs to get a move on. Well, all of APO need to get a move on right now, or they just need to hope that for some reason Alpha's still out, because right now they are rolling.
Yep, I mean, this is the thing, it's just mismatched aggression. Alpha aren't really doing much, and because they're not doing much, they're letting the aggression almost just become punished. I mean, it's almost natural, and right now APO are trying to scrap back into this. They're using their fingernails, they're using everything, and well, we'll need to see how they manipulate the map control again. Manipulation, the key word again, in this map, and the way that things work, and the way that Alpha have gained map control. They're really taking their time here. 40 seconds remain. They've not cleared out bathroom either, so easily default can be denied. This could be absolutely huge in the next 30 seconds.
Opening up a little rotate for the attackers there towards Trash. Looks like that might be the place of entry here for the plant. Given that the default plant spot has been completely blown open by an impact, it means that the diffuser carrier of Mr. Joe needs to get into position, but Reich on the cover finds JMXC 2 versus 5 as Joe will set the diffuser down. Reich providing enough suppressing fire, giving a little bit of his HP away on that breach. Kovac is felled by the cover from Shaiko position, and now it's all on Weiwei in 1 versus 5. A flawless round basically comes out from the attack, barring that final direct trade. And now we see once again a tie scoreline. This is such a back and forth cafe.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I thought APO after that first basement, or the first kitchen defense, sorry, I was like, oh well, it's kind of formality at this point. Next 3 rounds, that's us. We're kind of waiting for APO to move towards that match point, and well, that wasn't to be the case. They're going to re-attempt that top floor. GMXC on the Warden's an interesting one. Obviously got the shield. Maybe trying to, with the fact that the flashes come through, trying to activate those goggles and get aggressive. But as I say that, as always, as being a caster, they 6th off.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to make it obvious that you're 6ing off something, then, you know, show Warden. Like, it's... I feel like in that situation, there's so many other operators you can fake from, right? Like, it's a bit of a wasted bluff there, but I mean, this is what they want to run with. It makes perfect sense in terms of what they've ended up on at the very least.
Yeah.
What I'm still a little bit, you know, suspicious of is the single hard breach on the side of Alpha, right? Like, they're in a position here where they know that APO could potentially rotate down to the basement if they wanted.
Yeah.
And what you're going to do with one Hibana on a basement take is going to be very, very tough. And it just makes me wonder why Atlantic is bringing those flashbangs, because the rest of the team have so many throwables. Like, that is a ridiculous amount of throwables to be bringing as a side. What's that, like 12 total? You're not going to need all those. You might as well have a little bit of that redundancy factor in place, help with some of the hatch play. But, I mean, it's worked so far. The problem is, if now they lose that Hibana, then they're going to be really regretting they didn't bring the hard breaches.
Without a doubt, and I mean, all it takes is a little aggression and towards that red stairs area, or even a peak, which maybe Ainoob might go for. He's just trying to go and drone hunting, it seems, here, Jerry, and nobody's going to get lost. All in all, just a little bit of putting that phantom pressure again. That's all you need to do as a roamer. Don't even need to get aggressive, just kill the time. And well, already they're doing that. Is people are walking with trepidation up towards that, ascend up towards the top of Cafe.
We've had a couple more players break double digits as well, Aztec and MC joining that club. But Weiwei is still on a bit of a burner. 14 and 5 is an insane stat this deep into the game. Well, not this deep into the game is the point, really. I'm trying to make it. It's quite early to be that high up. So Aztec just doing a little bit of Twitch parkour, which I suppose is a new thing. Fairly recently, as you know, Twitch drone never used to be able to jump. It took 6 years for Twitch to learn how to program jumping into her drone, which is, you know, I guess funny. Drone play coming through here, and they are detecting a completely free piano. Now that is something to be said about this attack, or this defense rather, because no attempt to hold on to Pixel. That is unusual.
It really is, and on top of that, the fact that they've just completely reinforced Bastard, they've maybe just thought to themselves, well, let's just get rid of that. I mean, it never worked last time. What's the point? Let's just kind of reinforce our position and kind of let Alpha make the mistakes, which, if you think towards it last time, 40 seconds were left when they started to look towards Freezer. They started doing their breaches. So maybe it's not actually a bad decision in what we think.
There's no wall denial that's going to be meaningful, though. You've got the mute, for instance, but I suppose the role of Ainoob in this scenario is maybe, pressure some of those, you know, new hatch areas, for instance, but also prevent the Buck or anyone else going in underneath and clearing that utility. Because at the moment you can see it's something that, well, Alpha, they're kind of struggling with. They still don't have that breach going for them. 51 seconds left, and they're sending Gone 6's downrange to clear utility inside a bar, but it doesn't even get rid of this, or they're not aware of this Evil Eye until just now. Have to deal with that sometime, sooner or later. I feel as though we're just staring down the barrel of a complete timer win here for APO with 30 seconds left, and only just now first breach coming through.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the whole point of what we were saying with the fact that they've just completely got rid of Pixel, they got rid of aggressive positioning. They can't even find Weiwei here as he's sitting with a shotgun. We have got rid of Jafflo, so the Maestro cams are gone, but it's 15 seconds, Jerry. Timer has gone red. We need to see an attempt on the diffuser. Below. The C4 goes up and it downs MC, which is absolutely huge. It ends in a flurry of kills for APO, and like that they will again regain their advantage in this game.
Ainoob showed up for that round. It's been a quiet one for him so far, but a massive play downstairs, killing the Pillars player. Don't really know why the Pillars player was there, to be honest, but he was there. And then that big C4, killing one, downing another, completely dead. No chance there for Alpha to resurrect that round, and it was already looking pretty bad to begin with. So APO, they adjusted, they turtled up a little bit more, and Ainoob playing a little bit more passive on that roam than we saw, for instance, MC, who was, you know, peaking mining window in the previous round, and it worked for them. They were so comfortable there. That must have been one of, you know, a pretty clear comms from them, I think, for the most part. So yeah, they found themselves a round up and just one away from match point yet again. APO are the ones sort of knocking on the door here.
And I mean, again, Jerry, I think APO have identified early what the winning formula is, and guess what it is? Doing nothing.
Yeah, they're just waiting to burn time. Alpha are being very laborious with their takes, and if it wasn't showing on defense, I mean, I think it was showing on defense, but if it hadn't shown on defense, then it's showing now. They are really not comfortable on Cafe, it would seem, with, you know, the sole exception of a couple of players that are, you know, taking the gunfights well enough, MC and Aztec, and even then we can't, you know, we can find fault in their play. The one sort of gunfight I'm still perplexed by was MC onto White Stairs earlier on in the game. So it's clearly still just not a comfortable map for all of them, and I think that if they manage to win this in 2 maps, then that just goes to show the kind of caliber of a team that Alpha are, that they can come here where they're not necessarily comfortable, or at least they don't seem it, and still grind out results. They ground out a result on Clubhouse, they're going to have to do a little bit more to get one here.
I think another thing is as well is maybe, I'm not saying that there's a lack of IGL, but because there's really big personalities within Alpha, but maybe more so in a situation where the IGL isn't comfortable on this map, which is probably the problem, because when you look towards it, executes, they're lacking the kind of direction of, look, we need to do X, Y, and Z and get the plan down.
You know what I'm really excited for? When this whole map is done, we get the opportunity to sit in the green room, talk to all these players. Like, so much insight that we never usually get, and it's going to be there waiting for us, and there will be so little speculation because we'll have all of this stuff to feed off. But for the time being, we don't need to speculate about what's going on here. It's clear as day. Alpha, they forced themselves into Bakery, and that retreat has come through from APO. They've given up prep completely. Do they have the vertical? That is my question, not just to everyone here, but the observer. It doesn't seem as though they have. Ah, they do. There we go. Ainu sort of scampering round once again, given this Thunderbird roll, and he's coming under direct pressure from MC and a couple of drones. He wants to hold on to that vertical into prep, but he's being forced out, and that means that the site hold is weakened for the time being. That drone will spot him out. That could have been the cue to pull the trigger for Alpha, but it looks like they're biding their time. They want the security of knowing that nobody is even up here, not even close to denying a prep push.
Another thing we need to point out here, Jerry, Ainu 6 and 7. At the start of this half, he was 0 and 5.
Yeah, he's picked up. That last round was big for him.
Yeah, without a doubt. And right now, we're already seeing. Well, I say already. It's still 2 minutes into the round. We're starting to see the vertical come through. But it's Aztec, to take out Ainu, and well, that's going to be a key point in terms of denying the roam. That's just unfortunate, but look at the time that's been wasted here. A minute left, 3 players on site. Where is the last Jerry? I mean, that position is going to be huge wherever he is.
Could be. Spring up sooner or later. He has to give APO some kind of hope here. 5 versus 4, you know, it's still winnable for the defense, especially with only 45 seconds left, and it looks like the bodies of Alpha are still scrambling to try and find exactly where they need to be. But Weiwei takes the initiative, just comes up on the flank and deals a killer blow to Reich. 4 versus 4 now, and they have to worry about this roam yet again. This is going to be stale intel. They probably don't have anything on White Stairs at this point. Timer hitting 25 seconds. Wait, 17 and 5 as well. What an impact this player has had throughout the game. He's now taking up this position inside of Brown Bar. The prep push is ready. 1 player holding from red. Oh, a team kill! That surely spells demise for this push. APO need only hold on for a little bit longer, but Mr. Joe is doing his darndest. It's not enough. Weiwei gathered his 3rd on the round. A fantastic hold there from the mute. Great flank. Everything you want from your star player, or at least someone who's turning out to be the star player right now for APO.
Yep, without a doubt. And Jerry, another thing, again, the fact that that retake upstairs was so huge. The fact it was pivotal, and the kind of switch in focus from Alpha. They were like, do we try and kind of get the guy upstairs? Do we go through with the execution? Left a player up on an island as well. We kind of almost indirectly upsetting that full push with 1 kill, and obviously being able to pop off even more so. So now 6-4 match point APO. We've been here before. They let Alpha back into this. We have to go back to Reading Room and Fireplace. And if statistics are anything to go off of, Jerry, this should be an attacker round.
I mean, it's 50-50 right now. I mean, oh, sorry, this is Reading Room. 50-50 on bar right now is what I meant to mean. Yeah. But here, yeah, 6-4. It's a difficult call, realistically, because Alpha, they haven't looked solid on any of their attacks, really. It's been really, really tough for them. And this is almost a carryover from Clubhouse, where they only looked good on Church. Yes. Everywhere else, it was really kind of hit or miss. Yeah. And they're not delivering the consistency that they need to at least win this whole thing. I can see them maybe getting APO, like scraping it through, whether it's in 3 maps or here, if they really can turn it around. But I think if they get into that upper bracket final, they're going to come up against the likes of Sleepy Gang, the likes of Aces potentially. And I mean, those are pretty hot teams. We're yet to see how they're performing on LAN. Yeah. But I think Alpha, this is definitely a learning process for them, and they need to snap into gear sooner or later.
I mean, and on top of that, right now, we'll look at it from this perspective, right, from only here, in terms of this map. Right now, if Alpha win this one, they win the tertiary site. They're almost expected to. So we go 6-5, and it's full regulation in that aspect, right? See that last round? Top floor, you've already mentioned, it's been 50-50 in terms of who's won it. But APO seem to have found the winning formula. So right now, I wouldn't count Alpha out of this, but they certainly can't squander this chance on the tertiary.
No, they can't. And they need to get a lock on the Roamers as well, because that's been something that's bitten them in the back. Most of their attacks is that they haven't had a hold of it, and they are trying to address that problem with the Jackal. They've dropped the buck in favour of it, as I think at one point during Yukon Rainbow Rumble we heard from Fisherman Earl, the side of, Reich and MC. They said anything that Buck can do, Gridlock can do better. Well, they've got Gridlock here. They've dropped the Buck in favour of the other secondary shotgun on the lineup. So clearly, they don't need a Buck. They just got these super shorties in hands, these ITAs, and that's going to be enough for them, you would hope. Especially with MC going down, because that's your primary form of soft destruction. But Aztec responds with the kill onto Weiwei, proving the worth of that Gridlock.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, it was the castle that was lost from Weiwei. Yes, you lose the player who's on a 19 bomb, by the way. The fact that you've lost that player, it's kind of like a drop it and leave it utility. So all in all, you're not really losing much, and the isn't the best gun in the game, as we know from Canadian.
Yeah, and I mean these guys are not old as hell either.
Yeah.
So yeah, anything could happen. Also, if this game goes to overtime, Weiwei could break the kill record. What is it, 26 for Max D?
I think it is 26, yeah.
Yeah, so...
oh, is it bigger?
It might be bigger. Science is giving us the big number up sign. So yeah, maybe it is more. JMXC, oh, look at this. He's not scared. He's taking the fight. He's going forward. This is a reading room defense, and he's pushed into Freezer to find Aztec. 3 versus 3, and he's not done yet. That's the fuser drop. Atlantic is down. This is the tertiary site. APO may be shutting this out in... just this round. JMXC finding Joe now Reich in a 1 versus 3. 50 seconds left. Diffuser stranded. Irretrievable. He's 8 and 8. He's got no nades. No intel either. The intel working against them as there's pings and locations and calls coming out for APO. They have 3 guns to take down this one man. Brian Kennedy, now or never. You have to keep your team in it. Otherwise, we are going to map 3.
Yeah, but the pulse is there to identify his position with 25 seconds remaining, Jerry. I mean, Alpha might already be setting up for Villa, for the lovely scenic vineyards of Italy. 20 seconds remain between that position, but we won't even need the 20 seconds. We are heading to map number 3. Cafe won out in regulation, and well, I know you are totally right. Have you ever seen Reich win out on Cafe? No, you haven't.
I mean, this is a map that's going to haunt them, and a fantastic performance from APO, showing us the depth of their map pool to an extent. Again, strange to say that about a Cafe, but look at that. Weiwei, 19 and 6. What an absolute don. That was amazing from him.
And then now we look towards Villa, right? We kind of can look forward. I mean, retrospectively, we can look towards the 2 maps, but we'll do that later.
We'll look behind at the 2 maps, not towards it. Yeah,
so anyway, so the point I want to make is, if we move towards Villa, it's going to be really interesting in the playstyle, because right there we saw the kind of slow, methodical playstyle, which really favoured APO. And when you look to think towards Alpha on this 3rd map, if they are able to set the pace on, say for instance, attack, where Villa can sometimes be put into a situation where it's chaotic, it's fraggy, it's almost not coastline-esque, but the pace of it is, we could really see Alpha gain on that.
The pace is set by the defense with how much aggression they want to bring on on Villa. Which, like Coastline, even though they have very different maps in some regards, it is on the defenders to bring that. And I mean, I can't call it. I honestly can't call it. This has been such a close series. APO honestly look like the better team at the moment, which is something I didn't expect to say going into this series. But we are going to have a short break before we get on to Villa, so don't go far.
He has a sideline!
He's gonna go! Yay! That's mean!
Everybody, and welcome back to the Badass University All-Stars Finals for Season 4, Cairo. We've just had a fantastic first two maps.
Yeah.
APO, they really stepped things up on Cafe.
Yep, they certainly didn't look average there, and well, Alpha as well, maybe going back to their cave with their tail between their legs after that one in Cafe, and right now, this full matchup, this full best of three, has been about Alpha matching APO, which is something we did not expect to ever see.
Yeah, they struggled on their map pick of Clubhouse, just about edging it out in overtime. And that was a dominant performance on Cafe. 7-4 from APO.
Yes.
So now we have Villa, effectively APO's pick as well.
Yeah.
And something that they've managed to win on in the past during the group stage. While, again, we reiterate that so far, Team Alpha, they continue to only have won on either Clubhouse or Oregon. And, you know, I feel like APO, just with that wider map pool potentially, they might be showing themselves to be the better best of three side.
Yep, I mean, potentially that's the case. And in our notes, you specifically put best of one team question mark for Alpha, because at the end of the day, they only had certain maps. It was Clubhouse or Oregon. Oregon gets banned out. That's your crutch gone. Yep. I mean, you've only got two more, which actually, if you look towards it, Alpha banned out Chalet, so they actually hindered themselves as well. They banned one of their own map picks, which left only Club to pick.
Yeah.
Cafe was the second map, and now we move towards Villa, which is
Villa.
It was one of the more centric in terms of picks when you look towards the four. What was it? Club, Oregon, Villa, and CAF were the original.
Not much CAF.
Not
basically.
much CAF.
I think Club, Villa, Oregon, and I think the rest were fairly evenly split. We
Yeah,
saw
I meant more
coast.
as like a core 4 when it used to be that.
Oh
that
yeah. Back in the day, I suppose Villa's always been like middle of the road map. I think
Yeah.
it still is pretty much, and I mean for good reason. It's a solid one, and we're going to be
Yes.
going there soon. But yeah, what do we expect from these players? Because we've seen, for instance, a very hot and cold performance from players like iNoob,
Yes.
who had a fantastic map 1, lost, an alright map 2, and won. But that being said, the few kills that he managed to get in map 2 were absolutely pivotal. He
Yes.
was, an impact frag player, essentially. And a lot of these impact frags are coming from players that aren't necessarily having, dropping the 20 bombs or almost 20 bombs, as way nearly did in that last game. Or from players like MC, who did a fantastic job in the first game.
Yes.
Most of those were like sort of multi-kills.
I think as well, obviously being on LAN is a different dynamic. I think another thing we need to look towards is the fact that they were pushing Atlantic towards the more fragger position, which he didn't do a bad job of on Clubhouse, but we kept seeing the reoccurring themes. Atlantic being aggressive, overextending past his teammates, which would be close for refrags on Clubhouse, not so much on Cafe. Villa in itself is a very big map, so we can't see too many overextensions, as we've seen already. APO very capable of punishing that.
Yeah, they certainly are. It's a tough one to call. At this point, I feel like my predictions before the LAN started are gonna be gone. Like I predicted that APO would be the first team out.
Yeah.
If they keep playing like this, then they might not even be the first team out. They could be a team that makes the final. To be honest, they've been pretty impressive. They're the team that had come into this on form after their playoffs run.
Yes.
And I feel like are maybe benefiting from some of their, positive performances being behind closed doors, that in a sense no intel on some of these wider maps that they've been going to. Villa is an interesting one though, because as opposed to Cafe, I don't feel as though Team Alpha will be unprepared for it. I feel like they'll have some strats there.
Yeah, there will be some strats, and I mean the default strats on Villa aren't too hard to kind of initiate, whereas on Cafe, even the basic of default strategy still requires some really good synergy in terms of burning, destroying utility, etc. You think towards Pixel, you think towards other positions. On top of that, on Villa, it can turn into a very chaotic map as well. So I don't know. I feel as if Villa is a lot easier in the strategic department.
It's less punishing, I think, than Cafe. Cafe, you play on defense, you make a mistake, that could be it, right? That could be a round done, and it's a difficult map to refrag on, especially for defense, because there's key positions and not too many crossfires to establish. Villa's a bit of a different beast, especially if you look at something like the AVG site. The bottlenecks that attackers generally have to go through are nowhere near as deadly as the bottlenecks on Cafe. You got a lot more sort of double doors, more open spaces that you can't, assume that a defender's always holding an angle onto you from. And as an attacker, it just means that on Villa, you have to watch your step very carefully, especially when it comes to that top floor, because you've got a pretty much entirely destructible floor. Cafe and Villa, weirdly, they're like kind of, in terms of decor, they're quite similar, right? Lots of wood flooring, lots of kind of red, lots of browns. The only difference being you don't have snow outside, you've got a bit of sunshine.
Yeah, exactly. And a lovely helicopter as well, which I found out not too long ago. But on top of that, I totally agree. A lot of soft destruction capabilities on this map, a lot of roaming capabilities, that basement, which we've not touched on yet. I kind of coined, I didn't coin the term, but I use the term very, very often, the roamer highway. The fact that you can basically end up on one side of the map to the other very quickly. Also a very good way to enter and almost luck and catch opponents off guard if you're an attacker. So I wanted to see how that interaction occurs on that side of things.
I always think of it as like Cluedo. On Cluedo you've got these secret tunnels that you can just jump from one corner of the map to the other. You just go from conservatory to kitchen or whichever one it is. And that's what the basement is like on Villa. Oryx kind of has that power as well sometimes. Villa's maybe not his best map, it's a decent one. But so you have to be wary of it. And sometimes attackers will just ignore it. Sometimes they will just focus purely on the site, and that's when you really need to be careful, because C4s from below are such a threat here. You're likely to see a Valk ban, as we have
Yeah.
seen most games and most series in this season,
Yeah.
because of just how powerful that kind of intel is. Expect a lot of pulse,
Yeah.
especially when it comes
Yeah.
to like middle floor defenses.
Yes.
Expect a fair amount of Nomad and Jackal. We've already seen lots of Nomad and Jackal on Clubhouse and Cafe, and this is really where they shine.
In my opinion, this is probably Nomad's best map because
Yeah.
there's so many staircases, etc., so many choke points in this map. You think towards Astro alone for an AVG attack.
Yeah.
And I mean, this is the thing where Nomad is so useful because most of the strategy or kind of that has been coming out from teams is they go for the path of least resistance. They go from the opposite side of the map. It's very linear in that aspect if you think about it. They want to kind of work their way across, and again I use this word a lot, manipulation, because that's essentially what you need to do on the attack. They need to manipulate it from that point of view, and sometimes they feel a lot more comfortable because isolating roamers on that side of the map a lot easier than trying to go direct in towards a study or kind of study bulk.
Yeah. I feel like Nomad especially, she's so unique
Yeah.
on attack. Like,
Yeah.
there's no operator that maintains map control in the way that she does.
Uh-huh.
She's also like, a lot of defenders have set and forget utility. She has set and forget utility,
Yes.
which is rare for attackers. There's basically none of them that have it
Yeah.
unless you happen to have a Claymore
Uh-huh.
or your Gridlock, which is just, worse Nomad in my opinion. But, I mean, we'll probably see a fair amount of Gridlock as well now that I mention
Yeah.
it, because as we've seen from Alpha, they are likely to bring a Gridlock if it kind of works in the comp,
Yeah.
and they have favoured it. It's decent to not just have that kind of flank hold utility, but also the smokes for burn and for execute on this map. Smokes can be huge when it comes to the push.
Yeah, we'll need to see exactly what happens in that front, Jerry. And I mean, there's so much to kind of talk about when it comes to Villa because, again, it's been a popular map in history, but do we really have that statistics when it comes to this? I mean, we don't have it for APO because when they played it, they, again, didn't actually play. They played behind closed doors.
Yeah, so it's beneficial for them, right? They don't need to worry about having strats of theirs leaked of any kind.
Yeah.
But it's fair enough because they did have to fight their way to get here and play a lot of teams in their way through. They went 3-1 in playoffs. Just to detail a little bit about their run, they lost in the upper bracket game, I believe, against Aces, and then made that lower bracket sweep, beating IOM in the process in a best of 3. That was the game that was crucial and gave them that spot at the LAN. They then won the next one, I believe, or no, they won the next one, but it didn't matter. It was kind of like
I've kind of like the way I looked at it, right? I've kind of got the bracket all set out in my mind. I already know who's going to win all the games.
Right, okay, cool.
Because I've already told you I'm a bit of a kind of mystic Mac here, right? So this map, so this game, I think is going to go 2-1 APO.
Okay.
So therefore, Alpha's going to drop into the lower bracket.
What about the other game, the one that we don't get to cast?
The one that we don't get to cast.
We should tell them actually.
Yeah.
We should tell everyone at home. You got Whippet and Two Doors coming your way for that one. That'd be really good.
The real Whippet.
The real Whippet. And the real
one
Two
that was on You Can Rumble.
Yeah.
Wow.
Him. I mean, it's so good to meet everyone. But anyway, let's get back to our point.
Yes.
You think that Sleepy Gang or Aces make it to the
Sleepy Gang win?
Yeah, they're next door, right? They're next door. They can hear us. Like they're watching this Twitch stream, and I just we've angered the Aces squad. I think.
Yeah.
But you can deal with it. So here we are, Villa. Finally, we are ready to get going. 1-1 the scoreline so far. This map decides it all. Our first spot in the upper bracket final. Who is it going to be? My money's on APO. Your money's on APO. After the performance that we've seen so far, this is their map pick. Can Alpha turn it round?
Well, let's hope so because, well, I mean, I'm not saying they've been lackluster, but they certainly haven't been to the kind of standards which we expected of them. Jackal being banned out here, APO not wanting that on the board, and maybe promoting that Roma playstyle that we already know is pretty dominant on the side of a Villa thing. You can't sit back, you can't kind of rest on your laurels on this map. Well, Valkyrie is going to be the other ban, and APO ban across all maps, I believe, here, Jerry, and I mean, it's pretty standard.
Yeah, the final ban likely to be a Kaid with this lot up, but at the same time, you've got Maverick coming through the ban phase, so there's always going to be some way of breaching. Just might take a little bit of time, and actually, I'm wrong. It's going to be the Mirror to go there, so expect to see a fair bit of Kaid, but plenty of Maverick as well, as Mirror fairly often a very powerful pick on this site, even though she's kind of fallen out of favour. Sometimes you see Mira go through a ban phase, be available to teams on the defense, and not be used just by virtue of them not necessarily having the Mira strats or being more comfortable with a slightly more kind of passive turtle hole where they don't necessarily need to expose angles into sight.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, though, I don't think the Mira ban is necessarily needed. Yes, you can be aggressive in towards study. Yes, it kind of helps on that master hole, but all in all, people will already be aggressive from that. They don't need that kind of window there. You should just expect it to be almost there. But funnily enough, here, Jerry, the first time we are actually going to see a Zofia on this matchup, which is interesting due to the recent recoil changes actually going back towards the way they used to be.
Now that is interesting, and I mean, we can maybe expect to see a little uptick. Although I think the last time we saw her we did see her. We did see a bit of her. I think in the last game we saw the LNG come up on the screen a few times. I think either way, it's still a rarity for certain, and yeah, a decent one, a decent option certainly. I feel that she's really edged Ashe out of the meta completely now. There's just not much of a reason to bring Ashe anymore because, well, I mean, the strength was always lying in her 3-speed and her guns, and those have been nerfed gradually, and now with only 2 breaching charges, you get the same value and then some out of a Zofia. So sad to see you slow demise her Ashe, but I mean, at some point she'll creep back in. There'll be buffs and nerfs. It is the way of Siege. We have ourselves a dining and kitchen defense, as mentioned, an odd first site to go for. Right, just doing a little bit of parkour to try and get his bulletproof cam, newly improved, up on a prime spot, and we can see a fairly heavy top floor hold with investment in terms of reinforcements and Goyo shields coming through from Alpha.
Yeah, that is surprising, to be honest, here, Jerry, with the way that this site's almost played. I mean, you kind of have to play that top floor. It's so important because, again, you've already mentioned it previously. We're going to have to mention it again and mention it all throughout this map, is the fact that Villa is extremely destructive when it comes towards that flooring on the second floor. I think the statistic I throw around is around about 80%, which is absolutely huge when you think about the line of sites that can be opened up.
It's pretty much only 90 hallway that remains hard, right? Like from the top floor to the middle floor. So yeah, that's and even then portions of that are destructible. In fact, no, 90 hallway is destructible. What am I talking about?
It's Red Landing.
Yeah, Red Landing and top of main.
Yes.
Yeah, those are basically it. So it's a huge portion of the map is completely destructible, and I suppose like the shower and the bathtub, a couple of props. But either way, we've got Ainu back on the sledge, and this is what I like to see. He performed very well on the sledge on Clubhouse, at least individually. And when we saw, I believe it was Jaff flex onto the sledge in place of Ainu on Cafe, neither of them saw nearly as much success, and often the sledge was first to go down, hampering the push. Even though in the end APO usually got it over the line, I think the sledge on this map is very valuable, and on this site even more so.
Yeah, I totally agree. And I mean, another thing that Heinem's just managed to kind of dart over the towards that window. You see them just there. Don't know how he's managed to do that, and already he's getting to work here, destroying the floor. It's a bit worrying that the players are just stationary above these vertical holds, because again, they could easily be manipulated against them.
He's doing them dirty here if they get killed, but thankfully there's no one aggressing from the side of Alpha at the moment into laundry or anything like that, so they can stay safe for the time being. Weiwei still inside a box, and as we see the timer hit the minute mark, Reich is going to join him on this flank. This is the call right now to try and get something going, retake that top floor. Meanwhile, defenders on site taking a little bit of flack, it would seem, from the vertical play. Trying to see the outlines on the side of APO in terms of where they're attacking from. It looks like they're mostly still on this top floor. They haven't really circled around to the bottom yet. They're just keeping an eye on things. Aztec taken down by Ainu. Good flank watch from the side of APO. That's a push coming through the Astro area. Now with 30 seconds left, they have a man advantage, but still 3 on site. Right now, he's got freedom. He can come through here. There may be air jabs in place, but Atlantic takes out Jaff on the site. Weiwei refragging, and now they have site control inside of 15 seconds as the timer hits red. Mr. Joe prone, and now his location known, but Reich will strike. MC finds one. Mr. Joe taken down in response. Double kill for Weiwei, but JMXE is felled. Weiwei holds defusal, but with 5 seconds left, he has to get someone. He has to get the bow. He finds one, but he decides to stick the plant, and this should be all too easy for Reich to come and clean up. Gets the knife kill for good measure. Alpha take the first round.
Yep, certainly. I imagine there'll be fist bumps hampering there, Jerry, after that one. And, well, a great round from Alpha and the way that they played it very patiently. Yes, they lost the initial frag, but Reich was obviously communicating with his team, I'm coming. Eventually he did, he struck, and he struck hard. Well, that's 1-0 in favour of Alpha, and towards the tertiary site, which is probably the biggest point that we have to take away from that round, no matter what the chaos, no matter how it was played. The fact that the tertiary site was, well, won by the defenders puts them at an advantage moving through the more favoured sites.
So the issue I have with that round from APO is that they got control of vertical very quickly.
Yes.
And then proceeded to do nothing with it besides possibly clear utility. Not a single pick went their way. And I feel like at this level, it's a problem that a lot of teams have, is that they can gain vertical control. But if you think about the games that we've seen so far, if you think about Clubhouse and Cafe, how often have we seen vertical kills? Virtually none. It's all been lateral. And that's why, at this level, I tend to prefer seeing teams actually go for a direct take to that bottom floor, sometimes clearing out from the sort of main lobby area, or otherwise going up through laundry. Yeah. You seem like you have a differing opinion here, Cara. I don't know.
I do and I don't. I agree. I still think that there needs to be the initial vertical take, because once you go in, you create that whole, you move things about, and then once you make people feel uncomfortable on site, you can make them look towards points of place that they wouldn't normally look towards. So when you go for that direct push, you find that players are maybe not looking towards the important parts and sometimes lose focus.
That does take a lot of time though, right? Like, to be fair, APO had plenty of time, so arguably they may have been able to apply a bit more pressure laterally sooner. I would have liked to see that. I feel like they put too many eggs in trying to get those picks up top. For the time being though, Reich is going to get a pick up top inside the master bedroom, finding JMXC your sole hard breacher. Not even sole dedicated hard breacher. No one has secondary hard breaches on this lineup, so that is it. Those walls are staying intact for Alpha, and that's a huge boon with a man advantage to boot.
Yeah, it certainly is, and on top of that, Jerry, that kill could potentially have already won them the round in the way that things work. I mean, maybe if APO get aggressive, this could be it, but I think maybe the way that I was about to say...
Yeah, the wall is open.
Yeah. So, I don't know, but the point I'm going to make is I think the change up in style from Alpha, the fact that they're a bit more loose, the fact that they're a bit more aggressive here, I'm loving it, and the fact that EPO's structured kind of more methodical play style is really getting pulled apart here.
That was a very nice pick there from Ainoob. Finding Aztec, I believe that was the one playing inside of Astro. If not, he was flanking. Either way, taking down one body on the side of Alpha. Certainly important. Let's force Atlantic back. Those holes beneath are a bit too hot for him to handle. Takes out the Yana clone, but this is essentially Astro control in the hands of APO. After losing Moore's hard breacher so early on, they've just said, right, we are committing to Astro. You don't need hard breach to deal with Astro. We're going to get there. All they need realistically is one person holding the line of sight, and that is Kovac from outside towards that already open wall. This could be a gift horse that maybe Alpha have given APO a little bit early in terms of the round, but MC finding Jaff, taking down Weiwei as well. Huge Joe seals that one with a Pokeball. Kovac now in a 2 versus 4 with Ainoob by his side. A minute left, but now his friend is felled. Sends all of his bullets down range, finding the close player of Reich, but Joe will find him in response. Very nicely done by the defensive squad, and they managed to rack up yet another round.
Yep, they do, and Jerry, another thing that you need to point out there, the fact that they were able to pick up that round is, well, they just done it without sweating, really. I mean, APO gained map control, they kind of pushed them, and the thing is, though, when they started to push, Alpha seemed comfortable in the way that they were going about things. They just kind of chilled, let the gunfights come to them, and then they won them. And it felt as if APO were trying, I'm not saying they were trying to force it, I don't think they made any great mistakes. I just feel as if Alpha are a lot more relaxed and a lot more loose with how they're playing Villa, and this is working for them.
I'm having a complete brain meld. I feel like I handed off to you saying a win for the attacking round, for the attacking team. I don't know if that was the case. If it isn't, and I said defensive round, then I was right, and I've just double guessed myself, which is really stupid. But I mean, we're here, Alpha, they're 2 up, that's what's important. And as I collect my thoughts, we're seeing a AVG hold. Yes. There we go, brain operating, cogs turning. That's the way we like things here.
Yes. Well, AVG defenses, very interesting. Sometimes we see attacks coming from the opposite side. So far we've seen APO go direct. Direct hasn't been working, so maybe you have to change it up. Go for the path of least resistance. Go for what is almost a meta kind of attack. But while we do that is another question. Right now they know exactly where their opponents are going to be because, well, by process of elimination, you know that it's either going to be, you know that it's not going to be bottom floor, you know that it's not going to be in towards statue, so it's going to be top floor, and already path of least resistance has been taken.
That's a very odd shield setup they've got on 9C,
Yeah.
but I can't wait to see how it works. A couple of ADS is protecting the elevated shield. It's basically there to protect the hallway. You're definitely not contesting the 90 window with it, and I mean that entire position is completely disabled by a 90 window repel, but we'll see what happens. Maybe APO don't want to go for it at all. So far, Alpha, they've looked pretty solid, and this is what they needed as a squad. Right now, after a pretty shaky Cafe, after being, you know, tumbled and turned round by APO, they've now got 2 rounds to their belt. You know, that's going to settle the nerves a little, if nothing else.
Yep, and I mean, I think the thing is though as well is I think APO have been surprised at how much Alpha are being so kind of casual in the way that they're holding this. Because you think about how easily Astro was given to them. They literally got a pick and just walked straight in, and nobody contested them really. You saw, I mean, I don't know who it was, but they were holding an angle onto the Roti for the full time, and I thought Atlantic was going to get picked off there.
Yeah, it's unlucky timing on the player, on the repel. If they just popped the window and checked, then he would have gotten a free kill. Atlantic looking the other way, but now he can duck behind the safety of some cover. Jaff's going to push this position himself, and it looks as though Atlantic has fallen back as he has, and take a lot of damage from the vertical, however. Player dropping hatch and sending some bullets up his way. JMXC, though, finding Aztec for the first pick of the round. Losing Wamai. JMXC, though, being flanked. Reich, look at him. He's found 2. Finishes them both off with the pistol. Finker not about to res quickly enough, it would seem. Doesn't matter anyway. Jaff now very low HP himself. Ainu going in pursuit, hot pursuit of this player downstairs. Has no idea where he is realistically. You've got to be droning for him here. Jaff trying to hold the flank as it's pretty much panic stations for the 3 remaining players of APO. Sending out a nade, very nicely done, but it doesn't quite deal enough damage onto Atlantic. They're getting some useful intel potentially. Oh, Mr. Jero chunked quite substantially there. If he was a 3-speed, he'd be dead right now because he's on about less than 10 HP. 40 seconds left though, still a man disadvantage to surmount. Ainoob trying to turn his attention to main stairs to study, claim this ground, give their attack a little bit of depth, a little bit of an extra dimension. Looks like he's given up on that, goes prone, finds Mr. Joe, expects the push, but doesn't react quickly after MC. 3 versus 2. Atlantic takes out Weiwei, and Jaff is sticking Diffuser in an odd location. He hears the push, gets 1, 15 seconds left, still winnable, but there we go, the down and the confirm from MC with the pistol. No opportunity to self-res there, Finker. That's yet another round for Team Alpha. They're storming ahead.
They certainly are storming. They're absolutely bossing this map of Villa. You can see why they've let it through and towards the last map pick here, Jerry, as well. All they've done this game is win out their own map pick and now finally win out the third, which is all we really need to do in terms of focus. APO maybe burning out early here, but at the end of the day, there's still plenty of rounds to go. But are they going to be all Alpha?
No, I don't know. I mean, this is some hidden depth throughout that map pool, if you ask me. The fact that they're so confident here as to make dining their primary site, this is something. This is what the kind of confidence that we saw them bring on Clubhouse, where they took Gym first. It speaks to confidence. It's not the same Alpha that we saw on Cafe, where they're, you know, flipping and flopping. They go bar, oh, it doesn't work. Go to kitchen, it doesn't work. It was just adjustments constantly, and they could never really keep up with the pace of APO. This is fantastic from them so far. Perfect circuit to start off, exactly what you want. You're a quarter of the way there. I mean, you're halfway there if you're, you know, you're aiming for 7 rounds, right? So my maths is a little bit askew, but you know, I'm rounding up. What do we need to see from APO right now? They're bringing the ace, switching out that Habana. They've got the buck in play this time as well. So they're leaning even more heavily on the soft destruction than they did the first round. Maybe this is the lineup they actually wanted to bring to Kitchen.
Potentially. I mean, the thing is, they could have easily been caught off guard. You think about it from this point of view, right? So in that first round, they obviously had a setup maybe more towards AVG, because that's maybe what they were expecting. They go towards the attack and go straight in towards the master side, right? They went in towards Master, they managed to gain control, that's fine. Look towards the second round, they went in towards Master again, maybe thinking the path of least resistance third, and in that third round they finally found that path of least resistance because it was finally EVG. Maybe we might see a better response from him in this round here, and already it's not happening.
Reich is having an impact this game. Already 2 games, or 2 rounds have been defined by his flanks. And yet again, he's found Ainoob as an entry frag here. Not a flank necessarily, but still exactly what Alpha need to start things off. Losing the sledge, and it's a good thing you got that buck as a bit of redundancy, because you're going to need all the soft destruction you can get if you're set on taking Master Bedroom. JMXC taking a little bit of flack as we see a lot of mileage come out of this Twitch drone. A fair whack of that defensive utility cleared out, and maybe, just maybe, singular nade left in the hands of JMXC can do a little bit more work with those ADSs removed. Reich, though, is still a presence on the top floor, it would seem. No one contesting him on Master at the moment.
Yep, no one is contesting, and well, with that being the case, it is looking at a kind of job of collecting the information. JMXC wastes the Iana drone there, unfortunately, so we'll need to wait for that to come up. Finally, it does. And I don't know if APO actually have some sort of intel here, but it seems as if they have no direction, Jerry. They are kind of hoping someone's going to gift them it, and rather than taking it to the defence, rather than taking it to almost try and grab stuff, Chaff just moves in. I mean, it could easily have got punished from those footholds. Right now, APO are looking extremely lost in this round, which is worrying me, and Alpha are giving them nothing.
They are trying this sort of push here from the pantry, but it's just not working here. Atlantic taking up JMXC. Someone being sent away. That doorway is a smoke, and that will enable the cross. A very nice smoke of that. It's being held at bay by the barbed wire, and maybe the opportunity has passed. The second smoke comes out. That one's sent deep, allowing a little bit of cover, but the opportunity may have gone. Aztec holding Jaff at bay now. Weiwei looking for that pick, but he can't quite thread the needle there. These heads just bobbing and weaving and disappearing in his crosshairs. Finally, Kovac gets something for his troubles, but that's your first pick on the attack with only 35 seconds left. Weiwei looking to try and pinch across the site with a bit of a late push up those fast stairs. He does get one with Atlantic caught napping, and now they have some site control. Kovac finds one. This is working. 1 versus 1 now as the trade comes through. MC finding Weiwei, Kovac and Aztec. 17 seconds left. Kovac doesn't really have the opportunity to set diffuser and try and bait it, but the position is known. He's setting it down behind hard cover. He could stick it. Aztec has to push, but the timer is red. He has time to complete this. Pros don't fake. Kovac comes up. He wins the fight. Kovac! What a clutch right there. And APO finally grab an attack.
I shout yes, but I mean, what a clutch there from Kovac. It wasn't a matter of bias, it was more a matter of finally we see some fight here from APO. They're back in the match here, Jerry. And with that being the case, we are seeing signs of life. Finally, they've realised we can't sit back and wait for things to come to us. We need to take it to the defence, and my God, did they take it.
That's another 2v5.
Yes.
How have we seen 2 2v5s from APO today already? This is insane. I mean, that time it was Kovac and Weiwei, right? Like, I'm pretty sure it was a different duo the first time around. Kovac, I mean, he's had a quiet day today. Some of his stats haven't looked impressive, but that was one to keep. You know, in the scrapbook. Brilliant, brilliant play by the ace. Perfect call to decide to stick that plant. He had the time to put it down. Legion just, you know, on the precipice of the timer. Didn't quite know whether the play was to push or to stay. Ah, perfectly done. The split as well. The 2 versus 5. They decide to split off and pinch the site. Atlantic just didn't think that that was an option. They had not accounted for that scenario, and I think Alpha, they let that slip. That is the one big mistake that turned around for me right now, Kyra, because APO not only have gathered an attacking round, but they've got some mental back. They have the momentum. You know that that roar, that yes that you let out was probably duplicated, triplicated, 5 of those across the bench for the APO squad, and they're going to be feeling this next one.
Yeah, without a doubt, and the momentum pendulum kind of swings the other way, and when you get that little bit of momentum, when you get that kind of bit between your teeth and you can start to rip at the opposition, you get that little bit of confidence. And on top of that, we already spoke about how the fact that APO 2 times in a row might have actually got bamboozled in what they were meant to be doing, but Well, again, it doesn't seem to be the case, because with the way that the structure of the team is looking, the only really real difference is maybe the thinker. They're still going direct, but this time with a lot more soft destruction, and I imagine when they get given map control, they'll make it count.
I know, just hanging out on this window. LNG in hand, certainly a good weapon. We saw how much he loves to spray that weapon down range and just, you know, let people run into it. It works. I won't knock it. Aztec in the basement at the moment. Atlantic also has C4, but he's going to be chucking his at range given his position. The one surprise from beneath is in the hands of Aztec. Intel's going to be a little bit tough to work with. They've got one bulletproof cam, and besides that, it's just going to be, you know, audio calls, teammates, pings, etc. to try and force the attackers into a nasty trap. But for the time being, looks like they're safe and sound inside a master bedroom. This is good early control from APO. They have the wall open, at least the part of it that they want open, as opposed to the defense, who are very happy, it seems, to open that far left panel and fight into master bedroom. Atlantic taking a lot of damage here, and he's finished off at range by JMXC. Just one too many gunfights for him. A second for JMXC, just wandering through that breach and picking up the player by the statue itself. And now MC has to scramble back to try and rebut this defense, because a 3 versus 5 and Alpha, they are reeling.
They really are, and well, look at this, they've gained full control and already attempting a plan in the 1 minute 15 mark. It could really quickly turn into a retake, but that C4 is absolutely huge. And well, it seems as if it's the two German operators that are coming in clutch. GMXC re-attempting in a different position, but Reich has picked off Jaff, and like that, so does the other players. But Noob's answered back, right, getting taken out, and it's only up to MC, but it's Aztec to swing there. We go 4-1 up on the side of the defense. It looked like it was all APO, but an absolute throw there, and an absolute clutch C4 as well.
Oh, that hurt to watch. It felt like APO, they just got ahead of themselves. They got really confident.
Yeah.
They are so feeling it, but that's just over-emotionalness right there.
Yes.
They skipped so many steps. When they went for that plant. It was a 5 versus 3. They should be making that succeed by by all means. It was, there just wasn't enough cover across the board. Realistically, you should be accounting for the possibility of a C4. You should be accounting for the fact that someone may come up Astro stairs. Too many things unchecked. They just needed to spend a little bit more time in that mid round gathering intel. You know, you have the advantage there. You've got some drones. Use them. Set people on flank watch. Make sure that you're keeping control of what you have and gathering more ground as you go. It hurts because they so easily could have taken that, and they should have.
Yeah, and I mean, another thing as well that I want to point out is, I mean, even a change in plant positioning, obviously they went for kind of almost, it's not default.
There is a debate.
There's debate on where default is in that site, but it almost is one of the more popular spots. See if you take that defuse, right, and you put it over towards the split door that is in line with the wall. You think about it this way, right, and you're tucked right in the corner. That wall was completely wide open. You could easily have just watched that from outside, denied split, denied any sort of swing, and just unfortunately that C4 wouldn't have hit if it was in that position.
You get exactly the same level of cover as well, because the only reasonable swing that anyone can take on you is from the trophy doorway. And you've still got the cover of the bomb chassis. In fact, they have to swing slightly, not quite as wide, but either way, like the cover angle from master bedroom, there's no way that a defender makes it that wide. It eliminates the threat of a C4, and I feel like that's caught APO out a few times now. We saw it on Clubhouse, where they go for these plants in the default spots, and it just doesn't work for them. On the other side of things, you've got players like MC and Reich, who in the Rumble a couple of weekends ago were very happy to vary the plant spots that they went for, and it was part of the reason that they managed to win their game against LFO. So yeah, I think just a little bit of a differing level of experience there, maybe showing up at that moment. And APO, well, they've lost the momentum. This is a momentum-based game, and they were really surging after that clutch. They should have had that round. Now they find themselves 3 behind yet again.
And not only that, they also kind of changes the narrative of it's now APO clambering to keep up with Alpha, rather than Alpha clambering to take the advantage.
Yeah, it certainly is. Well, let's turn our attention to this round with about 1:50 left on the clock. Still lobby of 10, and Reich has control of Study. This is going to be certainly on the agenda for APO, as usually if you manage to get to this stage of an attack where you have 90 control, you're looking to take the site, you want to clear out study and make sure that it's not an anchoring position for the defense. They're just doing a little bit of drone work in this mid round. It would seem Ainu sending his deep towards the main stairs, but Jaff actually takes the fight direct onto Reich. Long angle finds the Malusi, and now that man advantage established. That could be all they need realistically.
Could be. I mean, if you take out MC, this is looking like a very promising round, but they have information on where everyone is. I don't know where necessarily that is. Also, a bulletproof camera actually there, Jerry, about MC's able to react off the information. The bottom almost negligible now because there is no one to follow up on that just now, and that could allow PSs to come back online and allow MC to actually react on this. Again, more pings coming out, trying to tell MC when people are going to swing, but look at the time here, Jerry. 45 seconds remain. I don't know if this is going to work.
It's going to be a tough one. That power position being held very smartly. Don't know if Joe's going to be able to retrieve that C4, so he just blows it for good measure. But I think he destroyed his own jammer in doing so. That's not the best. And now it's actually cleared the way for the Selma to activate. And now Ainoob has this. Oh, that's a bit of a calamity there. MC, though, holds his position and finds Weiwei. Ainoob walks into sight. Gets 2 from Volt. A third from Ainoob. He's taken down the whole of this Alpha defense. Aztec now left staring down the barrel of a gun that is Jaff's. And that is it. Oh my god, that C4. It let the whole of APO in.
Yep, it did. They funneled through the one position, and Ainoob, oh my god. I mean, he was given an opportunity, and with both hands, he grabbed it. He secured it. My god, what a round from him, Jerry. A triple. And it wasn't just as if it was a slow methodical. It came like that. Like, constantly just taking gunfights and winning them out. 3-1 versus 1s in the space of, what, 5 seconds?
I mean, that's what the LMG can do for you, right? Like, 150 bullets, you don't mind. You can spend those all you like, and he spent them very, very well there. I don't think he let go of Mouse 1.
Yeah.
Until after the second kill.
Yeah.
He was just spraying constantly. It's a brilliant way to use the gun. You know, you're never caught napping. So, oh man, I have to turn my attention back to that C4 because that was the worst decision I've seen in a while. Just shoot it out. Like, if the beeping is bugging you, just shoot it out.
see even at that, right? Imagine no matter what happens, right? The C4 stays up there. Somehow a grenade only destroys it, jamming the old funnel in.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, yeah, that is what might happen. Maybe he didn't realise that it caused that problem so quickly. Maybe he was just too embarrassed to communicate it to his team. I don't know, Joe. If that's the case, then you know, you don't feel too hard on yourself. You can definitely redeem yourself. Alpha, you are still 2 rounds up. 4 on the defense of Villa. Probably could have been more, but APO. I mean, those attacking rounds that they claimed, they were pretty close.
Yeah, they did. And I mean, see the thing is though now, Jerry. Do you know what's the funny thing about all this? See those last 6 rounds? Don't matter. Literally don't matter, apart from the score. Because if you think about it...
What?
well, the point I'm trying to make is the fact that we have now switched sides, and everything in terms of narrative, in terms of like how the rounds were going, etc., almost been negligible because the roles have switched up. The only thing that matters is the scoreline that's came out here. And the momentum.
I don't think you've convinced me there.
I'll convince you. Don't worry, Kimmy, mate. We've got a full weekend, mate, to spend together. I will convince you.
All right. I'm going to ask you tomorrow that thing you said on Villa, where up until this point, 4-2 rounds don't count. I'm gonna ask you to justify that every day from now on.
Okay, no, I'll happily justify it because the narrative that we're kind of crafting. I mean, the only thing that matters is the score, but everything that happens didn't matter because now the roles have been switched and it's now all up to kind of you're moving on to the attack. I'm building it. I'm kind of digging a hole here.
I still don't get it. Let's leave it. Let's leave it because we're a minute in.
Okay.
We're a minute in. JMXC has been down. We actually have a gunfight to talk about, which I didn't see, but it looks like he's managed to crawl back into sight, so he will be rezzed. It's that angle from the window that MC has managed to pull. Once again, the LMG doing some work. It's actually going to be opening up this entire angle, making it not defender favored anymore. It's no longer foot level, so you can fight back through that. Look at the trail of blood leading straight to JMXC, whose name appears to have disappeared. That's a fun UI bug. All right, we were going to discover some with this new build. There we go. MC, here we go. He's hanging out on this 90 hallway. This is great control, by the way. Fantastic control for Alpha to have at this point in the round. I mean, they had it 30 seconds ago, so let's hope that, well, for APO's sake, that they don't concede much more too soon.
Yep, certainly. I mean, I've just seen signs completely crying about the UI build there in the corner of my eye, which I can't let go. I have to mention it. It's a lovely nade, sails up through the sky and doesn't gain anything from it. A minute left though, Jerry. APO maybe have this round by the kind of the firm grass of their hands. They're doing exactly what Alpha did, and that is, Jerry, absolutely nothing.
Yep, APO. They have that worked for them on Cafe, and it looks like it's working for them now because Alpha are stalling. That's the only way to put it right here. They are stalling. They are struggling to push past this line in the sand. And even with the open hold, Joe trying to hunt for a pick. Senses one at the top of main stairs. But again, this passiveness, this patience from APO. They are waiting. JMXC, he's hurt. He's inside the study. This is the player you expect to die first, potentially. Bullets rain in. Nade. Oh, wow. That did the smallest damage I think I've ever seen a nade do. Finally, MC puts Goyo out of his misery. Reich finds another. Atlantic gets into the default plant spot. Something needs to happen. Kovac pushing through Volt, but Aztec is there on the cover. Aztec taken down by iNoob, and look at the kills rain in. Mr. Joe with a response. Kovac pushes up and takes one out, but the diffuser has been planted. 2 versus 1. Reich and Joe now falling back to post-plant positions. They're both on that southern side. He could potentially stick it behind Vault door. They have to push him right now. Oh my god, Reich, you don't know what's happening. Mr. Joe pushing quicker. Surely he gets the angle just about Kovac. He needed another second or so on that diffuser. Joe taking the initiative, making sure that the plant is for something. And Alpha, they are closing this gap.
They certainly... No, you mean extending the gap?
Oh, they're extending the lead. What am I talking about?
They moved to 5-2-1 off this map and match point here, Jerry. Maybe I was wrong. Maybe I'm not Mystic Mick. Maybe it's all been foretold wrong, and actually we are going to see Alpha win this map out of Villa. It's going to be EVG and games re-attempted here, as APO thought. They didn't do anything too wrong there. I mean, it didn't go too bad until it got to that 3 versus 3.
Yeah, it was an odd round to say the least, but Alpha proving that they can push in at the last minute, and that is a sign of a good team, right? Is that even if you haven't managed to fish things out, you can push it over the line, just in a really, really difficult scenario.
Yeah, sorry, I just wanted to kind of quickly jump in while you were saying that. I mean, it was something that on the Rumble, that I mean, it's probably the key point that happened recently in terms of UK scene, but it was something that Kangaroo Kenny was talking about, the fact that he was so proud of his team being able to do so, and said that he felt as if they were potentially a UK quality team due to that fact. And I just had to make that point quickly. The fact that Alpha are making that kind of capability known.
Yeah, well, I'm certainly biased, but I think Tenstar made that case over the weekend. So yeah, it was a good showing from them. And yeah, they're a team that, like, I said this to Whippet the other day, that I don't think I've ever seen them like flatten a team, but they also never get flattened themselves.
Yeah.
I feel like Alpha at the moment they're showing kind of traits of that. Yeah. Their performance, their playstyle. It's not Tenstars. It's definitely not Tenstars, but they have that trait about them where they can just, you know, edge out these victories. And I think it's like it's classic of, like, it reminds me of like Alex Ferguson, Man U, right? Like they're the team that could win games even when they were playing like dog turd.
Yeah, or a prime Jose Mourinho Chelsea.
Oh yeah, just set up that wall of 10 or whatever it is. Speaking of a wall, Aztec's gonna meet one, and it's a wall of explosives to his face. Or well, I suppose to his feet. Yes, it is to his feet. As Aztec goes down, Sledge dealt with, not necessarily the biggest loss when it comes to this particular site. Self-destruction's not the most important, but those nades are gone.
Yeah, they certainly are, and Aztec's relegated to drone duties. He's going to watch that flank on Astro. No one's going to be allowed to go up that. And I imagine the probably more worrying part, well, I suppose just seeing the drones being adjusted, and red stairs is going to be watched. Imagine Aztec flicking through those 2 drones right now, Jerry. So, well, as we're saying, I mean, it looks as if, although Alpha have lost a key player, I don't think they've necessarily lost anything, because essentially what they've done is just created a permanent flag watch.
Yeah, this is solid from APO at the moment as well. They've got just the time to sit back, and this time around they have that man advantage, right?
Yeah.
This strategy would have worked arguably perfectly in that last round if they had that first pick. And look at that, second one for Jaff. Atlantic going down. So tide has been stopped, and now Alpha, they need to reassess and try and work out how they execute this in a 3 versus 5. If you're APO right now, don't give them anything. Don't even pick this. MC, I mean, I know what you're doing. Don't peek anything. That's not worth it. Mr. Joe finds it, and playing in this skull position, he's just going to hold the angle and hope that APO maybe feed him a couple more kills. Reich taking a bit of damage through the drone heart, I believe, there with the prone shots. And now Alpha, they're still hunting. They still need a couple more picks. If they get a pick onto the smoke here, then that'll be fantastic. They know someone is inside of study, and they're just waiting, but APO, they aren't budging.
No, they certainly aren't budging. They're not giving anything away at all, which is absolutely huge. Yes, Inub is gone, but well, look how many is left. And also on top of that, the smoke canisters 10 seconds at a time, and able to deny such a key position as Zombie Door, stopping people pushing in. MC is still going to stay there, and Reich is on the rotate here.
Alright, so Reich, can he get anything for his troubles? Does land that spray headshot onto Kovac. That is not the smoke though. JMXC having spent his final one. Joe finds one onto Weiwei. Somehow, once again, Alpha have edged this out. Reich finds JMXC and MC onto Jaff. What happened again? A 5 versus 3 for APO on the defense of AVG, and they let it slip.
Yep, they seem to just keep letting it slip out of their hands. Maybe, Jerry, maybe the match has just gone on too long. They put so much into Clubhouse, so much into Cafe to get back into it, and maybe it is one step too far here. And, well, the thing is, though, is it going to be madness? Is it going to be one step beyond? Because right now, as we move to Trophy and Statuary, this could be the map over here and now.
Could be. Could well be. And I'll just have to commend you with that pun. That was fantastic.
Thank you very
I do
much.
love a bit of madness myself.
Yeah,
But
I was going to try and work in night boat to Cairo.
oh, there we go.
Aye.
You see, that was sitting right there for me. It didn't happen. Didn't happen. You win some, you lose some.
Yeah, well, that's right.
It's hard to paint that round any differently. I feel like I didn't give enough credit to Team Alpha. They just won a 3 versus 5. Like, that's fantastic. But it didn't feel like they won a 3 versus 5. It felt like APO lost a 5v3.
Yeah.
It was just... They should have closed that out. 6-2 now. And we're on match point. This second half has raced forward. I mean, it was a 4-2 split, but so far we haven't seen any indication that APO are able to lock out the round. They are defending solidly, but they cannot afford to choke this many. I could, you know, actually see this go to overtime still, based off the performance, based off the fact that APO are putting themselves in the advantageous situation round after round on this defense. It's just that they've been forced away from their primary site through sheer bottlery.
Yeah, exactly. And then on top of that, right, you've got to look at it from this point of view. See Team Alpha, they have not looked as if they've came out of 5th gear at all during this map. And they've just taken it back time, like kind of like problem by problem. They lose 2 players, that's alright, we'll just bring it back. Oh, we lose a player to a C4, don't worry about it, we'll bring it back. He's just on drones, and already we're seeing, look at Inub's down in the dirt.
Oh, we missed a good night shot, unfortunately, but yeah, Inub gone, and this is worrying. Match point, and you're a man down, with no response, no attempt at a refrag, no possibility to attempt a refrag for APO. The only thing they have to fall back on now is their sight setup, essentially. Weiwei taking a lot of damage from the wall shots from Aztec. They know that someone is lurking about here inside of gaming, and now, or Aviator rather, Weiwei so low, he has to get someone here. The prone angle works though, smart thinking there from the mute. Jaff though taken out by MC, and now JMXC joining here on the flank. Do Alpha realise this is happening? Aztec and Mr. Joe both with their backs turned, but the Nomad is in play. Did they set the air jab? Why, no. Weiwei doesn't win his shots and gets Aztec. A 4 versus 2 JMXC needs to strike, and he needs to strike huge here to give them a chance, but no, he loses the fight. It's all up to Kovac now in the 1 versus 4. It is do or die. He has to clutch this, otherwise his team are going to the lower bracket.
Yep, they certainly are. It's all up to this man here. He's already clutched up already, Jerry. The man with the most 1vx's in his team, but MC's been down. Maybe he's fell off. No, it's a frost mat. And well, the defuse, I thought that was a defuse denied. No, it's not.
So
it's
close.
been confirmed. Yes, it is. But Mr. Joe with the shot, he closes it down. He sends APO after such a bloodbath, an absolute battle between these two teams to the lower bracket. 7-2 for Team Alpha. Well played to them.
Fantastic stuff. Not setting a foot wrong on their attacks on Villa. We doubted them coming into this match. We didn't know whether they would have a wide enough map pool to contend with this side of APO, who have shown breadth. But it turns out they do have the depth. They've been hiding that somehow in the best of one season, certainly doable, and they came out swinging on Villa. 7-2 is pretty dominant.
It was almost like G2 before they went to SI, when they kind of were. I think there was like a statistic where they had played only 3 maps in EUL to get to just before they went to SI, which again eventually they absolutely bottled. But at the same time, Alpha didn't bottle that best of 3 in the way they played. They certainly looked as if they were pushed to the limits, but it seems as if they had plenty in their pocket. And well, Jerry, I think we do actually have an interview coming through, and it is Mr. Joe from Team Alpha.
Certainly is. He will be joining us in a few moments. We will cut to a short break just to make sure that we can get things set up for that interview. So don't go far, because we're going to have a lovely chat with our winning team captain. Of the winning side, I mean, Team Alpha, you've done it. You've just about edged it. How are you feeling?
Honestly, after playing 3 maps. It was a bit tiring and stressful, but it's nice to have finally won the game and put it to bed.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, speaking of putting it to bed, I mean, you've got the early game today, right? Like, it's good to get that one out the way, and now, well, you've got a bit of a rest before your upper bracket final.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
I was going to ask, who do you want to see in that final? In that upper bracket final?
I'm kind of hoping Aces so that they can, if they beat Sleepy Gang, I think Sleepy Gang's mentals might fry a bit. So then we've got an easier grand final.
Oh, is that so? Okay? All right. So you're backing Sleepy Gang as your kind of main rivals here, then.
Yeah, I'd say so.
Okay, that's fair enough. I wanted to ask you a little bit about your mental as a team after that cafe loss, because it was something that APO showed that they were pretty good at least statistically, having won their spot here essentially on cafe. Didn't seem like it was a favoured map for you guys. So what was it like after that loss?
Well, obviously, we are better on a linear playing field. We like quite head-on gunfights with us having MC and Reich, both excellent fraggers from Yukin 2.
Yeah.
So obviously it was a tough loss as well because we were hoping for a 2-0.
Yeah.
But honestly, we just got together as a team afterwards. We just took a bit of fresh air. We were all kind of like huddled in the arena, and we just spoke to ourselves like, look, how do we do it? And eventually that was me going onto a flank watch flex roll and putting Atlantic onto the Habana. And then that kind of synergy then just flowed in, and after every win, we got more hyped and we just never let our mentals drop again.
That's great. It's something we picked up on during the clubhouse game, was that you were very good at sort of the adapting side of things. Even in cafe, it was like you were against the tide, but it seems like you've made that adaptation as well here to switch roles for the third map. Very, very nice stuff because it clearly worked. So, I wanted to ask you about one moment that you mentioned to me during the game, in fact, sort of between maps, that we didn't catch on camera, but perhaps you want to expose something that went a little bit awry for you personally on cafe.
Well, it was on the cafe on kitchen, and I was in the back right next to Freezer, and I was kind of like prone hidden away. And I missed the first shots and then went back down, but luckily no one had droned me out, no one realised, and I was there for about another 30-40 seconds. And then JMXC went for the plant, not thinking anyone would be there, and luckily
like
we won the round. One of the few on cafe that we did win.
Yeah, it was quite a funny round. We were like, how is he still there? But yeah, you managed to pull that one out. Looking forward then, have you got a message towards, I suppose you want Aces in the next round, you maybe expect Sleepy Gang in the next round. Have you got a message to those teams, a statement of intent for those players?
Well, it's just, we're a very loud and vibrant team, so we're very good at, like, when we win a round, hyping up, maybe giving a bit too much, like, BM to the other team.
Okay.
But if they have any weak mentals whatsoever, we're going to exploit it, we're going to get them upset, annoyed, and we're going to take advantage of that and win rounds.
Alright, fair warning to you guys, Aces and Sleepy Gang, who are up next, of course. Thank you very much, Joe. It's been a pleasure to chat to you. I'm sure we'll probably see you here again, potentially. But for now, we're going to throw to a fairly short break while we get match 2. Aces versus Sleepy Gang on next.
Always think of you when spring comes, like it's something in the air at that time. Don't know why. Always dream of you when spring comes. It's like the heat on my skin takes me back to the time met you on a Friday, halfway out at the door of the club, playing soul on the weekends. Stayed in bed till Wednesday. Fell in love with you right there and then. I was young, couldn't see that. Couldn't see that. Leather jacket though it's too cold. Saw your face in the crowd and I think with old eyes. Her just perfect, yeah, she's beautiful. Never thought you'd be here, it took me by surprise when I met you in the doorway. I had a friend of a friend, never thought I would see you this soon, but hope she really loves you, 'cause I swear you deserve everything. Wish that I knew that sooner. We got sober, it was over, but I told you I'd do it all over again. At your place or a spring break, a heartache, I'd do it all over again. Do it all over Tell me a lie, then I tell you too. I say that I'm happy for the two of you. You wanna be friends, but I don't think I can. But I wanna be happy, happy for you.
Talk to me nice, talk to me honestly. Look in my eyes, don't let it fall on me. Say you're a good guy, make me believe it. Don't wanna hear it, I wanna see it. See how rewind, when we rewind, feels so nice. With time, you, I know how to make me feel right. I can't help how that this sweet talk. I'm already on my way. I'm pulling up, don't be late. I'm cutting through all the lanes. Sweet talk. You need to say less to me. No need for no flowers, babe. I'm already on my way. Why you blushing? Yeah, sweet concussion. Oh, you miss my touching. Good girl. Show me something. Give me more than one thing. I need more than less than I do. Say you're a good guy. Make me believe it. Don't wanna hear it, I wanna see it. See how rewind, when we rewind, it feels so nice. I
conquer the night, if I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night, if I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
Conquer the night, if I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night, if I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could, I
could run through the fire.
Keep thinking that I could have done something, but now I'm left with an empty heart. No making amends, no waking up beside you and holding you till we forget it all. How could I know there was no second chances? Like dominoes, my life got really scattered. You couldn't keep the door shut, and now the frostbite's creeping in. 'Cause I've been stone cold since you left me here, so come home. Why won't you reappear? Things that I said came out totally wrong. Can't speak of the truth when it's tainted. I fell into a big black hole. It got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. Got me stone cold. No Wizard of Oz can undo what I've done. Completely out of luck this time. I'm stuck in reverse. I gotta get away now, but I can't seem to take the lead. Oh baby, how could totally wrong. Can't speak of the truth when it's tainted. I fell into a big black hole. It got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. You got me stone cold.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Badass University All-Stars LAN Finals. In case you guys are just joining us, then honestly, what the heck are you doing with yourselves? But let's give you a quick TLDR of what exactly happened in our first matchup. It was Team Alpha that were able to take on their first game and move all the way to that upper bracket final. But now, we're going to be shifting gears because we got to take a look at Sleepy Gang versus Aces. For the first time on LAN right here at Roehampton University, my name is Tudors. Alongside me, I've got none other than Whippet himself. Dylan, it is a pleasure to have you back here.
It's always a pleasure to cast alongside you, and even more of a pleasure to be in the flesh right beside you. And what an exciting day it's been so far. Our first matchup was all 3 maps. The first time in all of our playoffs, all of this season, that all 3 maps were needed to separate 2 teams. And it was a close one as well. Alpha looking a little bit challenged in that one. It was not going to be as easy matchup as perhaps people expected it to be. And I mean, looking at our predictions, we haven't made public yet. Perhaps we'll do that as we get later into the bracket. But perhaps it was nearly an upset, and I would love to see that.
I mean, for me, it definitely wasn't an upset because I was the only person from Prod that actually that actually expected Team Alpha to rise atop and take on over the likes of, well, just outright, you know, beat the side of APO. So I'm actually pretty proud of my prediction. It got a little bit iffy over towards map 2 on Cafe because that wasn't necessarily Team Alpha's best showing, but then they easily managed to crawl their way back and just absolutely decimate the side of average players only on Villa 72. But now, once again, we do have some fresh faces. We are going to be taking a look at Aces and Sleepy Gang, and naturally we do have tons of really, really cool stuff to go ahead and show you. So because of the fact that we want to keep ourselves on schedule, we are immediately going to go ahead and get ourselves acquainted and actually meet the players on the side of Aces.
Don't you just love seeing that one? Aces your roster for the second game of this. And well, we've got Spackos taken, Dye, Dumfries, Sandanos, and Natums coming into this one. They're your number 3 seed looking at this one, so middle of the pack qualifying for these finals. They have a good chance. I really do feel being here in person, in the arena, and having that LAN environment does somewhat act as a great equalizer. And I am excited to see how these teams go. We tested it out before we got all the players here, and I can tell you it does make a significant difference. And these players have been absolutely waiting, chomping at the bit to get into it. And I can't wait. I believe we can actually highlight one player in particular from the side of Aces.
We do.
That can perhaps make a little bit of a significant impact. And that's going to be Dye.
Yeah.
And looking at that rating, a 1.14 and a KD that stands out to me, a 1.24, meaning he's going to be able to have an impact on those kills, find those openings and those avenues for possible success. And the big thing I always love to point out, I think Jerry and Kyra done it earlier, but let's look at that one, the X factor. Being able to find 2 on the course of this one is massive.
Yeah.
And the Cyber we're seeing now.
Obviously. on the Cyber's on the side of Sleepy Gang, but we'll obviously get to him a little bit later because we do have to meet the actual rest of the squad as well in just a hot second. But obviously, for those of you guys that don't already know why Dye is such a celebrated player on the side of Aces, because of the fact that he's also played in the dual grand finals multiple times, and he just brings that level of experience to the university scene within Rainbow Six Siege that is just so celebrated and necessary when it comes to a LAN finals like these. So Dye is certainly going to be a player that you have got to keep your eye out on once we actually make it into the server later on through the actual day. And the rest of the squad, they're not necessarily all too far behind with stats, but obviously we'll get to the in-depth stats and actually chunk those down just a little bit later. But for the time being, we will eventually have to go ahead and take a look at the rest of the Sleeping Gang. So in just a second, we'll be able to pull up their own cinematics as well, and I do believe we have that ready right now. So let's go ahead and actually meet the rest of the gang that always seems to be asleep. beforehand, so it actually just wasn't Sleepy Gang that were having quite the rest before they actually got up into the matchup. I mean, both of us, we carbo loaded and we had a power nap as well, because otherwise we wouldn't be so refreshed to get into this matchup. But here is the entire roster of SG. You've got Syrup, Milo, Cyber, Maddie, as well as Knackered, or as he loves to call himself, Knackered, because that's just how we'd love to do it to him.
He made a very special note for us in the green room before we went live, as we were all enjoying our nap. To perhaps not say that, but I guess an interesting fact about him is he had his hand in a bandage. He's had an accident jousting in the corridors of his university accommodation, so he's not going to be playing at the finest form. And I've heard some rumor that a Pulse gamer may be making an appearance, and I cannot wait to see if that prophecy is true. But of course, a very strong roster. I'm really excited to look at this. All these guys so far have been incredible. I mean, Syrup, massive comp experience, and recently coming off a LAN as well, winning it in a grand final best of 5 where they got a reverse sweep at SEL. That's incredible, and to bring that recent LAN experience, that recent, triumphant pressure, be able to build up and claw your way back to victory is huge. Milo again has experience in that T4 scene, and Cyber, keep your eye on this player. Cyber, we're expecting him to go bro with everything he can do. I cannot wait to see what action Sleepy can get up to.
They are going to be, safe to say, a force to be reckoned with, and obviously Cyber in all of his glory. Unfortunately enough, he has had a little bit of a recent haircut. By the looks of it, his afro no longer as prominent as it once was, but we can't say that for his stats. He is easily the most valued and celebrated player on the side of Sleepy Gang, rocking the highest rating of 1.3, a KD which surpasses almost literally everyone on the opposing side of Aces as well. Like, that is to the moon in terms of actual KD, which is absolutely outstanding. He is having impact in each and every single round in terms of cost, the amount that he can frag. In the fragging department, he is no slouch whatsoever. Every single round, he will be putting at least 1 kill on the table, so he is definitely going to be an absolute beast in the server.
Only thing lacking is the lack of a 1vx victory, and we'll see him make that on LAN. What a way to be able to find your very first 1vx in the stats will be that one. But these teams shape up pretty well against each other. I am really looking forward to see how they clash, because we've already seen how the odds somewhat get thrown out the window when you have players on the environment, sitting shoulder to shoulder with their comrades and having their opposition just behind their back. And this is leading to some very interesting games, very interesting rounds. Can't wait to dive onto it. I believe we have our map video ready soon, so we can see what area we're going to be able to bring these players to. It makes a massive impact even when you're playing online. And now teams with an extended format, not best of ones now, have to pick a few more maps, and perhaps they can't rely on some old favorites like the classics of Oregon and Club.
Yeah, that's entirely true, because a lot of these teams, especially the likes of Team Alpha, who throughout the regular season, they had been playing almost nothing exclusively but Clubhouse, as well as Oregon, and they also did play Chalet once throughout the actual regular season, and unfortunately they took quite the massive L on that as well. So obviously, because of the format we are dealing with, teams have to dig a little bit deeper into the strap book to make sure that they can bring out the maps that will eventually catch their opponents by surprise, or just at the very least test their opponents to see exactly how deep their map pool goes, and it's going to get even further by the time that we make it to our grand finals, which is going to be a best of 5 taking place tomorrow. But now that we have already met all of the gladiators that will be battling things out inside the server, let's go ahead and pick out the arena, shall we?
I cannot wait to see where this one goes, and I'm really intrigued. I've seen lots of interesting maps recently across everywhere I went, and instantly there's that Oregon removed, and I'm not surprised at all. Why come to LAN all this distance traveled if you're just going to play on Oregon?
Let's see.
Exactly. You've got online for that. You've got best of ones for Oregon. And this time, it's going to be removed out. I'm not surprised with Bank. Newest addition to the map pool, and while the reworks make it a far more enjoyable map to play, the meta is somewhat similar to how it was all those moons ago when LATAM were the kings of Bank, and no one could break the fortress of the basement. But we do go to our very first picks, and while we do see an old historic favourite of Clubhouse make it, Coastline, the first selection, a map that favours those who can draw their weapons quicker and click the heads just that bit harder, and with LAN, you never know who's going to be able to find that success, but Cyber will be one to watch on that map in particular.
Definitely. So this is also going to be the first time that we will see Coastline today, so it is certainly going to be excited. Obviously, next map pick is going to be Clubhouse, and here are the last two bands. Villa and Chalet will not see play, so our deciding map, should we get there, is going to be Cafe Dostoevsky, a map in which we saw just a little bit earlier in play today against the side of, well, Team Alpha v average players only, and that did go the way of APO earlier today, but it's still a very, very strong map pool for both of these squads respectively.
One thing I'll mention about Cafe is in terms of competitive play across all levels and all regions, this map has seen somewhat of a dip recently. It's not being played to the same province as it used to be, and I am really intrigued to see how players will fare when it comes to that one directly. I believe you're pulling up the direct head-to-heads here.
Yeah, we are.
Well, how about you talk about how these players have stacked up during our regular and group stages?
Yeah, so I mean, at the very least, if we're taking a look at all of these particular teams and the maps that they have played, none of these teams have actually yet to play on Coastline throughout the regular season. So this is technically uncharted territory, specifically within the LAN finals when we're talking about Coastline, because that is obviously probably going to be, it is likely where the initial spark is going to start bursting out from the very, very start of this best of 3. But let's go ahead and actually dive into all of the players and get to know their stats and how well they can perform in the server just a little bit better. So obviously on the side of Sleepy Game, we already covered Cypher. We've already spoken his praise. There's a little bit much, but now we'll move on to Knackard, a guy who is basically just underneath the likes of Cyber, and he is just about there with the rating as well. Certainly a really, really strong KD and can provide necessary impact as well when it's required of him. He's also pretty hunky in the fragging department with 47 throughout the regular season to his name thus far, so you can definitely expect him to also show up and bring the goods when it's needed.
Exactly. I mean, I'm just looking through all of this, and the one thing, perhaps one discrepancy between these two teams I will notice is that Sleepy Gang does appear to be a little bit top-loaded. You see Knacker and Cyber having those higher KDs, and it is far more equally distributed. When you look down towards Aces, of course, they have a far more balanced array. No player that really does stand much taller.
It's very evened out, and that's something that we love to see, especially when it comes to this level of competition, that everyone it has the capability to actually ensure that they drag the rest of their squad alongside with them. Everybody is balanced in their own gameplay, and you know, I see you want to say something.
But the thing when you look at this is when you see a team that's a bit top-loaded, we're going to a map like Coastline. Words to be hard sometimes. It's a map we don't see a whole lot. But when you see a map that tends to lean not only to the attacking side, but teams that can get their guns working and firing quicker, these players are going to be able to, you know, perhaps have that impact early and get an advantage.
True.
Will that work in their favor, having two people who have been pretty phenomenal when it comes to being able to find openings? If you looked at Arcadian ratings in terms of that aspect, they've been super strong. Will that translate to LAN, though? It's always a question, bringing these players who may not have LAN experience at all, or much, you know, we know Syrup, for example, has that LAN, and it's pretty recent as well, so coming into this, you know, I'd expect Syrup to be able to adjust and get very acclimated to that pretty quickly.
I think he should be able to really adapt to the situation here that we've got at the LAN setup respectively quick, just as you mentioned, and for the rest of the players, they did already take a couple of, just a little bit of time to actually play a little bit ranked. Some of the teams, they were actually scrimming quite often and actually managed to get a couple hours worth of scrims under their belts as well, and everybody, because of the fact that they arrived yesterday evening, they did have some extra time to just kind of just mess around with the PC subs that we have and actually play in a LAN environment for the first time and get a little bit more adjusted to the latency, which, by the way, there is none of, and see exactly how things can perform here at LAN. So I definitely expect for a lot of people to technically move into this particular matchup very, very ready, and also given the fact that, well, because of the delays that we had, they've been itching to get their hands on the MNK, but they've certainly had just a little bit more extra time to rest and prepare to ensure that they are basically just in tip-top shape for this opening match.
We know Sleepy Gang. We're having a I think a team.
They were having a siesta, as we refer
exactly.
to it.
They were living up to their name.
Yeah.
They were getting the sleeping all done, and I hopefully when we dive into this one, they won't be sleeping because it's going to be a very important one. Of course, best of 3. It is a marathon, not a sprint. Have they perhaps preserved themselves to go into the deep water for this one? And we begin to roll through our clubhouse on Ibiza, the party central. And what rifles will make it their home today? Of course, the changes arriving to the upstairs site of Penthouse have made it significantly more viable in recent memory. Many teams adopting it. And I tell you what, when we look at these players already and getting ready to go, it is time to jump into our band phase. And it is...
What is Cyber showing us on his camera? He had his phone up and he was waving in front of his camera for a hot second. I missed it, but he had something on his phone. Regardless, though, I'm pretty sure we're gonna be able to get the cameras up at a certain point a little bit later on, and we can actually see what he was showing. But regardless, bands. Obviously, Thatcher back to the retirement home he goes, and the next to follow is Jackal. And these two attacking bands, absolutely no surprise whatsoever, because Thatcher throughout the regular season, including the stats we were able to grab here at LAN, has a ban rate of over 95%, and Jackal, if I'm not mistaken, is not too far behind. He is sitting at around 60, potentially even 70. He is the second most banned attacker in retrospect, and Valkyrie, the same thing can more or less be said for her. She is within the top 3 defensive-sided bans, including the likes of both Mira and Kaid. So I would assume that Mira is also going to be waved goodbye too, but if And only if Sleepy Gang decides to choose something a little bit more interesting, I would be very impressed. But no. Classic Mira.
This is exactly what you see on a map like Coastline. It's not going to be, I think, too out of the norm. I thought you're perhaps not the most required ban here. The rework to the map, or I would say not reworked to the same scale. Some minor changes that have changed the ebb and flow. Do you say perhaps the ban of a hard breacher can be a lot more impactful than perhaps we tend to believe? Hookah and billiards will be our first side of choice, and we don't need to wait long for Knacker to be able to bring out Pulse Gamer. Will it be the shotgun though?
I don't know. I really hope it's going to be the shotgun, because we did see one of the players on the side of Team Alpha bring out the Pulse Gamer just earlier on Cafe as well, but they were rocking the ump. So, we were thoroughly disappointed with that. There's no other emotion for us to express regardless. But obviously, relatively well-rounded lineup on the side of Sleepy Gang to start things off. We do have the Aruni as well as the Kaid in play. The one operator that's going to be causing headaches is the Malusi, however. I do actually love the fact that Madims is going to be bringing out the Gridlock. It is an operator which hasn't exactly had the safest of places in the current climate, but right here on LAN, Gridlock has actually seen quite the surge in pick rate.
Well, Gridlock's always been one of those operators that is in this weird state of always having significant benefit to that utility, denying a flank, making it difficult to rotate around, and having a super shortage for when you never need you never know when you're going to need to do something a little bit wacky, trying to get a long arm through, or doesn't exactly work on the defense, but you never know when you need to make that impromptu rotation. And that is always valuable to have. So this is going to be a setup all established around Hookah Billiards at first sight, and Cyber donning that Malusi. Those wub can be a nightmare to deal with and very hard to break down. It forces a commitment of utility to get it from a distance, and if you get close, you're going to get caught in that radius. So it is a gamble to try and deny it with your bullets. They do begin to move up, and I'm not seeing anything that stands out to me as bleeding edge. I will say, Dumfries on that Nomad will be a very important part of this. To be able to choke down that rotations, and combining that with the Gridlock is perhaps a shadow back to a long-forgotten time of Siege when we did have those operators partner up with.
A really interesting note to touch on when it comes to, well, the Nomad in general. Ever since the rework of Coastline actually came on through, we did see a lot of jump outs and vault outs actually be closed off by adding new walls, closing off certain windows and that kind of stuff. So to a certain extent, it has become much more hard, or more difficult, I should say, as a roamer to actually go for those kind of flanks. And Knackered, hey, look at that, bro. You're rocking the XM. He is rocking the M1014. I love to see it. And he's already on the prowl with that Black Ice. Up above, we already do have one of the hatches open as Aces. Well, they're starting to take control of that office side. I may already be mistaken, as it is an utter bloodbath that is being taken place. Syrup is the next to fall, and already within the first 55 seconds, we've lost 4 players from the server.
Okay, I mean, normally it's just a 1-to-1 trade on that entry, but no, let's have this a 3 versus 3. Let's just make this a triple threat matchup. All survivors still on full HP as well. This is an interesting beginning. I will say, Syrup timed that drop into office very well. A good read to have a player playing outside that double door to be able to catch him and deny that availability. If that Jaeger got away scot-free, that could have been a nightmare to deal with. A minute 35 left to work with, control of blue bar established. The impact hole was going to make it a bit of a tricky position for Dumfries to try and gain control. Surya Gate burned outside of Aqua, and the entryway is trying to get lined up here. Will not be easy. Time is beginning to perhaps creep into the back of the mind of Aces. They need to start making some steps and progressing towards the objective and lining up that execution.
Oh, that's a ballsy play from Maddie. It's not going to net anything, however, the timing was just mismatched by a few cold seconds. Still, though, SG, they've got 2 C4s to work with Knackered already being down below. He prowls and pounces. Milo shuts down with the row, and he traded out, however, by Spack. He will be left in a 1v2 scenario, although Knackered is able to provide live info on call. C4 goes out, it will be missed, and Spack actually drops down. He may have caught Knackered's scent, but he's already long gone at this point.
40 seconds left in our opening round. It's down to Knackered. And Malty, can they hold it out? Spack is very much in a tricky position, trying to isolate these 1v1s, but of course the pulse down below makes that an easier task. The red ping is giving direct information, and that's relayed perfectly to the Kaid, who's in his hands, wheels the AUG, and finds that kill down towards Cool Vibe Stairs. Sleepy Gang, you weren't not sleeping in the opening round?
No, not at all. Wide awake. as opposed to the actual start of the season, because at the start of the regular season they did not exactly have the most stellar of results, but right at the final stretch they were able to, you know, close it off in a successful fashion, make it all the way to LAN here, and now they have definitely turned up. Still though, I've got to say that despite the chaos that took place within the first 60 seconds with 4 players instantly being iced out in the bottom of office, Sleepy Gang were able to pull everything together when it mattered the most and close it off successfully. And I do love the initiative that Knackered took in that initial 3v3 scenario, shutting down one of the players with the M1911 of all weapons as well, simply calling out information. And we had the Aruni also close it off, one with the Pepperoni, and that is already the first bomb site out of the way. We can push it aside, and now Sleepy Gang, they're going to be moving downstairs to a good old classic, the kitchen and storage room.
A very strong site, but it tends to pivot on who controls that vertical area upstairs. It has such an impact. The entirety of service can be made vulnerable to it. And if they do not give control of it, or they do not keep control, they can be very much suffering and punished for it. I do like this use of a Rooney. It's always good to see. And Leo is sticking out that pulse. I do have a feeling I think it was the best option considering the format. Of course, an injured hand coming in, this doesn't make combat the easiest tool.
No.
So why not have the cardiac sensor? It relays
also
so much.
shotguns. You don't have to worry about accuracy.
And we're on LAN. And everyone so far who has tried out the LAN build has said exactly the same thing. Shotguns, the consistency is there. So I wonder if that's just a little bit of a factor in it. But of course, cardiac sensor, super amount of information you get. And with Valkyrie, not always going to be on the board because of her high ban rate inside of her high ban rate in competitive play. It's a bit of a safer choice to always have that guarantee of free information.
And I also do love the fact that Sleepy Gang, they are doubling down on the amount of info gathering tools that they are bringing to the table. They are, for the second time, bringing out 2 of those bulletproof cameras, which they can stick virtually anywhere, just the exact same way as you can a Valkyrie camera, because ever since the recent patch was introduced, yeah, you can't throw those babes anymore outside without them losing connection, because, yeah, the Wi-Fi in the world of Rainbow Six Siege, it's a little bit wonky at times.
You know, something that's difficult to get a network strong enough to hold out when you put it under significant strain. So it is time to dive on into this round, and already we're seeing another rapid brawl. These teams are not wasting time getting into action. This is exactly what you see on Coastline, however.
We do also have Sundanis rocking 2 of those can openers / trampolines, depending on who you ask. Engagement already taking place outside as Syrup will draw first blood. Sundanis falls, and he's going to move back inside of the VIP lounge to hold his ground until his dying breath.
Holding and playing your life in your position can be key, and that might be Syrup's job. Holding inside a VIP, not an easy task, but as I mentioned, the Mistral and Cyber's going to take that freebie all day, every day. Looks for a second on the wheel and gets it. 2 for Cyber. Defuse dropped on Aqua Balcony, and now the vocal point of this round is completely changed. Aces on the back foot early, and can they claw this one back? Control of VIP gained, but Syrup knows the call was made. Defuse is on that balcony, and they can fall on back and just sit and wait and play the time. But that's going to be Cyber. He doesn't want to play the time, but perhaps pays the price for it as he's shut down with the ARX. 1 kill found back from Aces. Will it be enough to spark a comeback? 4 versus 2, 60 seconds left.
At this certain point, yeah, Cyber has already caused so much chaos to the point that we are way past that point of no return for Aces. I mean, at the end of the day, it is still Siege. Just click on their heads. It is as simple, but still, in this stage, yeah, I don't really see Matems and Dumfries being able to pull it off unless they can channel in some kind of inconspicuous pro from way back in the Rainbow Six lore. Still, though, Defuse will be recovered. Maddie taking a little bit of traded damage off with Matems, but now the last 2 sole survivors on the side of Aces, well, they have only just under 30 seconds to work with, so they are going to need a miracle and a half to pull this off.
They very much will. 20 seconds pivotal of the second round, and already these teams testing each other. Aces, can they claw one back? Well, there's a good opening to be able to find some success, but they have a lot of ground to carry and take control of. Those smoke canisters will choke out this play, and that shotgun at close range could be a disaster, but Syrup lying in wait, finds one, make it 2, and shuts it down. Syrup as free as you like, held the angle. Info there from the red ping as well. 2 rounds in the row for the defensive side. We haven't even touched on this yet, but this map leans for the attacking favor. This is incredible for them.
It really, really is. And obviously the side, it was basically all Cyber in that last round over there because he was the person that was able to get everything started off with that double kill inside of VIP. And obviously he didn't exactly draw first blood because if I'm not mistaken, that was still Syrup that was able to draw first blood, finding the opening frag. But then Cyber, he just went to town inside of VIP, getting multi-kills. We did tout at the very, very start of this live stream that he is a player in the server that you've simply got to watch out for. He delivered.
Absolutely. Did finding those 2 kills, being able to get that diffuser dropped as well, that opened up the round. Once you have to worry about not only clearing the map, going through your strat, and what other threats might appear. You never know. When you find 2 kills, the call might be made to rotate someone back upstairs and put more pressure on. You now have so many puzzles to solve, and not a lot of time to do it. And there's that extra moving piece. Your win condition, that diffuser, it's nowhere.
It's stranded. Gone. Literally just in an unrecoverable place. And then Syrup, he basically had the element of surprise inside of the blue bar. All he really had to do was simply wait for people to walk into his LOS, and that's already the chapter closed. The lid closed on round number 2. So while we do have a little bit of a pause ongoing, we can already start to actually sort of hypothesize exactly which bomb site we will be moving on to next. Now, obviously, ever since the rework came through, Penthouse is a lot more viable than when it once was. We don't have to rely on APAC teams to come up with strats for EU and NA, which is a little bit good for us. But still, Penthouse, given the fact that that new breachable wall has been added inside of VIP, it can be a little bit more usable. Although I don't really see it happening still.
It's going to be double bar.
It's going to be
I'm not even going to be like, I don't think I'm even going to flirt with the idea of being Penthouse. Penthouse is a lot stronger. There are very strong methods of holding it. You can make that entire bedroom a kill box if you have a mirror in play. And
Which
the ban,
there isn't, though.
Yeah, there you go. That is very much the problem. The mirror is not going to be available, so that kill box strategy is a lot harder to pull off and execute. You don't have that availability to make it work. And so that does make it hard. So double bar, that's going to be... We're going to see a commitment upstairs to be able to hold that verticality. That's exactly what we're going to see and witness. I haven't seen the impact of the Nomad yet.
Neither have I, to be fair, and obviously that just has to do with the fact that, you know, people, they don't really need to go for any runouts or jump outs. We did see, at the very, very start of this particular matchup, we did see the likes of, I believe it wasn't Cyber, I think it was, I completely blanked on who was playing the Kite in round number 1. We will have to double check that, but they were trying to go for a run out over towards the billiards window, and they immediately got revealed and they weren't able to find anyone in their LOS, and that wasn't even air jabbed off. So yeah, the air jab placement might not necessarily be on point the way that we kind of expect it, but that is still kind of just us sort of figuring out the ebb and flow of Coastline at the crack of dawn, basically, with this matchup.
I mean, I don't think I've actually seen an air jab being deployed yet. It's an unusual one so far, but on a map like this, you'd want to be able to get that key bit of utility down and working. I mean, so far, we're only 2 rounds in. It's a best of 3. It's a marathon.
There is still so much to go. There is a very long road ahead of us.
Very, very long. I mean, if you were here for the first game, that was a long best of 3.
It was long.
Just in map time, those teams absolutely went for it. It was like a heavyweight matchup. It was just throwing bombs left, right, and center, and they dragged each other to the deep water. Exactly what you want to see. Not only for the opening game on LAN, but for a best of 3 format. You want to see not only all the maps played, but teams really pushing each other to the limit. Not only do you get entertaining Siege, you get the Siege that's going to help them develop as players the best. Because you don't learn from easy matches. You don't learn from those easy times. When you have to get really put up and put in those high pressure, that's when the best players, those best decisions are being made in someone's brain.
I mean, just obviously to actually add on to that thought, opening matchup of APO against Team Alpha, we had Team Alpha being a couple of rounds down on Clubhouse. I mean, they were staring down the barrel of defeat, and then they were able to string together a couple of victories to be able to force us all the way to overtime. And on top of that, they 8-6 them, a win streak of at the very least 3 rounds, which goes to show that some of these teams and players, they can properly perform under pressure when they are staring down the barrel of defeat, the same way that Team Alpha did earlier on Clubhouse. So, you know, basically anything and everything can happen on LAN. What happens on LAN, it is entirely different to what happens online. I feel like we can almost completely disregard everything that we've seen in the regular season, but not quite, because that's pushing it.
Not all of it, but I think in terms of individual performance, we can. And we can close the shutters on the Waffle Shop. We're back, everyone.
Hey, let's go.
It's great to be back. It's great to not be able, not to have to make waffles slaving away in the kitchen. So, round number 3. And I can't wait to see where we're going in this one. It is going to be Penthouse Theater. I was completely wrong.
And I was right for the first time. Let's go.
I'm never going to live this one down. Ever.
This one's going to stick with you. It's going to haunt you.
Not only did you get prediction 1 of today right, which you're already never going to let me live down. You now got this one. But this is, we discussed, discussed, words, so difficult sometimes, is a super strong site, and the addition of that castle is going to be able to make it a little bit more secure and harder to break down.
Yeah.
Not a big fan of castle barriers put out on external facing windows because it doesn't take a lot to clear them, and we have a sledge. So sledge can rappel on up, hit that with a hammer, and that's on open.
Yeah, that's entirely true, and the exact same thing can be said for Spack, who's rocking the Hibana. I'm not exactly sure if we could get the extended view to see exactly what the gadgets are like, but obviously attackers still have to spawn in 3 seconds, and then we can see what gadgets they bring. But I'm assuming that at the very least somebody else may have brought out some of the can openers, or I think I'm mistaken. Nobody's brought can openers, but we do have heavy HE stacks. We have got 6 HEs in total, courtesy of Sundana's Maintenance as well as Dies. So if utilized properly, I think Aces might be able to get themselves a couple of free kills simply by letting the utility speak for itself.
I mean, right now, the current climate, having an abundance of grenades is so important to clear players from key positions, clear utility from key positions, and you just throw your mind back to You Can Rumble, for example. We saw, and I only know this because I was on it, but we saw in plus of 20 kills over the course of a weekend just from HEs.
Yeah, it's insane.
Like,
it's insane the value you can milk out of HEs.
And Cyber is going to start us up early, getting full value out of the Vector.
Nice! Hector, to say the very least, right there. He will be left on minimal HP, but he can still make some magic happen. On the rest of the lineup, well, there goes Cyber. Unfortunate, I don't even know how he actually got injured. I'm not sure what the source of that damage was, but he is within revive distance, so he can be picked up to 20 HP. Look at the amount of information that Knackert is grabbing with that cardiac sensor. We will have Sundana's pick up 1 HE frag onto Cyber. It will be traded out beforehand, though, and immediately a lot of blood already being drawn as Dumfries and Digest fall to the wayside, and that leaves Aces in a 3v4 scenario with a technical surplus in the man count department, well, favoring Sleepy Gang right here.
Well, Sundano's isn't going to be left on low HP for long. That Surge, which we just see, is going to be able to heal them up and top off that HP, perhaps just making them survive an extra shot or so.
Yeah.
Minute 25, critical stage of this round, trying to gain control, get as much information as possible. We saw the brand new bulletproof camera, of course, relaying information and being able to track on down. That is, of course, a change. We are playing on the newest patch, which just dropped last week. Syrup behind the Goyo shield, holding towards 90. No one yet to peer. Some shots landing, but the crossfires establishing. 2 guns lie in wait. And Knackert with a pistol. And M1911 looking towards the roof. What roof gamer will be slain with that one as a rotation is called? But this is showing the exact strengths of this site, being able to make it a complete lockdown. Slurple takes him down as C4 is tossed from the heavens down below, but doesn't land. The AUG will find one, and the advantage grows yet again from Sleepy Gang. It's going to be a 4 versus 2, 45 left. And that nade, oh no! They're so critical to get those right, but unfortunately it bounces off the pillar and leaves them scrambling for an opening here.
Yeah, Aces kind of find themselves in a little bit of stalemate for the time being. They don't really have any openings or opportunities for themselves. It is very difficult for them to create space in this current place and time, but Spack is going to do his darndest to at the very least try to give himself an opening. Syrup, though, is however going to shut down Maidens over by the 90 hallway, and that's going to leave Spack with a Type 89 and a Dream. 15 seconds left to go as the timer starts flashing red, but it is a foregone conclusion. He can't even use those pellets to get the VIP wall open. At the very least, you can pad your stats with an exit fragger too, but Knackert, who by the way has a twisted / broken thumb, I don't know, I haven't spoken to him about his medical condition, he will find the final frag with that XM, and that is a hat trick of rounds to kick off Coastline for Sleepy Gang.
Alright, it's time for Aces to start solving problems. You're on the attacking side of Coastline, and you've suffered now 3 consecutive defeats, and it's not looked that competitive between these teams yet.
Not yet.
You know, Sleepy Gang, from everything they're doing, the way they've established themselves with crossfires, that roam presence, they're always there to back each other up. They're making this very difficult to gain ground, and when, for example, Aces find an opening, well, they're punished instantly.
Ooh, I do have a thought. There was that one kill which we did see the likes of, I believe it was Maddie get from inside of VIP, and we did also have the side, we did also have Syrup actually toss out, if I'm not mistaken, a C4 over towards that sort of like the mini balcony area outside of that VIP doorway. We basically had 2 people that had their eyes completely focused on getting 1 single frag. That is how in tune some of these players are on the side of Sleepy Gang, to the point that obviously they're all sharing the same goal, but one single focus point of the map has got the attention of at the very least 2 players at all times. 2 players are going for the exact same kind of frag, and when you are that reinforced in your own playstyle and chemistry, you're gonna have a really tough time if you're in the shoes of Aces.
That's exactly what we've seen. 3 rounds of Sleepy Gang playing their game and playing exactly the way they want. They are demanding so much respect right now and just dictating the pace of this matchup. From those early brawls that lead to absolute chaos to those slower, more methodical moments where they rotate, they move up and set up these crossfires to make things difficult in the final third. They have complete control. They've not been punished on rotates, and this has been a massive thought in my brain. We've not seen those air jabs play a factor yet. No one has been caught out by a single one. No rotation's been watched or caught out. Right now, Sleepy Gang seemingly have free reign to do whatever they want across coastline, and that needs to stop, and that needs to stop right now. Otherwise, that might be too much damage done on the defensive side for Sleepy Gang.
Could be. It could very well be. Still, though, plenty of rounds to go, and at the very least, Sleepy Gang have gotten themselves 3 rounds thus far, 3 left to go. You can see the Cybers having a good old time right over there in player cams as well. Still, though, Aces clearing out the initial floor of the building have at the very least been able to secure both the side of the office as well as that blue bar, and they will continue to make at the very least some progress over towards that top floor inside of Aquarium. We do have one of those air jabs set over by the hookah doorway, so that particular part of the checklist has been ticked off. Sundana's already taking up a position on Repel, so we can at the very least try to cut off some rotations and angles. Oh, Knackered, he just goes directly for the goodies with that XM. He finds one, but will be traded off directly. So that C4 that was in his back pocket gets flushed down the drain. Still, though, he was able to pick up Digestive, which is a very crucial operator on the Yana.
I mean, that's a gone 6, 2 grenades and an ARX, all gone. That is massive right now. Cyber being fed information. Those yellow pings could be the dinner bell. Will he strike? Is he going to try and find the wall bang? But no, playing patient and not showing their card yet. Great IGLing to keep this team in structure. Everyone knows you want to be able to make that moment happen, be able to pull back and say, okay, we know they're there, just wait, we can get a bigger play. Sandanos rotates out that blue window, and it just looks right now Aces are struggling to find the format that will work for them. It looks like they're going to queue up and form the front lines inside of Aqua, vaulting on in. That's going to be Spack gaining control. Burns away utility, looks through that vertical angle, but so much pressure mounted. 50 seconds left. It's all down to this, the final execution, as Milo going to get on that camera, relaying information. New bulletproof cameras can deny utility as well. Can Sleepy Gang hold the line? Aces building pressure, flashbangs out, and that might be the opening. They're looking for the plants going to go down, but information relayed. Can they stop it? Can they deny? The swing is going to arrive. This is going to be free. The cover is there. The denial is there, though. They stop it going down. It's a 3 versus 1. Sandanos, though, fires back, gets one, can't find a second. It's all down to 20 seconds and hopes and dreams. The Finka can stim up, can make more HP a possibility, but looks like they have to go full send, full commitment, with full information being relayed as well. It won't be an easy brawl. Finds one, the Milo, though, with 10 seconds. Surely this can't happen. The plant might be free, and that's exactly what he's going to do.
Okay, so Syrup has a little bit of information and sound key to work with. Milo acting as an active ping. Diffuser goes down successfully, but Syrup is a little bit quicker to the draw. He will be able to shut down Sundanas before he even has a chance to pull that trigger. And that was easily the closest that Aces have ever come to getting around Dub, but also the worst opportunity for them to drop the ball.
That was the finest of margins, and already we are seeing teams push themselves 4 rounds in a row for Sleepy Gang. Can Aces find an answer? They are not guaranteed themselves that perfect 3-3 or leading split. Now it's down to recovery. Stop the bleed is 4-2 on the cards.
Sleepy Gang have won the half. It is safe to say that if they get themselves any extra rounds in the last 2, it is nothing but a surplus. I do believe that Aces, they can get themselves the numbers on the board, because if they are going to continue playing in the exact same way that they just played in that round number 4, then I've got high hopes that they can put some numbers on the leaderboard. The one thing that I will say is that, look, set up for post plans, that was a little bit rough. That's where everything went south, because that kill feed was nothing but a sea of literal blue. We had players being swatted down like flies. The initial build-up to that defuse plant, rock solid. Ever since then, after we hit that climax, all the way back down. So Aces, they were on the right track, they just tripped along the way. I do believe that if they get that down to a T and nail it down, then they can definitely start getting some attacking rounds before it's literally over in this first half.
They have 2 more chances.
2. They need to maximize them.
It's time to level up your lockpicking skills and try and break down this defense, open the chest of spoils and find some rounds. Can Aces find something, some success? Time can only tell for this one. Action phase moments away. Milo, the hero of that previous round, now dawning on the smoke. Hero on support. 4-4 so far, but still an active and impactful performance.
Yeah, so the second time that we actually see the smoke brought out, it is very interesting to see that Sleeping Gang, however popular smoke may be, isn't being utilized just because of the fact that, yo, it's Coastline. Just go crazy, have a little bit of fun with it.
I mean, Coastline is a map that doesn't necessarily fund itself to that smoke utility as well as others. There are options to you have mobility. While some sites are a little bit more restrictive, Kitchen is a good example of that. When if a service execution is met by a smoke canister, it can be somewhat the instantaneous demise of it. 2 minutes 25 and already control of blue gained by Sundanos. The punch hole from Aruni might be their demise. HE sent and no damage done. You want to be able to find at least damage or utility clear, or even preferably a kill from those every single grenade. But caught out by Syrup, lies in wait and quicker on the draw. Matley finds one back, and just like that, Sleepy Gang Cascade and knackered through the wall. Finds one with the shotgun. Aces walk into their own coffin, and surely Sleepy Gang can close this one out. And it seems like we've seen this situation so many times. A 5 versus 2 early in this round.
At this certain point, both Matins and Spack are relegated to simply playing from in or outside of the office. Every other piece of territory has simply been lost. Spack, at the very least, will try to get himself a couple of dignity frags that he finds 2 onto Cyber and Knackered, but those aren't exactly the top fraggers on the side of Sleepy Gang. You've still got Syrup to deal with, who, by the way, is on the prowl and is about to give you a struggle snuggle. Spack, you're gonna be in for a rough, and I'm not kidding. He is going to continue to entry on over towards security. CQB 101 in check as he is checking all of his corners, making sure that he won't be caught by surprise. He might have a little bit of drone footage as the yellow ping has come on out, but he won't pre-fire the right direction though. Maddie goes down, Bearing 9 pulled out, and the lineup is good. Spack finds 2, and now he just needs one more, the ace clutch, to find aces their first round.
It would be fitting for the namesake to find an ace for your very first round here on LAN. A flashbang sent out and your target is acquired. Can he close this one out? The rotation no longer available. Tries to carve himself a new entryway in this site. Removes the default, but the rotation's being made deep inside a bathroom. Will be playing Milo, the hero of the previous round. Busy queuing up for more heroics. Met by a Saria gate. That will force a commitment. That flashbang must be sent to be able to get it, but that shotgun is going to be playing so up close and personal. Surely this is too much to ask. Milo might have a chance to swing, and he does so. He gives away his position, and he's now on half HP with 18 seconds left to go. It's all down to this. The rotation, the kitchen door could be critical. The Banshee will wail, and the push being slowed. The smoke canister isn't going to work, and the Bearing 9 can't find the ace. Milo once again, the hero for Sleepy Gang, denies aces a fitting ace to get that clutch. But 5 rounds in a row for the defensive side. Sleepy Gang are awake and ready to go.
They have showed absolutely no signs of stopping. That round came super close to them dropping the ball, but Milo, the backbone of the side of Sleepy Gang, was able to pull everything together and tie it all up. 5 rounds completely unanswered puts Sleepy Gang in easily one of the most dominant positions we have seen at LAN thus far. Exactly what aces are going to pull out of the top hat, aside from Magical Bunny, I don't know, because they need something to, at the very least, remain a little bit more competitive. Obviously, we cannot disrespect what Spack has just been able to accomplish, getting himself 4 kills, however may they could have been fed to him still. Yeah, that was super duper close for aces, and they came just 1 frag away from getting themselves their opening round, but they're going to have to continue hammering away at this concrete wall for one more time on the attacking side before the side swap comes in. So back to the top floor of the penthouse and theater we go, and we do have Knackered once again rocking the XM. Milo could have also had it for himself.
He had a waffle charm.
He had a waffle charm? Yo!
He has a waffle charm on the XM.
Can we say the waffle charm?
I think that would be very fitting that we need to know the waffle charm is there. This is the things I notice.
Yeah.
I noticed the waffle, of all things, the waffle charm. It's fitting.
It is so fitting. It is super duper fitting.
Finally, your waffle shop might have something to
It
sell.
might. So let's see, Knackered. Are you going to pull it out for us? Pull out the XM.
There it is.
Hey! It's got a little bit of butter on it as well. Kind of Americanized, but hey.
It's close enough, but like, for somebody who's playing with that intrinsic. It's not going to be easy with an injury to the hand.
No.
To be able to play and have a level of success. He's doing pretty well, and I think they're playing smart around this.
Yeah.
Having this information, this abundance, playing with that pulse, and they're playing together as well. Cyber is going to look to get into an early brawl.
He's on an adventure, and he has info to go with, courtesy of Knackered.
On a quest. What quest line is it? A main quest line.
I mean, I wouldn't exactly call it like the main BUAL quest line.
C4 toss just a little bit too deep. Some trading up through that wall arises, and top by a body laying prone. But Knackered pulls out the M1911 and finds one. Retreats further and further back to the bar. It's going to be last call for him eventually. Surely shotgun reloaded, ready to go, and that last call arrives quicker than we expected. Matums finds that with the LMG, and Aces now, for what feels like the very first time in this matchup, lead in terms of players on the server. A minute 50 to work with. Can they use this advantage to be able to break the strangle that Sleepy Gang have placed on this matchup and find some momentum to lead into their defensive half?
Hopefully so. Last time around, they really struggled to actually clear Syrup out of that 90 corridor. Now, with the asphyxiating bolts, they don't necessarily have to have their HEs completely eaten up by those ADSs, so they can successfully flush him out of position and start to ingress their way towards that 90 corridor and get a little bit more territory for themselves. It is safe to say that Sleepy Gang are now starting to feel the heat much more.
I think they're going to stay composed in this one, to be honest. They were a relaxed bunch in the green room. I think they're going to stay nice and composed, but this is going to be a critical round. Execution being somewhat slowed down and delayed with a denial of ex-Kairos pellets. Danos has a grenade primed and ready. He sees a head pure ahead of him. Has he cooked it to perfection? Milo tries to get aggressive, but no. He's going to be left in DBNO, but his teammate Syrup will find that kill, tapping away. The Bandit surely finds some damage back. Not too keen to repeat that angle. That's going to be one block trading back. Syrup looks to go on the hunt, find that trade. Lots of red pings being given. The bulletproof camera doing so much work. And Syrup quicker on the draw. Finds his second in the round. It's a 2 versus 2, a tag team matchup and a brawl to ensue. And now they're going to look to cascade in. Syrup, all eyes on you. 1 versus 2. And there's one. Looks for a quad clutch. It's going to be a... Oh, find it. We're back.
He hasn't found it just yet. He's still, they're both on minimal HP. We're talking about sub 30 HP, and this is doable for both players. A single round, a single shot from either side could be able to secure their respective side around. And now Matums has a little bit of a sense as to where Syrup may be located, but he doesn't have control of the defuser. That's what Syrup is camping. He may have heard a sound cue of Syrup going for the prone position, but he fails to look down, and Syrup, lying in wait, sneaky like a snake, will be able to secure Sleepy Gang their 6th round, as Syrup has now well surpassed double digits in the fragging department.
What a roller coaster of a round. Roller coaster of a round.
To say the very darn least, that was. Aces, they have definitely shown us that they have a little bit of extra grit and still some fight left in them. But that is something that the scoreline has yet to reflect, which is somewhat unfortunate for their side. Still, though, there is no way in hell that we can be disappointed with Syrup's performance thus far, because he has surpassed every expectation that we have set for ourselves and for him, respectively. I mean, he was right behind, and I'm not kidding, he was literally right behind Cyber in terms of rating and overall statistics. That's something that we showed right before we headed into the matchup itself. But now he is basically one-upping Cyber. He is just showing like, nah, bro, I'm a little bit better than you. I'm built a tad bit different.
An alternative, non-FDA approved construction method, perhaps you could say.
Maybe. I would usually refer to them as, you know, alternatively manufactured.
Peculiar demonstration of construction methods.
True.
But alas, we must continue as 6 rounds. Sleepy Gang lead. Aces. Pressure is on. Map 1. We said this may be a marathon. This is looking like it's a 100-meter dash so far for Sleepy Gang. They are wasting no time at all to try and cascade and crash the shores of Aces like a tidal wave, breaking your coastal defenses. It is all down the list for Aces already. Not a single mistake can be made. A flawless run through their defenses, but is required. And lest I remind you, this map lays in the very strange land of Siege of being attacker-sided.
Very, very true. Or, man, not so much. At the very least, Sleepy Gang have been able to show us that it is well, heavily defensive sided, and Ace is not really part of the conversation, unfortunately enough. I do believe the Sleepy Gang, given their lineup, are just willing to go balls to the wall and immediately bum rush the bomb site and just try to move on to map number 2 ASAP. So far, no contact yet to be made, but that is to be expected. Sleepy Gang just evaluating their options and seeing exactly what kind of plan that sneaky little bunch can devise.
Drones already being established inside of Laundry, trying to gain this key and pivotal angle of control. Since the change to Twitch drones, we've seen a lot of them used to clear that utility away, sending it deep inside of sight to gain that initial control, burn away utility before you need to send flashbangs to do so.
Oddly enough, that VIP wall, I don't think it was reinforced, or maybe my eyes are playing tricks on me.
I believe it's soft.
It could be soft, and if so, no, it's reinforced. Okay, cool. I was gonna say, like, if it wasn't, if it was soft, Syrup's life would have been made so much easier. Still, though, there is a slight bit of fear about roamers being out and about, as we did see some of those air jabs placed right before Cyber was able to find the opening frag onto Sundana, so we will have to kiss the pepperoni goodbye. And there isn't a secondary one in the hands of a potential Aruni. Still, though, Sleepy Gang inch closer and closer towards a bomb site and a potential plant, as we already have somebody right behind the chassis.
Well, Cyber's already in deep, and that's gonna be it down, as now Malusi can no longer fight and brawl. Verticality open, but is the call made? It is. A C4 sent, it would have been enough for a bullet, but that's gonna be a denial. But it's just gonna collapse like that! Sleepy Gang, read it perfectly! The book down below denies the plant denial for finding a second hit and a flawless victory. In our second matchup of the day, here on LAN. Sleepy Gang, hello! You have just sent a message for everyone.
Indeed, they have. They are a force that you should not trifle with, unless you're confident enough that you can do so. 7-0, that is a statement and a half, showing us exactly why they deserve to be right here at the LAN finals at the Roehampton University, and showing us exactly what kind of caliber the rest of the teams here are exactly dealing with. Cyber, Syrup, literally everyone, Knackered, Milo, and Maddie have all delivered. They have all come in guns a-blazing. That's all they could really show us, as Aces sadly weren't part of the conversation.
There wasn't much to that matchup. It was pretty much just Sleepy Gang went into every single round and said, we're going to get every key bit of control and go through our checklist so quickly. Indeed. They established everything. That final round, one thing that really went to my mind is, look how quickly they had 90 control. They were peering and breaking open angles inside of VIP, and you think, Buck started off that round inside of VIP.
He did.
Ended it down below in Garden, denying verticality from below in Blue Bar. That call was made, and someone took the initiative to go, I'll go and do it.
Sure, why not?
They didn't waste anything. No step, no motion, no frame was wasted. They all moved not only to a common goal, but to a very swift victory. And it was a 7-0.
Just goes to show you exactly how flexible this side can be, and it really doesn't matter exactly who needs to do what, as long as they get themselves the W. And that they find themselves one map up, and that probably, and it very, very likely puts Aces in a very inconspicuous position. It is going to be, dare I say, quite rough moving into map number 2, which, as we did see, is going to be Clubhouse. At this certain stage, I don't even think we'll get to Cafe.
It's not looking likely.
No.
Clubhouse, though, it's not quite the great equalizer of Siege, but it is a map we all know how to play. Every single person, from the average casual player to the people you see in ranked and
to us even.
I mean,
yeah, we know how to play it.
Do we? We cast. We shot at pixels. We don't exist outside of the caster booth. So
we're actually VTubers.
Very good models. Very, very good models. True. It's scary lifelike what we do.
It is.
We're actually, How do we always come into this? We always end on the same punchline that we just simply don't exist.
Because we don't. We are literally self-taught AIs that have been trained to think in this manner.
Just so, as we're waffling away, that was a very interesting map. It was a 7-0, which doesn't leave us with a lot to talk about.
Sadly, it doesn't, actually.
We're not going to go to a break. We understand that we had some tech problems earlier today, and we want to catch ourselves back up on schedule. So
exactly, and by the way, speaking of catching ourselves back up on schedule, that matchup, which took about, let's say 25-odd minutes, it's a perfect thing to get us back on track.
Exactly, that's what we need.
Yeah.
Not what Aces need.
No, not
what they need is a strong showing on Clubhouse.
Yeah, what they probably need is to, at the very least, get themselves some extra Red Bull and maybe snort, ridiculous amounts of
well,
Nondescript energy.
Nondescript energy powder, as per usual, because they certainly need to wake up. I mean, don't get me wrong, we did see a couple of heartbeats and signs of life from them in certain rounds on Coastline, and that might just have to do with the fact that it felt like uncharted territory with them not being comfortable on Coastline at all. That could very well be the case why they didn't show up. But moving back onto Clubhouse, which is something much more familiar, something that could be much more comfortable as well. Hopefully they might...
We have some replays we can show.
Oh, we do have replays. Yeah, exactly. We do have highlights, and we do have some very nasty kills that were caught out and about. So let's go ahead and take a look at exactly some of the really, really awesome stuff that transpired over here. Obviously, in round number 2 with Syrup, who was just an absolute tear. He was basically ripping and tearing his way through round number 2. He ended it off with a triple kill.
I mean, just when we look through all of these, we're going to see, of course, it's replays. You're going to see kills. But the way Sleepy Gang played everything, from positioning to establishing crossfires to just always being in the right place at the right time, it was fantastic.
It was. It was great.
They took full advantage of everything they were given, and not a single opportunity went missed. And I think, oddly enough, it's rare to say it, but this 7-0 scoreline is, I think, exactly representative of how Coastline played out.
Yeah, that's true. And it is, the first 7-0 that we have seen on LAN thus far. Not exactly sure how many more are to come, potentially even none, but Sleepy Gang are the first team thus far to be able to bag themselves a flawless victory on any one of the maps thus far. And yeah, this was the round in which Aces actually came super duper close, all because of the fact that SPAC was able to line up a collateral with the Bearing 9. It was a bit unfortunate that he couldn't close off the final frag right over there to get himself the ace. It could have been something that Aces, to at the very least, like, get their spirits up, and that is definitely a conversation that we should be having. How exactly are Aces going to get their spirits back up on track after suffering from such a demoralizing loss?
That's a good question, and it's going to be a difficult thing for them to solve, and that's all down to how it works out in the arena.
Yeah.
It's all down to that leadership potential. We know from talking to them that they're a close group of people. They're all friends. Everyone here seems to be friends with each other as well. But it's now do or die for them.
It is.
They've lost the first map, which wasn't their map choice. They didn't choose to go there. That was all intent for Sleepy Gang.
Yeah.
As Clubhouse is their choice, I think they're the team that prefers a more structured method. The taking control, it's going to not be easy.
It's, I mean, definitely, they're going to be playing on their own territory, on their own terms, which does mean that not all hope is lost for them technically being the first team to lose outright in a 2-0 fashion, but it is still going to be an uphill battle just because of the fact that it is known territory to every single one of the participating teams here at LAN. So Aces, safe to say that they have their work cut out for them, but I do have a strand of hope in my body, just all over, that Aces could potentially be able to force us all the way to Cafe. Don't know exactly how. We will have to wait until Clubhouse is played, and we will be hopping into game relatively shortly, as I believe the players have all managed to get their way back to their stations, back from bathroom wherever they may have been. Who knows?
It's not close enough to call it the Christmas miracle.
No.
But to be able to find
also Christmas is too far away to call it a Christmas
but let's
miracle.
say a December LAN miracle. Nondescript enough.
Okay, sure.
Okay. If they can find some success here. It's going to be a difficult thing, and I think you touched on that. The mental is going to be hard. It's not going to be an easy position to find yourself in, knowing, okay, you lose this game, you're already into that lower bracket. And I think for somewhat of an insight of how this is going to work, one team does get eliminated today, and that will be the lower bracket matchup.
Yeah.
You already put yourself in that danger zone. You lose that safety net of it being a double elimination so early, and the fact that you've suffered a 7-0 loss, yes, I'm not on your map choice, but as you move into your own one, it's not going to leave you in the most fun positions, as we don't need to wait too much longer at all. As you were right, you did spot every single player loading back to their stations. Clubhouse, a map that has been in the pool in this current state not that long. You did just see a small little change, but the core of this map has been in the pool since the very beginning. Everyone knows the ins, the outs, how to play it, and how it works.
Not me, though. I'm still stuck in year 1 Clubhouse, where construction never existed between Master Bedroom and Cash. That's the build I like to play on.
You're just wrong.
No. I'm right. That is the superior version of Clubhouse. The one that had a ladder instead of a staircase inside of Garage.
Okay, I don't know if I can be your duo anymore after that one, but nonetheless, let's act shocked and surprised. Thatcher was first to go.
Gasp! My oh my!
We should add that sound, that reaction to Thatcher to the soundboard or to a button close to the Castle Start Game 1.
I mean, we could definitely get ourselves a soundboard in later events as well, because it is something that would be amazing. It would be just like an absolute meme fest. It would be hilarious.
I don't think we could be trusted with it at all. But
No, we wouldn't be. We wouldn't be trusted with it whatsoever. We could, however, sweet talk some members of production, because somebody might get a laugh out of it or two. And Hibana, certainly a little bit of a laugh as well. Also, Haha Kaid is banned, which is very, very natural here on Clubhouse. Big whoop, what a surprise.
Yeah, when you see a Thatcher banned, the next thing you're going to see from either the same team or the opposing is going to be get rid of the Kaid. It's just going to make life that much easier. Those claws are so difficult to deal with when you don't have that EMP, so it makes sense. And another massive shocker is Valkyrie's going to go waving goodbye. And with such a massive ban right now, teams really do not want to be vulnerable to that extra bit of information. And while some people will argue, yes, the cameras can't go outside anymore, that was never really the core focus of what Valkyrie done. She was able to just sit and exist and be able to play down below, deny. And if you just look at the way LATAM played Valkyrie, which was exactly where you'd see players like Nesk, those primary entry roamer characters, that's exactly what Valkyrie played inside the Latin American region.
Yeah, that is true. Exactly. She was basically one of the most highly abused operators within the LATAM meta, and for good reason as well. It is where legendary moments have happened in Siege history, with Nesk, for example. Or actually, it was Nesk. I was thinking it might have been Zig, but no, it was definitely Nesk getting a 1v5 ace clutch in pre-rework Oregon from down below inside of, not construction, but down below inside of stock. Like, legendary events have taken place specifically on this operator.
I am the Siege trivia guy. I can tell you what, one just thinking of that gives me goosebumps. But I mean, when you speak about Valkyrie and the influence, I believe a 58.7% ban ratio so far inside of BUAL. I believe that was pulled from our group stages. It's been a small sample stage or size for the LAN so far, but Valkyrie has not made a lot of appearances, if any, so far.
No.
But Sleepy Gang, 7-0 victory on Coastline. Not likely to replicate that on Club.
I mean, they could. They very well could if Aces are going to be carrying over the bad vibes from Coastline. Best that they just gone for a mental reset during the short break that we had and come into this matchup not only fresh-faced, but with the gloves immediately off to be able to put up a fight.
Exactly, and that's what you need to do. You need to be able to take that step forward, forget what just happened, and go full send. Find something, find a way in, and already we're going to be seeing this move into the action phase. 2 seconds left, and
I'm very curious about how exactly the Zero is going to be utilized in this particular scenario right here in Club.
More looking right now at this
of course, obviously we got to be interested in Knackard, because if he doesn't get away with his entry, he's just waiting to see who else might be out and about. Let's see. He's got 2 players to deal with to his immediate right. One has already gone inside of stock, or actually rotated around the kennels themselves, but now he hasn't exactly got anyone that he can immediately pounce on and also simultaneously get away with it. Cyber already takes a huge chunk of entry damage, so he's going to be supported by Knackard just to make sure he can safely return back upstairs, or he's actually going to chill around for a little bit longer because, screw it.
Well, I'll tell you what, he's not going to chill for too much longer. He's going to find the opening. That's your book waved goodbye. Verticality from down below no longer available. No tool, no resource Aces have to their pool. 2 minutes left to go, and I mean, this is going to be another case of Knackard is going to be on that pulse every single round.
Yeah.
It might be a target ban later on in the tournament if we make a run. We will see a trade-off happen, not in that golden window of 3 seconds, but nonetheless it happens. Cyber is going to fall to the hands of that Zero. Digestive or die will find that. 1 minute 45.
And good timing thus far on the exothermic charges as well. Matems has been able to expend one, and he's still got an extra one in his back pocket, and those 2 can openers already utilized down below inside a garage. So the side of Aces can already make a lot of great progression towards opening up this bomb site. I'm curious, however, as to where this next exothermic charge is going to be utilized, if at all. Maybe over by construction if they decide to put a little bit of focus and attention over towards that portion of the map, but it seems unlikely in this case.
Flashbang sent to begin the burn away ADSs playing inside of rafters. Although we saw or heard the sound cue of my disc and an ADS at the same time, perhaps an overlap meaning a useful or an unuseful double burn of utility. Milo has that SMG-11 primed and ready, a risky player to put your smoke in, but that's going to be Sandano, so that's going to be Matley finding that kill up on the rafters with that AUG, finding one opening and making this a difficult task. Make that 2 now, as now a third queues up, and it's going to get slain! Sleepy Gang, come one, come all, go to garage, you're in the domain of Wamaya Mati, and that is going to be a very, very clean round for Sleepy Gang.
Literally, that is as clean as it can get beside the one loss that they had of Cyber at the very, very start of the round. But almost every single one of Sleepy Gang's rounds that we have seen over the course of both Coastline as well as this opening round right here on Clubhouse, they basically all have this one massive crescendo where everyone on the roster just chimes in. They're basically clicking on heads left, right, and center, and it is just a literal sea of blue in the kill feed of Sleeping Gang, simply shutting down every one of Ace's players left, right, and center. Sleeping Gang are simply playing as a unit. They are hitting all the right notes, and like I said, and I'm going to continue to reiterate this to the point that I'm literally starting to form and like morph into a broken record. If Aces continue to carry on those bad vibes from Coastline, then they are surely going to be knocked down to that lower bracket final in probably a matter of a few minutes.
Your metamorphosis may have already begun. Is 2 Euros going to become vinyl by the end of this tournament?
I have.
Well, you already have.
Yeah.
It's kind of crazy.
Wow.
Well, it's down to the basement we go. One of the sides that I would say is somewhat you have to try to get it wrong. If you set up everything correctly in the offense and you get the picks you need, and execution is pretty simple to get working for you once you get that post-plan situation as well. If you can get there, of course, not the easiest task, it can be a nightmare.
Yeah.
On the defensive side, you have the options of a roam presence, which can be massively impactful, or you can all anchor up and hold the site directly. This shield and smoke combination deep inside of dirt will be a nightmare, and it looks like we're also dealing with my discs to help make that even more of a sure hold for the defensive side. Somewhat pushing out of my mind of a successful kitchen and blue push, because you need that dirt pressure as well. So this will not be an easy task, and an up-down clear will be the call made from Aces. Will it be the right one? Can they spot out that their own presence really isn't a factor here? And if they waste too much time, they could be their own worst enemy.
Definitely so, as Spack already takes a mess load of damage courtesy of Cyber, who is at the very, very top of Red Staircase, who is at the very least going to try to deny this entry and maybe take a single kill alongside himself to the grave. Possibilities are endless right over here for Cyber, and he's definitely got a lot to play with, and they will begin, the side of Aces, to try to drone him out and force him back into the rabbit hole that is the bomb site itself. For now, though, plenty of time has been wasted, and they have at the very least started to clear out key portions of the map. Control of Oil Pit yet to be established until a drone confirms that it is clear, but thus far, no real strides made over towards this dirt side, which, as you said, is going to be crucial for them to clear out in the event that they want to go for a kitchen execution. But Cyber, still on the loose, still on the prowl, having a game of 9-ball while he waits for the rest of Aces to finally join him. He can just chill for a bit.
There's some tomfoolery happening. I have learned some fantastic news, but we'll have to keep moving along with this one. Sleepy Guy, I mean, this is not ideal. That is going to have to try and open this hatch with his rifle. I think a wise choice. Save your ammunition. The SK-2000 doesn't have a lot of spare rounds in your back pocket. Zero needs to make them count, and perhaps Sam Fisher's days in third echelon can help him with those precise shots to make it land. I do like these Argos cameras. They're being put in very good position to help deny any potential roam presence. A strip clear is somewhat of a concern for them. They know Cyber's on that roam. They haven't shut him down. He's going to hop on that camera, and this is where a pulse will be a very scary thing. You must tiptoe across the floorboards in kitchen. Don't make a misstep, and do not get overzealous. Not only will you have to worry about buckshot down below and keep your toes attached, that C4 can make one single call, and it will be to the Reaper himself, and that might be what we see. No! Maytums escapes the site for only a moment, perhaps, but the time might spell demise for Aces.
We've got just over 30 seconds left to go, and Aces have yet to physically find themselves on the basement floor. Time is starting to run out, and the nerves are starting to trickle upwards their spine. Spack already down below, one single tickle away from death. And anyone could actually open that door for him. Still, though, as we hit mission critical, it will be Die, who will kick us off with the double kill. Syrup and Cyber now iced as he finds himself inside of Blue. Dumfries on the entry will be shut down by Maddie, but Madams is already quick on the draw as he's getting that defuse down. Cover is good. Digested finds his third, and Spack will be able to chime in with one of his own. The last player alive is knackered. Well, you gotta ensure that your thumb isn't as broken as it once was. The M1911 sings to find one, but that is all he will receive. Aces, I don't know exactly how that managed to happen, but they got themselves together and they found one round.
Already better than Coastline.
Already better than Ghost signings.
When you set the bar low, it's not easy to exceed expectation. Aces, you got yourself around. It's on your map choice as well. This is a good first step, and you need to try and take every step, every positive you can, and roll with it. So, one round back, one for the good. It's time to go back to the basement. Second time of asking for Sleepy Gang. How will this one fare? It was a great execution. So Aces to make it stick, get that bomb down, and force an attempted clutch, which didn't see much of a run at all. Lineup-wise, nothing surprising me at all. But one thing I do see that's perhaps intriguing is Cyber. He's going to 6-pick away from a Rooney onto Maestro. Not only will Maestro give them an extension of information with 2 Evil Eyes, it gives them 81 rounds of Herb in the Box magazine attached to that Alda. But if he's going to be on a roll swap. He's not going to be roaming, or not likely to be roaming.
No, just a little bit lurking. That is what Cyber was doing last time around, and he was actually on the Malusi. This is the first time that Knackert is going to be donning an operator that simply isn't Pulse, which is also very interesting to see. The one thing that I will say is that if Sleepy Gang are expecting a similar execution through Blue as well as the main hall, then this change makes total sense because they struggled to hold on to Blue the moment that Digest kind of just waltzed on in and found a double kill as if it was simply nothing. He made it look super duper effortless with his entry over towards that execution. So this adjustment of potentially having Cyber sit inside of Blue with extra Evil Eyes to ensure that there's proper overwatch inside of that Blue portion of the map, thumbs up. Good choice. Exactly whether or not that's going to work out in reality, we have yet to see. This does, however, leave certain hatches and other portions of the map much more susceptible due to the fact that there isn't an Aruni present.
It is an odd change to put Cyber, who was super effective on Coastline, down to this more reserved role. I think that might be more inclined towards the team not playing with a heightened level of aggression. No roam presence for them, so they are opting to wait and take the pressure as it arrives. After a roam presence, normally after a very successful one, teams will try and play on that previous round success and fall back a little bit earlier, perhaps not even play roam presence at all, because if you fell once to a roam game, you're going to be cautious of it a second time, so time itself can be an ally and you can burn it by playing your own mind. Verticality getting opened up by Spark, he's just going to send some rounds down towards main stairs. Nothing connects, nothing lands. And then also where an opening was made to try and deny an entryway. That was the bailiff earlier we saw at the hands of Maestro. Air jabs placed and deployed, but that's going to not last too much longer as Syrup gets a freebie!
He is already on 13 frags over the course of the 2 maps that we have seen thus far. Maybe even a little bit more if my math doesn't check out. He is certainly making a stance and leaving his mark right here. And you can see Matty is so bored. All he really wants to do is spam his C key. Aces definitely, well, suffering a massive detriment thus far in the man count department, and they will have to come up with some kind of answer to be able to string their way back into it. Still, though, if it's anything to go off of the last round, we did have all 10 players alive and kicking in the lobby, and then suddenly it was an utter collapse for Sleepy Gang, and they lost out the round. So Aces, they may still have a competent plan to work with. Maybe not everything has yet to be scrapped, but now that we have lost out on Sundana's, that Gemini Replicator as well as the 2 HEs, not great. And the next person to follow suit is Digestive. So Aces with 45 seconds left and only 2 soul survivors. Yeah, good luck, have fun, Maidens and SPAC. Give it your all.
Not gonna be 2 survivors for long. I would imagine Matem's on a single point of HP, and so far this round has been a story of freebies and lacks of trades. Aces just can't find an answer. They can't sit in that golden window of a 3-second trade. That example of Syrup popping up from Adam Doorway, finding 1 for free in the Nomad work. Cyber will get 1 with the All-Out Betrayed Love instantaneously. More of that, please, from Aces. They might find more success in the early stages of these rounds. Timer hits red, and I don't think any player in any level of heroics will be enough. Gets 1 for the stats, but that will be Maddie, who ends it out with the AUG. He was bored on side early, had to spam his C key, but now he's going to get a little bit of action, get that final kill, and lead his team 2-1 now. Sleepy Gang doing pretty well on the defensive side so far, looking strong again. And the biggest thing I can at least pull out so far, they look so much more structured.
They do certainly look a little bit more structured, and also the micro adjustments that we are seeing on Sleepy Gang's side on a round-to-round basis, it is helping them deliver results, which is exactly what we want to see on their side. And aside from that one round that Aces were able to win on out, meh, I don't know exactly what happened in the interim between rounds number 2 and 3, but that was a very different roster of Aces, which I personally didn't really enjoy all too well to see. I mean, it wasn't necessarily just the issue of Digestive not being present at the start of the round to be able to help out in the execution by getting the ball rolling, but we didn't see any trades whatsoever come out until Moto Hatch was opened. It was a 1v5 converted into a 1v4. That was basically the only trade we saw out from the side of Aces. We need them to amplify themselves. They are on LAN. You gotta get activated. You gotta get a little bit more energetic and actually channel in all that good stuff to ensure that you can put up the numbers. Aces, they've still got plenty of room to work with, and this is the attacker side that they are dealing with on Clubhouse. Heavily unfavored on Club. That is just historically known to be the case, so they do have some leeway to work with.
I mean, historically,
yes.
Yeah.
In recent memories, it has become a lot more balanced out. 3-3 splits have become so much more common, if not even more for the attackers.
I would say 4-2 for the offense is a pretty common feat these days. Throw your mind back to SI 2020, SSG were crowned your champions, and that was in the height of when they turned this map on its head. Attacking sides became so prevalent, and they made it, well, it's actually, no, they became so strong in the defense, the attacking sides were forced to get better, and we saw that when that SSG roam was so popular, it was seen in every single level of play, at every single event. Teams had to make changes, and Clubhouse began to sway in the favor of the attacking side, and that's just in the last 2 years. TSM, real professionals at this map, they've really helped break that down, that SSG roam. So 2 minutes 30, looking like the Aces need to gain control of map control a little bit faster, and that's so far what we've seen as the biggest difference. Sleepy Gang, the one round of an offense I believe we saw from them, they were super efficient. They gained map control so early, and tell you what else is going to be super efficient, Cyber, who will find the opening kill. You're waving goodbye to Sandanos and waving goodbye to your Iona, and that will be, yet again, an ARX, 2 grenades and a Gon 6, no longer available and on the table, and that will be even more damage done as your Nomad's next to fall. No air jabs to help choke out the roam, and already Aces on the back foot. An aggressive swing by Milo, who just tries to find something with the SMG-11, sending out a line and baiting for a bite, but nothing shows, and he will pay the price for that one. One traded back, the power will sing, and Cyber is next to fall. A minute 45 to work with. Can Aces recover this round? One more 1v1 to isolate, and they're back all the way to a level playing field. But is that too much of asking? Well, no, it's not. There's the nade, and now this is a round.
No ADS present, so that is as free as they come for the side of Aces. If we want Aces to take this second round, we need Maidens to hop off that goose egg to actually not be sitting on it anymore. That is that particular right can go to Sandanos and Dumfries. Syrup getting super aggro over towards the platform. Reach will be rewarded with one frag, and Digestive joins in for a little bit of fun himself. Syrup, finally punished for his antics, will fall at the hands of Matems, and that is going to leave Maddie isolated at the top of rafters with nothing but an AUG and a dream to find his way out of this little kerfuffle that has just taken place. He's got 2 low HP attackers to deal with, so this is still very plausible to accomplish.
Super winnable, but patience will be a virtue. Spots one, and there's the down. Matems on 1 HP, trying to fight by that rafters window. The revive might be free, but a dangerous gamble to take. But no, he doesn't know. The revive will be there. Both players on low HP, but through the wall! One falls. Matems now the one standing yet again. 30 seconds in this round. Full HP on Ramai. A single point on Ace, and surely this round is all but over. But no! Are you kidding me? 1 HP and a dream. Aces have a pulse.
You could see that both players in that 1v1 scenario, they were reading each other like a book. They knew they were going to swing the exact same angle. They both started pre-firing the exact same angle, but at the end of the day, you know what? It just boils down to the AK-12 simply being a little bit better than the AUG, and that is really all you could have wished for if you were in the shoes of Matems, and it is so great that he has finally come alive to help Aces finally get themselves across the finish line for 1 extra round. 2 more to go, and that means that the availability for a 4-2 split in favor of Aces is certainly becoming so much more plausible.
Still alive, still a chance for them. We touched on mentality before we dove straight into this round, or into this game, I should say.
Yeah. Those 2 rounds certainly going to be a boost.
A massive factor. One perhaps asterisk to that, I will say, Sleepy Gang got very aggressive around that main breach.
They did.
They got one kill, which was instantly traded, then Syrup looked for a second to only find himself retorted with a bullet to the brain.
Eesh.
And no trade arose from that one, leaving the situation as it was. That round was super winnable, and all they needed to do was wait and be patient, and they looked to close the deal perhaps just moments too early, and they paid for it. Siege can be a game that rewards the patience, but it can also be a cruel mistress and ask you to be more aggressive than you intend. We begin our action phase. Here we go. 3 minutes of round number 5. Who will lead after this one? These teams tied up once again, tapping away. Sandanos looking for a cheeky opening, but of course nothing to arise from it. Aces look scared in their spawn, concerned and afraid that something might strike early. Oh, we've already seen something interesting again. Knacker's not playing that pulse.
Huh, that's a little bit hilarious. I know it's not the biggest difference, but whoever's playing on the rafters, which is obviously Maddie, actually opted to shoot out some of those drones as opposed to maybe letting one of them sort of bait itself in, trigger the pest, and then let the other ones flow in for information. I mean, we could have definitely seen Sleepy Gang work with a little bit more extra info, but either way, those drones would have been directly killed off and traded on out. So it's just a minor detail, but it ultimately doesn't add up to anything. Cyber, though, once again doing Cyber things. Finds the head of Sandana's bright and early, who is still unable to make any kind of impact whatsoever in these rounds on Clubhouse. Sleepy Gang, they are having a hoot and a half to say thus far, and they're going to continue on the tear on the defense. Still, though, things have been a little bit more stinky for Sleepy Gang as they've had to revisit 2 of their own bomb sites twice to be able to get themselves a dub. Cyber, though, I don't know what he had at the breakfast cafeteria, because he just dished out a triple kill like it was absolutely nothing.
This man had nothing for breakfast. He's on pure gaming alone for that one. 3 kills, couldn't find a 4th.
I hate you so much right now.
You're welcome for that one. I knew I would. I knew everyone in production would hate me for that one. But a minute 20 left to try and claw this one back. Ace has done it in the previous round. It's gonna be not the easiest of taskings. A crossfire established on the main breach and a split push required. Rafters a win condition in so many situations, but shut down. That will be Maytom's the clutch here of the previous round, finding one. Meaning, if you can isolate a single defender, you bring this back to a level playing field. Surely this can be done. We hear a Banshee open up and unfurl. It will be on the main stairs of Rafters. Denies an easy and early push and aggressive denial, but Maytom's look to try and take this control and split this site in half. Against 3 defenders, this will not be an easy task.
No.
44 seconds. Information king. You must have eyes on your prey. The Selma will give an avenue of access and approach available. 30 seconds now. That smoke in the back pocket of Milo can be such a tool. It can deny this and choke out the hopes and dreams of Aces. Out goes one. There's the second. The entryway from Rafters is denied, and that will be Maytom's. You can't make a push. He's holding the bomb. His favorite lunchbox packed with snacks can't make its way on this site. That second canister, that third canister burns away, and he can creep on in. That plant will go down just astray of default, and surely he can stick it. Yes, he can. It will be a narrow margin, but he gets it done, and it's all down to 3v1. That's going to be Dumfries, who gets one. Can't waste too long on that. Reload, must look for a second on that rappel, and he finds it! A quad for the clutch! Syrup, it's all eyes on you! Can you deny this player, who might have an air jab on that door? Who can make this a difficult endeavor? 26 seconds left until we hit critical. Will the read be there? Is information being relayed? Syrup, we saw you get aggressive on this wall once before. Will you do it again, and this time be the victor? You can't wait too much longer. You've got to brawl, you've got to take some steps. Taps away, the information is there, and it's going to be a messy, scrappy brawl, but the time will do the work. That Sleepy Gang suffering from their success as Aces close it out with a pistol shot that echoes through the arena. Aces now lead for the very first time in this series.
It's exactly what we wanted to see from Scott. He wasn't able to deliver any kind of performance, but when it mattered the most, he was able to put up so many great impact frags right there, holding down the fort to his dying breath. And I'm genuinely not talking about Maytums, who literally took it to his dying breath because he was literally suffering from being inside of that toxic babe gas. That was a little bit funny, to say the least, but still, the fact that Dumfries gets himself a quad kill to close the round off, simply doing God's work from inside of garage rafters and literally being a one-man army to close it off, was the one thing, the one missing ingredient that Aces so desperately needed to be able to get themselves the 3rd round. It's not them quite winning the half just yet. They get themselves a 4th round, we can call it they won the half, but they are definitely in the right direction.
Well, the 4-2 is certainly on for them now. It very much is. A change of tone. I am intrigued to see how this one shall unfurl before our eyes. Mentality, a massive factor, and Aces now stringing together round after round, finding success, finding their stride. Cyber, hello. This is an interesting Evil Eye spot, a funky one. I've not seen that one before. And he's even celebrating for it. I think he's found something new. I spam the C key to go, I found something that might just be the bane of your very existence.
I mean, Clubhouse has always served as one of the most wonky maps where you can get into the most inconspicuous places. I mean, you saw those really janky PS4 clips back in the day, year 1 on YouTube, of people playing Caveir that could get up on the air vents inside of church. Of course he's seen those.
Fella.
Fella.
Of course.
Exactly. Obviously that's illegal here, but that's the kind of stuff we can come to expect.
Do it anymore anyway. But I mean, that Evil Eye, it could be a factor. It could be completely null and void. I don't think it has ADSs to protect it. I believe those utility devices have been spread a little bit more around the objective, further affray. As we make an entryway, I am intrigued. We will see some players queuing up to make an entrance point from the western side. Jacuzzi, a vocal point available to them. Syrup is lurking though, hiding inside of Logi, and no drone has yet to stumble upon him. The Jaeger waiting, hunting for some prey. There might be some prey who are oblivious, as already we're seeing Sandanos dropping off the rafters, going to lower garage, and perhaps just calling off this roam clear. They're droning the top floor, but Syrup is patient, and surely this will be the freest kill ever, but no. The trigger discipline. He's waiting for more. Spack so close to a very deadly combatant, and he just doesn't know. But nor does Syrup. No information and no support. If he can find this one kill, this one critical moment, that will cause alarm bells to ring for Aces. They'll have to rotate away, but for the time being, no one knows. They're none the wiser, and this could be a very, very critical stage of this round. 1:30 left.
As you said, Syrup could have his hands on the freeze kill, but I think he wants to turn that into plural. He wants kills. He wants to decimate Sleepy Gang, so he is going to lie in wait. Maybe actually just hold out Aces until they move on to their execution and then literally rip the rug from right under their feet. Possibilities are endless over here, but Aces, with just over 60 seconds left to go, they've actually got to get a little bit of a move on. He's got an angle to work with, but oh my goodness, he misses out a couple of shots, and now, well, he's not necessarily as good as dead, but everybody knows, including their mom, where he's located at.
Those missed shots, hitting those beams, well, you know what that is? That's the dinner bell. They know there's a Jaeger upstairs, and they're surprising, no, mate, I'm surely not. He taps for the toes, and no! No, oh no! You've got to feel for that one. Syrup finds a second. The patience was supreme. Milo a third for the team. Can Syrup hunt for even more? But I think that is simply a case of damage done. Oh, from the vertical yet again. They work both ways, and I is the last one standing. 20 seconds, but it's a 5 versus 1. This round is all but over. It's all she wrote, and he will ascend to the rooftop, take some time, and talk to his teammates to his left and right. That round all fell for one single misstep. They didn't check the corner deep inside of Logi, and that was disastrous. Siege, a game of the finest margins. Death by 1,000 paper cuts is so often the case, and that time we've witnessed that unfold before our eyes. You must feel for Aces, a 3-3 split for them, a tie on the half. Still a good improvement from Coastline, but Sleepy Gang moving on to the offensive side after stealing a round.
I think we can come to a sort of gentleman's agreement right here.
Okay.
We can call it a little bit of a LAN agreement. From now on, that spot underneath the Logi desk will be known as Syrup.
Copy that. Yep. I think I'm going to call that on the rest of my cast.
10-4, good to hear.
A firm for that one. I mean, he just played that perfectly.
He did. I mean, Aces on the opposite side of the spectrum, they played it, let's say 90% good. That missing 10% of the drone work was simply underneath Syrup.
I see your 90%. I raise you they played at 99% perfectly, and it was a margin of 1.
No, I wouldn't say exactly 1, because even after Syrup struck...
Milo found 1 then.
No, it wasn't Milo. It's that nobody on the side of Aces actually bothered to actually go and maybe hunt for a refrag. I guess in that certain stage, like, you got sub 60 seconds to work with. You got to have your full focus on execing towards that bomb site. But even then, if you notice that there was a roamer on the prowl, I would say drop down Moto Hatch and try to get them while they still may be shot by awe on the bomb site itself, and then let Syrup scurry his way back to the bomb site. Now, shoulda, woulda, coulda. It's all in the past. It is all already in the history books. That round was nothing but Syrup. We have named a spot after the man, for Pete's sake. Let's move on to the side swap. We now have Aces seeing what they can do on the defense on their home map.
What home map? Typically defensive favored. Can they make it work? Can they make it stick? Well, as I say so often, only time can tell for this one. I want to see perhaps something aggressive from Aces. They haven't shown themselves to be able to take that initiative on those very first moments. We've seen Cyber so many times step up, not only find an opening, but make it 2, make it even 3. Will we see this unfurl yet again?
Maybe. I mean, Cyber is basically playing like he doesn't have a care in the world. And that's a completely good thing, because the rest of his squad completely trusts him to be able to kick off things and actually get the ball rolling when it matters the most. We might be able to see the exact same thing here because, well, he's got flashbangs to work with. You know how riflers and flashbangs work with. Come on. It's basically just as simple as it gets. Still, though, we got Milo down below, who's got a sneaking suspicion that somebody may be on the cash doorway. And he will have Dumfries to worry about on the opposing side, who has already taken quite the beating. He's left on less than 40 HP, so he can just eat out a couple of rounds and then he will surely go down, but he will have to forfeit a little bit of ground as that has been opened up. Not yet claimed, however, though, by Sleepy Gang.
1 minute 44 left to work. Still up on the roof will be Knackered. The opening kill goes in favor of Die. Milo falls. You lose that Finka, and an operator does bring a lot to the table right now. 2 grenades are gone, and the ability to heal. Very similar to what Yana brings in that same category. Shonin gaining eyes on the site. Knackered takes a sword. That's going to be an SMG-11 that sang off in the distance. Not too sure where that engagement arose, but seeing smoke plumes rolling outside of Logi, not a keen position. This round, not as fast and high tempo as we've seen previously.
No,
Aces not misstepping, not getting aggressive. The mirror window drops and falls from its frame, and Cyber sees that as an open invitation to walk on deep to Logi. He'll chase the nade and find the player involved. Can he come up with the kill? Yes, he can, but the trade is there. And Aces hold the advantage. They hold all the cards right now, and what will be the ace up their sleeve? 4 versus 3, make it 4 versus 2, and surely they can hold this without Sleepy Gang. Cue the heroics.
Let's see, Knackered with a defuse in his back pocket. Has the L85 to work with, and he's holding a long angle over towards Mattress, but shifts over as he's got a sneaking suspicion that death is around every single corner at this point. Syrup, though, yet to actually make an impact in this particular round, has yet to join in on the fun as well. Creeps and crawls with the M4 over towards Jim. And as the timer begins to flash red, Knackered, well, he strikes, he finds one. Will be iced, though, however, by Digestive. And Matems will close things off, and that is the side of Aces, getting themselves the opening round on a bomb site that we have yet to see between these two squads. Gym and Bedroom, a tertiary bomb site considered by some teams, but for Aces, that is their primary. Getting themselves a win thus far puts them in the prime position to go off to 2 more favorable bomb sites on paper at the very least. So the opportunity for them to build up a win streak and maybe, just maybe, run away with Club and force us to Cafe, it is very real, and it is breathing down the necks of Sleepy Gang.
Very, very real indeed. And how often do we see someone on the flip side of this storyline? Sleepy Gang win dominantly on their very own map, and as we go to the swap of Clubhouse, it looks like Aces seem to be in control. Will not be an easy tasking, however.
No, not going to be an easy task, though, whatsoever. At the very least, it might just be a little bit of discomfort on the side of Sleepy Gang with them not exactly just feeling in the zone to be able to actually attack that Gym and Bedroom side all too competently. Still, though, moving over towards more charted territory, let's say, on the bedroom or on the basement side, this should technically be much easier for them. They will, however, actually drop. They will drop the ace and instead bring out the thermite with his exothermic charge, so that's definitely going to, I don't want to say complicate things because you can just use 1 per hatch instead of 2 Selmas per hatch, so still you get more or less the exact same result, but I do feel as if Sleepy Gang are going to put so much more emphasis and effort over towards claiming control of dirt as opposed to aces on their attack. And we know exactly how the 2-pronged attack of Kitchen Hatch and Dirt Tunnel, exactly how detrimental that kind of exec is.
I mean, I've seen that falter and fail so many times of casting Club. Perhaps a factor of how regularly Club is, of course, played, but it's not the easiest of executions to work. It's pretty easy to establish all the control you need, but as you make that final third dart, you try to beat them out on that dive bomb play, it just never seems to stick. It's always a difficult tasking.
Yeah, because you got to clear out weapon racks, you got to clear out dummy as well, and maybe even blue. There's just, if you don't necessarily move all of your chess pieces into the right places, then you got so much territory, which is just a looming threat that you can't exactly deal with on the fly during an execution. Still though, Sleepy Gang already getting things off on the right foot. They've completely droned out the top floor, and hey presto, you've got no extra headaches to work with as nobody is out and about, so they can simply and solely focus. Never mind, digestive inside of the strip club.
I was going to try and call that one up earlier, but
yeah,
I missed my cue, missed my chance to do so.
I got you, bud. Don't worry.
It's okay. It's okay. You know, I'll have to look past it just this once. But Dai is going to be playing deep in this. Tomfoolery only gets higher at LAN, but
exactly.
We're going to have to look past that moment, as this roam presence is going to be a nightmare to deal with, depending on when they show this card. If you go too early, you can get caught out very easily. If you wait too long, well, your team could falter and fail on the site itself, and you're left to make an impactless run to try and clear the bare minimum you can. He's already deciding, okay, playing inside a strip when there's no focus here at all, perhaps not the wisest choice, and he's going to be able to find his very first victim, which will be Cyber, waving goodbye to that skeleton key. No more opportunities to pick the lock and open up that vertical angle, as what is done is done. The exothermic charge is off in the distance as Dai, celebrating in chat with a simple smiley face. Now, can they hunt them down? Can they find Malusi and find that trade? Playing deep in the corner of strip club door, not showing their hand, waiting, and just drawing out that clock. Do aces? No. The Sleepy Gang no, but Milo will find one and fire it back. An opportunity to strike and try and get some control. The player in Dirt can deny it right here, right now, but Milo taps away and takes some in trade. The smoke canister, while boosted, can do so much harm. But Forced and aggressively gets control of blue. One more kill in favor of aces in a 4 versus 3 with 20 seconds left. Oh, but Star just dropped on in. They can try and make this execution stick. The coverage is likely to be there, but Milo fires off again. The Roni finds 2 Santana. Wow, my oh my, and that leaves this round dead in the water. 3K for good measure. Individual performances stand up tall. What a flick as well.
Oh, that just felt so premature on the side of Sleepy Gang. They had basically set up everything in the prime position, but then when they got just a little bit too greedy and wanted some extra toys to play with, they decided to flip the table, and it all went sideways and south. Aces punishing them for maybe getting a bit too antsy with that execution. It just feels disheartening for Sleepy Gang in that instance. And sure, they weren't able to have dealt with Digestive until the very, let's say, 11th hour of that particular round, until he was claimed in that 1v3 scenario, but still, the fact that Digestive actually took a page out of the book of Syrup from that opening half was really, really good. You know, just be a little bit more on the roam, try to remain as inconspicuous and remain unnoticed for as long as possible, was definitely a really, really good decision for Dai to have made in that particular round, and it certainly did pay dividends. You know, you get yourself one frag, and then you might be traded out like a minute later. Who cares? You still made impact. The rest of the squad, though, they knew how to hold their ground, because they did not give SG a single inch to work with by the time the exec was finally put in motion.
So, 5-3 scoreline. This is a very different side from Aces, and I think somewhat of a silver bullet was Club our coastline for them. it just seemed like they didn't click with the map at all, and I believe it snuck through the initial stage of ban phase. They suffered for it, but a much stronger showing here on Club. Already looking a likely case that we might need all 3 maps for separation. Hello.
Oh, hi. I don't even know where you was able to get that one from. Was it from Construction Spawn Peak? I have no idea exactly where that took place. Maybe Kitchen? Who knows? Still, though, that is a frag, and that is something that Aces simply cannot complain with. Sleepy Gang, not exactly in the bin thus early on, but knackered, definitely so. Man advantage secured and bagged for Aces, so they only have 4 more headaches to worry about. And even though it is knackered, that is still 2 HEs that you no longer have to worry about. If it would have been onto a hard breacher, I would have already written this round off as 1 for Aces. Still, though, we got a long, long way to go right here.
Early days of this round, as you mentioned, and one opening doesn't decide the ebb and flow in this upnade. I think it lands. Yes, it does. Matum's been downed.
He might get 2.
This is a freebie. This is a freebie. There you go. So without having to take a single step in the building, Milo will find one, waving goodbye to Matum's. That's a bandit. Yeah. Not the highest impact operator you could have found. It is a C4 off the board, which you can never complain about, of course. Especially on this site when the default plant is so open and vulnerable from verticality down below. A minute 40, and that will be Dumfries next to fall. Milo finds a second in this round and making great impact on that thinker. The Spear 308 looks hungry for more, however, and playing around this opening single construction wall. But it's not going to get the feast as the SMG-11 denies his meal. A smoke counter to help choke out for seconds, and it's all down to the final minute 20.
Very doable for both squads. Aces need to hold out for as long as possible. 75 seconds left to drain. 70 seconds left to go for Sleepy Gang to get that defuse set in stone. Spack strikes. Finds the head of Maddie as well. Digestive chimes in. And he wants a piece of the pie. He finds Syrup, and now it's all down to Cyber, the man of the hour. Not top fragging in the server, but he could definitely come close to surpassing Die with 3 extra kills to his name. Question is he going to find him? He's going to need to basically muster every ounce of strength that he has in his body, get that LAN energy on his side, and put that C8 to work, because Sleepy Gang's 4th round depends on it. If Cyber can't close this one off, then they will be staring down the barrel of match point. He finds one. Sandonis, kiss goodbye. 2 more left to go as Spack is close in proximity with a shotgun right in his arms. He will pull out the skeleton key, but he narrowly manages to beat the smoke to the punch. If that skeleton key would have connected, my oh my, we would have definitely had a 1v1 clutch scenario on our hands.
The Mossberg remains undefeated as your king of CQB. And I tell you what, Aces so far look in demanding control of Clubhouse. They lead 6-3. They hold a match point advantage. Map 3 looks to be just only over the horizon, but Sleepy Gang, we've seen how proficient they can be. We know their coordination is next to none. Can they make this one work? All eyes, all pressure, the weight of this matchup is on you now. Time for no mistakes. You cannot make a single one. We will be going to the gym bedroom for Ace's defense, a site that started off its life as a tertiary, not wanted, not enjoyed. Now, all the pressure is on.
It is starting to mount ever so slightly. They need to play 3 flawless rounds on the attack. This is something that is very realistic. As we said, the current climate of Clubhouse leans towards that attacking side. Whether or not they're going to be able to do it on Ace's territory, on their defense, yeah, I really can't call this one at this certain point. Aces have finally come alive. After a very disappointing showing on Coastline, they are able to put up the numbers, they are able to put up the results, and they are starting to finally be activated, and they are prepping themselves to force us all the way to Cafe Dostoevsky. Sleepy Gang, I don't know exactly what can be done differently, because almost every single person has been chiming in. Everyone has been participating. If you look at the kill spread, the only person who has a surplus of kills is Cyber, and he's just +2ing Syrup. The spread isn't all that much to write home about, whereas on the side of Aces, Digestive, he is leading the charge. well surpass double digits. He is on 12 thus far. The lowest is obviously Sandana's, but he really doesn't need to have an impact as a support player. He can just like meh, yada yada, do camera work, meh, easy kind of stuff. Sleepy Gang though, I don't know exactly what's been going wrong. Execs have been a little bit dodgy at time to time, but every other thing on the checklist in the early to mid round, stellar from them thus far.
This has been a very interesting matchup so far. Sleepy Gang came into the clubhouse leading off the momentum of a 7-0 victory on Coastline. They looked to almost be riding off that high in the very few rounds, the very the very 3 rounds that you saw early. And Aces, I think they got their composure back. I think they finally got themselves warmed in, adjusted and acclimated to that LAN environment. Of course, everything feels quicker, snappier, more accurate. But I think more importantly, the mentality's here now.
Yeah, it is.
If they know they're comfortable on the
they're vibing.
That's exactly what. This is what you need to be. You need to be chilling. Your homies are left and right of you. You're able to try and play a little bit better, and they have done so. 6-3 they lead on a site that's very defensible, and it looks like Sleepy Gang are going for somewhat of an unorthodox strategy. And they're going to push primarily from the western side, rely on Sledge on that sub-roof to try and play disruption. To sit and exist and crack open these windows and make it a nasty tasking. Items behind that mirror window will not make the task of gaining control of bathroom an easy one. This fight might last the entirety of a round and come down to a scrappy utility burn in the final few moments. Expect a grenade to arrive very shortly, and down below, will it connect? It's all down the timing, and yes, it does! Syrup, that might be the opening, that could be your silver bullet, and surely, but the flank is here. No, he's gonna get caught out from below. Yes, he is, and that's gonna be Dai who finds one, looks for a second, just slow on the reaction. Syrup's in the second of a round. Cyber, in a DBNO status, it's gonna be a 4 versus 3. 55 seconds, make it a collapse! Look at that from Sleepy Gang, absolutely perfect from them. And they make it work. They finally collapse. They get one back. But we have to look at the story as an overall. Aces still hold the ace up their sleeve. They're on match point.
They are on match point. They only need 2 more rounds. 2 potential, well, attempts at actually closing off the matchup. But seriously, we have got to commend Maddie on that with the opening grenade, because that is essentially everything that managed to get the ball rolling over there. Excuse me, it was actually Milo who got the initial entry on the, was it? I'm mixing up my names. It was either Syrup or Milo. I know it was one of those two. It was either Syrup or Milo that got the opening frag grenade from down below, which was so crucial, because without that you would have had a checklist that is twice as long to deal with. You would have had to literally clear out the mirror window and deal with it from inside a jacuzzi, right? You would have to toss out flashbangs and then a frag grenade to burn the ADS, and then outright kill the mirror instead. By getting that frag, that HE kill from down below, like I said, you have just cut the amount of work you need to do in half. And now, Sleepy Gang, they are well on their way to potentially forcing us all the way to overtime, but as we have stated, time and time again, it is going to require a flawless match of Siege to be played from here on out.
Flawless game required for them. That previous round, a close attempt of doing so. We got a very small look at those up nades being such a pivotal factor. Are we in store for an SSG roam here?
Maybe.
No. Hatch is getting reinforced. Instantly goes no.
Big no. Sag. We have yet to see an SSG room, and we have seen us twice.
They're not as effective as they used to be.
And
They're rare to see. I mean, if you look at the course of, I believe, just the last 2 weekends, I had a lot of casts, and Clubhouse was played predominantly through those weekends. Those, two rounds, 2 different teams ran it for 1 single round, and it was a 50-50 win rate. It's not as good as it used to be. It's far harder to make work. Teams know how it is, and this is just a factor of the age of this map.
Yeah.
This drone spot, by the way. Aww.
I mean, it is also a lot more difficult to pull off given the fact that there is an extra doorway to work with inside the bar stock area. Which is like,
I mean, realistically, the bar stock doorway means you have that extra outplay potential as a defender. If you're holding that middle floor, you have that extra avenue of rotation. It does make it a little bit trickier, perhaps.
Could.
Milo's going to try for an up-nade again. Okay. No one's up there, though.
No one ready to receive.
And he's only going to do damage to himself. Not the start you would have looked for. At least he's still breathing after it, perhaps. And this is what I touched on, though. This is like the psychological impact of worrying about a roam presence.
Yeah.
No one's up here. There's no roam presence at all. You spotted the player in bar, and now you're concerned over it. and you're just wasting time. This is exactly what Aces want. They aren't committing utility. They aren't committing players. They're doing nothing right now.
No.
And Sleepy Gang are just drowning out the clock themselves. And we still have players like Syrup who are alone. Yes, they're taking time, getting control, and not taking risks. But you are trailing, and you could have done a perhaps better job of getting initial control. Madums is just going to top up and become stronger as this round plays out. And Milo will be the first to step into that. But no, he's going upstairs again. They don't know upstairs is clear. This is a misplay of information. This is exactly what Aces want, and they've not had to take a single step above the objective. And there's only a minute left in this round.
Pretty sure at this certain point, all they really had to think about was exactly which copy pasta they throw into all chat if it fits within the character limit. 60-ish seconds left to go, and Aces still yet to move a muscle. Sleepy Gang, I really hope to God that they have got themselves a very explosive exec right around the corner as Milo is looking to kick things off and get the ball rolling with the Spear 308, yet to find himself an entry, and that is the one thing that Sleepy Gang need the most. They need to create space. They need some kind of opportunities that have yet to present themselves, because why would Aces literally give themselves opportunities? I don't know. Still though, Kitchen Hatch, I believe is going to be opened up by Maddie the moment that next can opener goes on down, and there it is. Impact Trick is successful though by Madem, so Kitchen Hatch is not a viable avenue. Cyber, however, will continue to spot out and at the very least get a little bit of live ping information as we have 2 kills simultaneously coming out for Sleepy Gang, a third as Knacker joins in on the fun. Matem's the last player alive as he will have to basically clutch this up big time by himself with the AUG, runs out of ammunition and whips out the P12, manages to shut down Matem's as well, so this could maybe work out, but it may already be a foregone conclusion as Milo will set him in the coffin and dig him all the way, or technically fill up that grave and just leave him in the ground. That is Sleepy Gang recovering yet another round as we are going the full distance in regulation.
Overtime.
Yeah.
I have a feeling we might just see it here. Sleepy Gang finding some stride, some momentum late on here on Club. That round, a flawless execution with unideal positioning. That hatch never got opened up as the impact trick, as you called out, was a success.
Yeah.
They didn't have that avenue, that pressure that exists from that hatch merely being open.
Everything went wrong.
It came down to
Everything
guns.
went wrong for Aces.
It came down to the guns coming alive. They found the kills and just cascaded from that.
It's just so bizarre. You don't really see it all that often. Let's be fair.
It is an odd one to see that. I mean, you got to just think about this though.
Yeah.
I think Sleepy Gang just had the confidence to go, all right, we had the hatch open. They weren't relying on dropping into the hatch. It was already going to be execution from that blue side. But when that hatch opened up, they were probably relying on that moving players into the range of their rifles. But they worked it anyway. They didn't need to wait for that hatch to be the cue to trigger everything into motion. And Aces.
It actually could have been just a simple distraction to actually pull players away from inside of blue. You create a little bit of space by rotating one player over to use their impacts. That could be one of the reasons why they were trying to get Kitchen Hatch open.
Okay, I see you with that one.
I might be reading into it a little bit too much, but I mean that's why I'm the color from the two of us.
I mean, we're gonna go back and talk to players afterwards. We just threw it on because we had a spare breach.
Yeah.
That's probably what we're gonna get back. But I mean, Aces, like, they sat on match point now. This is the third round they've been holding that match point advantage. Yet they capitalized and turn it into a map victory here on Clubhouse. If they were to find that right here in round number 12, the end of regulation, they would tie up this series one map apiece and force their hands to Cafe. Not the tail just yet. Sleepy Gang finding a late surge here. Looks like a push from the western side on the boards yet again. Gym, bedroom, or site of choice, of course. Oh, this is as free as you like, Syrup. Oh no! Caught out below, but Cyber so much quicker on the draw. Read into the active threat, chased him down, and found it. Syrup, now stuck on 20 HP, is going to get stimmed up and back to his feet from the hands of the nanites in his bloodstream. Finka doing their job fantastically. Grenade going to get sent through this drone hole. No ADS to deny, so utility off that wall, likely not existing any longer. Reach available to them. We saw an up-nade land and clear the mirror window previously. That arrived at the hands of Syrup.
Yep.
I wonder will that be the case again, as we see Madems playing on the exact same position once again. Information not being relayed just yet, and I'd imagine your Maverick will be called to open up this breach The rotation happens. It's going to be towards Logi. It will be Sledge, but this time looking to try and check that corner deep. There is a player there, and he's going to bank it off the wall. The lineup might be there. Will it connect, though? Yes, it does! There's the nade. Spack falls, and it's going to be an absolute bloodbath now. He drops and finds one more. 2 in the round, and it's all falling apart for Aces. Sleepy Gang need to find one more, and Milo does it. It's going to overtime here on Club.
It is. Aces had so many chances to work with, and it constantly and consistently slept through their fingers time and time again. When we thought that Sleepy Gang may have not been able to pull themselves together and get themselves some extra rounds, well, there it is. They have been able to force us all the way to overtime. 6-6 is the current scoreline, as we do have a little bit of a pause going on, so you guys will be able to sit and chat with us just for a hot second right here, but still, my oh my, what a turnaround from Sleepy Gang. The fact that they were able to string together a hat trick of rounds to force us to OT, this means that the potential for them to close it off in a 2-0 fashion, it is very real, and it is a very deep concern for the side of Aces.
Aces are very much, I think, slipping again into that mentality problem. They led for so long, and I mean, we've been beside each other for so long in the virtual test. You've heard me say it 1,000 times, but that one more round mentality that they're falling into, I think that's arising.
That's a very dangerous scoreline to be sat on. I mean, like, for example, if you've watched a lot of football, for example, growing up, one of the most dangerous scorelines that you will ever come across is 2-0, because 2-0 is, you got that 2-goal, that 2 scoreline safety net. You think that you are safe, and then you start to get a little bit more complacent, and then you start to throw. And then before you know it, the opposing team is equalized, and the score is 2-2. And then you go to overtime, and then it's penalties, and then you lose the World Cup. And now we're in overtime, and they're about to go to the losers bracket finals.
I mean, we still
the analogy stands. You can't at me.
I mean, they're not about to yet. We have got 3 rounds of overtime, of course. I believe this was a tack timeout as well that we've been.
Oh, okay.
So they're taking some time to be able to get their composure, figure out what's going on, and try and solve the problems. It's do or die right now.
It is.
It's now overtime. Your match point advantage is gone. You're now back to a level playing field completely. It's overtime. It's going to be a shootout. Of course, bans are done in person. That means the coin toss decides who chose what side when it comes to overtime. This could play all the difference. It's been defender-sided all throughout Clubhouse so far. I would hazard a guess. Whoever gets that draw is on defense is likely to hold, I think, a 70% chance, in my books, of coming out your victor here. That could be critical for it, but this has been a back-and-forth matchup. It's not been close necessarily, but back and forth. Both teams finding strides and runs of rounds. But when they get into those strides, those rounds are dominant.
They are very dominant, and specifically on the side of on Sleepy Gang, if they're able to kick things off on the attacking side of overtime, then there is little to no chance in hell that they will drop the ball, just because of the fact that they have built up so much momentum in the last 3 rounds on their attacking side by literally beating the side of the side of Aces at their own game in every single bomb site that they have visited, whether it be the basement or their favorite bomb site being gym and bedroom. Those may no longer be seen as viable options for Aces if they are to start off on the defense side. Maybe you go to CCTV if you're unlucky enough to have started off on the defensive side. Maybe you go to Barstock, even though, come on, they're not crazy. They're not. This is not an asylum. Why would you go to Barstock? It's wrong. It's bad. Still, though, we will move into round number 13. We do have Aces starting off on the defense, and this, as I said, is a little bit of a concern for me. Sleepy Gang have been absolutely ruthless on their attack, and I fear that Aces are going to let this one slip unless that tag timeout has actually amounted to something.
I would be intrigued to see how that arises. Down to the basement we go. Aces on that defensive side we mentioned, so at least statistically they hold the advantage without having to have a single gunfight occur. I am intrigued. Will a roamer be called? Will they rely on the opposition's mental to drain the time itself? So far, no one ascending those staircases to make that move, but that might change shortly. Lineup-wise, the ones that will go to my mind is Sandanos and Dai on that roam. I think Dai more likely a candidate due to performance so far.
Yeah. The last time that he was on the roam, he was inside a strip club. He was able to get one down, and then he instantly got traded off, which is something that he's not going to screw around with this time. He knows the stakes just as well as everyone else in the prod room, as well as in the arena and green room. Actually, no, you cannot go for those kinds of plays unless they are going to actually reap some rewards. He's going to play it a little bit more reserved, a little bit more conservative. But at the exact same time, Sleepy Gang, the last time that they drew the clock out artificially by themselves, they were still able to pull off a successful exec. So Aces, they find themselves pushed into a corner with little to no options. If they draw out the clock, Sleepy Gang can still make that work. It almost feels as if they are in an unwinnable situation here. They just gotta win their ones.
Winning your ones. It's a phrase that can so often be used to describe these critical moments of Siege. A game of this level of complexity and everything spreads so awry. It's a difficult game to comprehend, but it is an FPS at the end of the day, and if you can click ahead just that bit better than your opposition, you can find some success. Third tunnel might be a vocal point of this round. I'm sure it was reinforced. Digestive damage taken, source yet unknown. Milo likely going to be the victim or the source of that because he is a little bit drained of HP himself. Dumfries playing inside of blue behind the generator, tries to put up a blockade, deny an easy push, an easy gain of control. But looking to the main stairs, creeping and crawling, but no! Cyber! He finds the opening, and he's so close to site itself, he might just be able to make this execution work. 3 bodies stacked up deep, and Milo with the nade. This is the opening they might be looking for. Matum's gonna get caught in the cross, and this is Milo popping off. That's 2, and it's gonna be a brawl for the conclusion. Make it 3 now! That was Syrup who found it. 4 versus 1. Smoke, heroics required. 1 canister out, and it's all down to this, and that's gonna be it all. Denied. Sleepy Gang deny the odds we laid before them, and they find the opening round of overtime 1 step closer to closing out this series with a 2-0.
I'm not exactly sure if this is a different shade of Sleepy Gang or Aces that we are seeing, because Aces have been nothing but dominant ever since Clubhouse had started, specifically at the start of that second half. This is their map pick. This is technically their home territory. And they are getting butt slammed left, right, and center. They cannot make any of their defenses work thus far. That is something that Sleepy Gang have just proved thus far. They are far too dominant on their offense. Regardless as to what attack and exec Sleepy Gang want to employ, they will always arise 1 level above Aces for whatever reason. We have to literally open up an entire new podcast series just to dive and delve into this matchup. Aces are in a slump. There's no way that we can deny that. And they've got to get out of it one way or another, because their tournament run potentially relies on this next round. They lose this, LB finals. That's where you'll find yourself.
Lower bracket final, not a place you want to find yourself at the end of the day, of course, remembering one team will be going home today, and no one wants to be the first to fall. Sleepy Gang so far, across both maps, when they're in their stride, when they're in that winning form, their executions, their collapses, they all arrive within seconds. They don't leave breathing time or time to think from their opposition. It comes thick and fast, and they just hit so hard.
Yeah.
Sleepy Gang, if they can find that now on the defensive side, they might be on for it. Looking at the lineup they bring yet again, I'm not looking at anything that screams a massive roam presence, but Syrup has had such an impact. Throw your mind back to when he was lying and lurking and waiting inside of Logi, who held his gun and was so clever with his...
I mean, we did already decide that spot is now Syrup.
That's true. Okay. Yeah, okay.
True.
It's now Syrup. So when Syrup was laying in Syrup with that massive level of trigger control, was able to have such an impact. So will that be their own presence once again?
Could be.
I want Aces to be quicker though. I want them to get map control. I need them to be established and get something established early, whether that's a roam clear from top down to get that map control. But this is Syrup playing instead of Adam. He's going to get droned out early, but will that work in his benefit? But he will retreat all the way back down. Stays alive, and this will likely be a slower burn of a round. With 2 minutes left, he can't go up and roam. That card's been shown, no more an option for him.
Speaking of cards, they are technically all laid out on the table. There's physically nothing that I can think of that would potentially catch Aces by surprise. They know exactly what Sleepy Gang are going to throw their way. Aces just need to one-up that to be able to force us all the way to round number 15. At the very least, they have been able to relegate almost every single one of the 5 members on the defense back downstairs to the basement, so they can now solely focus on actually exhibiting a little bit of vertical play. And that is exactly what Sundonis is now going to confirm, as well as the rest of the drones. By the way, good drone work. Entire squad, it is basically just entry for Sundonis at this point. And now that they have confirmed everyone is downstairs, you got just over 90 seconds to work with on the actual execution. Still, though, key members such as Cyber and Knacker, they're going to be paramount as the round draws on.
Minute 35, and this is the stage you want to be, getting everything opened up, getting your angles established, and forming up your core plan of execution. But Pulse relaying so much information from deep inside of Canadian. How will this one play? Moto hatch being opened and the air jab now sent and deployed. Sleepy Gang just happy to sit and wait. They know every move, every step, and perhaps every thought of Aces right now. Time dawns closer and closer, and round 15 looks like it might be fading out of grasp every second that they wait. The trigger must get pulled sooner rather than later. And now, under a minute left, less than 60 seconds, and Syrup will rotate back the generator. He will sit and exist, and I have a feeling this powder keg all around is only moments away from an ignition of kills. Sandanos, though, will be the very first victim. He's choked out with a toxic canister, will make no more steps, but no, he crawls and just about escapes its grasp. Eventually shut down, but an aggressive play by Maestro doesn't last long. No. Cyber's soul's been claimed. 30 seconds, here we go. Aces, can you survive one more round on club? It's all down the Syrup inside of blue. Can he choke and deny this play? 18 seconds to go. Information is there. Spock will find one more. The execution opening is there, but Milo playing in the deep and dark corners might be able to pounce the SMG-11. Matty will find one. 3 versus 3. Just smoke's being denied, and here comes the execution. Pistol in hand. It's all down the pulse, but the clock will do it. Sleepy Gang find victory in this series 2-0 against Aces.
5 rounds unanswered, uncontested. Literally just 20 to 30 minutes ago, we found ourselves in a 3-6 score line, and Aces had shut themselves down. That was their last-ditch attempt to force us all the way to Cafe, and unfortunately enough, it just fell right from their grasp. Sleepy Gang have showed us exactly what they are made of, and that they are a force not to be trifled with. And now, because of that, they progress onwards to the upper bracket semifinals, where they will be able to go up against the likes of Team Alpha. No, it's actually the upper bracket final.
Yes, it will be.
2 wins and you're in the grand final. Exactly. So they will go up against Team Alpha for a spot in tomorrow's grand final.
Of course. Grand final will be best of 5. No map advantage in play for that one, so all 5 maps could be on the table. Rest our voices, of course, if that is the draw we land on. But what a performance. We saw an absolute storming on Coastline, a 7-0 victory for Sleepy Gang, and it all just changed. It was such a close game. Of Clubhouse, of course, you got to think map preference for teams does play a massive factor in that, but that final few seconds that overtime in particular, Sleepy Gang, they found themselves yet again. And the story of all of that Clubhouse action was it came down to runs. Who could make the longer run? It was never a close affair. It was always teams would find 2 to 3 rounds against each other, and it would reset back to a level playing field.
Technically speaking, it did for a very, very long time, until we hit that breaking point and Aces just couldn't find themselves anymore.
Yeah, it was an unfortunate draw for them.
It was. It really, really was. If this was actually our map number 1, then boy, oh boy, I would be excited to see what the rest of the series would have had in stock. But because Coastline ended off in the fashion that it did, this is where we have to, unfortunately, send the side of Aces down into the lower bracket.
Well, it looks like we're going to be lining up for a little bit of an interview.
Yeah.
I can see someone donning. It will be Cyber to do so. I'm excited to see how this one first. Sleepy Gang have been able to find success. They got it on in. I mean, when you look at how it was, Cyber was a massive influential player, found success everywhere, did swap on roles as well. We saw Donning the Maestro, a favorite operator of mine, didn't quite make the Alder sing perhaps the way I would have wished, but was able to play that flexibility and be able to mix it up.
Yeah, that's definitely so. So we do have Cyber almost ready for the interview. We are going to, however, just take a short 1-minute break to actually set things up. But don't touch that browser, because we will be back very, very shortly with Cyber on the mics.
nice. With time, you, I know how to make me feel right. I can't help how this sweet talk. I'm already on my way. I'm pulling up, don't be late. I'm cutting through all the lanes. Sweet talk, you need to say less to me. No need for no.
Now Malu looks for a second. Oh my!
He goes for the down and gets it. Oh no, the breacher activated. Now he has a sideline.
He's gonna go. Yay! That's mean.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. I've got none other than Cyber, the top fragger in the server, alongside me for a quick little interview. So obviously, we're just going to go ahead and get right into things. I do have a couple of questions to ask, and I first of all want to start off with the obvious one. How does it feel to finally be at LAN with the boys? Is it as surreal as you thought?
I mean, it's not my first LAN, so I'm not going to be like, I'm not going to have nerves. But the boys are enjoying it. It's really fun. It's fun to see the boys fighting. Fun to put faces to the voices, you know.
Great.
But, you know, apart from that, like, we're all having fun. We're all relaxing. And at the end of the day, it's just, you know, spending good time together.
That's awesome. So the next question that I do want to sort of move directly into is regarding your performance directly, because the way that we've been sort of viewing it directly from within the casting, within the prod room right over here, is that you have a little bit more of a different role and you kind of run loose from the rest of the squad. We often see you on roams. We often see you just kind of doing the most inconspicuous, weird things that somehow usually always manage to work out because you're just that good. Is that all skill? Does the IGL tell you to do that, or how is the situation? Why is it usually so successful in the server?
Well, we pretty much just say, okay, guys, so what are they doing? And what can we do just to annoy them?
Okay.
So they're like, okay, Cyber, go do some of that stuff.
Sure.
I'm like, okay, I'll pick Jackal. Or I'll just go and sit in a random corner, because this is no disrespect, but the joining is not going to be up to top tier, so you can get away with this stuff.
We did also see that with Syrup. Like, me and Whippet literally just named the Logi desk Syrup because of what he done.
Exactly. That's what, so we know that we can get away with, like, not dumb plays, but plays which shouldn't be getting away with if you're a higher tier play. So we know we can do that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So they pretty much just tell me, have free range, go and do what you want, but make sure to come back to the team, whether going for the post plant or going for the
when it's most necessary, that's when you get back to home turf, and that's when you can just play out the rest of the round as it should be. So we honestly loved exactly what you had to offer, and if we were actually giving out MVP awards, I would gladly hand you one right now. But I don't have anything to give you besides like a ping pong ball, but we love to play with that on the desk, so you can't have that.
Can I have the pen?
We're using that for notes and for comms, so I'm sad. I'm sorry, Cyber. The one thing that I do want to ask about the actual map pool is because, you know, Clubhouse was very, very different over towards Coastline, and it did seem that obviously Clubhouse was Team Ace's pick, and they were able to put up quite a fight. But when it came to Coastline, why were you guys so utterly dominant? Do you think that Aces just never practiced or scrimmed or even prepared for that map, or were you guys actually moving into that particular matchup knowing you'd take them directly to Coastline?
It's a bit of both. Like, we're expecting teams not to be going on Coastline because Uni Siege, they like to stick with their methodical and their not strat heavy, but the maps which everyone knows. So your clubhouses, your Oregons, your cafes. They want to stick to those default maps. So we're like, okay, Coastline, revamped, new. People don't know how to play the map that well. So we're just like, take them on there, take them on gunfights, and we took them on gunfights and we won them.
That was basically it. It's simple as. Well, that is something that everyone inside of Twitch, I don't know if you guys watching at home should definitely pick up, because it is coming from the man himself. He has proved that to you in the last 1 hour and a half-ish over the course of that Beta 3, so make sure you write it down and use it in your own rank sessions. The last two questions that I have to close off is, obviously, you guys found yourselves a couple of rounds down on Clubhouse. How did you rally the troops to mount that 5-round comeback all the way to OT and then closing it off 8-6?
We pretty much said we want to see at the end, so we said we got to win.
You got to win, and you won your ones.
Yeah, exactly.
Simple as. Okay. Whew. And the very last thing that I do have to ask you is, you guys are going to be going up against Team Alpha in the very next matchup. So how are you feeling about that? And do you have any sort of intimidating words or thoughts that you want to throw the way of Team Alpha?
Just who?
Just who?
Who?
Who? Are you an owl?
Yeah.
Nice. Who?
That's all I got to say.
Who, indeed. So, Twitch chat, make sure you go ahead and spam who. You know, fancy your own spelling, but that is basically all. Cyber, I'd like to thank you so much for joining me for this quick little interview, and we will now be cutting to a short little break before we get game number 3 ready. So, don't touch that browser. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
Love you.
thinking that I could have done something, but now I'm left with an empty heart. No making amends, no waking up beside you and holding you till we forget it all. How could I know there was no second chances? Like dominoes, my life got really scattered. You couldn't keep the door shut, and now the frostbite's creeping in. 'Cause I've been stone cold since you left me here, so come home. Why won't you reappear? Things that I said came out totally wrong. Can't speak of the truth when it's tainted. I fell into a big black hole. It got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. Got me stone cold. No Wizard of Oz can undo what I've done. Completely out of luck this time. I'm stuck in reverse. I gotta get away now, but I can't seem to take the lead. Oh baby, how could I know there was no second chances? Like dominoes, my life got really scattered. Still, I find myself hoping that you'll find your way back.
No, he has a sight line!
He's gonna go. Yay! That's mean.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to the BUAL LAN Finals. We just concluded our second matchup of the day, and now things are going to get interesting because we are moving on to the upper bracket finals, the winner of which will play in tomorrow's grand final. My name is Tudors. Alongside me in the flesh, I've got none other than Jerry, the Music Man, for the first time.
Yeah, it's going to be a good one. I'm excited about this. Good to finally class with you in person.
Indeed.
Get to do our kind of back and forth thing. And yeah, this is one hell of an upper bracket final. This is the first game that we have this season and at these finals where money is on the line.
True,
Because
true,
we
by
have
the way.
our prize pool of £1,200 divided for the first and second place teams. So you win this game, you guarantee yourself a spot in that grand final, and therefore second place at the very least.
Yeah.
So very nice.
It's really, really awesome. And obviously, the two teams that are going to be playing Team Alpha and Sleepy Gang, they just won both of their respective matches. Sleepy Gang, well, actually not edging out because they were able to secure their own dub in 2 maps, whereas opposed to Team Alpha that had to take it all the way to Villa to get themselves that 7-2 win, and then they could successfully secure themselves a comfortable lead and a comfortable spot in the upper bracket final. But regardless, it should still be a very interesting matchup, and I would be very surprised to see if we don't see all 3 maps. I'm expecting all 3 maps because the caliber of these two teams, it is like sky high.
It really is. I would also be surprised if we don't see an overtime because we've seen 2 overtimes now on Clubhouse, which is insane. And with that said, I'd also be surprised if we don't see a Clubhouse. It's a map that these sides clearly favour, they want to go to, and now there's, you know, tasty fresh intel on how each of their opposition will handle it. The rest of those maps are a little bit more up in the air.
They can be.
We've been given a teaser that the map bans are a bit janky, but me and Toodles, we want to, you know, have our sort of reactions be genuine. We're going to see exactly what's happening, so I can't wait to find out where we're going.
Indeed, I can't wait to find out where we will be going as well, but that'll have to wait for just a little bit because we obviously do have to get reacquainted with the teams. In case you guys are just joining us, then don't touch that browser because it's time for you to meet Sleepy Gang.
I had a fantastic time watching this side just slap aces about on Coastline. Much tighter game on Clubhouse, but this is a roster that we are seriously going to be expecting some big things from. Personally, I have them finishing top, but, you know, anything could happen. That best of 5 at the end is a totally different beast. Full best of 5, by the way, in case you're just joining us and finding out. No waiting. So, should be very exciting. We have Team Alpha as well on the run, but no. Okay, here we go. It is Cyber. Just a little bit of a curveball there. Here we go. Cyber. This is a player that was really standing out to us in the last game and has done during the season.
Indeed, he even did actually just join us a second ago before we actually moved into this particular matchup for a short little interview so we could get his thoughts on basically how the series has went thus far. And obviously, I did pose him the question, how are you going to be feeling when you have to go up against Team Alpha for a spot in the grand final? And all he had to reply with was who. Who? This man is a different level of confident that I personally haven't come across thus far. I love the shade that he is throwing, and he can also make those actions speak at a much more amplified level with the performance that he puts on in the server. But let's go ahead and take a look at his opposition. Let's go ahead and take a look at Team Alpha.
a team. Team Alpha. And like we said earlier, they made their way here with that 2-1 win over average players only. Quite a drawn-out game. May have taken it out of their, win out of their sails potentially. Really, really tiring one. But let's hope that they're not tiring. For the sake of this game, I want it to be a fantastic one. And I think that if we're looking at anyone in particular to sort of draw our attention to on this roster, it's MC. We expected big things of him before we went in to these games today, and he certainly delivered.
He certainly delivered, and also in recent memory, the last time that I personally casted Macy, it was actually the two of us casting the very, very last play day of the regular season. And Team Alpha, they were also playing on Clubhouse versus the side of Aces, and for MC specifically, he was able to drop multi-kill after multi-kill. It was very rare that he would drop no kills or just the measly one throughout an entire round. And that can actually be shown in his KD as well and KPR. I mean, KPR, okay, fine, I over-exaggerated a little bit, but that 3.38 KD in the regular season, that is a stat line that is completely unknown to us. It is literally out of this world, to the point that this man is always carrying the banner for the rest of Team Alpha. And then you've got players such as Reich that are not too far behind. And specifically from our earlier matchup, we did see the players, for example, the likes of Mr. Joe as well, that struggled a little bit on their support roles. They were able to actually check off all of their tasks in the checklist, but in the fragging department, they've already got that covered with the side of MC and Reich.
Well, I think I can point to a couple of instances throughout their best of 3, which was a whole 3 maps, where every single one of them stepped up at different points. Yeah, MC and Reich were the ones to shine, but Mr. Joe is leading from the front. He had a couple of blundery moments, but he, you know what he brings to the team. You can see it even in the video that he is that centering presence. He is the leader that they all need. Atlantic and Aztec had their moments as well. Atlantic had a nice kind of role swap, as we found out in the interview after the game, where he moves on to a kind of more flank hold role, and that was really helpful for the team. They managed to storm 7-2 Villa, which 100%. Is a massive turnaround given their performance. And there was a really cool clutch on Villa as well from Aztec. So I think that, everyone on this roster can be very proud of themselves so far. The question is, like you say, given the kind of power levels that we've seen today, it seems as though Sleepy Gang are just that notch above.
Definitely so. I mean, in terms of just raw scorelines based off the actual maps that we saw a little bit earlier, and obviously the 7-0, the flawless victory that they were able to pick up on Coastline, that speaks volumes. And given the fact that that was the initial pick of Sleepy Gang in their own respective best of 3, that probably means that they have no shame in planning to whip out Coastline once again for this upper bracket final. I would be surprised if we don't see Coastline. Now, we are getting more or less ready to hop into games, so we do have to actually go ahead and take a look at our map bans very quickly and dive into those as soon as possible. So, we've already met the Gladiators. Let's take a look at the arenas.
I feel as though if Alpha haven't banned Coast, then they've missed a trick here. So let's have a look, see what that first ban's going to be. They have just seen a 7-0 from Sleepy Gang. There it is. Okay. That is absolutely understandable.
Yeah.
Sleepy Gang banning out Clubhouse. Interesting. I suppose it is Team Alpha's go-to, and they did just have a very long Clubhouse, so they're thinking of mixing things up and maybe making sure that they aren't very directly counter-stratted, so that makes perfect sense. But let's have a look at our first map picks. This could be really interesting potentially here. Villa and Bank. So Villa, of course, makes sense. Team Alpha winning their 7-2 earlier. Bank, first one we've seen today.
Straight out of left field. That's the only thing that I can really say about Bank. It is a complete and utter surprise in a map that we have seen far too infrequently within BUAL as a whole. So the fact that we're going to be seeing it is going to be super awesome. And it is something the Sleepy Gang has actually selected at the very least once throughout the regular season, so it is charted territory for them.
It's actually, no, they've actually banned it a fair amount.
Yeah.
So, very, very difficult.
First, it's leave. Bang.
So, we are getting a little bit of information from our producer about the maps, and I'm just a little bit confused. It might be that we're looking at an incorrect map ban phase, so we will hold back from any sort of speculation as yet. Looks like this is accurate. Okay. So it's pretty confusing here in the studio, but all fine. So yeah, we are going to see Villa Bank Chalet. That is one hell of a lineup, Tudor.
It really, really is. I mean, Chalet hasn't exactly been the best map for Team Alpha, so they're going to try to avoid stretching out this upper bracket final at all costs. They want to take out the 2-0 very, very quickly, because if we have to actually set foot on Chalet, it is a map that Team Alpha can find themselves a little bit uncomfortable given their record throughout the regular season. They love playing on Oregon and Clubhouse. Clubhouse, no option. Same thing can be said for Oregon. That was an SG ban. They played Chalet, if I'm not mistaken, once and only once throughout the regular season, and they suffered a bit of an embarrassing L on it.
Yeah, 7-2 to IOM. So it's not their best map, and Sleepy Gang have shown so far they have, of the two teams, a slightly wider map pool. That being said, it was a consideration and a worry that we had for Team Alpha going into that best of 3. You know, we knew that they would maybe struggle on Cafe. They certainly did. They've opted to ban it here very wisely. And then going on to Villa, we were unsure. But it seems as though now they are confident here, especially after that performance today, willing to show it, is where we're going to be headed first.
Indeed. So now that we've got the map bans on the way, we are getting super duper close to actually booting up the game itself. The one last piece of information that we have yet to digest are technically the full team stats. That is the last thing, but I guess we're out of time.
Yeah.
But that's completely fine. That proper Rainbow Six Siege accent is so much more better to look at it as opposed to just random numbers.
I'm absolutely fine with that. Yeah, I'm absolutely fine with that. Jumping straight into game, here we go. Villa, the rolling hills of Tuscany, as we often
where have I
refer to
heard
it.
that one before? The rolling hills of Tuscany.
It might be a Tudor and Nail line. I don't know if you've heard of him, but either way, we've got our ban phase coming on up, and we saw everyone in Sleepy Gang. Wow, everyone in Alpha rather dropping that cyber 1v1 me at the same time. That's nice. I like that.
I like that. The one piece of information that I'm missing out from that is on the classic Xbox 360 version of Modern Warfare 2 on Rust. Because that's where they need to take place. Otherwise, all 1v1s are invalid. That's just the rules of nature.
Yeah, no, you can't take a 1v1 anywhere else. Thatcher Nomad, fairly standard for Villa, and we did see the Nomad ban on an earlier Villa as well. So this is clearly just, you know, what they want to run with. I believe it was Alpha that banned the Nomad in their last Villa, but either way, this is so standard. It doesn't really matter who's taking it, who's not. Pulse going to be the ban from Alpha. I like this. I feel like Pulse is very often overlooked as a ban here in particular. Very strong science. I'm very confused. What was a waste of time? I'm gonna breeze past that. I thought our observer was commenting on the Pulse ban, but apparently it was something else in chat that I completely missed.
No.
You guys can work that out. Mirror the final ban makes a lot more sense. So we're going to see a fair amount of Kaid and probably a lot of Valk as well. First game that we have Valk let through.
Yeah, exactly. And Valkyrie is one of the operators that is one of the most highly banned on the defensive side. So the fact that she has slipped through the ban phase is going to make things really, really interesting. And Kaid, he's just another headache that teams are going to have to deal with. The one thing that I do want to touch on the subject of the pulse ban itself is that Knackered has been literally playing that for 99% of the rounds in their matchup against Aces. And because of the fact that, he's got a little bit of an iffy wrist on his left-hand side, and he just prefers to use shotguns on LAN, which is understandable. Shotguns, even the XM, they can hit like a truck from the FBI loadout. So bringing out a shotgun, it can certainly cause so much chaos, but Knackered, he's not going to have his favorite operator at his disposal this time around.
Certainly isn't. Although once he does get to go onto that attack, we know that he's very proficient with nades. As we saw in the last matchup, him on the sledge is a pretty scary prospect. That being said, Alpha also very efficient with their nades in their matchups, and we saw it even in the Rainbow Rumble. Reich was so good on that Yana. It just, memories of him tearing apart the garage on Clubhouse. And this is a map where you can certainly get some good nades off. Vertical nades are a big part of it. I'm expecting a ton of nade play as we go into this game. That being said, we are short 2 nades, you could argue, in the current meta. It's sort of standard to be bringing 6 nowadays, really. But Mr. Joe wants to lead with that Gridlock.
I'm actually really, really surprised at the overall prominence of Gridlock that we have had on LAN thus far.
Yeah.
She has been picked a whole bunch, and I mean, what's not to love about Gridlock? Besides the fact that she has a massive hitbox compared to every single other operator. She brings smoke grenades, she's got those track stingers, she's got an LMG with a fast reload as well, so if you find yourself in a sticky situation, you don't have to spend, like, literally an eternity loading the next actual line of bullets back into your LMG, so that's cool.
Yeah, she's a very helpful approach. She's large and in charge, and I wouldn't have it any other way.
Indeed, neither would I. Still, though, with Alpha on the attack, as you said, they're going to have to actually milk the maximum value out of those HEs, because if you can't use 4 of your grenades and maximize their overall usage, then you're going to find yourself in a very sticky situation. No one might present on the side of Sleepy Gang. All they really have at their disposal are the ADSs that come from the back pocket of Jaeger to catch those HEs. So, obviously, Alpha are going to try to avoid that piece of utility at all costs. We do have Macy already on Rappel as he's looking to take charge of that 90 hallway, but we do have a little bit of roaming presence down below.
Yeah, this is something that's enabled heavily by that Valk, which we can see Milo running. It's good to see one of my favourite operators make it. I was always a Valk main.
Oh
and look
my.
at this, a very early flank
Sound
coming up,
cue?
and absolutely no knowledge on the side of the attack, and just about landing enough bullets with that pea shooter of a gun to down Reich and finish him off with the headshot. Good control there, at least mid-spray by Milo. Took his time about it, but he got the job done.
I'm not exactly sure. Maybe Team Alpha didn't have 7.1 surround sound triggered on their headphones, because I can tell you that Milo was stomping his butt off climbing up those staircase. He basically got away with a freebie onto the Yana of all operators, a crucial operator that brings so much utility. The Gon 6, 2 HEs, as well as the Gemini Replicator, which is literally just a hologram that you can trade off for free. That is so much potency that has just been stripped away from Alpha really early on, and now we've basically already surpassed the early stages when we have 80 seconds left to go in this initial round. It is looking a little bit worse for wear, and dare I say doom and gloom for Alpha.
Yeah, they have a fair amount of drones out and available to them. Cyber just decides to get aggressive. That's very unexpected, and it catches Mr. Joe completely unawares. Joe falling by the wayside now. 90 control re-established, and a second for Cyber as he is just doubling down on this position, giving Sleepy Gang their advantage and giving Alpha a real headache. 2 versus 5 now, with very little going for them. C4 pre-placed by Milo takes out Atlantic. We could be looking at a flawless round, but no. Aztec will take 1 exit frag for his troubles, but it's not for long. There we have it. A very quick opening round coming for Alpha, or rather for Sleepy Gang. Yeah. Very good start.
Indeed, very good start. At that certain point, Sleepy Gang, they played the optimal version of AVG defense to the point that I didn't even recognize it was an AVG defense. That is how good it was.
Yep.
All of the action had taken place outside of the bomb sites. Alpha weren't given a single inch to work with whatsoever. Sleepy Gang, they were putting their best foot forward, immediately establishing the race pace. Alpha couldn't keep up. For whatever reason, if it may be internal comms are struggling, or they were just struggling with a bit of situational awareness to land their shots and win their ones, it went downhill very rapidly for them.
The second kill in the round is always so important, whether it's a refrag or whether it turns it into a 3 versus 5. If it goes to a 3 versus 5, you know you've got very little hope, especially if you are on the receiving end of it as an attacker. That is not what you want. You know, a minute left and suddenly Cyber just swinging you from 90 hallway. Who expects that?
Nobody.
That was just unprecedented. And I mean, I think that's a warning shot right there towards Alpha. They need to respect that. They need to know that Sleepy Gang are here. They want to hunt. They want to take these gunfights.
They do.
And you have to adjust to that fairly quickly, because otherwise you're going to start losing rounds.
It always begins with actually respecting the overall aggression the Sleepy Gang want to exhibit, and once you've respected it, hey, then you got to go ahead and one-up it. That is a little bit of a trend that Alpha may struggle to get adjusted with. Obviously, they did have a little bit of a longer break, and Sleepy Gang, they are carrying over a lot of the momentum that they just experienced on their clubhouse dub against the side of Team Aces. So Sleepy Gang, you can definitely expect them to still be properly in form, still riled up, still firing on all cylinders, and they do not want to drop a single cubic centimeter/meter, because at the end of the day, momentum is a concept. It's not something you can hold on to. A single cubic meter of their momentum, it is going to be carried onwards, and they're going to maximize it to its fullest.
I don't know if you can measure momentum in meters, right? It's a distance. So
Cubic
momentum should
meters.
be, yeah, but that's an area. Momentum is it's a velocity. You need to give a speed, right?
I'm okay. Yeah,
Oh,
sure.
yeah,
In that case, yeah, momentum would technically have to do with velocity. Yeah,
Yeah.
not wrong.
This is what happens when you stick 2 nerds on the desk that don't quite know what they're talking about. Like, I paid attention in science,
Yeah.
but clearly, like, not enough.
Neither did I. I finished with like a 6.5 out of 10 in physics, so I'm the wrong person to go to.
Oof.
Yeah.
Well, so far, I'd say Alpha are looking about a 6.5 out of 10. It's not been a strong performance from them. Today, they've also struggled. I would say going into this matchup, if you ignore the scorelines, if you ignore who they're playing against, if you just look at their raw performance, Sleepy Gang have been just a notch above in terms of their performance.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, we're going to see a TK here as Matty has to deliver a killer blow to Milo, who is wearing a Valkyrie skin. So unfortunately, for Sleepy Gang, they have to play the rest of the round out without their Valkyrie. That's going to be an interesting turn of events, and we're going to see how that pans out, because there may be some questions about her utility usage, for instance. But we'll play to the whistle for the time being. Let's assume that Alpha are going to go forward with this on their attack 5 versus 4. It's certainly an advantage.
Yeah.
We'll see if it transpires to be a round forfeit or not, but
Yeah.
we will see. Let the
We'll
admins
have to
decide
see, and
on
at the
that.
end of the day, we do have admins on site that can deliver information to us as to what exactly is going to happen to the round. So, at the very least, we'll have to put that aside for now and carry out the rest of the 65 seconds that are left on the timer right here for Alpha on their attack. The best bet that they have at tying up the score line relatively early on and not let SG run away with Villa all too early. Maddie, holding down the fort from behind the bomb chassis, is looking for an engagement. His jowls are salivating, but it will not be delivered to him just yet. He will be forced to fall off, and he's already got a different position already taken up over towards that master bedroom window. Elsewhere, though, Alpha are starting to run out of time quite rapidly as well, and it's starting to get a little bit more tough for them as Knackered will be able to shut down Mr. Joe. Ties up the score in terms of man count, but he will pay a costly price. Macy cleans him up, and that puts us back into a 4v3 scenario. Cyber looking for an early engagement to take on as MC doubles down with that LMG, finds a second for his troubles, and guess what? It doesn't even matter. You can blink once and you miss the entire round. A sea of blue. Team Alphas is the only name that is on the kill feed.
Very quick, very nicely done by Team Alpha. They, you know, hammer home that advantage. Saves us a bit of a pain with potential rehosts and what have you. They won the round. So,
yeah,
we get a 1-1 scoreline. Trophy statuary going to be attempted again here by Sleepy Gang. And they are sticking that frost. So we didn't see any kind of pressure realistically, or heavy pressure into Master Bedroom. For the most part in that round, it was very centered on kind of taking it from the 90 direction. And I feel as though that's definitely a way to go about it. They worked the advantage that they had. They're going to be switching on to that gridlock. Clearly a favoured operator for them. So we're going into the round now. Milo just dropping a little bit of an apology in chat for causing a bit of distress, but it's all fine. Early doors, I'm sure that won't really, you know, neither team's really gotten the chance to get any momentum going. So I think at this point, it's probably just bridge under the water.
Yeah, definitely so. Still though, scoreline is all equalized up. Sleepy Gang are going to revisit this bomb site, and they're hopefully going to be able to, yeah, as you said, put that one in the rearview mirror and just carry things on according to their original plan. Still though, really, really good to see that MC has the goods and he is able to deliver them, even when the situation looks a little bit dire, regardless as to who is experiencing the direness of the situation. Words can be tough every once in a while, but it is what it is. Macy, he came alive. He put up a triple kill in that round. You'll love to see it with the Zofia LMG, nevertheless, and we can continue to expect that level of, well, overall potency on his end as well. Still, SG, they're going to be maintaining more or less the exact same consistent lineup thus far, with Cyber taking up the Valkyrie this time around just to avoid any elite skin issues.
Yeah.
And we do have, obviously, the most Benelux operator known to man, who ironically is Canadian. That Frost is in play.
Yeah, and it's something we saw last round, but not to any avail. And to be honest, if she hasn't been discovered, if those mats haven't been noticed, then you might as well run it again.
Yeah.
Powerful operator on Villa. Lots of your sort of default entryways are single window hop-ins.
They are.
And there's the odd kind of vault prompt here or there that are quite, you know, sneaky that you can maybe get away with. Looks like on the side of Alpha, though, they are taking, once again, this sort of very broad approach, making sure that they clear the entire map. And the thing is, with Valkyrie on the board, it does change the dynamic of this map. It enables the ability to play from beneath, try and go for these cheeky C4s. That being said, we don't actually have any C4s currently currently in the pocket of any defensive operator. I say that because I believe Milo has a pre-place somewhere based on the UI at the top. Cyber will probably relay that information. I'd be very surprised if it's not somewhere around this sort of little choke point in the middle, either wolf or box, and it's going to be very challenging for, well, Alpha to make sure that they approach these angles safely, because they have no idea, unless they drone it out very thoroughly, whether there's a C4 beneath them or not.
Indeed. Obviously, there is only that, well, technically the one in the back pocket of Milo that,
It's
as
a
you said,
pre-place,
has already been pre-placed. So that is something like a looming threat that is going to be breathing down their necks for the remainder of this round, unless they're able to pick up on that. Still, though, they have been able to gather themselves a lot of information thus far, and at the very least, also a lot of territory. So they are already creeping up inside of Wolf and over by Zombie as well. We do also have one player outside of that closet balcony for the time being, and Cyber's looking to get a little bit antsy with him as well, but he will lose out on the engagement. That is a heads-up gunfight that Cyber maybe should have won, but the ARX is just a little bit better. Maddie, though, is going to be able to trade it out, as Atlantic will be cleaned on up, and MC, vaulting in through Wolf, is looking to get himself even more. He
will be continuing to wait, and he just gets knackered at the right moment. Oh, they line up for him. He bags the double, and Mr. Joe to close it all off. That is a round for Team Alpha, and that certainly looks so much more dominant.
Absolutely did. It's what they needed, and they've collected now 2 in a row, attacking that same site. Sleepy Gang, I mean, wisely, they're going to head back to AVG, because that has been the stronger site for them. Virtually flawless, as we mentioned, in that very first round. Since then, they haven't had the same luck on the other half of the map. And I mean, so far, we haven't seen the Valkyrie pay off for that defense, but it did net them a C4 kill that pretty much sealed the deal in the very first round. So you can understand why it's being stuck. I mean, there's no reason not to bring such a key operator. But I think I was saying in the middle of that round that it really does change the dynamic of this map. A lot of the time when you have a top floor hold on either side on Villa, with the Valk ban that we see so often, it's about extending laterally, trying to hold as much ground as possible and falling back. Here, you have the option to roam downstairs, play a bit more turtly, force the attackers to have to drone every nook and cranny of an empty building, and then they approach the site through these bottlenecks where C4s can be deadly. So all you have to do realistically is protect a few kind of bottlenecks downstairs, which is generally quite easy to do with Roma when there's so much utility and time invested as an attacker in the sort of lateral play. That's a tasty little Valk cam.
I haven't seen that one
before. No, very nice. Destroying a little piece of artwork on the way, but I'm sure the art buffs in the audience won't mind that one.
Nope, and neither would the actual owner of this villa, because he's got so much artwork just hanging around, it can be so easily replaced.
Yeah, I don't like to think too much about the owners of all of these buildings, because the constant renovations must be just, you know, burning a hole in their pocket.
It would. I mean, just imagine the amount of phone calls they have to spend with contractors like, yeah, someone screwed up the fireplace in my literal chalet over by the French mountains. Oh no, somebody's ruined all of my wine barrels and my entire stock of wine in the rolling hills of Tuscany gone.
It's just wine overflowing. Yeah, there are some buildings that in game cars have crashed into, like Outback, for example.
Yeah,
like I don't understand why you just let that stay there.
Oh, but that's okay. That one doesn't make sense. But Outback has lore because it is like a nuclear waste truck that crashed into the Outback, and then you have Gridlock and Mossy, who are the first response unit.
You'd think that given that the owner of Outback had, you know, the recent rework done, they'd have gotten rid of that massive wreckage
in that
inside
sense,
their building. Very,
I would have too.
Yeah, I suppose they decided to keep it. It does look interesting. It adds character. They're running a diner essentially, so. You know what, to be fair, there are a lot of diners that have like that kind of, you know,
they have that aesthetic.
Corvette through the roof kind of look. Like there's like a thing that you can do.
Yeah,
there's a lot of them. Anyway, let's turn our attention to this round. First minute of the round, 5 versus 5. You'll forgive us for talking a bit of bollocks, but here we are.
Indeed, here we are. We do have MC on the drone gathering a little bit of information as that Evil Eye will be waved goodbye to, courtesy of the Gone 6. C4 already tossed on out. It's not going to connect with anyone, and Reich is going to prep one of those HGs to toss directly into the vault, and I don't believe that it connected with the Electroclaw because it's kind of underneath the floorboard or just somewhere else in a very unconspicuous place. So the vault wall can't be opened up just yet. Alpha are going to have to continue to hammer away at this vault door, at this vault wall, I should say, for just a little bit longer.
They need to watch their feetsies. Atlantic may be treading in dangerous waters as, of course, the prone angle from the Maestro through the drone hole can deal a lot of damage. Looks like he may have fallen off that position for the time being. We hear the first of 3 toxic gas canisters go out from Syrup, and it's going to be used to deny the 90 push, or that West Hall push. That's an interesting one. Now we hear a smoke go out towards the default plant. That may be to just bait some utility. There are plenty of C4s on the side of Sleepy Gang to be spent. Couple, it would seem. And yeah, this could be a bit of a trade back and forth. We have 35 seconds left in the round, Toodles, and I think that this is probably going to be a bit of a kill fiesta at the very end.
It is going to be a bloodbath, so make sure you've got none other than Mick Gordon's Rip and Tear ready on your Spotify playlist. Here we go. Milo's going to be able to kick things off. Reich and the rest of the squad engulfed in toxic gas. Alpha, they cannot push in through that B-bomb side doorway that has been completely locked off indefinitely. Maddie will be able to find one onto Aztec, and guess what? Cyber is going nuclear. Atlantic will be able to get one dignity frag, but that is just about it. Time expires, and he is locked out. Sleepy Gang will tie things up once again. We're back at 2-2.
That was a little underwhelming. I was expecting a lot more kills, but it was
same.
all Sleepy Gang.
It was all
Sleepy
SG.
Gang. That was just, yeah, an utter slaughter. Lambs to the slaughter there, Alpha. They're not showing us to be the lions that we think that they should be. That was really hammily worded, but ham is a pig and meat, and lion meat is not readily available in stores.
No.
There we go.
I'm pretty sure you would have to grind the heck out of lion meat, though, to be fair, just so you can make, like, lion meat schnitzels. I think those would be tasty.
I mean, like, lion is cat. I don't think you can eat... Like, I don't know anyone that eats cat of any variety.
Some indigenous species do it. We won't mention them for the sake of the broadcast.
You say species, you mean people, of course.
Yes.
Yes, fair enough. Well, I'm very uneducated, so let's just move on. Sleepy Gang, they've done that edge again. 3-2. I think so far it's just been a battle of sites, right? They've won every AVD defense. They've lost every trophy defense. They now finally go to a different site.
Hooray!
And we've got a kitchen here.
Okay. Obviously, I'm not going to make any cooking up jokes just yet because prep phase.
We love.
They're preparing the ingredients for this defense. That's what they're doing.
I mean, I feel like food puns is like the caster's go-to. There's
Always.
so many, so many. It's so easy to slip in.
Let's see exactly what we can slip into. I mean, we can definitely slip into the pantry at a certain point and just kind of rummage through it.
I might slip into the bedroom at some point.
That's not a bad idea.
Slip into something more comfortable.
Yeah, as well.
Yeah, certainly an option. I think I hear. Is that a wild whippet next door?
It could be a wild whippet next door.
I think he heard me.
Ah.
Yeah. He's gonna come running in any second. All right. So.
Yeah. So.
It's again the gridlock being stuck. I'm amazed at the way that this is being hard stuck. Although less amazed because of the fact that we got this nomad ban in place. You want something to deal with flankers that you can kind of just set and forget. Zero is not quite the substitute for nomad.
No, because you have to be active on the SAM cams like almost all the time.
On other maps it works. Here it's you kind of need all guns up.
I mean, to be fair though, you could use those SAM cams in a completely different manner, like for example shooting them through the floorboards. If you know the right spots, then you could be able to take care of utility from basically anywhere, but that's what you got operators such as the sledge for. Why screw around with SAM cams when you can just sledge it open and then pew.
And if you need it from beneath, then the buck is just as good as well. And yeah, the thing with the SAM cams is they're not, strangely for Sam Fisher, the designer of the operator and his lore, is not very stealthy. You hear those.
Yeah,
they come through the floor, you know about it as a defender, you're immediately going to shoot them. There are very few stealthy SAM cams.
I don't know what it is, but Sam Fisher, he took a turn for the worse ever since he went out of retirement from the Ghost Recon, not from the Ghost Recon, from the Splinter Cell series. He joined Team Rainbow Six and is like, screw it, I'm going to just forget all the 40 plus years of training I had. Poor man.
It's a shame.
Yeah.
So much potential. I feel like he's surging in popularity, to be fair. We just haven't seen him this particular game. We saw a bit of him on the last one, so
we did.
He is in the strat book. He is in the arsenal of these players in stream right now.
Hey, some action!
There we go. We only had to wait 1 minute 40 for that, and finally Cyber detonates that C4, blows Atlantic to Kingdom Come. No more hard breach.
Nope, and he's already been able to get himself his 5th frag, ties things up with MC as well, but he's certainly hungry for a little bit more. Obviously, we've got those black guys that can feed live intel, but he will be lit up, takes a mess load of damage, and will be forced to go back downstairs into the basement and live to fight another day.
Bomb located by attack.
It's a very slow approach here from Alpha. They're still trying to fish for these vertical kills. A couple of trades coming out there as MC goes down after finding Cyber. Still defender advantage, and they just can't find these vertical kills. I was saying this about Villa earlier. These teams need to go for the lateral a lot quicker here. Alpha, they are digging themselves a hole in a weird sense because they're actually creating holes beneath them. Finally, Mr. Joe grabs something for his troubles. Syrup going down, a very key fragger who's yet to wake up on this particular map. Cyber gone as well. He's going to fall on the shoulders of Milo mainly if we look at the numbers, but Knackered goes down. Mr. Joe really making that LMG work. Matty's caught on the rotate. 10 seconds left, but Milo, he can try and deny plant. He finds one. Does he have the intel? Does he know how close Mr. Joe is? No, right on the cover with the long angle from Memorial will just about be enough to give them the round. What a turnaround from Alpha.
It was quite the turnaround, to say the very darn least, but I think it was just more of a stroke of bad luck for Sleepy Game because they unfortunately walked into almost every wrong corner, into every wrong line of sight. Like, for example, the initial kill in that 3v3 situation converted it into a 3v2. That was simply a verticality kill, and Syrup was like, what?
You could see me. My pixels were exposed to you, my dear sir. How? And then the next kill, it was, what? Reich literally just had to open his arms with grace as somebody came raining upon him from the heavens. It was just a little bit of unfortunate, just unfortunate events on the side of Sleepy Gang. And Team Alpha were like, yoink, I'll take those, and I shall punish you for those.
It seemed as though they were reacting to certain call-outs. For instance, there was a player inside of Memo, and you saw someone run out of dining.
Yeah.
Library, expecting to have a kind of free kill with the angle that they'd opened up into Memo, but at the same time someone was dropping from the balcony and just saw them and easily sprayed them down. So yeah, just a couple of moments of maybe poor timing, slight miscommunication potentially, but yeah, that really should have been Sleepy Gangs. And it's surprising because when we were watching Alpha, they were the ones in their earlier best of 3 that were being a bit sloppy, making these mistakes. Right now, we're looking at them, and actually in general, they've been fairly tight, besides the rounds that they've lost, which have been absolute walkovers for Sleepy Gang.
They have thus far. I mean, obviously the one, as you said, the 2 rounds of Sleepy Gang we've gotten thus far have been complete, just absolute stompages thus far. But other than that, they've really struggled with his defenses. Still, though, they are going to return back downstairs to this dining room and kitchen bomb site for the very last round of the first half. They need this 3-3 split. They need to move into the second half tied up. Otherwise, Alpha are going to win the half, and that sets them up very strongly for a defensive side. And at that certain point, Villa's starting to slip for Sleepy Gang unless they get this third round. So it is crucial that they get everything that they need in place, that they scrape everything back together, and ensure that you've got the likes of Milo, Cyber, as well as Syrup performing at their absolute best, because Syrup is still sitting on a goose egg. That is very uncharacteristic for one of the top fraggers in the server from their last best of 3.
Yeah, we know that Alpha are strong on attack when it comes to Villa as well, dealing that 7-2 earlier. The way of APO, it looks like they are continuing in that strong vein of form.
Yeah.
The potential of getting a 4-2 split like they did earlier, then it may just be a formality once they switch onto the defense. They didn't lose a single defense against APO. Of course, Sleepy Gang represent a notch above from what we can gather, and maybe will pose a little bit more of a threat. They need to try and get this round to prove me wrong, at least for this round right now. Once we switch onto the defense for Alpha, we'll see if Sleepy Gang can muster attacks, but look at this. Cyber, with plenty of intel, gets some fresh yellow pings, tries to go for the long spray. It's a difficult shot to land, even if you do know someone's roughly there. You're pretty much gambling, so maybe the wrong move. They don't have any C4s left, it would seem. All of them spent. Atlantic will find Cyber, and all of these explosives are for naught, it would seem. If Sleepy Gang lose that body and are now forced back into the site.
So Alpha already drew first blood, and now they're looking to tear their way through again. Maddie, once again, vacating the pantry and at the very least going back into the bomb site as MC doubles down. Syrup now down for the count. 5v3 as Milo's trying to make a little bit of magic happen, and the pre-fire is good. Atlantic falls, and so does the diffuser, now knackered on the prowl, unknown. Alpha doesn't know exactly where he may be. As he maintains control of that red staircase, he can still hold on to it. As you pointed out, a lot of uncaptured territory for Team Alpha, but I have a sneaking suspicion that once they feel comfortable with the verticality work that they have done thus far, they will eventually go down below. But I guess not. Maybe you just have Wright go on an absolute tear as he finds his next kill of the round. Knackard takes control of the top floor, but he loses the gunfight, whiffs the shot with the MP5, and now it's down to Maddie, who is able to secure a double. The collateral is good. Now he needs 2 more as he has control of the diffuser. It's not yet recovered. Alpha need to stick the plant as Maddie takes a moment to breathe, ever so slightly, goes for the swing, right into his death. MC, will be able to pick that one up, and that is Team Alpha securing the half with their 4th round.
Oh, it took them a little bit of time, but Alpha finally figured out that entire dining site was completely vacated. Sleepy Gang opting to expand their territory at the death, making sure that they meet the attack head on, but they didn't account for a laundry push, and that is exactly where Alpha struck. 4-2 now. Their reward for a good plan and a well-executed take is that 2-round cushion going into a defensive split on Villa. This could not be better for them.
It seriously couldn't be better for them at all. They are basically setting themselves up for success. There would be very few ways that they could falter and actually lose rounds consecutively unless they somehow just switch off their brain, which I personally do not see happening at any time.
But speaking of brains needing to be switched, I guess Sleepy Gang for this attack, they need to switch theirs on because their spot in the grand final relies on this particular matchup going very, very smoothly. Whoever is able to secure Villa puts himself one map away from securing a spot in the grand finals, as well as a piece of the juicy cash prize pie.
Absolutely. And just to zoom out a little bit as well, the importance of this particular series and who comes out in the best of 3 cannot be understated. You win this, you don't need to play tomorrow morning. You don't need to worry about getting up early and having the potential of a best of 3 followed by a best of 5.
Exactly.
That is,
you can sleep in.
Yeah, you can sleep in. You can make sure that you're well refreshed, that you don't have this issue of, you know, running out of steam just before the very end. Of course, you don't get the map advantage, but that is a real difference maker when it comes to these LAN environments, especially for players that are new to it potentially. Realistically, only person here that has had any sort of LAN experience, especially in recent times, certainly in recent times at least, is Syrup with that SEL win that he managed to garner. At the moment, he's arguably underperforming to his standards still on that donut after a first half. He's going to hope to have a much better second go at things rotating onto the attack, and we are seeing that 0 come out.
Yeah,
Sam is showing his face.
Indeed, it is great to see that Sam is finally making an appearance over here. Hopefully he'll be able to be put to good use in this particular round, which, well, Sleepy Gang, they are tasked with attacking the top floor of AVG, which doesn't seem at all a surprise. What is a little bit of a surprise is the Goyo being stuck by Atlantic, an operator that I personally have yet to cast today. But naturally, that is something that Team Alpha probably just favor a little bit more than Sleepy Gang, and that is something that's been shown in Sleepy Gang's defenses across the course of today. This is still going to be a lot of extra utility that Sleepy Gang are simply going to have to deal with. There is no way that you can sort of wiggle your way around it, and they are doubling down with catcher utility. When my pancakes are present, those ADSs are present, you've got 2 Goyo shields to deal with. That is a lot of utility commitment that Sleepy Gang simply have to lay down on the table.
There's also quite a variety of secondary gadgets. I think you see every single kind of secondary gadget on the defense almost.
Yeah.
With 2 C4s instead of, I guess, what's the one we're missing? There's definitely one we're missing. Quiz time.
It is either Shield or Bob. Is it
It's
Bob?
Shield. It's Shield.
No, it's Proxy Mine.
No, it's Shield. But they have the Goyo.
Oh yeah, true. They have the Vulcan shields.
They basically have everything.
They have everything. Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
That is almost same thing for the attackers as well, except for yeah, we basically got everything except for Claymores.
Yeah, but you've got the 0, which does a similar job. So yeah, it's all about just making sure you have something to do these jobs.
Perfectly balanced, as all things should be.
Thanos would be proud. So we have ourselves still a 5 versus 5. 1 minute 20 remaining. Milo looking to try and get a pick from beneath with that nade sort of default location onto the sofa, but it doesn't quite tag up Macy, or MC rather, as much as he would like.
Still, though, it softens him up, so a couple of body shots are going to put him 6 feet under almost instantly.
True. It looks as though they are sort of slowly vacating the site, realizing that there isn't actually any pressure as of yet towards Study, and maybe leaning a little bit too heavily on that location. They've got one still top of main, a couple of bodies move around, it looks a bit more standard now. Cyber the first to go down, however, as MC will strike with the carbine.
Okie doke, so now we got a little bit of action to chomp on. Aztec holding down the fort, and he will be able to actually catch an unaware Milo on the main staircase, so that is a 5v3 scenario now secured for Team Alpha. They are looking ripe to win this round. 30 seconds left for Sleepy Gang to make a little bit of magic happen, and we've got Maddie trying to lead the charge. Syrup has coverage with that the S3000, I believe it's called. Gone 6 also equipped, so he can try to deal out a little bit of extra damage and clear out util, but still, as the timer continues to flash red, they need to get a move on. MC shuts down Knackered, and Syrup will be able to flick for 1, but not the second. The Mossberg is good, and Mr. Joe wraps in for the 2-piece, denies the plant. 60 FOV. Joe, really? I guess it gets the job done. That is Team Alpha, expanding their lead now to 3 rounds.
I was going to say Joe's a really tall guy. Maybe that has something to do with it. Distance from the monitor. I don't know. It doesn't make any sense. But either way, yeah, I don't understand the 60 FOV thing personally. I'm a 90 man. But either way, they managed it. Alpha now 3 rounds ahead with a very solid defense there.
Oh, yeah.
They just snowballed the advantage, didn't they? It looked a little bit toothless from Sleepy Gang at times. And while this is not necessarily the performance we've expected from Sleepy Gang based on how well they've done today,
yeah,
this is telling of an Alpha side that really like Villa.
I can't even remember or recall the last time that Sleepy Gang actually played on Villa. It must have been like many, many moons ago. And it might not necessarily be a map that they have worked into their overall pool, and they could have potentially banned it out, but naturally you only get that many bans to work with, so something that they couldn't have actually opted for. Yeah.
I can tell you that they I don't know how many times they played it, but they had their closest game of the entire group stage against APO on Villa. With 8-6 it went to. Everything else they won in regulation. So, yeah.
The possibility for them to force us to overtime, it is real, however long ago that matchup may have been, but if they continue to play like this and Team Alpha are just on an absolute tear once again, then Alpha are looking ready to secure themselves their second 7-2 victory on Villa for the day.
Yeah, that could be something. Final stat line for you. This could be the first map that we see Sleepy Gang lose.
Yeah.
Yeah, they literally haven't lost a map that they have played throughout the whole season. Getting here with that 2-0. Came close, admittedly, on that clubhouse in the last series against Aces, but this is looking like a royal stomping from the Lions of Alpha. So, Mr. Joe, finishing off some sites set up. Wants to open up that rotate so that there's a bit of an escape route for what is, I believe. Oh no, it's a kitchen defense. There we go. I thought we were setting up for. I thought we were setting up for a trophy defense. So I got a little bit confused there.
That would have been wonky if it was a trophy defense.
Yeah.
Still,
this makes more sense.
Indeed, it does make a little bit more sense. Going to be interesting to see exactly how Sleepy Gang are going to handle this particular scenario. Obviously, we've got Floors for the first time, and I think Cyber. Well, he's tired of being. Never mind. He just got shut down. That is a GN and a half. Goodness gracious! He tried to take matters into his own hands, and Mr. Joe basically just said, haha, no, not for you.
Yeah. We found out that Cyber's name is called Cyber with 2 R's because he likes the idea of Cyber go burr.
Shotguns don't go burr, I'll have you know.
They don't. So,
if anything, they go ka-chunk.
Yeah, so Cyber ka-chunk from now on. He's on cams for the rest of it. Get on cams!
He's flashed. If he's flashed, he can't look at his phone.
But no, Cyber's dead. Get on
Cyber's that? Oh, yeah, no.
Get on cams, man.
Mixed up with me. Get on cams,
Get
Cyber.
on cams. What are you doing? Milo goes down to MC, the Jaeger. If that was a flank, then I'm done. It was a player on Astro Stairs. Okay, maybe that's slightly less,
not
heinous.
Great. Yeah, still
They have no... You've got 2 players droning actively, and the dead players are not on cams. Thank you, Milo. Thank you so much for actually doing this. All right. And he's back on player. Okay.
There we go. I guess they don't have any extra pre-placed drones. Still, though, they're going to have to try to get themselves out of the hole with 3 sole survivors. Sleepy Gang looking a little bit worse for wear, but Maddie, at the very least, can start to lead the charge. And as I say that, I'm going to have to eat my own words because Aztec has absolutely ruined him. Syrup and Knackered, 1 kill each to their name, and that will not be amplified. Reich on a tear. Finds 1 as Syrup is able to claw it back just by 1, and he's got 4 more players to power through. Inching his way over towards that mudroom, he is able to find a first and a second as well onto Aztec. Currently on the triple, he needs the ace to clutch. 1 currently on the opposite side of the chassis, just tucked in behind that little porch table. He sends in a Rotera drone and immediately blows it up. Likely, I think it actually ran into a mute jammer, so that's not ideal. He flashes himself as per usual and charges on in. He's inches close and he will be able to find Mr. Joe. The quadra kill has been secured, but the ace is needed. Atlantic with the Kector in tow may be flashed out, but he avoids it, dodging and weaving his way through to the A-bomb site. Syrup opts to stick the defuse, falls off, and Atlantic is prepped and ready. Syrup, so close, inches away from greatness, trips at the last step.
And that Kona station that gave him health at the very end, almost acting as a proxy alarm in that situation, giving the Goyo the information he needed to find that shot. And I mean, it was a close one, much closer than it should have been for Alpha, but they get that across the line. And Sleepy Gang, I have to say, there's some serious problems going on. I don't think we've seen them really suffering, really under the cosh in a very long time, and this is a Sleepy Gang that I haven't seen. Do they have the mental capacity to turn things around now, or will they just have to forgo Villa and do a mental reset for the next map?
Honestly, at this certain point, I hate to be that kind of person, but I gotta say, obviously, keep your mental in check and at a maximum today, because if you're not able to do that today, then tomorrow's gonna be even a worse day. If you drop to that lower bracket and make it back to the grand finals and even win that, you're looking at a maximum of 8 gameplay hours, which is rough for Sleepy Gang. They need to turn themselves on right here, right now. It might not happen on Villa per se, but it needs to happen on Bank.
Yeah, I would say in hindsight as well, this is probably a fantastic map for Alpha to have come to, just based on the kind of map information that you get from Sleepy Gang. They played almost every single map during the main season, and Villa was their closest one, as we mentioned. Of course, they won all of the maps that they played, but if you're going to pick one to go on that you have intel on them for, this is certainly smart, and we've seen Alpha. They are rolling with it. They are so comfortable here. 6-2 says it all, in my opinion. 4 chances to secure that regulation win, and even then you've got the buffer of overtime at least guaranteed. So Alpha, just one more foot across the line. That's all it will take here. You're going to try and do it by starting on a trophy defense, and I mean, this could be it. This very, very easily could be it.
Yeah, definitely. So all that stands between them and a map up is just 5 frags. All they need to do is shut down Maddie, Syrup, Cyber, and Knackered, as well as Milo, in a near flawless fashion, and that is a scoreline of 1-0 already bagged, and then they can definitely push out a little bit of a sigh of relief and move into bank and just see what happens, because, hey,
yeah,
it's bank.
It's bank, yeah. I mean, that is the win, can't kill all of them. It works. I've tried it.
Yeah.
I don't get very far quite often, but I have tried it, and I can tell you that that works when you want to get a round. So, Minnow sitting beneath. He's got nades in pocket. Now, this is important because you can see the roam presence extended towards AVG itself. It looks as though, actually, already Alpha have fallen off it. That is a very quick retreat from this position. They've decided they want to play off the intel. They are notably not taking a Valkyrie.
Yeah, they're not taking a Valkyrie, but I don't really think it's the most necessary of items. They've got plenty of C4s. As you can see, there's 3 of them.
But like, no intel to work off besides the one bulletproof.
I mean, yeah, sure. The one bulletproof, it's not great, and you might be face-checking a couple of things, or because of the fact that they have already retreated so early on, they just plan to hold angles for the next 105 seconds. That may also be a possibility. At the very least, they have now relegated Sleepy Gang to 4 drones, so that is one of the main reasons why they drew out so early from AVG, because they just shot out all of the drones, playing the map as well and just falling back even further into their own territory. It puts Sleepy Gang in a very awkward position right now, because they've already expired a lot of their own clock to the point that we only have 80 seconds left, and Sleepy Gang are looking worse for wear. No intel, except for those 2 drones that still are active, as well as 3 Rotero drones, which are only active for, give or take, 14 seconds until you detonate it to grab a smidgen of info.
So again, a very close round. There's 5 players on both sides, still up with a minute remaining. This is becoming a very familiar story between these 2 sides. They're very happy to play it safe or passive on either side of things, but there we go. Aztec finally stepping up at the minute mark and finding Milo. The Thinker dealt with. Man advantage for the defense, but Cyber manages to push into the site and take down Mr. Joe for that pivotal refrag. Knackered now walking on into Closet. He has that master bedroom presence. You can see the 2-2 split here from the attackers. They want to pinch the defense between them, sandwich even, make mincemeat out of them. Cyber with a beautiful shot down into the memo door, taking out Aztec. Syrup trying to stick the planter, but Reichwell could deny it. Knackered gets the refrag, 2 versus 3. Defenders still have time on their side. They find one, but get down. Atlantic now alone. Cyber with the triple on the round. He has a C4 Atlantic, and he gets the kill. They're just walking into him. They didn't expect the master flank. What a fantastic clutch there from Atlantic, just slipping under the net.
Oh my goodness, Atlantic. Only 25 bullets. That is all he had to work with, and it's all he needed in the Vector itself. Easily gets the 1 onto the sledge by the bomb chassis, immediately flicks over towards Astros. The information was still fresh, and that is Team Alpha getting their second 7-2 victory on Villa today. A particular stat and score line that is completely unknown to us. The first time that we have seen a team be that dominant on one sole map against 2 entirely different squads. It is great to see that Team Alpha has still got so much stride in them.
Yeah, and I mean, the only team that really have surpassed them today in terms of an individual map performance are Sleepy Gang on Coastline, which was the immediate first ban from Team Alpha. So they've reacted well to ban that, and maybe you look at that ban phase and you think, hey, Sleepy Gang, why didn't you ban Villa, right? That 7-2 victory that Team Alpha managed to gain earlier maybe should have been a warning, and they've just replicated it.
Shoulda, woulda, coulda. Obviously, there's still so many unknowns, so many questions that still need to be answered. We are going to cut to a short little break, but when we are back, things are going to get rowdy as hell because we are moving to Bank. Stay tuned. We'll be back here with map number 2 to see who makes it to the grand finals in just a couple of minutes. Down Malu looks for a second. Oh my!
He goes for the down and gets it.
Oh no, the breach activated. Now he has a sideline.
He's gonna go. Yay! That's mean.
through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I
could run through the fire.
Conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire, I could conquer the night. If I can make it, if I try to draw the red, I could, I could, I could, I could,
I could run through the fire.
Keep thinking that I could have done something, but now I'm left with an empty heart. No making amends, no waking up beside you and holding you till we forget it all. How could I know there was no second chances? Like dominoes, my life got really scattered. You couldn't keep the door shut, and now the frostbite's creeping in. 'Cause I've been stone cold since you left me here. So come home, why won't you reappear? Things that I said came out totally wrong. Can't speak of the truth when it's tainted. I fell into a big black hole. It got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. Got me stone cold. No Wizard of Oz can undo what I've done. Completely out of luck this time. I'm stuck in reverse. I gotta get away now, but I can't seem to take hoping that you'll find your way back to me. 'Cause I've been stone cold since you left me here. So come home, why won't you reappear? Things that I said came out totally wrong. Can't speak of the truth when it's tainted. I fell into a big black hole. It got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. It got me stone cold.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to map number 2 from our current upper bracket series between Team Alpha and Sleepy Gang. This is sure to be a banging one. Map 1 just concluded, and it was Team Alpha's dub that they took on Villa 7-2, and now we're going to be shifting gears and getting funky. We're going on to Bank. My name is Tutors. Alongside me, I've got none other than the gorgeous Jerry to accompany me.
Very lovely of you. Yeah, this is the game. This is the game I've been excited for. I predicted that this would be the upper bracket final, and I'm decent good prediction, so I'm gonna keep giving myself that pat on the back. But I think that so far this has subverted my expectations. Right? I didn't expect such a dominant win from Team Alpha on Villa. It was just a little bit. It has me on edge, right? Because I have Sleepy Gang as like they're the hill I'm going to die on for this one. Yeah. I'm willing to say that this is. I basically put everything in my predictions, like you know me. So
you put all your Twitch channel points.
Exactly, basically. So I need to make sure that Sleepy Gang wins. I'm going to use the power of the Caster's Curse. To say that Team Alpha they take this in 2 maps.
I'm going to, I want to say Uno reverse card, but I feel like a Yu-Gi-Oh! Trap card is much more appropriate for this scenario.
You sending me to the Shadow Realm.
Because I've got Team Alpha as our grand finalists. Not grand finalists, but just the outright winners of the tournament, and then Sleepy Gang as the runner-ups. And so far, Team Alpha have yet to disappoint me. They have been doing a bang-up job of getting one step closer, inch by inch, to securing their spot. Obviously, we are just about ready to roll and actually hop into map number 2, which is Bank. And this is a map that the 2 of us specifically have yet to cast together. This is a map that I've probably casted a solid 3 times since its reintroduction into the map pool as well. So it is more or less like new territory for me in the casting realm. Obviously, I did used to cast it like way back in the day, like back during the Go 4 ESL days.
Yeah, it was a while ago. And I mean, not too much has changed, right? You've got basically the main thing I feel as though has changed is you've got, the window changes to make CO a little bit more playable on the defense. You've got some moving around of items and bars on the bottom floor, some hatches. I feel like the biggest change, quite honestly, is the hatch being gone from open area, right in the middle of open area in that hallway on the top floor. And that has made open area, like, by just that singular change, the sort of one of the most primary sites, or one of the most popular sites, it would seem. It seems as though the jury is still out, to be fair, with a lot of teams still trying to find their feet there. But yeah, I do like seeing a bit of an open area defense. It's really interesting when you can extend into tellers, castle, mirror setups, all this jazz, all the things that make me kind of really interested in Siege with the sort of sculpting the map to your own making. Obviously. So as we get on into Bank, we should be ready just now to throw on over to see where it is we know where it's going. We're going to see where the bands take us.
Yeah, exactly. The bands that are going to be taking it, I'm obviously just, really, really certain of the fact that we're going to see Thatcher being the first person to go. But as far as the other bands are concerned, yeah, we could see the relatively standard BUAL stuff of maybe seeing the Jackal gone, but instead a curveball being thrown at us. The Twitch will not see play, and that is a question mark and a half. And I mean, it could be for good reason, because obviously Twitch has received a really, really great buff in the couple of recent patches that just came out. Not the one from last week, but just a couple seasons ago. Twitch runs can do the jumpy thing now, which is fun. She has smoke grenades. She basically is the whole package.
The range on the lasers as well is
it's ridiculous.
Yeah. So she can take out anything really she wants. But we've just seen the second attacker bang come through there just from Sleepy Gang. It is going to be the Habana. So that bottom floor site's certainly a lot stronger without having to contend with the Queen of Hatches. But we do see the Thatcher make his way through, as well as the Maverick. So there's certainly plenty of tools for dealing with them, as well as the pocket hard breaches that a lot of attackers bring nowadays. So Mirror and Valkyrie, slightly more standard defensive-sided bans. Those attacker bans, however, they're spicy.
They are really, really spicy, and it's not necessarily going to shake things up all too much, with the sole exception of Thatcher making it through the ban phase. He won't be sat on the bleachers this time around, which does technically mean that a lot of overall clearing, sort of the scenarios in which you just got to clear anything and everything, is going to be made so much more easier, and especially with the defense. They have the option to not even bring a Kaid out to the board anymore. It basically just leaves one operator slot completely free, just because, Thatcher nullifies the Kaid, and you can basically just do whatever that you want with that on the defense. And we did see Aztec, he's bringing out the Bandit. He did want to stick the Kaid initially, and now he's going to 6-pick onto it. So Little bit of stubbornness.
Yeah, this is a puzzling one, to be honest with you, because obviously the Kaid, like you say, is somewhat redundant with the Thatcher on board, but we'll see how Alpha decide to adapt. A lot of the time at this level, you see teams kind of slowly realise over the course of 2 or 3 rounds that the War Denial just isn't worth it with a Thatcher in play. Interestingly, though, we do see the 6th pick from the Buck to the Fuse. Buck being an incredible pick on this map. I'm surprised to see him dropped, quite honestly, because he brings that verticality and the hard breach charges. So no matter what site it is, he's going to get value. Bottom floor, you've got the hard breach for the hatches. Top floor, you've got all the soft destruction. That being said, of course, with Fuse's recent changes, he now poses a threat through these hatches and can actually clear a hell of a lot of utility on the bottom floor just by himself.
Indeed, he can. That includes anything from barbed wire to shields to basically anything that isn't a Surya gate, because that's the only thing that's literally indestructible. Obviously, those hockey pucks, they can be caught out by ADSs, but trust me, MC is not the kind of bloke that is going to be stacking all of those ADSs just to counter Fuse cluster charge, because, you know, obviously the moment that Fuse shoots out, like, what is it, 4 or 5 of those hockey pucks, they're all going to be caught, and then you've still got one hockey puck which just somehow reaches within the blast radius, and then kaboom, you've lost all of your ADSs.
You're more likely to be taking down, say, the odd bulletproof camera or barbed wire, for instance. So that being said, we don't see exactly where that barbed wire is being placed. MC still has a singular reel in pocket at the moment, and you can maybe expect some kind of a server hold, depending on where these bodies end up. Still a little bit of late game setup going on, or, well, early round setup, rather, for Alpha. You know, late for setup, but early in the grand scheme of the round, as we're 30 seconds in now. The drones come through, and it looks as though they're not really extending into blue very much, and we've already got a bit of a focus from the attacking side on Garage, as Cyber looks to be taking that solo, but everyone else fully invested in the dirt and server push.
Yeah, back to basics, back to tradition we go. Finger Boost already coming on out, and Syrup at the very least applies the brakes for a short little second right here. Waits for the, or at least waits for the rest of the squad to join suit as Aztec prepares one of those electro claws. But oh, the frag grenade, it is so pitch perfect. He doesn't get the lethal kill though. That is something that they would have definitely liked to experience, but Aztec keeps his life in tow and actually sits on roughly 90 HP, so he is still a bit of a chunky boy. Rag, however, though, is the first to fall. First blood drawn, courtesy of Milo, and now they've also got the default plant open to themselves as Milo tries to tap away, can't really land the headshot just yet, and Syrup is going to put one of those can openers on the opposing end just to create another LOS. At this certain stage, Sleepy Gang, well, they are prepped and ready for the exec, but they have to deal with Aztec, and that is no longer a factor. It's go time, lads.
Absolutely no resistance, it would seem, from Alpha. They are rolling over here, and Syrup are quite gladly kicking them while they're down. Milo does lose that heads-up fight, holding the angle against MC, but the swing is just better. Post-plant situation, however, means that him and Atlantic have a whole heap of work ahead of them, retaking into the site, finding the frags inside a server. He does peek to the stack, but the re-peek from the teammate is perfect. Matty is swinging in, tagging in, and finding that one. Gets the second for his trouble. Great round for the Thermite. A 2-piece and a plant to his name. That's good for your cost. I would say that, honestly, Sleepy Gang, where were you?
I don't know.
Oh, sorry, Alpha, where were you?
They were not present. I don't know exactly what happened. I mean, obviously, it is safe to say that Sleepy Gang, they played that as textbook as it gets. We are as I said, literally back to tradition. The initial setup, it was just the way it was 3 years back with usual bank executions way down in the basement. They played everything to a T. Nothing went wrong for Sleepy Gang. And Alpha, they didn't really have direct line of sights into the actual bomb site to contest the good old-fashioned way with their weaponry. There wasn't really all that good usage of util either. I didn't really see C4s being thrown out, even impact grenades, because why the hell would you toss those out for 50 damage max apiece? It just felt really disjointed on the side of Team Alpha. Hopefully they're going to be able to put those past laurels to rest and actually come into this next round, which I do believe they've actually gone to the top 4, so off to CEO we go, and they should be able to make impact this time around.
Yeah, you'd hope so. I feel as though that bottom floor hold needs a serious rethink from Alpha. They, even before getting to that stage where you're saying, you know, where are the C4s, where are the smokes?
Yeah.
Where's the blue hold? Where's the denial on the wall? They were looking to try and actively electro-claw trick it, but at one point we saw a drone just drive straight past the Kaid and Kanaka was more than happy to just go, okay, you're
Sure.
sitting there holding your microphone, just like squatting. That's a funny little pose you're making there. I'll happily drone into red as well and find out what's going on.
And
oh,
before he
there's
drones,
no one here.
Yeah, exactly. And before he drones into it, like, oh yeah, Kaid is in such a funny pose. Let me quickly print screen that, grab a screenshot of that. Gots to put on socials. Why not? Still, though, as you said, the fact that there was no blue stairs present or blue presence physically was questionable, to say the least. I mean, how many times in past Pro League finals and championships, EUL, NAL, have we seen, for example, smoke holes on the top of blue stairs, or even Jaegers, like, juggling ADSs inside of server stack? Far too many times to count. So hopefully the next time Team Alpha revisit that bomb site, they're going to be able to do things a little bit better.
I like what I just saw from Atlantic there, holding on to that bulletproof camera. This may be one of the first times we actually get to see it fully in action, but it has been pinged out with that new contextual ping from a drone, presumably by Thermite Matty here. So they will know about it, but I guess the theory is, you know, maybe the attackers don't notice it, and it's a bit of a budget Maestro cam to try and go for the wall denial when the Thermite gets in place. And the Thermite does have to get in place because, of course, he is a Thermite. Alpha. Oh, striking. Here we go. Reich.
Yeah.
Being felled there. Milo. Well, he's wise to it. Very nice drop of that hatch. Manages to find an advantage for his team. Another quick trade there coming out as Milo gets a nade onto Mr. Joe, but the shotty works its wonders and finds Milo in response. So
that was a 1-for-1 trade right over there, so it's not an utter loss for Sleepy Gang. They still maintain the man advantage. Alpha, however, are on the back foot and have got to find some way to recover this man advantage, and at the very least even things out, because if they don't, this top 4 hold is going to fall apart rather quickly. We know for a fact that the moment the breach goes open, Atlantic can't hold it on for himself. Aztec and MC, they need to get back onto the bomb site ASAP, and MC is the next to fall as well. Cyber cleans him up. Aztec is the last player, currently sat on a goose egg alongside the majority of the rest of his squad, will have to do this by himself. He will shut down Cyber, but Atlantic is out of reach. They will remain in the DBNO status as Maddie is going to confirm that defuse plant in just a hot second. Aztec looking for some kind of angle to contest, not being presented to him though, and he will begin to be flashed on out. Dodges them ever so slightly, but he tries to play this one very quietly, very reserved, looking for any entries to get this 1v3 kicked off. Maybe Syrup, I'm not exactly sure who he can find, other than Maddie, who will shut him down with the 5.56. Brilliantly played once again on the side of, well, Sleepy Gang for a change, actually.
Yeah, this is interesting so far. I mean, first of all, I want to pick up on the performance of Matty so far. He's had a very quiet day, mainly, you know, a lot of this side, they're living in the shadow of Cyber, they're living in the shadow of Syrup occasionally. We have seen rounds where Kanaka and Milo have popped up, but I haven't had a moment to sing and dance about Matty. To be fair, I've only had one cast on Sleepy Gang so far, and that was the 7-2 loss. But he's doing his job, and he's doing it really well, and then some. He's getting frags as a Thermite. He's, you know, bringing Fragmite. He's bringing Fragmite back into fashion, which is really, really nice to see. And he's already leading the charge here on the scoreboard, getting a couple of plants down as well, getting those walls open.
Yeah.
It just seems as though the resistance so far from Alpha is a little bit lacking. I mean, it seemed to be a similar story on that top floor to this bottom floor hold. They didn't quite know the power positions to hold on to. Janitors was lost far too easily, it seemed. And once you get that, that's the beachhead for an attack. They don't seem to want to contest these really important buffer rooms, and that's just leading to an utter collapse.
It is, because the moment you get control of Janitor, you can basically render any form of Bandit, Mute, or Kite Shrieking almost completely useless. And then you've also got access into the conference room. At that certain point, you've basically cut off 2 viable rooms from play for the defense, and Alpha are kind of just left stuttering, like, how did we get here? Where do we play from now? Maybe elevators, but they've got control of Janitor, so they likely have control of stock as well as the vending machine. It just fell flat on its face. Alpha have to be a little bit more assertive with the points that they want to respectively hold on the map, because if they don't, then this can be a very quick 7-0 for Sleepy Gang, and we will move to our decider very rapidly.
I'm not quite sure what the stim at the very start of the round was for there. Maybe expecting a spawn peak and wanting a little bit of extra resistance.
Could be, maybe misclicked.
Potentially. It's a bit of a fat finger. You never know. Depends what people have bound it to. But it's, like, for me, that always surprises me because I never do that. The one thing, the fat finger that used to get me, and I'm very happy about recent changes that have made this now impossible, was switch firing mode. Occasionally, I would be in a fight and I'd accidentally slip onto a key on my mouse, which I had bound to switch firing mode, and suddenly I'd be like single fire on a full LMG or whatever. It would completely ruin my day. So I'm glad that that's gone now. I'm glad that they've removed that feature, apart from the operators where it matters, like Zafir and Capital.
I mean, I personally use an MMO mouse and I never fat finger because I'm just built different. So yeah, get on my level. We have already expended over 1 minute and narrowly 20 seconds of the round thus far, and Sleepy Gang, they've already gotten everything they need off the checklist. Default breach has been opened up, but that's literally about it. This time around, there's still plenty of utility that has been left up and standing. They could dish out some HEs and try to blow them sky high. But I don't really see that as a sustainable manner to actually deal with some of this util, specifically the Maestro Evil Eye. They will have to wait for it to open, and as you said, somebody's on the prowl. Milo, though, will draw first blood onto Atlantic, and the rest of Sleepy Gang, they're looking to follow suit. Milo doubles down, gets ahead of Aztec, and he's looking for a little bit more, but MC will shut him down in retort. Right also collapses, and now MC is able to come alive. He shuts down Syrup, but he wasn't holding onto the defuse. That is still firmly in the hands of Maddie, who will also find one of his own in before Cyber found one for himself. Mr. Joe, the last player alive, tucked in over by the locker and vault, doesn't stand a chance in hell. Can't make the all to sing, and as such, Team Alpha, for the third time in a row on their defense, they fall short.
Excellently peaked at the end there by the finger too. You can give them credit. They managed to react quite well to the flank of Reich, which was really the only unaccounted factor by Sleepy Gang. They have this very direct route. They are just fully committing to taking server, and they're meeting absolutely no resistance there. And it's starting to get puzzling, quite honestly, because that's the second time we've seen that. Reich maybe trying to say, hey, we'll do the same thing, but we'll get that flank off and it'll go differently. It just didn't. He found one and then was immediately traded out. The bodies had been lost on site. There's no attempt to stall with utility on site. And yeah, I'm left a little bit kind of perplexed at Team Alpha's defense there. This is looking to me like we're going to go to a third map. It looks to me as though we've come across a best of 3 ban phase where they haven't necessarily banned each other's best maps out in the first ban, and now we're just going to see a 1-1, and I wouldn't be surprised if this is all decided on the final map.
That's likely to actually be the case. I really do think that, our decider map, which is Cafe, that is likely going to be the most entertaining of all 3 war zones that we're going to witness tonight. So, Alpha, second time's the charm, potentially, on the top floor defense. I don't know exactly what they can do differently this time around, because there's virtually nothing that they can actually bring that can stop those primary breaches from opening up, except for themselves. They did actually open it up, so they have a long line of sight that has been created just so they can maybe let Sleepy Gang or make them feel a little bit more uncomfortable the moment they are going into square, but that doesn't really solve the core part of the issue that Alpha has been experiencing on their defenses thus far.
And I suppose the asterisk over all of this is, A, it's early doors. These are the first 3 attacking rounds on Bank, and Alpha do have time to adjust. We saw that when they were up against APO on a map that they were not as comfortable on Cafe, it was a sort of learning process for them. They were slowly getting the hang of how to counter it, and as the defense went on, they started to gain these rounds. But I think by this point in that match had already gotten one, and here it's a little bit more one-sided. The other thing, though, to mention is that this is attack, and on Bank, so far, the jury's out as to whether it's a, super attacking-sided map.
Ooh,
but
spicy.
I mean, it's not every day you see a fused cluster charge kill, and there you go. That's a lovely present for Syrup. He's got himself a nice a surprise. Shall we say?
And guess what? There's 3 more where that came from as well. He's still got plenty more chaos to cause with those cluster charges, but I believe for now he's at the very least going to be taking a little bit of a breath. We do have Milo over by that spiral staircase, who will be found out by a default camera, so Atlantic is not wise to his position and will choose to rotate off. There was a crossfire established, so obviously Milo is really smart not to challenge that. MC has been droned out behind one of his holograms, so
can't exactly contest that position just yet, as Syrup preps some more hockey pucks to be dished out.
That was a very smart move there. Just starting the animation to break the glass and then falling off it, expecting the shots back. Syrup responds by just turning on the AK-12 and holding down mouse 1 in the direction of MC. Down goes that alibi. 5 versus 3. Milo gets the entry. Oh, it looks away at just the wrong moment. Realizes his mistake, but too late. And Atlantic will capitalize, finding one. Cyber, however, retrags there onto the elevator player, and it's just a death by 1,000 paper cuts here. 2 doors. Cyber gets Mr. Joe prone, looking the wrong way as he expects that janitor entry. Reich at least finds Cyber, but in the meantime, the plant has gone down. There's very little going for Reich here. He may be a star player on the side of Alpha, but this is probably asking too much. Once again, a 1 versus 3 CEO post plant. How many times are we going to see this? So little intel going here for MC and, well, for the whole of the Alpha squad, as he's the only one to attempt to flick onto cameras. Finds nothing. Reich does take down Knackered, but there's still 2 more. And with 14 seconds left, he really has very few options but to try and long arm this. Goes for the hard cover of that bomb chassis, and the player outside can't do anything about it. Actually, he can. The elbow is showing. Matthew on the flank, regardless, would have had that covered. That was pretty cut and dry for Sleepy Gang.
It really, really was. They had their post-plan positions basically set up as perfectly as could be, with the Thermite of Maddie, as you said, instead of Janitor. And it did get a little bit iffy with the AK-12 trying to actually find the elbow of Reich on the defuse. But yeah, all you really need is a pixel, and pixels can be damaged and exploited. So really, really well played from Syrup to get himself a triple kill over the course of that entire round. Basically just carrying Sleepy Gang to success across, well, probably not even a mountain, dare I say a small elevated hill, because they really aren't exactly having the most competitive match against Team Alpha thus far. We're still waiting for a proper sign of life from Team Alpha, because we haven't really seen Sleepy Gang at any certain point thus far actually lose out on more than 2 members throughout a single round. That is all that Team Alpha can really do and accomplish. Get 2 kills. A third one, I don't think we have actually seen thus far in the 4 rounds of play on Banks. So Team Alpha, what's going on?
Yeah, that is the question right now. They've flip-flop sites and they just can't seem to find their groove. It would seem 3rd attempt of CEO coming out, and I'm just looking at the stats right now, and my hunch was correct. I was going to take a guess at it during the pick phase, but Matty hasn't died yet.
Yeah.
Because he's stuck plants. He's always been there for the post plant. We've seen 3 so far, and like, this is a support player having a whale of a time. Sorry, 2 in fact, but either way, it's an impressive stat line, and they're just not doing anything to protect the objective, because if you're hard support, surviving into the late round, getting these kills in a post plant, then that's a clear indication that as a defensive side, you're not providing enough resistance to the site itself.
Not in the slightest. We don't really see all that many major adaptations either. I mean, the lineup has remained relatively consistent. I do believe that the Jaeger has been swapped out, so we do have the Wamai in play with the MP5K. 1.5 scope might be able to actually work out slightly better in long-range engagements, but this time around, Alpha, they're still not tackling the heart of the issue right now. They've actually set up a much more heavy presence over towards lobby, and at no certain point throughout these top floor attacks, the Sleepy Gang even actually set foot inside of lobby, with the sole exception of Milo, who waltzed up the spiral staircase and then got taken down from elevator. Still though, Milo will be able to kick things off from inside of Tellers. An HE kill onto Mr. Joe is going to render 3 toxic babes completely useless, as they have been flushed down the drain.
That is a fantastic pick there. You see it, the nade from beneath towards the default position of a smoke in Janet's. Maybe they drove a drone past at one point and just say, hey, he's playing behind this shield, ping the shield, free kill. Lots of utility wasted. Can't even go and hold that position now because the shield went down with the smoke. They've got the default lobby cam up, and Wright can try and find this flank pick onto the player that's already managed to gain a kill this round. That is Milo, who's just lurking, but it looks as though he understands that this is maybe a bit unsafe, decides to regroup with the team. At the moment, Alpha, they're continuing to do the same thing over and over again and expect different results, and that, as we all know, is the definition of insanity. You've got to try something different here, Alpha.
Yeah, I mean, Albert Einstein has said it, Voss in Far Cry 3 has said it. Who else do we need to say the famous words?
2 titans of history, I should say.
Indeed.
5v3 right now for Sleepy Gang, and at the very least Atlantic will be able to convert it. He finds one onto Cyber, but there's still a long road ahead for Team Alpha's control of the bomb site has been entirely lost. One C4 remains in play, so that could potentially stop any kind of bomb plants, but Knackert is going to assure that this man count stays with Sleepy Gang. The C4 is prepped and ready, it is ripped, and Knackert will be able to dodge it. Atlantic now over towards that bookcase, will try to duel things out, but the spear doesn't connect, and Maddie will continue to provide perfect coverage, whips out the 5-7 just for extra style points. Sleepy Gang have shown no weaknesses on Bank.
Matty's shown no weaknesses on Bank. This is an unreal performance from a player who's been relatively quiet today. He's just turned up for this one Bank match and is absolutely insane. The consistency, it's nothing flashy.
No.
It's just perfectly played Siege.
It is.
Against a team that are really struggling. Alpha, like I said in that round, they need to adjust. They're not addressing the core issue, which is that they're falling back, conceding far too much ground, offering no resistance. Either you have to stock yourself in these power positions, make sure that they are unassailable, protect them from beneath. In that round, it was a fantastic way of unlocking it. Maybe they did think that they stocked inside of Janitors quite well, but they didn't understand that from beneath, that threat is still posed by the grenades. And the other extreme you could go for is just start roaming. It's Bank. Try and get some early picks. This is a defender's playground sometimes. If you want to play it in a fairly ranked style, it has that potential.
Yeah.
So, I mean, Alpha, you've got to do something to turn it on here, because Sleepy Gang, we've already seen them deliver 1-7-0 today. This could be a second one.
This could be a second one. All that stands between them and another flawless victory is simply 2 rounds of Alpha not showing up.
I could see it happen. I could absolutely see that happen.
Yeah.
Alpha have had a very topsy-turvy performance today. I feel as though, you know, Villa has been their sort of shining pillar.
It really
but besides that, they just about edged out a victory on Clubhouse. They were not present on Cafe, and now it just seems like they're even less present on this Bank best of one, or this Bank map rather, in the best of 3. So
I don't know, maybe they carbo loaded a little bit too much on dinner and they're starting to feel wary from all of it. And Sleepy Gang, they just feel refreshed after it. I don't know what it could be. Maybe Sleepy Gang are just showing us how attacker-sided Bank actually is, and Alpha are just going to 6-0 them in the second half. Anything can really happen the moment that we move into round number 7. But still, though, we got round number 6 to conclude right over here. Another early Thinkaboost comes out, won't exactly be utilized properly, and I do believe the back of MC has been spotted out. He couldn't really trigger that Wi-Fi router on his back quickly enough, so they now know a lurking threat atop over by Banana still exists.
Atlantic just sort of patrolling the ground around the site right now. Of course, we're seeing this third site attempted, and it's at the moment seeming to be the right players. It's giving them the opportunities to kind of roam around. They have this bottom floor as their playground. They can use it to maneuver up the various staircases and try and strike while Sleepy Gang aren't looking. At the moment, it seems to be a fairly single-minded top-down clear from Sleepy Gang. You can see Cyber's managed to take control of open area. The rest of the team above, Syrup working some of those verticals with those cluster charges, just clearing out utility, and Cyber holding open area will find the flanking Atlantic, and so many bodies on the side of Alpha stacked on these main stairs. They need to strike in numbers, and they're not doing it. They're taking 1v1s, Tudor. This is so easy for Cyber to just clean up. Mr. Joe takes out Milo. That's something. But Cyber on his triple on the round now. 3 kills to his name. Can't thread the needle against Aztec. Finally, his reign of terror shut down.
But not for long. Oh, we know for a fact that Cyber has already caused so much chaos to the point that he sits on double digits, and now it's down to Matty Syrup and Knacker to clean it up. They have the opportunity and the potential to refrag each other, something that Alpha have been desperately struggling with thus far. A rotation into tellers exists, and that is lucky for Syrup. He actually changes his mind and he drops on down, but still, they don't realize that Aztec is over by vending machines. He can drop, he can pounce, he has vertical control.
And this could go south. He spots out Maddie,
No!
shuts him down, but won't go for the second. He will be able to actually lock horns with Knackered in just a hot second, but they both find themselves now physically on the bomb site. A pixel spotted out, but Aztec can't capitalize. Reich is the only thing that needs to shut this down. The defuse is successful. HP to work with his Reich. Finds Knackered through the bookshelves, and now it's a 1v2 for Syrup to try to close off, but he will be shut down as he gets a little bit too aggressive over towards Reich, and that is Alpha finally getting themselves a first round on bank. Better late than never.
Certainly so. 5-1 the score at the split. That is sorely needed, and all it required was for them to sort of learn that it's no longer meta to go bottom floor, top floor on bank. You have to play the middle floor at some point, because look at the strength it gives you when it comes to retakes, when it comes to forcing your attackers to have to take their eyes off certain parts of the map. So far in that first half, we saw Sleepy Gang being incredibly direct. Take one route directly to site, take control, get the frags, get a plant down. Much to the joy of Matty, who was on such fantastic stats, and I let out a cry of despair as he finally fell in that round to the flank. And it was an important one by Aztec, a very important one, a much needed one that gives them a round. So, I mean, where do you go from here, Alpha? You now no longer suffer the indignation of a 7-0 defeat. You've managed to wipe that possibility from the books.
Yeah.
But in another universe, that could have happened. It was looking like it could have happened.
It was starting to look like it could have happened. Sleepy Gang still have the opportunity to close this off as soon as possible, because all they need is 2 rounds compared to the minimum of 5 that Alpha need to draw this and secure themselves overtime at a bare minimum. It is going to be a very rough road ahead for the attackers on the side of Alpha, but baby steps. We'll get there eventually.
Yeah.
Hopefully they'll be able to actually get their heads together all in a nice little bunch and, properly plan a way to power through bank. Obviously, we will have Sleepy Gang start off on the top floor this time around, hopefully. Their overall defense is going to look a little bit more cohesive compared to that of Alpha, and by the looks of it, it already is. We do have stock completely reinforced off, tons of caching utility already spread out directly over by flag, and we do have a little bit of elevator / conference room presence that can be enabled courtesy of those Vulcan shields.
Yeah, there just seems to be a lot more depth to this setup at the moment from Sleepy Gang, on the surface level at the very least. We'll see if they are unpicked quite as easily as they managed to unpick Alpha before the split, but that remains to be seen. Aztec taking up that Thatcher role. There was a moment in one of the, I think it was the final CEO attack that we saw in that first half, where we saw an EMP sent deep into site. It disabled something like 3 prisoners and a Kona station.
It did.
It's one of the strangest interactions I've seen in a long time. You don't often see them, chucked at the sort of less important utility or anything besides war denial, but it was worth it, and it enabled a push. So power to you for remembering that Thatcher has multiple uses.
It's really astounding what a small little EMP boy can do. It's pretty crazy. Still low right now for Team Alpha, currently evaluating the situation and seeing exactly what challenge lies ahead. Momentarily, they are going to realize that the likes of, Milo, for example, as well as Cyber, they are kind of just out and about. Stock is going to be really difficult for them to claim control of, or so I thought. Cyber already injured, left in the DB, status, can be revived back up to 20, but Milo is going to certainly start to feel the heat. MC cleans up Cyber and asphyxiating Bolt just for good measure. Charging through, though, is Milo, and he will be shut down, getting a little bit too greedy for his own good, and MC will capitalize. Alpha, they find themselves 2 opening frags back to back.
Half a second too slow there, it seemed. Always just a tiny half step behind the attacker's intention, sending out that Wamai disc to make sure that Cyber wouldn't be finished off by a nade, but it had already come through and the disc didn't get to activate. So now 3 versus 5 after the poorly timed swing they really had to make to escape certain death, but MC with a triple on the round. He's done all the work so far, step by step, demolishing this defense through that monitor's position. Matty now stands at that crux of the defense. Janitors, he needs to land a couple of headshots, but unfortunately he's peaked far too well by Reich. Down and for the count now. There goes the last. Knackered falls. MC with a quad and a fantastic start to the attacking half from Alpha.
I think it's clear as day that the defense just ain't it right here on bank, and the attacker side, well, it is about as dominant as it can get. And MC,
This man has been on point with his HE kills throughout the entire tournament thus far. It has been outstanding. If we literally had the stats to pull up right now, I'm pretty sure he would at the very least have like an 80% success rate on kills with frag grenades.
Yeah, and I think we pointed this out before the match started, before the series started. These are the two sides that have been really using frag grenades quite impressively so far in the series. Kanakad was one that was mentioned a few times in the previous matchup, and now when you get Reich and MC on the side of Team Alpha with those frag grenades in pocket, they can do anything, it would seem. Like, the Thinker in that round was just so powerful. Just an utter kind of, like... I was going to say dump truck. That's something else. That's gridlock.
That's a different
gridlock.
analogy.
That would be gridlock. I wanted to say steamroller, or what's the one that shunts everything? A bulldozer. There we go. That was
bulldozer.
Yeah. You know, I'm not a builder. I don't
am I.
work in construction, so sometimes I just say diggy diggy shunty thing, and you know that's close enough. You know what I mean.
My god. My god. No, the only thing that I actually know about construction is from the Tonka franchise, if you know about that when you grew up as a kid.
I love Tonka.
Exactly. Yeah. Who doesn't? It was the one thing that actually made me think I wanted to work as a miner, because I got to play with all these cool trucks and that kind of stuff. It would be cool.
I never wanted to work as a miner because I got pocket money from my parents.
You know what? Understandable.
I was young enough because I was a miner. Did you get the joke? I'm going to move on. I would like to tie this in. It would have been nice if this map had an area that's kind of called construction. I guess sometimes you hear dirt tunnel called construction.
No, the construction part is outside where they are physically
constructing. That's construction. There we go. Yeah. So
I think it's also labeled as construction spawn in-game.
That's fair. So there is construction. It's just that it isn't often called because who talks about the spawns? No one talks about the spawns.
No one does.
You know? Either way. There was a nice segue there at some point, but it's gone. It's lost to the annals of history now, and thankfully so, because we've spent about a minute talking about construction, and at the moment it's Alpha's job to try and deconstruct this defense from Sleepy.
I was going to say it is time for them to construct their offense.
Oh, that's also, that works too.
Yeah, exactly. It works really well. Yeah. At the very least, they have yet to actually start any hard breach work. Mr. Joe yet to exhaust any of his exothermic charges, and there's plenty of util to go around. And Atlantic, with that crossbow, he can effectively close off any kind of rotations with the asphyxiating bolts and then smoke off LOSs, just so he can enable the plant in any one of the random areas that there is, whether it be default, whether it be over by the monitors, of which there are tons. It could even be further in over towards the rotate, but naturally you got to deal with Syrup's Evil Eyes first, and there goes the first. Bulletproof cameras, they are also technically IV cameras, so they can see through smoke. They are thermal cameras, but they've certainly got a lot of work cut out for them right now, Team Alpha, and they've only got 80 seconds to do it in.
Yeah, a lot of utility being lost here for the defense, and finally the Yokai drone makes it through that gap, but we see a trade come through, one apiece either side. Those Evil Eyes now inaccessible or immovable. Actually, no, because of course the recent changes make them movable for the defenders other than Maestro, but Mr. Joe is going to turn his own Matty mode on and find that frag. However, he is bested by the toxic canister of Matty himself, the opposite number, saying, no, you cannot replicate my prowess here. Cyber forced back by the asphyxiating bolt means that there's no attempt to try and deny this plant, but the last toxic gas canister from Matty is enough to buy him some time. 3 versus 3, and it's a Mexican standoff. Who will step forward first? You see the Yokai drone getting into position, but that EMP well timed will give Aztec the cover, but Atlantic goes down. The cover from MC is there. Aztec down. Now it's all up to MC. He downs Knackered. It's 1 versus 1. He has the opportunity to res him. Knackered is not in that position. Gets up just in time to counter the peak and just about scrape it.
Oh my goodness, MC was able to do and work wonders in that round on the Finka with the spear. 308, closing things off, and it came super duper close. He managed to basically just shave this round just by getting that revive and giving Maddie an extra target to shoot at just in case he was the next to fall. Team Alpha are really starting to come alive on this offensive side, and I gotta say, I really loved Sleepy Gang and the strategy that they employed. It was something really reminiscent of
Year 3 Siege back in Season 2 and 3, where you would just stack up so many anchors, including the yokai drones on the Echo, Evil Eye cameras on the Maestro. You got your smoke. You basically got everything that you could ever wish for, and you are just meant to bait in the attackers to plant in their defuse, and then you basically just kind of blue ball them. Let's be fair with the defuse plant. That's how it is.
Yeah, it works. It makes sense. I'm beginning to despair at this matchup and the defenses that I'm seeing because, okay, Sleepy Gang, let's give them credit. They are making a much better show of things here on their defensive split than we saw from Alpha. However, and this is a big however, they are still sticking to basement and the top floor as the preferred sites. They need to make sure that they don't squander that 5-round lead that they had at one point. Slowly but surely, Alpha are creeping back into this, and Sleepy Gang, at some point, you're going to want to try perhaps going to that middle floor. I've said it before, but I feel as though nowadays that is really the much stronger option in a lot of senses. This basement is so tough to defend, as we've seen time and time again now, with not a single successful basement defense, not a single successful top floor defense either. So, Alpha, you just need to hope that Sleepy Gang don't cotton on to this quite so fast.
Definitely so. Control of blue already established for Team Alpha. Once again, no real presence already inside of server exhibited by the defense on either one of the sides. So, free real estate. You'll love to see it, especially if you're a fan of Team Alpha, or if you are Team Alpha themselves. So they'll easily grab this up. Flying drones are also going to be set on up just to make sure their behinds don't get bit. And now, the exothermic charges will begin to do their work. So, beachhead has already been established, and now they can continue, or at the very least start to slowly chip away at the setup and all of the util and all of the knickknacks and, well, speed bumps and hurdles that it has to offer.
I think I'm going to throw one more sport into the mix. Tug of war. That's basically what this is. You've got the rope in the middle, which is this A-bomb site. And at the moment, we begin the tug. Mr. Joe decides to try and bait out the first set of utility. There we go.
I think he was expecting the C4 from Milo, to be fair.
Maybe, yeah. Well, from someone at least. Doesn't necessarily know Milo's on that Cade, but certainly a valuable option. Kanaka as well. He's keeping his yokais fairly safe for the time being. You're unlikely to, send a stray nade that way. Mr. Joe attempting a second plant there. We're going to hear a C4, I believe, sail out there from Milo. Successful. Reich does go down, however, as the cover. Oh my god, that is a money toxic babe. It also manages to down Mr. Joe, who is promptly rezzed back up by MC, but there we go. Cyber sends some shots his way. I don't know quite where that was from. MC attempting now to pick up the mantle and send this plant down. They have so much denial still in pocket. Milo now striking. They're just taking turns taking these peaks, and it's the same peak. This is a wall of defenders, and they are constantly winning these fights. Not enough utility burn, it would seem, from the side of Alpha, as the baits just haven't worked. They've used themselves as bait, and they have found themselves completely gobbled up. A flawless defense there from Sleepy Gang. That's what they need. They've pushed themselves onto match point.
It couldn't have come at a better time. As you said, they now sit on 6 rounds, extending the gap all the way to 3. All they need is one more, and we can promptly move on towards Cafe. But if we are to expect history to repeat itself, then Alpha will take the next 3 rounds and replicate the 5-1 split that we saw in the first half. That is a very real possibility, but now that Sleepy Gang have got that out of the way, they're going to be moving back up to the top floor. Despite the fact that that was very rough for Team Alpha to deal with, I would like to point out one little operator that we saw in the meta way back in the day, literally the heyday of Siege, right before this the Mappa Bank was actually removed from Compool. If you want to actually deal with Toxic Babes and C4s in a really, really creative and intelligent manner, bring a buck, toggle the skeleton key. Those buckshots will literally just literally shoot out any kind of Toxic Babes or C4 that are going towards that planter.
They're very difficult to shoot out, the Babes. The C4 is definitely a lot of opportunity to do those. They have a slightly slightly slower arc. They're kind of tossed out rather than lobbed like the
they're kind of like underhand thrown out.
Yeah, it's an underarm throw. It's a nice easy bat, but Matty and Smoke, in particular, Smoke has a real, right arm on him. He can deliver that fast ball. So it's yeah, it's a tougher shot to make, and the skeleton key does facilitate that.
It's something that we saw like way back in the day. That it was something that LATAM actually first experimented with as a region, and it worked out very successfully. They were able to literally dish out basement wins on bank, left, right, and center to the point that the rest of the regions and the rest of the teams that they came up against just couldn't do anything about it on their defense.
The one thing that I'm surprised that we don't see too much of anymore on that hold is the pulse. He seems to completely disappeared. Like the gold vault pulse read into when the plants are coming in and out. It just seems to have fallen out of favour. Because maybe teams are just better practiced at understanding the ebb and flow of the game, or maybe they just have better comms when it comes to using, you know, a pixel peek here or there, just the odd bulletproof camera, which are certainly a little bit more protectable. For instance, now that you've got, say, Wamai, Aruni in the game, you can protect that bulletproof utility and not necessarily just have to rely on the one operator reading those heartbeat scans.
Yeah, even back in the day, you didn't really have to utilize the likes of Echo, because he only had the one drone as opposed to two, and you would usually save that one yokai drone until very late into the round to get the very last defuse, to sort of like stun the very last defuse. And Maestro didn't exist at the time, so you had to do it the old-fashioned way of Toxic Babes and C4s, and everyone was usually lying prone on the ground inside of red, and you would have the pulse just call out and target when the thermite is in default plant. If he is in default plant for 2 seconds, toss a C4, and that was basically the ebb and flow of it back in the day. But we have come so very far in the meta of Siege since then. That was like 4, maybe even 5 years ago.
How they grow up.
Indeed.
I mean, this is so fast, it seems. 6 years this game has been out.
Yep.
Let's turn our attention to this round, because so far we see a slight adaptation from Sleepy Gang. They've decided in this instance, rather than hold on to that janitor's hallway, they're going to fall back a little bit with their hold and wait for the push. Syrup has found the first frag of the round, and it's onto the thermite. That is a huge pick. However, we do have that pocket hard breach in the hands of Atlantic, and they're going to need to do some work with it, because the kill feed is just lighting up, and it's all Sleepy Gang. Aztec takes out Cyber to try and stem the bleeding, but so many bodies have been felled in this matter of seconds, Tudor. 1 minute left, a 2 versus 4. Atlantic and Aztec, the two A's, they're going to have to pull off something absolutely A grade here. A pair of A stars to keep Alpha alive in this game.
They've got the weapons for the brawl, but they might not have the aim. These two players not exactly in the top of the frag department thus far. They would have needed MC to actually join in on the fun. Maddie will simply put Aztec in the dirt, and Atlantic, he'll retort with one of his own. That's a smoke now down for the count, but guess what? You got 3 more players that you have to deal with. If you can isolate Milo, that is an easy 2v1 conversion that you can get out of this engagement. But it is going to be difficult, as I said, to isolate Milo in this instance. So Syrup and Knackered, they're going to be taking up the reins, and at the very least just keeping themselves tucked in, because time is on their side. Atlantic has 10 seconds to physically get himself onto the bomb site, and he will have to tank this Surya Gate damage, and he walks right into the 9mm of Syrup, and that is Sleepy Gang taking Bank relatively comfortably. It took them a couple of rounds to finally get the defense up and running, but at the end of the day, 7-3 is your final scoreline.
Yeah, they hit that stride a lot quicker than it took Alpha, who, you know, labored about with the CEO and basement defense, finally just giving up and going to tellers, grabbing 1, but by that point, the damage was done. A 7-3 is a dominant victory. Look at those stats across the board. Cyber coming top in the end, but what a first half from Matty. He was a real driving force when it came to those attacks, and I mean, as a Thermite main, that is really admirable. He was really just doing everything perfectly up until the point where he got flanked, and then it maybe quieted off a little, but like we said, the damage was done.
Exactly, the damage was done, and he was certainly able to live up to the name and the reputation of all of the good fragmites out of there. Throughout all of the Siege community, he can definitely add his name to that list. But that is going to round off map number 2 of Bank, and that does type the scoreline in a neat little blood-soaked bow at 1-1. We do have our decider map of Cafe Dostoevsky as the final battleground between these two squads to see who is going to make it to tomorrow's grand final and who will have to drop to that lower bracket final, which will also be taking place tomorrow morning before the grand final itself. We are going to take 5, but when we are back, we will get this final map underway, so stay tuned.
Now Malu looks for a second. Oh my! He goes for the down and gets it. Oh no, the breach activated. Now he has a sight line. He's gonna go.
upper bracket final for a spot in tomorrow's grand final. My name is Sudors. Alongside me, I've got Jerry, and what I want every single one of you viewers, whether you're watching from the green room or whether you're watching from home in Twitch chat, forget everything you just saw because that can be thrown out the window. This is a glorified best of one for at the very least 450 British pounds, as well as a spot in tomorrow's grand final on Chalet.
Yeah, we also need to forget everything we said before the break, where we were billing it as cafe, because we saw snow. And we thought,
yeah, exactly.
We thought cafe.
There are too many maps. 2 maps with snow, that's already too much for my brain to handle.
Yeah, this is an incredibly aggressive set of maps. It's gotten more and more aggressive. You got Villa, Bank, Chalet. Like, this is a crazy map pool that we've ended up with in this best of 3.
It's great, though.
Yeah, it's excellent. And it's also, I believe, the first Chalet we've had today. So,
it is.
If I'm not mistaken, we may well have seen every single map besides Oregon.
Yeah, which is a very bizarre thing.
How is that happening?
I don't know, because everybody in BUAL loves Oregon. And that's just a fact.
Yeah.
And somehow, nobody loves Oregon anymore. And I love that.
I know. It's great. It's hilarious. I mean, of course, we'd have cursed it now, so Whippet and Cairo, when they do the lower bracket semi-final in a bit, they'll be casting
Yeah, we
Oregon.
basically just screwed the pooch for them.
It'll be 3 Oregons, won't it? It'll be Oregon. That's how the best of 3 will go.
Yeah, exactly. We will physically call up Ben, Alex, and Peak and tell them to just make a last-minute change to the map pool. It's all Oregon, ladies and gents.
Yeah.
It's all Oregon.
Stuck to be you guys. Cairo's giving us a middle finger.
We're reaching that point of the night. We're reaching that point of the night where things are getting crazy in the prod room.
That's very tame for the prod room.
Exactly, because nobody else knows what else is going on here, and trust me, you don't.
Okay, well, interesting ban phase already. You have the Capital being taken out of action. The very strong operator that we saw being utilized by Alpha on their attacks. Not so much use, however, it would seem. So clearly, Sleepy Gang wanted to take that away from them. At least it wasn't so much use on Bank, where they were really struggling, but they've shown prowess with it other places. For instance, when we go on to Clubhouse, we've seen them occasionally sub it in place of their kind of very nade-heavy lineup. But here, makes perfect sense as well. The Mute and the Pulse to round it out. Now, this is where we get really spicy. This is where things are truly on the line, and the counter bans and the real strategy comes out. No more of this default schmefault. We haven't got Valk bans, we haven't got a Maverick ban or anything like that. This is all new. This is what people were saving strats for. This is what we were building up to.
Indeed, we have been building up to this. Chalet for a spot in tomorrow's grand final and a minimum of 450 pounds on the line. Team Alpha versus Sleepy Gang on Chalet. And still, Knackered is going to be having not the greatest of times by the time that he's on the defense, because his favorite operator, Pulse Gamer 3, still not in play. But he's been able to make it work on the Finka on the attack thus far numerous times throughout Bank.
Give him nades. And
give him nades and he will just chuck those HEs like there is no tomorrow. And you will milk the potential lethal value out of them each and every single time. It is great to see.
I don't know how you milk a grenade. It's probably quite difficult.
You probably just like pull the pin but not out entirely. You just kind of like move it backwards and forwards.
But then where does the milk come out of?
Okay, fine. You poke a hole in the grenade and you just let all the shrapnel drain out.
Or you pull the pin on it and then you just sort of squeeze the grenade until the milk comes out.
Oh, that works actually.
Yeah.
That should be it.
Yeah. So, Noah's giving us looks now. Here we are. Bar defense to start things off. And I was going to comment on the fact that Knackered was, quite comfortable to bring the Sledge, for instance, as well.
Yeah.
And he's an often used pick on this particular map. He would have been very, very strong here, but you do have Milo rocking that buck. So plenty of soft destruction.
Indeed.
And, if, worse comes... If worst case scenario you end up with Milo dead at some point, you've got a bit of redundancy there with the Flores, who can be used for a bit of soft destruction. Even that Ace, people forget that he can do that. And yeah, this is a nice kind of lineup, but very versatile. The switch back in action, it would seem, for Cyber. And I think that, honestly, we've seen him really pop off today, and it was no surprise that I think it was banned against him.
It definitely was.
Yeah,
it definitely was. I mean, in our first game on Villa, despite the fact that it was still an alpha win, he was able to cause a little bit of chaos with that Twitch when opportunities did present themselves. And I do recall him getting a couple of multi kills with the F2 as well. So he can definitely put the Twitch. And despite the fact that the FAMAS is a French gun and French guns are a little bit stinky, he can definitely make it work at times. times. I mean, coming from playing and casting a lot of Counter-Strike, we avoid the F2/FAMAS. We avoid it at all costs.
That's funny because you look at the history of Siege and there was a
It's
point where it
literally
was the
greatest
best
gun on the
gun.
planet. Yeah, it's the best gun. In Counter-Strike, it is the worst gun on the planet.
Well.
You buy it every single time, you make sure you keep the receipt in CS.
I didn't even know that was a thing. Here comes the Flores drones. In they go, taking out that fireplace or chimney position, maybe I should call it, as MC is forced back a little bit. No shield in place, but he had the ADS. And you do, however, have that soul shield at the top of Ivy. Cyber deciding to push directly. This is quite a lot of ground already gained by the Twitch, having dining and now pushing into the hallway. That soft breach, or rather pocket hard breach, being employed to open that line of sight towards Ivy is definitely important, and it means that you can save the ace for positions where you need to get those things down quickly, you need to get them off at range. Pocket hard breach in that situation is ideal because you're safe, you've got the time to just place it on the wall, no risk needed.
Definitely not. The PHB can be a really, really great tool at times. And what is also a really great tool are those...
The discs.
Yeah, there's so many discs. They're everywhere. Like, obviously, Alpha or Sleepy Gang can't see them because they're on the other side of the panels and on the railings, that kind of stuff. But all of these nades that they think are going to get frags are not going to get frags. Still, though, plenty of flashbangs are going to be tossed on out. And guess what? Aztec can just replace each one of those with another one. Cyber, though, will draw first blood, so Atlantic falls. Still, though, that is a drop-and-forget operator, namely in the form of Frost. So all those Frost mats, they are still lying around. But at the very least, Sleepy Gang off to a good start as they have 40 seconds left. But now the exec needs to be put into motion.
Matty holding that diffuser. 30 seconds left. He just decides to walk in. What?
Crazy.
Aztec takes him down. Absolute freebie. Diffuser now stranded.
Huh.
That's inexcusable, quite honestly. Now, I mean, Matty had a fantastic bank game, did everything right, and that is a big slip up. Cyber now finding Reich.
He is
20
literally
seconds
onside.
left, and this is not going to work out for Sleepy Gang. Surely not. They have the bodies still to try and frag out. Cyber with another triple kill on the round. He may just be rescuing his team, but look at this. Aztec playing up top with Diffuser. He just needs to hold down the line. He finds one. They pick up Diffuser, but they have to go for the frag here. Surely is one on time. Alpha get away with bloody murder.
Oh my goodness, a blunder and a half, costly at that. Cyber, he was leading the charge and he got such a great multi-kill. All he had to do was just enter stage left. Hey lads, I'm on the bomb site. What you gonna do? Oh no, we forgot defuse. This is bad.
Yeah, I mean, oh, bless Cyber. He tried his darndest to rescue that, but that was a hard support's worst nightmare, right? You know, you lose the diffuser, you've contributed not enough to the push, and your team have that in the bag.
Yeah.
Quite honestly, it pains me to see it because obviously, like I mentioned, he had such a good game, basically dominating the whole of bank, and that may chalk his mental a little bit. He needs to make sure he doesn't let that happen because that is a hopefully once in a series, once in a season kind of mistake from Matty. You gotta hope he pulls back from that.
You gotta get those under wraps, kiddo. You gotta sort it out. Still though, it's just the one round. It is just the one round, and there are a potential 11 more to go. We know for a fact that Cyber's gonna be able to continue performing in the exact same fashion that he has in that one round. If Team Alpha are going to continuously be a little bit more careless, or the same level of carelessness is going to be present in the next couple of rounds, because if you continuously allow Cyber to just waltz in and get multi-kills, you are likely going to lose because you are not going to have Matty forget that defuser on the top floor or anywhere on the map, as a matter of fact, another time. That is simply a mistake that Sleepy Gang are likely not going to make. But Cyber, he can continue to lead the charge time and time again, and that is something that Team Alpha are going to have to put a leash on, because if they don't, I can definitely see Chalet going the way of Sleepy Gang.
MC still has barbed wire in pocket. You got to put that down, Sunny Boy. There we go. Finds it, but takes a little damage while he manages to scarf it back to the position. Position known, his presence known, and the drones are
he's
flooding
getting harassed so hard.
This barricade as well means no quick exit for him, and there we go. Milo pounces on the opportunity. A very early frag, no opportunity even to dip out of the hatch, as it was not really, there's no option, no impact or anything, and it was still intact. Milo as well finding Atlantic, and now this has fallen apart for Al. They just didn't get their setup done quickly enough, it would seem. Knackered making A little bit of a meal of things there as he wanders in and out of the kitchen. Not expecting the angle being played by Reich, but Kanakad does go down. Milo has the frag onto MC there. Or Reich, rather. And now it's all up to Aztec and Mr. Joe. This has fallen apart very quickly for Alpha. Sleepy Gang taking full advantage as Mr. Joe does grab Cyber, maybe getting a little bit ahead of himself, but still 4 bodies up here for Sleepy Gang against the 2 of Alpha.
Indeed, it is going to be a really tough hill to climb, so Alpha, pack your hiking boots and sticks because, as I said, you got a long road ahead of you. And now, Aztec, make sure you properly reload that mag next time because, yeah, those 9mm rounds are all you have, son. And that doesn't even matter. The moment that he tries to cross over into Piano, he will simply be decapitated by that C8. And that is easily one of the most dominant rounds that Sleepy Gang have been able to put up all evening. It all began with them just saying, ah, yes, we see a Jaeger down below inside of West Main. Let's hunt him.
Yeah, it was just that easy. And it was just a bit of a sleepy response from Alpha. I feel like we saw that briefly from Sleepy Gang on Bank. It reminded me of that that round that Cyber just popped off against the, or was it Cyber? It was Kanakad popped off against the whole of that top floor defense. He just caught everyone a couple of seconds too early, or too late for them, and that was that all over again. Just a setup a little bit out of sync, and they snowballed the advantage because everyone kept trying to respond to it, and then they found themselves overextended. It was, yeah, just a bit chaotic. And I think at this point, it's understandable. They want to go back here. They were like, we didn't get to do our strat, right?
No, we didn't get to do our strat, so we want to do it properly this time. So, I don't know what you can do. Like, maybe...
Speed up.
Yeah, speed up for one. I was thinking like maybe like have you ever played like one of those Game Boy emulators on your phone where you can just kind of like up the speed so you're not like playing Pokemon at 2 miles an hour.
Yeah, or like one of those mobile games where you have to like farm the in-game currency, but there's like a speed option.
Exactly, like that kind of stuff. So I was thinking Team Alpha trigger that and just like Mach 5 around and get your setup done, but you know, we can only wish so much.
I kind of hope that becomes a part of the game. You know, just give all the defenders like 200% speed at the start, double reinforcement speed. You know, speed up the pace of the game. It might work. It
could work.
Probably look a bit silly.
It would look hilarious. Like, just imagine, for example, Reich starting off in the basement in 2 seconds. He's already up inside a library ready to spawn peek.
Yeah, that would be brilliant.
That would be great.
Either way, maybe keeping a tad of realism in the game isn't too bad.
That's been out the window since been out since.
Let's not start with the realism debate. That's all over the place. All right, so 30 seconds in, and it looks as though heavens above, Alpha have actually completed their site setup this time. Sleepy Gang, they're taking their time. They're not going to try and pull the same stunt twice. But look at this, Cyper.
No.
He's managed to force his way deep inside a dining hallway. I don't think MC knows, although his movement suggests that he knows that this is perhaps a little bit tetchy. Cyper, I thought he opened up a slit in this barricade.
Hasn't.
No, he's waiting.
The moment that he does, though, Macy is going to become very, very wise to his position. At the very least, though, for Sleepy Gang, Milo is able to kick us off once again, already reaching 6 frags thus far with the C8, and he is going to take a mess load of damage, and he continues to duel things out with Reich. Doesn't amount to anything just yet, and Reich scampers away to keep his life in tow. Down below, though, Cypher's still lying in wait for some poor soul to walk into his LOS, or he might just stay there until the dying seconds of the round and then just pop down the barricade and go up Solarium, but now he chooses to strike. Aztec has now been lost to the wayside, and that is a 2-man advantage already set up for Sleepy Gang.
A very nice play there by Cyber, earning that kill. What they didn't necessarily earn was the opening frag onto Atlantic. Seemed like just an over-aggressive swing into Piano, but Mr. Joe is there to pick up some of the pieces, take out Milo as well, a key fragger so far this game. Matty reappears, trying to undo some of that pain that he dealt his team in the very first round, keeping his team alive. Oh, the flank from Reich, and he manages to find one. Oh, but he gets stuck on the body that he's just down and can't escape. Kanakad will pick up and find the kill onto Reich. C4 comes out, a little bit of a gift for Mr. Joe's troubles, but the flank is there. Very nice collapse from the attacking side, and that gives Sleepy Gang their lead.
I swear, at this certain point, just from that round alone, I can probably make a
very, very competent argument about the fact that Sleepy Gang are playing 5D chess. there is nothing else that you can say to me that won't convince me that ain't the case.
You think the down was intentional so that it would block the retreat?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It is entirely intentional. Did you see the way did you see the direction in which he moved his mouse? He was first facing his legs towards the window. He purposely moved to the right 90 degrees just to block right from getting back into piano.
Dude's doing the Macarena. It's fantastic. What skills, what dance moves this guy's popping on the floor. I mean, it doesn't even need to be alive to or, you know, active to make an impact in the round. Great stuff. I think it was Syrup. We'll give him the credit there. It was a Flores. He's on Flores now. Let's assume it was Syrup.
Yeah, it was Syrup. Yeah.
Good,
He's the only person that will play Flores on the side of the SG.
It's a surprising one as well, because I feel like Flores is actually, he does have a bit of a skill ceiling that is quite high. There's a certain way of maneuvering those drones, getting the timing right, making sure that you're in a good position as a team to use those drones in a timely fashion, because they do take a while. It's a very efficient form of self-destruction, but it's also a very slow one. It's one that requires a setup and a bit of protection for the Flores himself. And yeah, getting all 4 of those drones out over the course of a whole round, that can take up to a minute if you're using them effectively.
It can take up a lot of time to ensure that you maximize the value out of each of those Rotera drones, but I would argue the most important thing to actually have as somebody who plays Flores on the regular is just the actual map knowledge and finding out what the quickest routes are to certain breachable portions that you want to absolutely destroy ASAP. If you, for example, know that there's a drone hole somewhere that you can exploit and actually gives you a quicker route to, let's say, deal with a deployable shield, I don't know, inside a piano, then that is very valuable information that you as a Flores quote-unquote main would and should have. Map knowledge as to where drone holes are and just the original layout of the map, it is banging to have. That is a Twitch drone gone unnoticed. Cyber, never mind.
So close, so close.
Yeah.
I mean, he did manage to get the hard location on Atlantic, but sitting far too deep in the site for anyone on the side of the Sleepy Gang to capitalize on that information. Plenty of presence above the site. It would seem they have Reich playing in library. Always a good idea to have someone in library to protect your Ivy and Chimney player, specifically the Chimney player, and that's what Reich is tasked with. Now, we've seen... I just had a moment of deja vu. Proctor. Do you remember his ace from this exact position with that alibi with the 1.5 scope?
I remember it.
Didn't need to lift a finger. Literally, the whole opposing side walking straight into his line of sight. Hopefully, we don't see that at this. You know, in the finals, Sleepy Gang are here for a reason. They don't make those kind of mistakes.
No, they certainly don't. Maddie already getting one of those breaches open up, or at the very least, I think that was Milo because he still has all 3 Selma charges. Oh yeah, I forgot. You can rappel on Chalet.
Oh yeah.
Hi there, Milo. Interesting little position he has dug out for himself. Reich, though, still inside. Has got plenty of holograms to work with, so active pings may be a little bit of a hiccup for Sleepy Gang to deal with, but they can certainly outright deal with players. Aztec is the first to fall, so those with my pancakes no longer a factor. And Cyber, he is just on his own mini side quest. He is just on a tear right over here. Has control of the hatch. Will reveal himself as MC. Opts to forfeit control of the top floor. He is down below, but gets ridden into by Mr. Joe. A crucial engagement that will work in the favor of Team Alpha. Now they have tied up the man count.
Those steps overlapped very strangely. MC retreating far too late, but doesn't get punished for it. Instead, manages to find Syrup. He's fell back into dining and now has control effectively over Fireplace. He's, in fact, going into the basement, going to regroup with his defensive team.
Yeah.
And at the moment, he's got that phantom presence inside of dining. Matty needs to keep an eye on it. Everyone on the side of the Sleepy Gang is going to be looking to every which way, and they've already at a man advantage. This surely goes the way of Alpha. A stim before the push. MC, though, takes out Miller regardless. And now it's all on Kanaka and Matty with 20 seconds left to 2 versus 4. I don't see it happening, but I've seen stranger things today. Kanaka dropping down. Matty inside of sight, but no one's giving him an inch here. He has to try and find a couple inside the mirror closet. Triple kill for MC, taking down Kanaka. 6 seconds left. MC with a quad there to dominate the map. He was all over the place. Look at this, coming up those lower stairs. I mean, he returned to his final, you know, his initial place of fortitude, that chimney area, but he basically did a lap.
Yeah, he gave us a grand tour of Chalet. What a lad. What an absolute... I did have a question, though. Which season were you watching today?
Which season?
Yeah, you said you were watching Stranger Things today.
Oh. See, I haven't actually even seen any Stranger Things episodes.
Disappointing.
No.
Very disappointing.
I'm a big fan of D&D as well, so surprising that I
It is
haven't
a
got around to it.
great show, and Season 4 is supposed to be coming out relatively soon.
Okay, maybe I'll get
So,
one.
the moment that comes out, because Netflix, they always launch everything all at once. You just binge all 4 seasons. You'll have a great time.
This is
It's like the
straying into
perfect way to spend the
promotional
weekend.
right now.
Not even. I'm just talking about shows I love.
I love Fargo. Fargo's great. I will take
Haven't
any
seen it.
opportunity to promote Fargo.
Okay, cool.
Great show.
Opportunity seized. Back to the game.
Yeah.
Ash is making an appearance today. That is a big wow.
Cairo knows, by the way. Yeah, Ash. That is. I think that's probably the first time we've seen Ash.
I think so as well.
Bizarre. Who would have thought that? You know, a year ago that would have been unheard of. Now she's just disappeared. But Cyber, I guess he's feeling it. He's decided to switch off that F2. Wants something with a little bit more punch potentially.
G360 or R4C? We'll have to find out when he spawns in, though.
Personal preference G360, but then I kind of went to that through Yana. I never played much Ash, and then I played a lot of Yana, found I really liked her gun, and then found that, hey, I can just be a 3-speed Yana.
Exactly. So much better.
Yeah, it's a lot of
so
fun.
much better.
Yeah.
And you got flashes. You can literally just do all of the heavy lifting by yourself. You are literally a one-man army. Too bad it's not like year 1 Siege where she had the R4C ACOG.
Look at the stats there on Sleepy Gang. You've got Cyber and Milo pushing up 6 kills each after 4 rounds, but Kanaka, and Matty just lagging behind a little bit, whereas on the side of Alpha, it's maybe a little bit more evenly spread. Atlantic, 4 rounds in will give you the benefit of the doubt for still being on the donut, but you want to step it up at some point soon. We've got ourselves a kitchen defense here, and it looks as though the approach from Sleepy Gang is one of control everything. They're going in at the furthest possible point in the map, clearing through library. They want that top down, and these pests are going to be exactly that in the clear, because that is an important piece of ground that they want to be able to drone inside of office, and they simply can't.
It's going to slow them down ever so slightly. Not exactly sure if Sleepy Gang are willing to sort of expend a couple of drones just so they can trigger the pests and then immediately shoot them afterwards. But it seems as if they're just going to play it a little bit more reserved with the info gathering. They will find a crack, however, so they can slip on through, and they have called out and seen that Mr. Joe is downstairs in the basement. Cyber's already on the case as well. He's not going to waste a single moment. He's going to try to hunt after Joe while the scent is actually still a little bit fresh.
Yeah, he wants to take those ones. Like this is the guy who just wants to take gunfights at the moment. And I mean, can you blame him?
No.
It's
He
not the
even said
opportunity.
that during the interview, like, I will literally come up with an idea and go on a side quest without any of you guys' approval. That is just the kind of bloke that Cyber is.
That's quite funny. I have a quote from Mr. Joe that I want to pull up here, which was something along the lines of, I can easily outfrag anyone in this room. And he said that, to be fair, while watching the previous game in a room full of aces players. No, in a room full of APO players. So he was already feeling confident about that.
Okay.
I don't know whether that statement extends to everyone.
It might not age that well.
We'll see, because at the moment he's sitting on 4, so there's there's possibility that he may end top, but it hasn't happened just yet. Milo, though, is going to put his name in the hat there, or throw his hat into the ring. You don't put your name in the hat, you throw it into the ring, and then you pull the name out of the hat. But
Indeed.
Yeah, at the moment he's leading on the frags, is what I'm trying to say.
The name that he always pulls up somehow is Atlantic. Still, though, Milo's name is one that I always see at the top of the kill feed. He has been so good on the entries, and Cyber entering onto the bomb site will find MCs. Looking for a little bit more over towards West Main and Trophy. Spots out Aztec, but the pepperoni is actually just a little bit better, apparently, than the R4C. Cyber falls. And that leaves us in a technical 3v3 situation with Maddie not being in the most recoverable of spots just yet. We now boil down to the last 30 seconds, and Sleepy Gang don't exactly have a firm foothold on one of the bomb sites. And at the very least for them, Alpha have actually vacated the bomb site, so they're going to be playing a retake. Maddie has been revived back up, but soon another injure comes on through. It's a collapse, leaving us in a 2v2 scenario as the diffuser needs to be recovered by Milo and planted once again. Syrup can't win his 1 versus Reich, and now it's all down to Milo. He needs to try to stick this as soon as humanly possible. He will shut down Reich. What a lovely shot. An opposite plant inside of the shrubbery, but guess what? We've already got 1 Mozzie on the case, and unfortunately enough, they'll have to fall off the plant. A round that could have maybe been secured, but at this certain point, once you fall off the plant, we'll never know.
Hit the timer. I mean, he's tried sticking that plant at 002. It was doomed to fail. As soon as he heard the Mozzie coming up the stairs, he wanted to save KD. That was a very odd round. There was a moment that our wonderful observer at the moment, Cairo, just caught at the very end, or like near the end of that, where we had a complete ring around the roses between Reich and Syrup. They were going round that bar gaming portion of the map, and if Syrup had just stayed put and held the flank, he would have caught Reich off guard. But Reich managing to slip into that dining hallway while the plant was going down and take out the planter, it just...
crazy.
It hurt. It hurt because Syrup was just... he could have stood still and he would have been so much better off, but unfortunately he just didn't know where Reich was.
Nope, and I doubt we'll get back to normality at any time soon, so... we'll have to just continue to power through the hecticness that is to come in the very last round of Chalet in this first half. So, Sleepy Gang, the opportunity to tie things up and move into the second half with a 3-3 split. Very, very real. Also, lovely spot out from that Twitch owned by MC, so one less headache to deal with already. And also one less thing that could outright deal with utility that almost goes by unnoticed. So, good spot out. Still though, Alpha though, they are going to be moving for the first time to Garage. Somebody forgot to bring Impact, so boom goes the Dynamite, and we have a rotate.
Yeah, but they've got plenty of C4s to spare, well, a couple at least, it would seem, and yeah, Reich opting to bring that bulletproof cam for a little bit of guaranteed intel on this lineup. Aztec, of course, has the opportunity to steal some drones, but you've got to get a little bit lucky and maybe be an anchoring Mozzie to be able to access them that quickly. And of course, in the comp settings, you don't get points on screen, so you never know realistically when you've hacked one. Although he does have a voice line.
It does. He does say like, "I've added an extra drone to my army," or something.
So maybe he does know. Yeah, fair enough. Point proven. But either way, Milo right now, as we said about his hat, he is.
Oh my
wow,
god!
That hat is looking mighty fire right now, as he's already broken double digits with that entry kill onto MC, giving Sleepy Gang much needed entry kill here, as they are round down. They need it. Aztec is felled as well by Syrup. This is falling apart. This is maybe the reason you don't see Wine very often. It's not the best of sights. They had to commit to a roam, and it's been completely demolished now. 5 versus 3 with 2 minutes left to execute. Milo has the flank hole. He just needs to sit inside of Library, expect the push up blue, and they've got them locked down. Kanakad will find Reich. 2 versus 5. Mr. Joe and Atlantic have to fight back. This is going to be very tough for these chonky defenders. As they move around the site, they know that they have to make a play. Here comes the inevitable flank, but Milo has it on lock, or does he? Mr. Joe finds it. Cyber takes out Atlantic, all on Mr. Joe to try and ace clutch this now, as Matty is doing Matty things, setting down that diffuser. C4 sent out, doesn't quite hit the mark, doesn't even tickle Matty. Finds one in the post plant. Kanaka getting a little bit aggressive, but still 3 standing between Joe and an absolutely heroic clutch here. He's got to do this step by step, take it one step at a time, but Cyber, he's going to pull the rug up from under his feet. You don't get to take a single step, mister. That is a 3-3 split coming through. Sleepy Gang, they keep themselves in it.
Indeed they do, and it was quite the dominant round for them to do it in as well. I mean, there was basically nothing that Team Alpha could have thrown in their general direction to so much as stop them for 1 hot second. Sleepy Gang immediately cranking things up to 11 on that basement attack. We're just shutting down players left, right, and center. Immediately, like within the first 60 seconds, a 3K left in a 2v5. We don't see that. I mean, we know for a fact that the basement of Snowmobile and Wine, it's a bad site, let's be fair. It is difficult to hold on to, but you're not expected to lose control of it that quickly. That's the shocking part about it.
Yeah, I mean, that was an interesting half through and through. We saw Alpha attempt Master Bedroom twice and fail. But thankfully, for Sleepy Gang, it was pretty easy for them, or pretty easy. Thankfully, sorry, for Alpha, this is the point I'm trying to make. They managed to adjust. They saw that it was weak, and they went to every other possible bomb site. Wine was just a step too far. So they didn't have much choice. They'd 1 bar and kitchen, so that the way that the rotation falls, they were like, well, do we go back to Master again? It's been really rubbish for us.
Was Bar and Gaming locked?
It was, yeah. They 1 bar, then kitchen.
That's
so
fine.
Yeah, it was locked, and they had to go somewhere.
Yeah, you're not really left with that many options though. At that certain point, so that kind of sucked for them.
Worth the roll of the die, I think. But
yeah, exactly. Still though, 3-3 split, really respectable. Puts both teams on even footing, moving into the second half, and at a certain point, still could be anybody's game. We have not exactly seen a 3-3 split between these two teams at all whatsoever. This is a technical first. And it is good to see that it is competitive. It is even between these two squads. We still can't call who's going to rise atop. For my prediction's sake, I hope it's Team Alpha. You're going to say the same, but for Sleepy Gang as well?
Yeah, I think Sleepy Gang take this. I'm an absolute entertainment sort of junkie as well.
Yeah,
So,
exactly.
like,
you just want to see this go to distance, as am I. I need to milk out the entertainment value from every single matchup. Noah's giving me the stink eye right now.
I was imploring the players in the little downtime between this map and the last one. I was saying to them, give me some overtime. I want an overtime. We've had 2 whitewashes.
Yeah.
I want a close contest. This is exactly what I wanted personally. These guys, bless them, everyone behind the scenes working such long hours, maybe want to go to bed and they're hoping for the swift 2-0 on the final game. Who knows what will happen? Maybe Aces will deliver a masterclass and Science is gesturing wildly that he does not want that to happen.
Nope.
We all have our vested interests here, but, you know, we're the entertainment junkies. We want to see every bit of action we possibly can.
We want to lose our throats over these matches.
Oh, yeah. I mean, we want to save them for tomorrow as well. Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, that's fair. That is totally fair. Still, though, back to the matter at hand. Cyper, he is close to actually taking the record for top fracking if it wasn't for Milo just being so darn good on the entries, so crisp thus far with the buck. He will have to see if he can translate that to the Wamai on the defense. Yeah, that's not where you want to throw the pancake. It goes over the shield, bud. Still. Lots of damage already being dealt early on by Team Alpha, but obviously they want the lethality from it the most. They want to get themselves that man advantage as soon as possible, and we may have gone past the point of as soon as possible because we only have 75 seconds left in this first round of the second half, and Alpha are not making that great progress. They have yet to take control of Library. They have yet to dislodge the likes of Milo at the top of Ivy, at the top of the Library stairs. So what you gonna do, Alpha? You guys got to get a move on.
Do they even have presence inside of Trophy or Library? I'm not too sure. Doesn't seem they do. So this is a little bit thin on the ground. Any pressure on those windows and Matty would have a lot of work cut out for him. Milo, though, is holding this attack at bay for the time being behind the Ivy shield. There we go. Matty rather, taken down by MC. This leaves Sleepy Gang a little bit worse for wear, but the response is there from Cyber with that Roni. Hits double digits himself. A nice pop up there, but not well timed enough as Mr. Joe will take out Milo, leaving Sleepy Gang with 30 seconds left to defend that man disadvantage. They could do this. They have a couple of toxic gas canisters in hand, and they come out onto the hatch 2-door. This is looking like they may be able to hold out against the tide.
Yeah, Nackard has to toss these out ASAP because if he doesn't, then time is going to expire and you have used that util for absolutely nothing. Aztec is the first to go down. Nackard chimes in with one of his own as Atlantic will be able to retort. 3 seconds left and Mr. Joe has lost the diffuser. It's not within arm's reach, and Sleeping Gang just at the 11th hour as the drop through the hatches and through fireplace started to come on through. Well, Christmas did not come around for Team Alpha. Instead, it was lights out for them. And Sleepy Gang, they take the first round of their second half on the defense.
Yeah, a bit early to be putting up Christmas lights, if you ask me. Oh, actually, no. What am I talking about? We're in December.
Yeah,
this is exactly when Christmas.
It's not too early for Christmas because literally every retail shop has been playing Mariah Carey since November. You see, that is too early. Now it's appropriate.
Yeah, that is not the measure of Christmas. It's got to be December. That's when Advent is. You know, I was brought up knowing this stuff. But either way, that was slow. That was very slow from Alpha. We didn't have much to talk about until like the minute 30 mark. It seemed that the clear was fairly standard, but just a little bit lugubrious, and they had a lack of sort of throwables sent towards the right positions. They got the man advantage as well. This is the thing. They managed to get those early picks.
Yeah.
I say early, around the minute 30.
Sure.
And, you know, if they had an extra 30 seconds, that's definitely an alpha round. Like, they have that. But do you see the value of the toxic smoke canisters? Like, that was able to completely deny one of the main entryways. In fact, probably multiple entryways. I didn't even catch where all the rest of them went out. But
neither did I.
With that little time left, you can send one to the hatch. You can send maybe another to bottom of Ivy stairs, and then another to the bar entrance.
Like, yeah, exactly. I think that's what I definitely think that's exactly what Nacker did in that situation.
You see, I didn't see it, so
I'm not exactly sure about the third one. I think that was still in pocket. One hatch, one bar door.
You do want the gun up, to be fair.
And even in that sense, like, it's not even about necessarily just AoE denying entryways for the side of Alpha, because when you're that low on time, you have to rush through the smoke. You have to see what you can make out of a situation, and because of the fact that you're rushing through the smoke at full HP, you're going to be softened up to like 30 or 40,
and then all you really need is a buckshot or a couple 9mm rounds, and then you are basically dead in the water. So time management needs to be a little bit better on the side of Alpha. Obviously, I have nothing against the team taking their sweet time as long as the execution onto the site is crisp. And I mean very crisp. That was not all too crisp.
Like a deep-fried crisp, one that's been fried again. Or a potato chip, as you may call
Yeah,
them.
I call them chips.
Yeah, see. That's where you differ from us normal people. So
you refer to fries as chips.
Yeah, we do. Well, we also have fries, to be fair. Like, you know, there is a distinction.
Yeah, there is a distinction. Usually the fries that we have, they're steak fries, than the ones that we get, for example.
You throw a meat in there to make sure that you know it's big.
No, it's because they're like the thick fries that you usually
steak
have
fries.
with steak.
I mean, yeah,
you have them with steak.
I'm not saying I haven't
fries.
heard that, but you know you have it with fish. It's fish and chips, you know, big chips, proper chips. Anyway, let's move on. The chips are down,
fish and steak fries.
And at the moment they are on the side of Sleepy G. They are the ones that are gambling and winning these rounds at the moment. It's been a pendulum. This has been so back and forth. We've seen it go from 1-0.
Oh Lord.
Boy,
What a shot.
I'll finish my point.
No.
Afterwards, because there's stuff happening. Cyber finds an opening kill. A trade. Mr. Joe finds one and is responded to. We're left without a sledge, without a thinker. That's almost all your nades gone, as Reich is now the sole provider of explosives. Matt is very close to danger here. Oh, Reich, if he just swings at the right moment, he gets Matty, but now Matty's aware of that danger. Got the repel coming in from Atlantic. They have this long sightline. Very nice use of the ace. He's enabled a potential plant spot, but he's the one holding the diffuser. He needs to get in sooner or later. And with 46 seconds left,
it's going to be rough.
First, it needs to be sooner.
I mean, he is basically on lock because Syrup has got him on. He's got him on Soul Stairs. There is no physical way for Atlantic to actually repel on without him actually losing his head. That is just a fact of the matter. He has to wait for either Reich or Aztec to actually come directly for assistance, and they have. That prompts Atlantic to repel on in, and now they can actually go for an exec. This is huge, and they have dealt with Maddie inside of the closet as well, knackered. All to do it with 3 toxic babes as well as an SMG-11. And trust me when I say this, Alpha have got this defuse under wraps. Clock will be reset, but it doesn't even matter. We will only take 1 second off as Aztec will simply decapitate the smoke. What a great event. What a great sense of improvisation from Alpha, recognizing that there was Soul Staircase presence. We got to deal with that first before we can get our defuse carrier in and then get the defuse down. Aztec as well as Knackered. Or no, excuse me. No, Aztec and Joe.
Aztec, Reich, and Atlantic.
Yeah,
there
so
we go. That's
Aztec and Reich played that super duper perfectly.
Yeah, Aztec thinks he's better. I mean, he's making a good case for it right now. That was a solid bit of play from Ace, or from the Ace main at the moment. I talked about this pendulum. I didn't get to finish my point. It's been such a swinging back and forth game. We've seen, round history-wise, 1-0 to Alpha, then 2-1 to Sleepy Gang, then 3-2 to Alpha, 4-3 to Sleepy Gang. We're now back at tie game. Will the pendulum swing in Alpha's direction? Can they get another attack? Is the script already written? Are we going to see them do that?
It is already written. Science is confirmed.
Science
for us.
He's rigging games.
Yeah, it is what it is. Yeah.
Oh well. Sometimes you just gotta accept that games are rigged.
They are.
And that's not bad.
That's not bad. That's not bad.
At least I think so. Morally, I think it's fine. Right? Oh, wait, no. Hold on. Let me check my notes.
I mean, I come from the Counter-Strike scene where betting is a massive issue and rigged games are a massive issue, so I'm indifferent to it.
Okay, I've checked my notes, and in the back I've got, like, you know, little, some go-to rules.
Yeah.
That we can see right here.
I can see them clear as day.
Rigging bad is about 5th on the list.
5th.
I say about 5th. I didn't number them. So,
they're just kind of assorted in random order. What do you classify to be the worst rule there?
The worst rule is don't eat the yellow snow. Sometimes it's quite tasty. Depends why it's yellow.
Ah.
Yeah. Plenty of snow here on Chalet. That's a good enough segue.
I mean, I'd be more concerned about the snow actually being a little bit too mixed in with the soil and it's brown.
Yeah,
or that could be
brown. I don't think brown snow is ever a good sign.
It could be mistaken as like a chocolate snow cone.
That's true.
Yeah.
I think yellow snow is probably a better one.
Mango snow cone.
Oh, Cyber. Oh, you disgusting, filthy animal. What a fantastic angle towards the trophy window. But unfortunately, it doesn't pay dividends, right? Just about survives it. A bit of a stim to make sure he's not you know, too
Dead.
bad. You know, he's got all his limbs attached to his body, his torso. He's still functioning for the most part in game and able to take these fights, but that is quite a bit of damage dealt his way. Very nice angle.
It was a great angle, and at the end of the day, softening people up, it is just about as good as actually killing them if someone else can actually capitalize on that as well. Still, though, Team Alpha struggling a little bit more in this particular round to claim control of Solarium, and at the very least now, they have started to work their way in towards that staircase. They have some control to work with, but Cyber, he's just an animal. He's willing to contest anything and everything. Deals with Reich, and at the very least, like, shutting the chapter close on his earlier engagement, so that's one of the heads checked off his list. Now he's got 4 more to deal with.
Cyber just keeps swinging this doorway. There's nothing stopping him. Aztec isn't holding him at bay. Finally, he decides to fall back. That big window presence is there, so he has to be careful. Milo sitting inside of this box. Cyber finally dealt with by MC. Mr. Joe tags on and finds Syrup's head. Matty goes down. It's a flurry of kills for Sleepy Gang. Another for Mr. Joe. 4 in 1 there. Kanaka now alone all of a sudden against the tide of Alpha attackers, and he can't do anything about it. MC clicks the final bullet into the body of the smoke. What just happened? That was a storm.
The pendulum has swung. That is what happened.
It has. 5-4. We're back again. This just keeps happening.
It keeps happening. Now
So-
we just gotta wait for Sleepy Gang to put the next 2 on.
Yeah, they get to match point.
Mm-hmm.
Right, that makes perfect sense.
And then Alpha, they basically just...
They 6-5. Yeah, they 6-6,
No, they
7-6,
They
and then Sleepy Gang take it in overtime. So yeah, Sleepy Gang win. Right?
Yeah, Sleepy Gang wins match.
Okay.
That's
Sorry,
already
guys.
since though. Yeah.
Spoilers.
Honestly, we really don't care. We it's not part of our contract not to actually spoil the script for you guys. Sleepy Gang make it to grand finals.
Yeah.
This is actually...
That was my prediction.
Yeah.
So I would like that to come true. Although, to be fair, they could lose here and still make it to grand finals. Because, of course, this is the upper bracket. It's the upper bracket final. It's not as high stakes, you could argue, as one of the elimination games. But, of course, this essentially guarantees you second place. And as we've been saying, 1.2k prize pool is split between first and second place. So you get to that grand final, you get a slice of the pie. £450 is what's riding on this game, guaranteed.
Exactly. You make it to 3rd and 4th, you get nada. You walk away with nada. Except with a really, really cool experience of being at a LAN.
Oh yeah, I mean,
Yeah,
I don't
exactly.
think
That
Aces are
part's
gonna.
fun.
I don't think Aces or APO are gonna have come here and felt like it hasn't been worth their time. This has been a fantastic experience for everyone involved. You can see everyone, you know, in the faces and the chats we've had. Everyone's really, really enjoying the time here, and yeah, I can't wait to see the next game as well, because that's going to be a super important one. First team to go. Well, not go home. Some of them might go home. Yeah. But a lot of them are going to stay around, because why not? It's great. It's fun.
Yeah, it's fun. I mean, technically the first team to not really go back into the arena.
Yeah. There's no. There's. I suppose there are airports being used for this. I mean, just people across the country. There's some people that have fun here. Yeah. Anyway.
Ooh, this is I really don't know if anybody's going to be playing behind that shield, but one chunky nade boy comes in, you are dead.
Difficult to get the angle correct though. You can try and toss one over this particular
You have to
case.
get
I
a
suppose
really
it is.
tight angle and aim it directly for the ceiling so that it bounces down.
MC is in the right spot as a thinker to try and do that, but you've got to imagine that Syrup's got some of his own ADSs stacked. Protecting some of these positions, although to be fair, they are not, you know, infinite and in number, and you want to be protecting Chimney, you want to be protecting Ivy, so get an idea. Oh, there we go. Okay,
that is
no ADS.
perfect.
That's answered the question.
That is perfect from MC right there. Outright deals with Cyber. That is the top fragger on the side of Sleepy Gang.
Wow.
Now down for the count. This is actually starting to become so much more winnable because the one player on the side of Sleepy Gang that had a massive bullseye on their back dealt with, gone, locked away in the forever box. Alpha have got a real chance at getting match point before Sleepy Gang do.
And odds are that's going to unwrite our script, throw it in the shredder. Right now, Sleepy Gang need a mini pendulum, if you will, in this round to turn this tide.
Or they need to, like, stop the pendulum and just, like, jiggle it about.
Yeah, but that's not going to do it, is
Nope.
it? MC gets his second of the round. Matty falls, and now that is almost full top floor control. It is only the body of this Wamai sitting inside of Ivy stairs, trying to hold firm. Milo, though, decides to abandon ship and get the flank on. Kanaka still in sight, as well as Syrup. Oh no, what a fantastic angle being held there by MC, and he takes the head clean off Syrup. A second! Oh my goodness, the same angle again. Don't walk into him. Do not peek this man. Milo now in a 1 versus 5 with MC on for the ace. He's sitting on 13 kills for the game. Red Ping's coming out onto the locations of Alpha right now. He has it all to do. This would be an absolute miracle. We're likely to see Alpha secure match point here, get to that 6th round. Atlantic going to drop in behind MC. You don't want anyone else covering you. He's on fire right now. Still got 2 stims in pocket as well. The drones are hunting for Milo. They're hungry. Aztec comes down the main stairs, but he loses the engagement. But now they know exactly where Aztec is. Plant is down. Milo, what can you do? He tries to send some shots the way of Mr. Joe. Mr. Joe will pick up the final kill. Denies MC that ace, but we'll give him the benefit of the doubt. Fantastic round from Team Alpha there. They take it to match point.
Indeed they do. MC really the star of the show right over there, just eating up players, but unfortunately enough, he couldn't walk away with the full belly being that ace. Still though, I think he's got room for dessert. He's got a little bit of extra room to even have more impact right here and secure Team Alpha a spot in the grand finals. All that really stands between them and that is simply 5 extra kills. That is all they require. Those are the stakes and the one winning condition that they have right now. Sleepy Gang, something needs to happen. They've got at the very least, like, Team Alpha have got 2 chances to ensure that they can make it to that grand final spot before things get iffy and we may have to go to overtime. Sleepy Gang, you got to play a flawless match of Siege. That is the only requirement and the only goal that they have right now. And if that doesn't happen, then off to the lower bracket they go and they'll have to play bright and early tomorrow morning.
That is the real disadvantage in this scenario. You know, we don't have that weighted best of 5 final, but you can bet your bottom dollar that that is one hell of an advantage. Not having to worry about an early game tomorrow morning, making sure that you book your place straight away into the afternoon. You get the benefit of watching your opponents play, warming up when you need to, doing all of that good stuff, making sure you don't have to endure a possible 8 maps in a row. That is what faces anyone that wants to make a lower bracket run tomorrow. So, Sleepy Gang, you don't want to be that side. You want to force this to overtime, of course, but Alpha are going to try and stop you.
They are going to try to just try to stop Sleepy Gang at all costs, and they are on the attack. Their attacks have been stellar thus far. We have yet to actually see Milo have a proper impact on this defensive side. He has been quiet ever since, which is an absolute shame. He ended off the first half with 10 kills. As that second half hit or ended, he hit double digits. Since then, he has only picked up 1 frag. Milo has been having a nightmarish experience on his defensive half, and almost all of Sleepy Gang have had to rely on Cyber to actually pull up the kills and put up a performance. And because of the fact that he was literally the first person to fall in that last round, nobody else was there to pick up the slack. So obviously, we need to keep these high impact players, the likes of Milo, Cyber, as well as Knackered, alive for as long as humanly possible. But whether or not that is actually going to be the case, I don't know, because Alpha have been leaps and bounds better on their attack.
Yeah, Mr. Joe is really coming to his own on this map as well, which is really nice to see, because obviously that's going to affect the mental. He is such a presence in that room. You can tell just from having spent a tiny amount of time with the guy, he really does bring the energy to this team. He enables the players like Macy, like Reich, to do fantastic work, and Macy is the first one to grab a kill onto Cyber. What a pick, removing the piano hold, and now it's all up to Milo here. He is getting some support in the name of Matty. Now it's 2 up, 2 down for the defense. Knackered, in fact, it looks like he's even joined the fray as the smoke. And it looks like Matty, he needs to try and get some kills to his name. Come on, revive that performance that you had on Bank. Syrup sends an impact nade towards Milo. What happened there?
Oh, I don't know, but this is a nightmare scenario right here for Sleepy Gang. If they lose all 3 of their sole survivors, then that is it. They will be up bright and early to play at 9:30 tomorrow morning. And Alpha will be able to sleep in and just have a chillax Sunday until grand finals. Alpha, they've gotten a very, very stern advantage, and they have so much time to work with. 60 seconds to deal with these last 3 players, that is plenty of time. And now that they have spotted out 3 players rotating down that soul staircase, they have all the information they need. They can safely assume that everyone is either stuck inside of West Main, the bomb site, or inside a trophy. There's full vert control established. They just need to rotate that diffuser downstairs inside of dining, and there's no real way that Sleepy Gang can contest and try to deny it, with the sole exception of those evil eyes.
A tiny bit dry on intel for Alpha, but that shouldn't matter with the man advantage and the Yana and everything going for them. All these holes open up. It's just a matter of time. They need to get some picks fast, though, as they begin to open up this breach from Fireplace, enabling themselves for a potential default plant inside of dining. 16 seconds left, however. Toxic gas canisters will come up. Still one in pocket and shields in front of them, but Mr. Joe finds that frag. A refrag by Syrup. A second. The Alder comes alive, and it's going to need to do more work than that, though, because Reich is there to find the double at the end, at the double, and now Alpha, they have managed to book their first spot in that grand final. They beat out Sleepy Gang 7-4, 2-1 in the best of 3.
What a series and a half it has been thus far. It was quite back and forth. It was wild. We saw wacky maps, but at the end of the day, Team Alpha proving themselves that they are better by just a tad little bit. And now Sleepy Gang, well, I can tell you for a fact, Jerry, that they are going to be out for blood. Revenge is going to be just completely around their taste, but it's going to be effervescent as they have to run through that lower bracket to see if they can have another shot to slap it around with Team Alpha in the grand final, provided their lower bracket run is good.
Yeah, and it will need to be exactly that, and we'll be finding exactly who they come up against in that lower bracket final at the end of our very next match. So don't go far, because we will be having an interview fairly shortly with a player from the winning side, which is, of course, Team Alpha. May well be Mr. Joe. Who knows? We might get someone else in. We don't know just yet. But for the time being, sit tight. We'll get that interview, and then we'll head straight on in to our first elimination match of the entire LAN finals. Best of 3 lower bracket final between Aces and APO. Don't go far.
Now Mally looks for a second. Oh my! He goes for the down and gets him. Oh no, the breach activated. Now he has a sightline.
He's gonna go. Yay! That's mean.
Keep thinking that I could have done something, but now I'm left with an empty heart. No making amends, no waking up beside you and holding you till we forget it all. How could I know there was no second chances? Like dominoes, my life got really scattered. You couldn't keep the door shut, and now the frostbite's creeping in. 'Cause I've been stone cold since you left me here. So come home, why won't you reappear? Things that I said came out totally wrong. Can't speak of the truth when it's tainted. I fell into a big black hole. It got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. Got me stone cold. No Wizard of Oz can undo what I've done. Completely out of luck this time. I'm stuck in reverse. I gotta get away now, but I can't seem to take the lead. Oh baby, how could I know there was no second chances? Like dominoes, my life got really scattered. Still myself hoping that you'll find your way back to me. 'Cause I've been stone cold since you left me here. So come home, why won't you reappear? Things that I said came out totally wrong. Can't speak of the truth when it's tainted. I fell into a big black hole. It got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. It got me stone cold. You got me stone cold. Got me stone cold.
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We've got Mr. Joe lined up yet again for another interview. Congratulations on the victory. How does it feel to be the first grand finalist to make it through the tourney?
Well, it's been good. It's taken us pretty much all 6 maps to get here, but we've done it.
It's worth it.
We've done what we wanted.
It's really, really worth it. You played your absolute little heart out in that matchup, and as you said, you had an absolutely stellar performance. Share exactly what is your little secret that made you perform so well tonight?
Honestly, we just the first game, Villa, we knew we were strong in it. We played that the match before against
APO,
and we slammed on that. So we're like, right, we'll go Villa again.
Sure.
So so we chose that. Then they chose Bank, and we were like, right, this is a map that's new to comp.
Sure.
Like as you said, it's never been played before in BUAL. So we were like, right, what do we do here? And
just kind of see
there were
what
weaknesses
happens.
there. We just tried to do, but we know what we're doing on it now.
Yeah.
So we're going to do better. But then third map, we were like, right, we've got to get the mental game here. They tried to get into our mentals after Bank, but Reich took us to the side, and Reich was like, listen, clear minds, let's win.
He gave you the fight. He basically gave you the SI 2018 Fabian talk.
Yeah, no, it can be down. Like I get a bit heated sometimes, and I get a bit angry at the other team. And
how does he soothe you, if I may ask? How does Reg do it?
Well, he told us all to get some fresh air.
Oh.
So we all took a stand outside and stuff. We were just like taking a big breathe in. Yeah,
that's fair. It usually does clear the head.
Yeah,
it does a great job.
And then I mean, on Chalet, we were just like, we kill Cyber and we win. The rest of the team are.
Because I did notice, at the very least, like myself and Jerry were constantly talking about which players had bullseyes on their back. Obviously, the likes of Milo in that first half, they were getting entries left, right, and center. He was always the first name on the kill feed. And unfortunately, like more often than not in that first half, you guys always found yourself a man down because Milo was just so difficult to deal with.
I mean, I thought, to be honest with you, because that was obviously the defensive round, with it being an attack-sided map, we expected to lose 4-2, and was it a 3-3 split?
It was a 3-3 split,
So we were buzzing with that, and but no, I thought we fed Milo. I'll be honest with you, I think Milo got fed kills.
In 6 rounds, in that first half, he got 10 kills. He had double digits first in the server.
It should have been 4-2 to us, I'll be honest with you.
Yeah.
We threw a lot of rounds, got a bit jumbled up. But then on attack, I think we stopped him getting any kills. I think he got maybe 1 or 2 kills the full thing, and then we were like, right, let's kill Cyber, and the rest of the team have no effect on the game.
Yeah.
Like, to us, the way we see it is Team Cyber.
Cyber.
We beat Cyber and we win the full game.
Yeah.
And that's what we did.
That's exactly what you guys did. More often than not, it was actually MC who was kicking things off. He always managed to spot him out with an HE, with the frag grenade, perfectly placed. Cyber's dead, and you guys managed to string together so many rounds, expanding the gap to 3 rounds and getting the dub.
Well, that's what I'm biased to it because I'm from the UK, but I'd always say like our UK esports scene, like UKIN 2 with like MC, can out frag Benelux any day.
Obviously. So now that that series has been out of the way, obviously once again, congrats for making it into the grand final.
Thank you very much.
What is the one thing that you're most looking out for towards tomorrow? Is it just the fact that you can sleep in, that you guys don't have to be bright and early, and you guys can start the match at 1, or are you just excited for the grand final itself?
We're excited. We don't care who we face, regardless. We're going to win.
Yeah. That's it. That's just it. Do you have any little tidbits of information that you may or may not be able to share about what your game plan kind of looks like for the grand final?
We're planning on facing Aces. That's who we think are going to win. We think Aces will beat Apo, and then I think Aces with a good night's sleep. I think they're going to go to bed early, sort themselves out.
Yeah.
Aces beat Cyber's team.
Sleepy gang.
Yeah. Cyber team lose.
Even know the name.
It's just Cyber Team at this point. Yeah.
Cyber team.
Cyber Team. So Cyber Team losing Aces is who you want to face in the grand final.
Yeah, they're nice guys, and I'd like to beat every single team in this competition.
Oh, you know what? That's fair. That is a fair point he makes, Twitch chat. That is just for the sake of variety and keeping things spicy.
Yeah, it changes things up for us.
Okay. And I think that actually just about rounds everything that I don't know. I had another question that I was actually thinking of asking, but it just kind of slipped past my tongue.
The hair. How does he do the hair?
Yeah, how do you do the hair?
Oh, I don't know. I just condition it, shampoo it.
Did you grow it out specifically just so you could match the Team Alpha emblem and crest?
Yeah, I wanted to become alpha.
That's what you'll love to hear.
I do agree. I am the alpha of this competition.
I would definitely say Sigma, but that's just me.
Ah.
You one up it. You heard it from him, chat. We will see you guys in just a couple of minutes. Joe, thank you so much once again for joining me. Obviously, you'll have a banging time at the grand final, but guys, do be sure to stick around because we have our very last matchup of the day, which is our first elimination matchup, coming up in just a couple of minutes after this break.
like it's something in the air at that time. Don't know why. Always dream of you when spring comes. It's like the heat on my skin takes me back to the time met you on a Friday, halfway out at the door of the club, playing soul on the weekends. Stayed in bed till Wednesday. Fell in love with you right there and then. I was young, couldn't see that. Leather jacket, though it's too cold. Saw your face in the crowd, and I think without eyes, her just perfect. Yeah, she's beautiful. Never thought you'd be here. It took me by surprise when I met you in the doorway. And a friend of a friend. Never thought I would see you this soon, but hope she really loves you. 'Cause I swear you deserve everything. Wish that I knew that sooner. We got sober, it was over, but I told you I'd do it all over again. At your place over spring break, a heartache. I'd do it all over again. Do it all Tell me a lie, and I tell you too. I say that I'm happy for the two of you. You wanna be friends, but I don't think I can. But I wanna be happy, happy for you.
Talk to me nice, talk to me honestly. Look in my eyes, don't let it fall on me. Say you're a good guy, make me believe it. Don't wanna hear it, I wanna see it. See how rewind when we rewind. Feels so nice. With time, you I know how to make me feel right. I can't help got this sweet talk. I'm already on my way. I'm pulling up, don't be late. I'm cutting through all the lanes. Sweet talk. You need to say let's convey. No need for no flowers, babe. I'm already on my way. On my way. Why you blushing? Yeah, sweet concussion. Oh, you miss my touching. Good girl. Show me something. Give me more than one thing. I need more than less than I do. Say you're a good guy. Make me believe it. Don't wanna hear it. I wanna see it. See how rewind when we rewind. It feels so nice. I can't help how got this sweet
could conquer the night if I can make it. If I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire. I could conquer the night if I can make it. If I try to draw the red, I could. Conquer the night if I can make it. If I try to draw the red light, I could run through the fire. I could conquer the night if I can make it. If I try to draw the red, I could.
He looks for a second. Oh my! He goes for the down and gets it. Oh no, the breach activated. Now he has a sideline.
He's gonna go. Yay! That's mean.
Good evening, everybody, and welcome back to the Badass University All-Stars Finals weekend here at Wolverhampton University Esports Arena. And, well, we come to the end of our very first day here on LAN. One team's journey will end today. I'm Whippet, and joined beside me for the very first time on LAN, we share the pleasure.
Yeah.
It's going to be Cairo.
How's it going, Whippet? Celtic Connection, back in action. I mean, I've had a long break. I've been sitting, I've even been observing. Weirdly enough, I mean, I've just so excited to kind of get back into it, and you can already tell, but I've had too many Red Bulls. But I'm getting excited for this game.
I wish I had too many Red Bulls. People have been drinking my half-open ones every time I leave the studio. A little bit unfortunate for that one, but even a round of applause for you when you mentioned the observation from our very own one. But
yeah.
We're at the end of the day. Yeah. It's been a long day for all of us, but I tell you what, the excitement is holding high for this one.
Yes.
Best of three decides who goes home today, who survives through one more. It's going to be Aces versus APO, average players only, and I'm looking forward to this one very much.
I'm definitely looking forward to this one. I mean, I've already casted APO, almost upset the team who actually have already made it to the grand finals, which is quite a feat when you consider they were, one round away from winning the full thing, if you think about it in that aspect. 8-6 on Clubhouse. I believe it was, 7-4 on CAF, and eventually they lost 7-2 on Villa. So APO, average players only, I'm really excited to see how they match up against Aces, because this is a bit of a grudge match. They actually faced against each other.
And it actually is. We're back where we all began for this one, and well, I can tell you what, let's get acquainted for some of our rosters, and we'll be meeting Aces for this one. once again, we've meet aces. Can they survive tonight and make it through? Spack, Dai, Dumfries, Sandanos, and Maytoms, the team fighting for their lifeline here at the finals at LAN. Can they make it stick? They've been an impressive roster so far. They've showed those moments of talent, but they haven't been able to put it all together in that final third. They've not been able to make that one step to find victory they need to, and it's been close efforts every single time they've played.
It really has, and I mean, another thing that we can also draw here, Whippet, is the fact that you've got Spack, Dumfries, and Sundanos, the core three from Deviants last season, if you remember. Obviously, there's going to be a bit of synergy there. Dai as well, who was originally, or I was not say originally, he is with Swansea, and then, well, he's going to come straight up on our screen.
Perfect. I mean, one of the standout players all throughout the season has been able to make an impact. And well, I touched on this earlier. I had them earlier today, and I mean, if you look at this, a rating, it's a solid rating of 1.14. But I always gravitate to looking at the very bottom of that stat column. Having two 1vx's, that's absolutely huge. As someone that you can lean on, have that safety net, that backbone of a team that goes, all right, I'm not in a great position. I've got multiple people to worry about, and everyone looking at me, I'm going to be able to get it done. And that's exactly what Dai can do. Two 1vx's to the name, 60% coast has an impact on it, over 50% of the rounds.
Yes.
You can't ask for more in a core player.
No, I mean, that's it. And I mean, you think about it from this perspective, right? 1vx's, you think, oh, he's only got two, but that's more than probably like 90% of the league. And on top of that, that's two guaranteed rounds he's won by himself alone. So all in all, really big statistic there, what you've pointed out, Whippet, and it'll be really interesting to see how he maybe clutches up, because when in that last game between Sleepy Gang and Aces, he was really putting in some performances.
He truly was, but of course, it does take two teams to go to war for this one, so we'll be able to meet our next team standing to fight for their lifeline this one. Average players only.
Well, that is average players only. We're just about to get them up on the screen. Oh, they look quite different. They look like grand finalists. No, we are going to see average players only come up on our screen. And well, Inoob, AC Kovac, GMXC, Jaffa, and Weiwei. And I mean, Whippet, you were spectating. You got to see this team. I mean, I was in the moment, so maybe my emotions are a bit higher than what actually happened. So kind of break it down for us a little bit.
I mean, looking at these players so far, on the standout performance from LAN in particular, Inoob was on an absolute heater earlier today, finding honestly those moments of magic that you just don't expect someone to find, always popping up. That name was something that I think we saw a lot of earlier. We'd likely see it again. Pressure is building now. They're going to be setting up in the arena knowing the stakes of this matchup. They want to survive and move to tomorrow's grand final. Victory here is required, so a lot of weight does rest on that one. But of course, out of 5 players, one does tend to rise to the top in terms of stats. And I wonder who's it going to be for this one. Is that's going to be Weiwei standing up? And look at these stats for this one. A 1.17 rating overall, a 1.28 KD. KPR averaging around 0.86. And a coast higher than what I had, but 67%, but less on the 1vx.
Yes, certainly. And I mean, another thing that I want to point out about Weiwei, already dropped a 19 bomb on Cafe today, all by himself, to win out against Alpha, against absolutely no mugs, are already confirmed grand finalists. We need to keep emphasising how well average players only actually played. And, well, it'll be interesting to see exactly where we go with these two teams. But average players only, there's a lot of kind of, how would you put it, a lot of minor storylines compared to the major one or the overarching one, and the fact that, well, someone's going home.
It's almost gonna hurt to see someone go.
Yeah,
we're all here. Everyone wants to get to LAN. It's been this massive goal for all these teams. We're finally here. We're finally getting into these games, and it feels like just as we began, we're already going to be waving goodbye to one team tonight. It will not be a fun walk back to their rooms tonight. They will be a somber one, but let's hope they can put up a good showing. Best of 3.
I mean, that's
What do you
it.
think?
Oh, so, yeah, I mean...
I'll give you a score. I was going to ask for a score.
Score, sorry, I'm cutting you off, Whip. It's almost like we're back in our offices casting. I mean, I was going to just quickly say that, I mean, if you do lose this matchup, obviously, Peak has to put you in a cannon. You get fired off the campus. I mean, that's just unfortunately sometimes the way it goes. But yes, if I was to push for a score, I'm going to go 2-0 towards APO.
Well, you're a brave person to put out a prediction without knowing the maps we're going to.
Yes.
It's very brave of you to do that. So if we can have our maps, I would love to see it, and I believe we do. So we get to see the war zones. These teams will brawl for their final chance at survival. Villa and Coastline first to go. We've seen some Villa already play today, and it's been a very dominant performance. I believe Alpha were able to bring that one out. Cafe and Club make it through in the very first picks, and I mean, this is forming up that it might be the T4 trifecta. Oregon still exists, and we haven't seen it yet on LAN.
Nope.
I would be very hopeful we don't see it here on our final day leaving, but at least it would be a decider. So if you were right in your prediction, we would need to go there. So rolling up, I am sitting with very, very bated breath for this one. Please be Chalet. As Oregon's bomb bank, and it's going to be Chalet, the decider, map 3, if we are inclined to need it. I can't wait, and part of me is going, yes, we're getting to that graveyard shift, but I'm telling you what, if we get Chalet at the end of that tunnel, it will be an absolute blast. Cafe and Clubhouse, of course, first picked out by AOP will be Cafe. Aces chose Clubhouse. What are your thoughts?
I mean, interestingly enough, they've both picked the map that they played well on. Think towards these two maps, APO won out Cafe, Aces almost won out Clubhouse. We're up 6-4, I believe 6-3 against Sleepy Gang. So all in all, this is looking pretty good in terms of that aspect. But when it comes towards Chalet, I mean, it's an unknown kind of battleground for those two teams. I'll be really interested to see exactly what happens when we actually get towards that map. But that's if we get towards that map, and, well, my prediction comes true.
I mean, Cafe, a map that's somewhat had a fall from grace as well. When you look at that, it's not being played as often as we tend to see. And while speaking on that, we don't see a lot of it. We fly through. I'm expecting pretty standard bans. We're going to see a Thatcher. We're going to see a Valkyrie, likely a Hard Breacher. It's a bit up in the air which Hard Breacher it will be, but not too surprised with that one. But Valkyrie, Thatcher, they're not going to make it through this ban phase. No,
without it. I mean, we could actually argue that there may be a Jackal ban. I mean, there was a few of them earlier in the day when APO was playing against Team Alpha. Already the English operator gone off the board. Thatcher straight away gone, and I mean, it's almost guaranteed. You could almost bank your mortgage on it, Whip it, but I mean, that's not going to happen just yet. As we look towards our second ban of the evening, and it is actually an Ayana.
Right. Well, that's already thrown a bit of a spanner in the works for how my thought process for this was going to work. Ayana has a lot of utility, and that's something we cannot understate. The ARX, a weapon that can find you in the grave with only 3 shots landing. A Gone 6 in the back pocket and 2 nades, but to no one's surprise, that's all Axe surprised in the production room. Valkyrie doesn't make it through. Who could have saw that one coming? Information, of course, King of Rainbow Six Siege, and the queen of those cameras, Valkyrie, made no more. Even our observer isn't happy with a single frowny face to go. As Kaid, of course, will be the last one to go. Not a surprise, it's somewhat of a formality when you see that, Thatcher. These are bans that are formulaic and somewhat of the meta that we live in right now.
Yep, without a doubt. I mean, we are going to head straight in towards our first round. Get to see the first set of operators to, well, take the first gunfights. Sledge first to be picked from Ainu, not a surprise. He was on an absolute tear on Clubhouse on this operator. We look towards the other side of things. I mean, Dumfries on the Mira, Spanish operator actually making it all the way through. We've not talked about that Whipper. Well, her implications on this map.
Well, of course, those mirror windows can somewhat act as a massive just, no, you can't enter this way. It changes the ebb and flow. The biggest and most prime example of that is you're going to be looking at that top floor. You can put mirror windows inside of freezer itself. You can put them in bathroom. You can play very recessed further back into the site. And you want to talk about a perfect example of seeing teams play with that formal recessed playstyle upstairs. Look at 10 Star versus Delta Project just a few days ago, where they were able to topple those giants with just playing a very relaxed, pulled back strategy and waiting for pressure to arrive with crossfires all established with the windows provided by Mira.
I mean, this is it, and I mean, another point that we actually saw this earlier, where it was Team Alpha playing on Cafe against average players only, and APO actually made a realisation with it. Do you know what the best way to kind of win out against probably one of the best teams in the league? Do nothing. Just sit back. Sit on your bums, don't do anything, and I mean, it somehow managed to stall out their opposition.
A little bit more to it than do nothing, fella. Just a little bit. A wee smidge.
Wait, but I do that in my right games.
Well, that explains your reload. I mean, you're on to something at least.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. I mean, wait, does that mean I can maybe make gold this season?
That's probably pushing it. But of course, you do touch on that idea of not giving your opposition anything. Playing in that very reserved play style many teams like to adopt on the defensive side. It shows a team that has a level of structure in place, with a level of maturity, I think probably the best way of saying it, that knows, let's not take the fight, let's not take a risk nor a gamble, and guarantee rounds. And the clock for the defensive side is the biggest asset of banking those rounds early. And in these stages, at the very beginning of a round, considering how much is on the line, and as a best of 3, you want to pace yourself out. You don't want to be going full send. In this style, playing it further back is going to help you maintain that. And some of the feeling out phase, you want to know what your opposition is doing, what style they're coming in. It could change from game to game. These players had a little bit of a break, considering our last series went all 3 maps. So they've been able to look back at the stream, look back at the VODs, and perhaps think and formulate what they want to do and how they wish to do it.
Yep, I mean, certainly, interestingly enough, this setup has actually got a lot of lines of sight through and towards Cigar. Obviously, that's where they're expecting the push coming through from APO, but there's actually a few players going below. We're already seeing Jaff look in towards the mining/trains area. I believe that was a C4, it's picked up 1, but already running away there is Die, an absolute, well, rodent, being able to scamper away and, well, staying alive.
You can just say rat.
I don't like saying rat.
Okay. You can call it a relaxing spot either.
I could call it a relaxing spot, but thing is though, I like to be individualistic, not copy you. I mean, you're the kind of nostalgic caster. I don't know how you have such a bank of information, but I mean, you could be Wikipedia in your own right.
I mean, if you want one about Cafe.
Yes.
Rogue, when they were an NA roster, went nearly undefeated on this for 6 months or so, playing a mirror strategy, very similar to what we have in play. But we did see a couple of kills arising. Aces now dictate and control the ebb and flow. They lead in terms of player count, 4-3. Kovac trying to make an entryway, supporting that initial push in, and they might be able to get a plant by the trash bags, and they're going to try and work it out. Can they get it? Just going to look for map control. A second kill now for Die. Ace is in complete control of this one, leaving it in a very tricky position. Body system activated, but it's not going to last too much longer. The trade not arriving either. 1 versus 4. 45 seconds left to go. An LMG with 150 rounds of ammunition and pain. And a dream. 4 to find. 30 seconds to do so. No diffuser in hand. That win condition not likely to be a factor. Information called. Perhaps a red stairs flank in play, but it's all a little bit too much of asking. You walk a little bit further, a single stray step, and it is all but over. Aces playing in that exact way we described, not showing anything, not getting aggressive, and letting the clock do all the work.
Yep, certainly, there we go. The Jose Mourinho effect coming into play, getting that bus parked right up and not doing anything about it. It's absolutely beautiful stuff to see, and well, just like that, Aces actually upset what I thought was going to be an APO round from the very start. Die getting things started off with that C4. Well played from them.
It feels like something that we always have to say as casters of Siege, but it is a defense-sided map.
That's true. I was going to say, wait a minute, I'll just get my caster bingo card off. That's 1 point towards me. I mean, that sign's going to give me a free drink later after getting that cliche out the road, but there's plenty of more cliches to come, like for the fact that it's a momentum-based game. Maybe the momentum is in favour of Aces.
You are torturing me right now.
I'm going to torture you all best of 3.
Why do I agree for this slot with you?
I don't know. I've had many Red Bull. I feel completely up for this, and I can't wait to get into some more beautiful Siege.
Well, speaking of more Siege, down to the kitchen we go. What snacks can they cook up for this one? It will be an interesting one to see how they set this up. Will they go for an extension upstairs? A lateral hold has been popular in the current climate. Verticality somewhat gets pushed and made null and void if you do extend out to areas like coat check and freezer, leaving the hatch open to me, or closed, with that reinforcement from Matum. Seems it's going to be a bit of a hybrid play between them. Yeah. That rotation looks like an extension in the bakery to try and deny and hold on to that for a little bit longer and fall back with damage done to the utility of the util economy of APO. We do see one player upstairs. That's going to play in the mind of APO. Will they try and clear it away? As Ainub's playing a dangerous game. Down to the devil. Tries to keep his drone alive. Doesn't last too much longer. 9 million will always do the job. And they have even a little bit of a wiggle of celebration. And another frowny face. Observer, be happy.
I mean, I don't think... the question is Science ever happy? I do not like the face that he's just made. That was absolutely the stuff of dreams. But anyway, well, we'll need to see if Aces can make this the stuff of dreams on cafes. Well, we begin the ascent to the top, and it's going to be a nice procedural roam clear here from APO, and well, oh, a nice little C4 going out there, trying to catch players off guard. Not to be the case, it was actually Jaff with the shotgun, not getting caught off guard. Alright, scanning those feetsies, and well, you know what Jackal's like. He has missed his mark as the pings go out through that second floor.
I mean, the biggest thing for Jackal right now is being able to identify if there is a roam presence, and throw on the Inox goggles, you see the footsteps, you have a rough idea that someone's there. The color coding helps identifying how much of a threat your team's initial entryway may be to scan somewhat of a useful second to it. Ainub, a player I did highlight in the prep stage of this, trying to make an entryway. Yellow ping towards the white stairs. Nothing comes at a pre-fire, however, but he brings out his hammer, and he's going to start molding the map to his very, very critical intentions. This is a make-or-break moment. Can they get all the angles opened up and establish control that they need? More Jackal pings down below, and that's going to try and direct that soft breach utility. And even more getting opened up inside of mining. Not going to be a comfortable engagement to move around. A C4 primed and ready. This is going to get called, however. Oh, but no one. We have the benefit of those silhouettes, but no one is going to walk into that, and they're very much cautious of it now, knowing that that is an active threat down below. A minute 20. No one suffered a casualty yet. The impact from Zafia will open up the angle, and this will not be an easy fight for either party. Bandit decides to stay alive and keep his HP in tow, not getting caught out and denied from that rotation in Bakery. That could have been a massive blow, as now we enter that final minute.
Yep, we are at the final minute, but well, we've got somewhat of an idea of the execution that's coming through. Still vertical pressure being put on, but there we go. The first infliction, Ainub is taking out Sundanos, the player that you highlighted with it. And while Dumfries actually has struck back the Jackal, the roam clear off the board. 45 seconds remain, and well, we need to start thinking about diffuser. Well, the thing is, though, Bakery Camp is still up, so there's lots of information to actually assist this bandit in towards Bakery, and I mean, he is the biggest problem here, but a lovely nade with it.
Well, that grenade opens the door, as now you've got Bakery. You can make this execution work. 20 seconds, and it's time to get it rolling. Aces want you to hold it on. One less player to make it work. It's all a critical stage. The plant's going down around the chassis. Will it stick? The smoke cancer toss just a little bit too deep. Can they deny it? No, they can't. APO have it down. The wind condition in their favor. Ace fires off his AK and finds one. But what a shot there. Ainub is going to make it a horrible engagement. Gets the final one, and it does happen to a trade.
Absolutely beautiful way coming through the red corridor there, and then kind of going in towards the site. I believe Whippet, unfortunately, the cameras are going to have to see your face, or the viewers are going to have to see your face, because we are actually coming back to us for a quick technical pause. Sorry for that one, guys.
My face?
Yeah. Oh, so, did I say that out loud? Oh.
I mean, so far, it's been a pretty action-packed cafe.
Yeah.
You can't complain with what we're seeing. We're seeing both teams really actually bring a lot of maturity in their strategies. That round really did pivot on the player inside of Bakery. That was the linchpin. The moment that got pulled away, it was like you're playing Kerplunk and all the marbles fell down. It just absolutely cascaded for them. They were able to take control, get that bomb down. And I knew, an individual level, a fantastic performance. Started off with that verticality, done all that job established, and then went in that somewhat solo roam, solo entry position, lurking and waiting to catch players on rotates, and finds three, finds the cross, and they find the round.
As soon as that nade drop, it was like bing bong, and straight away all the players were through and towards the site. They got the plant down, and well, the way that they just kind of manipulated everything about it. I mean, I always use that word far too much. Ebac's probably sitting at home thinking, well, this is easy impressions. I'm going to make a compilation video of Cairo saying manipulation. But point is the fact that the way they kind of moved those defenders about was absolutely beautiful in terms of soft destruction with it and everything that they kind of did about that kind of stuff.
That was Default Cafe, played perfectly.
Yes,
They knew what was critical to the execution. They got it done and didn't waste time in doing so. They established that there wasn't much of an upstairs presence early. The Jackal helped in that, certainly. They had good enough drone economy. Perhaps they could have done with saving a few extra. We saw that scrappy fight by Red Stairs, where the I was able to find one. But All they need to do is just a little bit more steps on either team, and they might be able to draw some distance. Kitchen service a replay of this one.
Sorry, I was just going to quickly nip in there.
Go on.
I think I just wanted to kind of give another compliment towards APO and the fact that, well, they didn't bother too much with contesting and towards coach check. They just cleared bakery, and that was it. That's all they needed to do. They didn't waste any time focusing elsewhere, which is just good maintenance of the team.
It really is. I mean, a lot of teams I've seen do like to push bakery itself and use basically no verticality to deny it. And it's interesting to see a team like APO go for this hybrid-like play. They're getting verticality. They're attempting a roam clear, so they don't want to deal with that fight and try and deny that pressure that likely arrives from the prep vertical angles. So when you look at this comparison to how a lot of teams have played this, and typically the meta format of it is you sit in bakery, you get control. You send someone up late to deny verticality and use a maverick to try and open up and just kind of get information, brute force, try and win the fight by coach check if it arrives. But they're not even worrying about that. They're going, let's get the verticality. Let's get that done first. And they do it. Then it's clear the player behind bakery if there is one. Get this execution rolling. And it worked out perfectly.
Yep, it certainly did. And, well, the thing is, though, is now we ask the question of aces is, how good is your adjustments? Because, I mean, let's be honest, we were very quick to drop off. They didn't want to risk anything in that regard with it, which is fair enough. I mean, sometimes when that happens, you just want to create the presence, drop off, but they had the Jackal there to identify that, cleared it with all the drones, did all the kind of due diligence that they needed to do, and, well, therefore, maybe this time we might see more aggression coming out from aces on the roll.
It could be a solution. It is a dangerous one, and Dai is certainly thinking of that now, playing up by the brown stairs, an MP5 in hand. No shots connect, but sending some 9 milli past someone's head will not invite them to peer that doorway unless, well, they're very brave. But I tell you what's going to require some bravery is trying to take a fight with Sandanos, finds the opening kill, and that's the aggression you were touching on. A far more extended roam presence. They're looking to take fights, but he gets one and peels back down to the next floor, but he's going to get caught out, and Weiwei's going to find two! Oh, the ultimate opportunist is going to be able to crack this round open, and APO will be taking that one every single day of the week.
Yeah. Weiwei, another player that we expect to pop off in this game, as well as Ainu. Cafe, the map again that we spoke about previously, 19 kills, nothing to be scoffed at, and already we are seeing the vertical pressure coming through here at probably the exact same time, but with a lot less players in the lobby. And well, we're already looking towards bakery here with it. I don't know if there's necessarily any more grenades left, and as I say that, I look towards the information to find out we have 4 available for these attackers, and Dumfries may be feeling a little bit of sweat drip down his forehead here with it.
He will not survive the barrage. It will be an airstrike once this utility is made null and void, protecting him. It's all but over. Grenades are starting to arrive, and there it is. A gunplay will be the final cause of death. He gets a trade-off and takes one to the grave with him and makes it a 3 versus 2. But verticality and your kneecaps are exposed, and Ainu will not take a second chance to try and find something. Sends an aid, but player retreats deep inside of Coffee. Stays alive for the time being, keeping those toxic canisters in the fray. Less than a minute left. Verticality established, player control established. APO can move launch execution. You need to perhaps find just a little bit more information. Matum's in coach check. The area they haven't contested at all might be able to deny it. That nades crawls and crawls so close, but he just escapes. And if they're relying on that nade for information, this crossfire established by the bottom of red might be catastrophic. And Spack will find one. Maidens nearly finds a second, but he gives up his hand. They know he's here. The crossfire is now exposed, but the rotation from smoke is there. And upstairs, once again, to open up that verticality and make it a factor, the rotation is called. Weiwei will find one, and this will surely be a round. This plant's going down. The smoke canister might be able to choke it out. It's all but critical. Less than 3 seconds to go. We hit 000. Can you get aggressive and deny this plant? No, surely not. He taps away and only millimeters away from it. 40 seconds now. Critical stage of this round, and that finger boost might just boost them in the victory here.
Yep, and I mean, you can't even blame the servers on those shots not connecting. It was all down to your SMG-11! But it's Weiwei to win that one now. Spack got one and could not get the second, but Whip it. Whiffing on that head that was just peeking up from the counter. That was round defining. APO could have lost it all in that round.
They really could have. That was not giving themselves some headroom to get that done. It was down to the wire. They were really trying to make best of a bad situation, perhaps, but they made the best of it. They now lead 2-1 your scoreline. Jaff is on 6-pick away from that Jackal this time. Are we just being baited into it? Who will it be? It will be Nomad. Air jabs, so important. Choke out rotations, make that a little bit harder. We've not seen the most effective use of Nomad today. We've seen it broad a lot. We've not seen air jabs be as impactful as they tend to be. Nomads, so far this LAN, haven't exactly had the best life expectancies.
Well, they certainly haven't, but at the same time though, I mean, every operator in this game doesn't have a great life expectancy, but somehow they keep coming back. It's interesting how that happens. But, well, with that being said, we are going to head towards the top floor where we actually seen Aces win their first round, started things off extremely well. And, well, with the way that they played it, they almost played it flawlessly. And on top of that, the flawless kind of rounds just didn't come to fruition after that. It really did end up being lackluster on that bottom floor. But with that being said, we need to see if they can maybe recreate that form and win this top floor out.
So, once again, mirror setup.
Yes.
This is very intriguing about will they play more recessed further back into the objective? Yes.
I was just seeing something. They've actually rotated the mirror onto Cigar rather than have it on facing in towards mirror. In towards Freezer. I said that was a mixture of mirror and Freezer. What do you call it? They faced it in towards Freezer last time, facing default to contest that. This time it's actually facing Cigar to contest.
So they're trying to make as many kill boxes and crossfires as they can. The Hammer doing its traditional, sending debris sky high. Unfortunate that they all have to funnel in through these hatches, no one opting to try and clear from reading verticality. If a buck was brought, that was an option. Nomad, of course, critical to this. Air jabs can be put on the windows outside to enable a more repel-heavy situation, but already, I think Nomad's already dropped on in. So, those air jabs are very much designed to internally limit that rotation available from the defensive side of Aces. Hello, Ace, as he peers into our screen, hopping on that repel. Spawns into existence. Perfect timing to talk about Aces. Well, perfect time to talk about this setup inside of Bathroom. They have those Kona stations to heal on and keep themselves topped on up, and that's a bit daring. Surely not and die. You cannot do that. You can't get that cheeky and absolutely punished for... Well, I don't even have the right words to say that one.
I just seen old chat where Digestive said sound question mark. Ace was above you, Dive. Come on, man. You can't let something as easy as that go about. Well, already it seems to be absolute freebies. They're giving out hot dinners like Brad was giving out those food coupons earlier. My God. APO are just taking every opportunity given to them, but Sundanos has finally answered back.
Well, Sandanos doesn't want to go quietly into this round and tries to brawl on back. Spack will get topped up by that Kona station as he swings. That gas cancer will force a player out of that default position. Sandanos will make it 2 of this round. The Mirror Window and Freezer is going to have its time to shine. The kill box open and established. No, it's been popped and wasn't even there. My bad on that spot. A flashbang sent. And can they try and find some pressure? Deep in Freezer, the flashbang's critical, but time drains away. They can't succumb and be victimized by these toxic canisters. Another one is pluming off in the distance, and what a nade by Weiwei, and then Jaff follows it up. It's all now down to Spack was taken. It is all down. What can he do? Can he take some soul with his SMG-11? Oh, the opening shot narrowly misses in his final counter sent, but that's going to be JMXC who finds it, taps away with the AK-12, and gets one more round.
My God, that round from APO, they just took every opportunity available, picked them apart. It was almost like that barbecue pulled pork we had earlier in the week, Whippet, because, well, I mean,
Wait, what? Wait, you've been getting food?
Have you not? Brad's been... Wait,
What?
Brad's been feeding us? Is he... Oh, no. Oh, I forgot, you got locked into the stairs. Oh.
I thought they were only letting us out the cast.
Whippet?
Yes?
I think we need to have a chat after the cast, lad.
So, upstairs we go yet again. This is why we shouldn't be allowed to work together.
No, we really shouldn't. I mean, Alex actually, one of the kind of upper management said to us, I hope we see this banter on cast. Well, Alex, you have the banter.
We apologise.
Yeah, we are really sorry for dismantling a full map on Siege.
Sorry. I have been, I've just been disrespected by our observer.
No,
Pretty heavy.
No, you haven't.
Okay. Listen, this is an inside joke that will live in this room for eternity. Mirror setup brought out once again. Jaeger, don't put your head in front of the 12 gauge. That's not a good idea. Don't do that. It's your teammates. Well, same setup yet again. We're going to see how can they play this as individuals just a little bit better. It was close until that two-piece arrived from the grenade of Weiwei and Jaff following one up. You mentioned, though, that Weiwei had a cracker of a game earlier and already 7-0.
Yes.
So,
yeah, there's that. Yep, there is that. I mean, Weiwei obviously showing us exactly what they're capable of. And I mean, the thing is, so that last round there, I mean, it's a bit of a discrepancy. It's one of those rounds where you sit there and you think of all the things that went wrong and you think of all the things that went right, and the only thing you can think of that went right is the fact that you picked operators. Because, I mean, nothing went towards the side of aces in that round.
I mean, a lot of it came down to that individual thing. It's that small micro level of Siege that... There's a phrase that I think we've all heard in Siege. Really defines the micro level pretty well. Win your ones. Something you can't really do in right.
Okay, thank you.
But it's all about being able to have that confidence. And it's not all about that, of course. Strategy, putting yourself in the best situation. What these strats are designed to do helps with it. But if you just don't win your gunfights, it is going to be a struggle. And the previous attempt of this site, they just couldn't find success. They couldn't shut down the early pressure. And I mean, the opening was a pretty significant series of unfortunate events with that barricade attempt not exactly working out. The ace charge curved around, and that will land and try and open up that mirror window. A two-way angle has been set up and established, though, and the players inside of bathroom have been forced away. Pressure mounting, Weiwei will find one. Kovac does get traded away, and Sandanos will be the one who finds it. A minute 35, and nade pressure arriving in Pixel. Jaff will be the next to succumb, and that will be the spear through away who finds its victim. Digestive will be the one who claims that soul. A minute 25, and it's all down to these very critical skirmishes as players pop in and rotate around. Inside of Cigar, we have one blue silhouette, tries to make an entryway. Matums finds one more. iNoob's the next to succumb. JMXC tries to get aggressive. The player playing in Shaiko is not going to make it easy, and way down on that repel. Doesn't last long as Sandano's claim, but it's all down to these critical final moments to self-revive of Weiwei. Less than 60 seconds left to go.
Yep, there is less than 60 seconds, and it's the talisman here to clutch it out. Plenty of time here, but also plenty of denial. You look towards this two smoke grenades. Well, I was about to say there's one C4 as well, but there's one less player. Digestive chopped at the head. Bounce back in Matums, they've got a bit of a crossfire here, Whip It, but think how much they've actually lost here in terms of that bar area. We could easily see Weiwei actually move all the way through, has actually managed to pick up some health, and a frag grenade is going to sail down this corridor to try and pick one up. He's going to try and take the gunfight. Two players nearly line up, but no, Spack was created that crossfire, been able to use the planks as some sort of cover and pop up. Almost like a whack-a-mole, and well, whack his opponents. Yes, we are in New York. Wait.
What?
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 Well, will you whack your opponent? New York?
Okay. I know it's late. It's been a long day.
What have we done wrong here?
A lot.
If you saw them, they were just like laughing at me now. It's late. I'm sorry.
I mean, let's be fair. It's not even 11 yet.
But what is wrong with what I just said?
It just doesn't work. So Cairo is going to take a moment to reevaluate his life choices in the booth. This is the tomfoolery that Celtic Connection find. Graveyard Shift always leads to the best cast.
Yes,
this game as well has not disappointed. Nope. I think the tomfoolery may somewhat subtract from that. We apologise, of course, to the players.
I think the biggest disappointment is Science Observing, because I mean, I'm the better observer out of the two of us. I get my death stare right now.
So, to try and get us away from skirmishing with words around our studio. It was bound to happen at some point.
Yeah, without a doubt.
There's an empty chair swiveling around in the background. It's really distracting me. So, kitchen set up and established, and it's going to be an extension down below. Can we see the coat check setup happening once again? Trying to deny as much impact from that verticality as they can. It is critical. So this is a great game. Just
Right, well, I'm going to just take the lead here because everything has been dismantled in a few sentences, a few swivelly chairs.
it's just your fault, to be honest.
Why is it always my fault?
Well, your joke just didn't land.
My joke just didn't land. Give me a break. You're the one that... I'm not even going to get into it.
Improve.
Right, I am going to talk about the round and the fact there is an echo on the board, which we've actually seen a lot of on Bank in that upper bracket final between Sleepy Gang and Team Alpha, but no, it's actually going to be brought here in the lower bracket final. We're going to see if it's going to be effective here. It's not the lower bracket final, sorry, it's the lower bracket elimination match.
There you go.
Yes, thanks very much. Yeah.
I mean, just as much weight though. Realistically,
Yes.
It's all down to who can survive.
Uh-huh.
It is interesting to see Echo being brought a lot more recently,
Yes.
and a lot of things I've seen right now, teams are almost going back to that point where he was going to be that more prevalent anchor. I mean, just think about SI 2019. How many Yokai Drone denies did we see? Reciprocity BDS always popped up in my mind.
Yep.
That a perfect prime example of how good that utility is. Verticality being opened up by Ainu, but once again, he is lingering around those openings for just a little bit longer than you tend to do. You tend to, as a sledge, want to crack it open and scurry away as quick as possible, because as you crack open a massive opening in the floor,
Yes.
we're just inviting a C4.
You're inviting more than just a C4 sometimes, you're inviting SMG-11s, MP5s, lots of submachine guns just willing and waiting to put some sort of metal through your skull. But right now, nothing being put through anybody's skulls. We've actually got 10 still on the board here with a minute to go. And as I say that, the caster cuss goes all the way through! Look at this APO coming out of absolutely nowhere, manipulating the floorboards that they have absolutely destroyed. And now it's all up to Matums as a plan gets attempted. Sciences gets hands in the air, and look at that, he has missed every single kill. Flawless on the round there from the side of average players only. And can you really call them average players only at this point?
I want to know how quick that all from the moment that first thing happened. 4 seconds, if I were being told. Roughly around 4 seconds for that collapse to find 4. Whew, okay. Fellas, this is meant to be the final game of the year. You're meant to be tired and fatigued. What happened to the script? What?
Well,
I've fried my brain with that one.
I think what's happened here. Is we have a bit of a deviance from the script. I think we're gonna have to phone in Brad, and we're gonna have to get him back on track.
I shall use Bluebird app to contact Brad.
Yes. Can you please contact the Epic LAN 34 pub quiz winner?
So, jumping in the cafe, Kyra, hello. So, I'm still a little bit trying to work out what exactly happened in that round.
Yes.
I mean, I know for a fact everyone here is looking at these feeds and just went, what?
Yes.
Yes.
What do you mean yes? What? I'm just agreeing with you. What's wrong with saying yes?
I don't know. Tomfoolery. But 4 seconds to find 4 kills and completely collapse on a site is ridiculous. And APO had that all set up perfectly. From vertical angles open up, the players creeping and crawling around inside of Go-Check essentially, just to collapse in essentially a blink of an eye.
I mean, it really did collapse before a blink of an eye. Well, the thing is though, I mean, Jerry ridiculed me for this earlier, right? I said that like everything that's happened in the last 6 rounds doesn't necessarily matter anymore. The only thing that matters was the score. Apparently I got ridiculed for that. Don't know if you're going to ridicule me once again. I mean, you take every opportunity that comes your way. But yeah, so essentially the kind of trends, etc. that we saw aren't necessarily going to happen in this second half. We can kind of disregard them all as well. The roles are completely flipped. 2 new interactions to happen, and we'll need to see the personalities on the other side for both teams.
Well, of course, if you go to that side swap, it's not unusual for teams to have somewhat of role swaps as well. You can, be a roamer on the defense, and you can be an entry on the offense. It's not common, but it is a thing I've seen some teams have in the past. Some roles fit people better on different sides, of course. So, downstairs, opening site for APO on the defense. Can be collapsed as efficiently on the offensive side here. Yes. Don't imagine they're going to be pulling that off anytime soon. That might just be pretty close to a record, especially in BUAL. I think that's a BUAL record for the quickest execution.
Yeah, well, no, it's not. It's not actually. The quickest execution came through when I believe it was the Deviants played the Combat Wombats on Consulate. They tried to rush through the back hatch in towards the servers, and when they ran through, we had the quickest ace ever, and it was 15 seconds. And I think it was 15 seconds from the start of the round, and it was also I think, if I remember correctly, in total a 5-second ace.
Okay, I like that. Normally I'm the trivia guy.
There you go.
I'm
the BUAL trivia guy, so there you go.
I like that. BUAL does provide those moments.
Yeah, it does. It really does. It's
I
really
love
crazy.
it. Absolutely love it. So, Dia's getting control upstairs on that Jackal. Running around the Inox scanner. Words. I fumble them so often, man.
That's fine, don't worry.
It's almost like I should be good at talking.
See, you would think that, but the thing is, though, you fumble all your casts anyway. We're almost expected at this point. Science has handed his controller, offering maybe a swap of positions. So, do you know what? I invite Science up here to talk. Nope, I'm getting a really, oh my god, look at that stare I'm getting right now. I was laughing though. I did see Dumfries actually drive his drone into the wall, and for some reason that amused me quite a lot. As a C4 does blow up right in front of him as he makes an explosive entrance in towards it.
He drove his drone into the wall like Max on Quali today. Broke all our hearts. The opening kill for Weiwei will find some Dano, so that could give an opening. 3 versus 4. Sorry, no, 5 versus 4. My eyes don't work anymore either. 25 seconds, and it's going to come down to a bit of a crunch races if they want to make this stick. APO have to play mature, don't have to give themselves an angle deep inside a freezer. He's going to get himself cornered. How does Jaff survive that? He gets a free cross, but doesn't last too much longer. Timer hits red, and it's going to be a cascade. A double C4 from iNoob, and now it's all down to Diana. 1 versus 4, 6 seconds, and no diffuser to boot. It's all but over. Kovac gets probably a freebie, and that is going to shut that down in a very strong opening defense from the side of APO. They didn't give up anything. They didn't make it easy. They didn't give picks away, and they played absolutely perfect around it. The clock done most of the damage. 5-2 your scoreline, and upstairs we go. We haven't seen them here yet, but I imagine the lineup won't change a great deal. Mirror likely to be chosen just by the effect. Expect a lot of mute now. They saw those Rotara drones coming out from the Flores, so they don't want to risk that now. That can deny so much utility and can be a very oppressive thing to deal with. Elysian once again being flashed but 6 picked away to. You'd expect that. Elysian doesn't bring a lot in this setting, but a Maestro brought out on the top floor, a very potent operator. Those cameras can extend now to give you vision that Valkyrie ban is somewhat restricted. And of course, they can tase away. They can find some damage if undetected and left to persist on those final seconds. And of course, I mean, has a good gun, I guess.
Yeah, without a doubt. And I mean, on top of that, Whippet, another thing that we need to kind of talk about is just the way that the kind of aces really are lacking on the manipulation department. Again, there's that keyword again. But the point is the fact that they really were lacking there. They opened up the floorboards, right? They kind of tried to get freebies. They didn't move the players in the correct positions, and they didn't leave anybody upstairs to punish those movements either. I mean, you look towards Freezer, it's turned into an absolute meat locker when those bodies started to move and hung up and left to dry. I mean, what else can you say about it? Aces just do not look up to the task, and the thing is, though, it is an APO map pick. Clubhouse could be completely different, but another thing we need to point out, Clubhouse is a very almost standardized map. I don't know.
Bar for a few exceptions on it.
Yeah,
there are very, I mean, bar for exceptions. Easy fun there. Bar, if you play it, it's an interesting side on Club. It's, I mean, yeah, it's one of those maps. We're gonna see it. It's of course best of 3, so we're gonna see 2 maps guaranteed. Club is an interesting map to bring out in a series like this when you could have brought out something that perhaps your team is more unified on, more specialized on. It is default, and it's somewhat, no, I don't think it's any realistically, anytime it's a team's pick when that's brought out. But Cafe, in a very similar position as well, it relies on who can play just the best Siege in the moment, and right now APO are presenting puzzles that Aces just can't solve, although Jaff might have made a mistake crossing out. If you get aggressive for Skylight, this could be huge. The drone spots him out. He can't get an angle just yet, but you're both playing a dangerous game. Jaff looking down below to try and deny an entryway from these reading stairs, but if he strays just a little bit too far, he might find himself in the observation screen very early in this round.
Yep, certainly. Can maybe join Science in here, give him a bit of company. He's feeling awful lonely here. Well, right now we're seeing, I believe it was Dumfries actually getting drawn below. Interestingly, they have brought the Maverick, obviously good for getting rid of gadgets, but why go below and need when you have a Maverick? Question mark?
I'm not too sure. You can do a very efficient clear of just Maverick, clear, Selma. A lot of, you know, it's a very common thing to see teams in NA just throw a Maverick, open stuff up and go. They waste a nade like that, and considering how critical nades are right now, a misplay, and if they have a freebie that a HE could confirm, like even that Maestro camera, you can get rid of that from relative safety with a HE, tapping away his Kovacs. No one's going to be daring enough to challenge that, and once again, APO, they're not showing anything. They're being reserved. And they're not. Wait, could have swung that and decided, no, stay patient. Expect a grenade to arrive here, but expect the C4 to go first. It goes deep, finds no damage. He's gonna swing, surely. He's trying to bait with that shoulder. Sends one shot to try and bait something out. The ADS catches one, and he's been smoked out as well. He can't make anything happen, and he falls on back. APO showing nothing, giving nothing for free, and that's gonna be the opening kill. Arrives from a HE. It will be Jaff who falls, but now Weiwei fills and gets aggressive back in bathroom. The sound was open, but oh my God! Are you kidding me, Weiwei? 3 with 1 mag of the SMG-11, and just like that, they may have solved this round. Aces, do you have a reply?
It was a spray and pray, and my God, was a miracle delivered. Sundanos down Matum's left with it all to do in this round. What is going to happen here? What has happened? Cafe almost signed, sealed and delivered as the last 3 seconds we see them go AFK, whip it. What the hell happened there?
I'm stunned.
Yeah.
1 magazine.
Yep.
1 spray, 1 rotation, 3 bodies, 1 soul collector. APO, your image is the Reaper, and your Scythe, well, it reaped a good reward in that round, and Weiwei was the wielder. That round could have been anyone's game. That opening grenade kill landing, but
huge.
Individual performances in a game with such a high level of team play and intricacy can make a huge difference in that round. On the micro level, came down to 1 tap of the mouse.
Yep, and I'm going to say something else, and you're immediately going to jump on it. Nello. Coastline.
You made me smile with that one. Not quite the same.
No, not quite. Not
a little
quite,
bit different.
Yes,
I mean, Nello's was 4.
Yeah, Nello's was 4.
And it was on attack.
Yes.
And it was with Gridlock.
Yes. And it was
and it was against an APAC team.
Yes, and it also had a very long hold of the left trigger.
And it was Coastline.
Yeah.
But yeah, other than that, it was the same.
I mean, they held left flip.
So every moment's the same then.
I mean, you could boil it down.
Weiwei is on the castle. Not going to be back with the... I think at this stage, anyone who faces him will say dreaded SMG-11 and has the shotgun.
Okay.
We would call this normally, or if it was a different FBI operator, Pulse Gaming setup.
Yes.
So this is just Castle Gaming, Castle Streaming, perhaps.
Well, I mean, it was Pulse Gamer 3, we'd usually say.
Castle Gamer 4.
Castle Gamer 4, potentially. What about Castle Gamer 2?
No.
No,
you have to go up. You have to. We don't talk about the first 2 Pulse Gamers.
Yeah, they weren't really successful, were they? It was like kind of.
That's the reason we don't talk about them.
Yeah, third time lucky.
I mean, we do have a Pulse, and that will be Kovac down below. Likely is just going to be trying to find some C4 presence, and can relay so much information with that cardiac sensor. We saw it earlier when Sleepy Gang were playing, how they had a Pulse in play just for that raw information it brought. Upstairs we go to the very traditional ascent to the roof of Cafe. You bash the roof, you send debris, and you get your drones to gather info. And they're going to hot drone behind it. Sandanos is there, he sees a drone getting clapped off, and he's going to find one. JMX, why are you getting so aggressive like that? Don't chase the drones! You shouldn't do that one. And he pays with his head now on a spike. Aces lead in terms of player count. Can APO hold the line? Surely they can, but upstairs pressure begins to get felt as drones are sent out, but no one's active. Oh! What a read! What a pre-fire! Looks for more, and that ties us up to 4 versus 4. APO, are you looking for a showreel with these ones? What shots we've seen so far? They queue up now. Who's the next to face the gauntlet from Aces as they all stack up and are dreading this initial entryway?
My God, Whip It, what is that? I just have to say though, Sundanas' kill, I just thought that was much cleaner than Jaff, just because it's just like, you just walk through, the way you do is tap it. And well, things gets a lot harder now, because Dumfries caught inside Freezer, and he's going to get confirmed with a C4, just as simple as that. Almost left out to dry once again in a Freezer position, Spat trying to push through, trying to almost scramble back. It's like, when you kind of put your fingernails on the whiteboard, the blackboard, and you
before you
down.
just don't describe that anymore.
Okay.
I don't want that memory. 2 C4s it was took to kill away that sledge though. A massive commitment. 2 C4 for 2 grenades, I guess. I mean, not exactly a balanced trade, but nonetheless, it will have to work with that one. Kovac's going to gather a lot of information, and every step you take will be read into. Aces find one more. Smack was taken. He's going to be left in deep. And Weiwei confirms that kill with the shotgun. Matum's left with a lot to do, and again, it's going to be a 6-2 scoreline. The rotation around Freezer, around reading is there, but oh, the pre-fire lands. It's going to be a buddy system brawl now. 30 seconds, and no, caught with utility in hand. The UMP claims the victim. Matums, it's all down to you in a 1 versus 2 to keep Cafe alive. 20 seconds, hopes and dreams. You've got the defuse, you've got your lunchbox of hopes with you, but can you make it work? You're going to walk in the red, a crossfire likely established. Both players primed and ready to fight you. The pre-fire doesn't land. You get one, looks for a second, but the pistol is out. Weiwei finds one more kill, and they claim the very first map of this series.
Yep, certainly, there we go. And well, Whip It, 7-2 scoreline just seems to be what happens on Cafe, because that is exactly the scoreline, I believe, which happened between Team Alpha and APO. APO just seem to be the Russian masters right now in the way that they're playing this. Absolutely cool, calm and collected in the winter map. So if they maybe make it to Chalet, maybe that wintry map, I mean, there might be some sort of, I guess, storyline there.
Perhaps they could be, but Cafe, what an impressive performance. Individuals stand out, of course, from that, but the teams played very well.
Yes.
Aces at those first 3 rounds, they looked like they might be able to find some momentum, find some footing, but it all began to fall away, and I think a lot of that came down to APO just getting into their stride, figuring out how they wanted to play Cafe, and they played their own game.
I think they got upset in that first round, because what happened was you saw Aces really, I mean, demolish their opponents, and then as APO started to come into their own kind of flow of things, their own way of doing things, I mean, it looked exactly like the way they did against Alpha, and when you get into that stride, when you get into the way they were doing things, I don't know if many teams could contest them in the league.
They certainly could, but we're going to go to a very short little break to get ourselves ready for Clubhouse. Do not touch that URL bar. Be right back. It will be very short, and we'll be right back with Clubhouse.
Now Malu looks for a second. Oh my! He goes for the down and gets it. Oh no, the breach activated. Now he has a sightline. He's gonna go. Yay! That's mean.
like it's something in the air at that time. Don't know why. Always dream of you when spring comes. It's like the heat on my skin takes me back to the time met you on a Friday, halfway out at the door of the club, playing soul on the weekends. Stayed in bed till Wednesday. Fell in love with you right there and then. I was young, couldn't see that. Couldn't see that. Leather jacket though is too cold. Saw your face in the crowd and I think without eyes. Her just perfect, yeah, she's beautiful. Never thought you'd be here, it took me by surprise when I met you in the doorway. And a friend of a friend, never thought I would see you this soon, but hope she really loves you, 'cause I swear.
Bing bong, we are back for map 2 between average players only and aces. We've already seen APO actually win out map number 1 on Cafe. Whip it, what a dominant performance.
I didn't think you were going to say Bing Bong, not going to lie.
Yep, there you go.
Thought that was a joke that would have died earlier today, but it was a strong and dominant performance, 7-2
Yes.
scoreline, and I mean, there was massive moments that really come down to individual players, but the way they played that map was very, very strong. They played with structure, and especially on the defensive side, APO, they played like a very mature team. They didn't give anything up for free. In fact, they really didn't give anything up at all. They played reserved, very far back from the initial fight, and had map control. Sent some bullets down range, fell back, and then stayed alive. They wasted time, they kept relying on that, and it kept working.
Well, the thing is, though, Whip it, I mean, the key point that we have to point out is the fact that it really just came down to the basics, and the basics are, as you have already mentioned, win your ones. And you made a very sly comment. I'm going to look past that and be.
Well, you're looking past the fact you can't win your ones.
I was gonna be the bigger man and not think about
Listen,
that.
were you playing ranked on LAN earlier with us?
I was not playing right.
Well, you didn't get the free low.
Yep, well, I mean, it is absolute free low. When you're playing Whip It, we are already going to get heading straight through in towards the German map, and towards Frankfurt. It's Frankfurt. Do you know what? I don't even care that it's Frankfurt now. We are going straight towards Clubhouse Whip It, and this is Ace's map pick, where we saw them push probably one of the better teams of the whole bracket towards, I mean, potential overtime, but they eventually got 2-0 on their map pick.
Will they be able to call it Dubhouse? There's another tick for your caster. Bingo.
What? Dubhouse?
Dubhouse.
Yeah, I know Dubhouse. I mean, because that's what SSG used to call it, because of the SSG roam, you know, the way they used to do it.
Yeah. I mean, it would be nice if they were ever actually real world champions.
We'll not get into this with it. I'm not gonna start a debate here. Right, well, we are gonna get straight in towards our bans. Straight away, we're probably gonna expect a Thatcher and a Maverick, probably a Mira, and maybe a Valkyrie ban. I mean, we're probably not gonna get anything too fancy.
What the heck? Are you serious? They're gonna ban these very specific operators on a map that we know so much about?
So little about, you mean? We've never seen.
I've never seen this map played before.
Oh!
Oh!
Okay.
I mean, let's be fair. This slot, the second ban, that's a hard breacher.
Yeah.
So it's not Maverick, but it still kind of fits the mold. Yeah. So I'm gonna give you half a point for that one.
Thank you.
I'm gonna take away 10 though.
Okay, I was gonna ask, does that point like help me get some like snacks later on? You know, like a packet of crisps.
Well, I've
from the vending
not been.
machine?
I don't get out of the closet. Once I'm put in the casting like cupboard,
Okay.
I'm locked in there.
So wait, do you get like letters from owls and stuff because you live in the closet and is that on the stairs?
No, I'm not Harry Potter, fella. That's
Oh.
a fictional character. Anyway, Kaid band away. This is going to be, as you expected, there's the Valkyrie. There's not going to be a lot of shocking bans on a map like this. It's been in the map pool. Not in its current state, but in a variant of some form.
No.
Very, very, very long time. And the meta has evolved in this way on this map in particular. Did someone just go and say, yeah, this is what we ban. We know what makes things easy, what makes things hard, and it's going to be down to the basement to try and break this very first side. In APO on the defensive side, the map has lent that way historically and throughout today. So will that continue, or will we see Aces try and buck that trend? The lineup they're bringing is an interesting one. Capital is the thing that jumps to my mind instantaneously. Lots of utility in that crossbow. Two mini exothermic charges, can openers you can call them, in the back pocket. I mean, you see, of course, a 6-pick under the smoke. No mirror for us today.
No, a Spanish operator not getting a journey, not getting to go away.
At least we saw it when we went to cafe.
That's just true. That's just true. I mean, she obviously came out for like grow out of the cupboard that you obviously came out from under the stairs.
That's where I live.
I mean, what is it like living with Mira? I mean, she doesn't get out very often. Thatcher must be in there as well.
So is Valkyrie, so is Kaid.
Seriously?
And there's a few hard breachers coming every so often.
Ah, right, okay, no bother. You have a good party in there?
No.
Cramped?
No. It's very spacious, actually.
Actually, well, that's really good.
We say nothing.
I mean, the good thing is that one thing we have to comment, Badass really looking after us. I mean,
It's been fantastic so far.
It has been absolutely fantastic. What's been even better is the fact that I have been able to avoid whip at all LAN event. And while we do see exactly what site is going to start us off, it's actually the bottom floor.
Ah, the basement. Where Cairo belongs.
Yes.
Where he lives, in fact.
No, that's where Santa lives.
Who?
Computer does not compute.
Fair enough. I'm being waved at by thin air in the back of this room right now. Now, as we jump on in, this is going to be a pretty standardized setup. I'd imagine we're going to see some roam presence, likely upstairs, just to cause some chaos. Will anyone be lurking near syrup? The spot in Logi that we dubbed earlier?
Yes. I mean, do you know something I've just realised? Like, what if we have, like, I don't know, I know this is probably, like, a really niche thing, but what if we have, like, a 10-year-old who's watching this, who, like, believes in Santa, and, like, we've just been like, Santa's not real, and just destroyed his hopes and dreams.
Okay, for reference, I guess, because you don't have to make me explain the joke.
Yes.
We have a replay operator.
Yes.
That shares that IGN.
Yes.
And he doesn't exist.
Yes, he does not exist. He is not real, do not believe in him, and do not acknowledge him. But at the same point, we get a thumbs up from Fresh Air, and we get to continue on with our cast. 2 minutes and 10 seconds through here. And already we're still seeing some slight setups here. Got that Maestro Bailiff out, open up some lines of sight that you can stand maybe on towards that church. I don't even know the kind of wee church like pew type.
There you
type
go,
thing.
that works.
Yeah, thank you very much.
So this is going to be a very similar setup to how most teams attack this and get verticality opened.
Yes.
I would say you can speed this up by having a buck.
Yes.
Because you can do two-layer vertical play here,
Yep.
and it's just saves a lot of time. It's not as efficient as a hammer, of course, but it saves you having to expose yourself. Good information, at least confidence in the call there. His back will drop down. 2 hammer swings, and he's got access inside of stock. They have bar control, and this tends to read as there was no roam presence from APO. They're waiting and inviting pressure. Verticality being opened up and established, molding the site to the way they intend. But again, these angles are open up, and as they're open up, we should all know that they exist. They're default and standardized. An asphyxiation dart ready to get sent out by Capital. That will likely be the cue for an execution to take control of blue. As Back's going to nade primed and ready, he's going to drop it in. Jaff in a very compromised position, playing around the smokes deployed around him. The fire will push him back. They gain map control, but is anyone watching Oil Pit? Yes, there is. One player lies in wait and he hears them on the grills above. That yellow ping will spot out a drone as he crosses back the generator in a massive dump of utility, but they gain no map control. This is huge. They had a chance but did not take it.
Well, I mean, with a look at this, 45 seconds remaining. You're talking about map control. A trade comes through, which is absolutely huge. GMXC actually has opted to bring out that SMG. That's something you don't usually see from a smoke, and well, it's certainly come out. APO using it to its fullest advantage. Ainub has brought out your beloved Alder Whippet, and he's trying to contest in towards Oil Pit, but loses out from behind. Trades coming left, right, and centre, and time is ticking down.
17 seconds, 3 versus 2. Aces hold the advantage, the critical leverage of this round. Weiwei looks to get aggressive inside of blue, but gets slapped down. Diffuser dropped by bottom main, and 7 seconds remain. It gets recovered, and surely they close it out. Die with a pistol in hand, runs the speed of light, and finds that final kill, securing the opening here on Club. But a margin too thin for comfort for either of these teams.
Yep, certainly Digestive being able to gobble that round up, and well, the thing is though, is there going to be any heartburn for the side of Aces throughout? Because well, after that first round Whippet last map, we did see them actually start to have some problems and start to let APO back in towards this map.
Unfortunately, you have to witness us yet again as we go to a pause to get things done. So that final round,
yes,
not final, first round, getting ahead of myself a little bit for that one, came down to a very fine margin. It requires a Capital to get aggressive, pistol in hand, the rush around boxes. Yes, the plant was going down, but to deny that going to a 1 versus 1, absolutely critical.
Yeah, I mean, it really was, and I mean, brought out the pistol and ran straight through the site to try and obviously deny the kind of like a potential clutch that was coming out from AC Kovac. AC Kovac actually, I think, if I believe correctly, he is one of the most clutch players on the side of APO, with actually having 2 clutches, 2 1vx's.
That's huge. Always being able to fall back on someone, being able to win those 1vx's. It's one of the, not only one of the most impressive things to do inside of Siege, at least from a visual standpoint. One of the most impressive things to do mechanically, mentally, and all, I mean, every superlative you can put in terms of the way your mechanics work in Siege. That 1vx is something magical. One round is a very difficult thing to break down, though. It doesn't show us exactly the full picture of how these teams want to play. I always like to really dive into my kind of big chunk analysis when you have those 3 or 4 to go, but we've seen them already on one map, and we know that on the defense, APO don't like to show a lot. They do like to play a little bit more reserved, and hence why they did not commit a roamer upstairs.
Yep, that's certainly true, and I mean, the plan really worked out the way the trades were working. I mean, the defenders just kind of wasted time, they were trading out, and maybe this is signs of problems that could come for the side of Aces because of how long they took to 1, clear out the map, and 2, actually go for their execute. 3 versus 1 got down to a 2 versus 1, and at that point, as a caster, I think that's the most worrying time, because I don't realistically think, unless it's an instant trade, you should let it go down to a 2 versus 1.
When you get down to those 2 versus 1 positions, it's never an easy tasking. It's always difficult. It's a shame that we didn't see Ainub make something work with that Alda.
Yes.
That could have been the defining factor. He didn't get caught out from behind, an unknown source, at least from my memory, to try and catch what that was.
Yeah. I mean, it's just... The thing is though, I think someone did catch it from behind. I believe that is the pause over and done with. We can get straight back in towards this game. We're just waiting for the unpause to come through from our horrible observer side. So he's giving us a sad face. I mean, the thing is though, he told us specifically not to give him shout outs, so we won't be giving him shout outs. We'll just continue to, well, I guess, demoralise him.
He threatens to pull out our XLR cables.
Yes.
He wouldn't do that. He doesn't have the nerve.
One, he doesn't have the nerve, and 2, he doesn't have, I guess...
Carol, we've turned the entire studio against us.
Are you surprised?
No.
I mean, I was getting threatened to get chucked out of the university earlier, not because of anything that I had done, just because...
You're Cairo.
Yeah.
Yes. We're back!
I can only think, imagine how bad everyone thinks our part is. Like, we must be getting slaughtered for, like, the type of jokes that we're making right now.
It's just... I don't even know how to verbalize it. I look at you and I just forget how to speak. I'm just... Why?
I mean, I know, it's kind of like, it's getting bad now. But at the same point, the good thing is, though, going into our second round, and, well, we haven't went all the way just yet. We have only done 1 round. Which is quite interesting, considering, you know, the state that we're in. None of them are in a bad state, by the way, and not just kind of general tiredness. Got a lot to do. Whippet's looking at me dead in the eyes. I really don't know why.
We're at LAN, I can do it.
Yeah,
You can't stop me.
That's kind of the hard point. I can't get away. I can't just disconnect from the call.
You could always walk away. But you are again.
Yeah,
no, you
well,
can't.
I mean, that's, you say that I could walk away, but Brad does have us like leashed up. I mean, I would only get so far.
It's how it works. With the graveyard shift, I mean, this is actually, though, I have to say,
Yes.
this game has been fantastic so far. Lifeline for both these teams, of course.
Yeah. Lifeline,
APO
like, as in Sophia Lifeline? I'm sorry.
Okay, you need to stop
Yeah.
with the puns and attempted humor. It doesn't work.
I should just. So what you tell me just to be the verbal body bag for like just now?
I mean, you said the word New York and expected us to find it humorous.
I never meant New York. I just meant the fact that I said like whacked. Like you know how you ever watched
It's okay.
Goodfellas?
It's okay. Let it go, fella.
Listen, if you don't have any good like pop culture references in a cast, what's life? Side, stop making that face.
At this point, it's more of a sketch comedy show with
Yes.
all the boys included. They're trying to work around this mute jammer. You can place it at the very top. Okay, there's a grenade kill in the distance. That was an up, Nate. No, that was the lineup from outside. This is what you love to see. That wall's now opened up, and alright.
Okay.
I need to go to bed with that one. Santano said no.
You've already got GN in chat. I mean,
Perfect. I knew what was going to happen. Santano said I took him in.
Mate, I mean, you said it. You just go to bed because I mean, you may as well have after that one.
These players are on the same floor. They can tuck each other in.
Can you actually?
They're on the same floor.
That's interesting. That is a really interesting dynamic. But, well, the dynamics we need to talk about is the fact there's 3 players left versus 5 here. Whippet with a whole load of time. You've got to think towards this top floor. Think towards CCTV and cash. And, well, the fact that it's not the site that it once was. It's not the way it used to be, considering the way that BDS managed to, well, I guess, whittle away and create this kind of formulaic attack. And, well, right now we are seeing this formula come to light as 2 players are already dead.
Can opener does exactly what it says on the tin. Garage wall now opened up and an angle established. 2 flashbangs sent. ADS's plan to be burnt. There will be magnets that grab and claw them out of thin air. Verticality from Weiwei is open and surely not. There is one! And no, this man with an SMG-11, not something aces want to see. Jaff will find one. Kovac another. And yet again a collapse is rapid. One from the main breach, however, as Die fires back and makes it yet again a body system brawl. 2 versus 2. Less than a minute to remain. The retreat to the main objective has arisen. They're trying to hold the line and work and play this duo dynamic perfectly. The Banshee will unfurl, but its song not heard for long. Muted quickly by some 5.56. Maytums tries to make the charge, clearing utility as he goes. A crossfire established, but this will not be easy as you have to vault in to get this initial push. And the mirror window gives so much information. If they go for the default plant, they'll surely hear it as exothermic charge chews on through the main wall. It gets sent to C4, lands, and that now makes it a whole nightmare as the SMG-11 finds one more victim. And hello. What a shot.
Oh, that is absolutely bobbing and weaving there, Whippet. And the fact that, well, APO already striking back just like that. I mean, average players only again. I mean, we're going to keep making this joke as casters, not looking very average. I mean, the only players...
You're the only one who's made it so far. Hence unfunny.
Yeah. Thanks. Well, guys, I'm now looking for a new duo for the cast, so if anyone from the green room would like to enter, and I'm only oh, actually, we've got one person waving down there, but unfortunately they are unavailable. But yes, so
anyway, back to it.
Back to what?
The game, Cairo. Your job. Oh man. So, down to the basement we return. I knew once again Dawn's maestro. Can he conduct a symphony of pain? 1-1 our scoreline. APO, they don't look as comfortable here as they did on Cafe. Yes, that last round was good, but on Cafe we saw them finding massive margins in terms of player count, and yes, big individual moments played into it. But their strategy as a core was very much around denying the availability of aces to have free reign. They didn't give them anything, they left them no opportunities, and the way they done that was essentially playing around not giving picks and always finding a trade if they needed it. They haven't exactly had that same proficiency and potency here on Clubhouse.
But another thing you have to see with it is do you expect them to be comfortable on a pick that isn't theirs? I mean, fair enough, it is Clubhouse, it's almost standardised, and again, we'll say it, very formulaic in some senses, but on top of that, they didn't want to go here as their first pick. They chose to actually go towards Cafe, and well, another point we have to say, they had 7 maps to pick from, that is APO. I mean,
realistically, lots of teams don't want to play banks. You got 6. Then you also got to think your thing. I mean, this map's always going to come up.
Yeah,
Dodge it.
Yeah, that's true. But like, I'm just making a point of like, there was such a plethora of maps to choose from, and they chose to go to Cafe, not Clubhouse. Again, it could be some simple things. As maybe one site they're not comfortable on, they would rather be more comfortable on all 3, like Cafe. And well, obviously they're going to be a little less confident in Cafe than what they were Club.
Okay, certainly so. 2 minutes left to go, and we've not seen a lot of action. This will be a very formulaic round, no roam presence established, so it is going to be clearing, well, essentially clearing nothing, getting information, setting up vertical positions, and trying to gather information. The Gemini replicator gets caught through the wall by the bailiff, unintentional. Surely there should have been a sound cue that was heard. The can opener will open up that moto hatch, giving that direct access to that drop, so a critical point of incursion for these teams, and once again the Sledge doing his work. A grenade sent in as well to try and disperse anyone playing too close. I am intrigued what execution they're thinking of going for. A blue and moto looks the most likely as of now, and I think the call's being made to commit on to it, as the Sledge holding up on the laundry or on the supply hatch tries to perhaps send the grenade with an eye. Kovac playing behind generator sends out a smoke grenade. An interesting choice. He can play it. He can be an absolute smoke bandit. He looks to get aggressive and cross. A horrible fight by Oilpin, and he loses it out. Sandanos has an opening, and this could be the key that they need to be able to open up the site. No control inside of generator, and this is so much use of smoke grenades. A wonderful benefit of having a Capitao. They can't use that main door. Sandanos has some freedom to move, only has to worry about a few less angles. He's looking for the prone position, trying to find anyone daring enough to reveal themselves. Just a few pixel of legs is all he needs, but no one yet. He gets a chance but doesn't land the shots. 30 seconds left, and the player so close might just swing. Oh, he doesn't hear the reload. He might hear the nade. Jaff gets one, but there's a trade. I knew the second, and the cross is there. Wei played it patiently and finds the kill, paid for that reward, but one more trade happens in the distance, and it's going to be a 2 versus 2. Make it a 2 versus 1, as once again it's going to come down to a pistol. It's going to be a nasty brawl around the smoke. 15 seconds, this plant must go down. I knew Bolton, an impact primed and ready, but the C4 quicker on the draw.
Yep, certainly whip out that C4, absolutely huge, but the damage was already done throughout the round. I mean, the defenders just traded all the way to the end, and it got to a 2 versus 1. Dumfries stuck in a corner, and well, I was looking like a rather tame dog indeed when they get put in the corner. You know the saying.
No.
Don't put like a rabid dog in the corner. Am I just like, have I had a state of delirium? As this was happening now?
I've never heard that one before.
We can look it up later. Right now,
No,
I
I
want to
will
focus on the game. I want to get through this. I want to get talking. I want to be somewhat professional. I am casting with a you can caster. You know what I mean? Fella.
Don't make me say it.
Don't make me say it.
So, time to get on, and Gym Bedroom is our site of choice. A site for many teams which has been tertiary for a number of years, but in recent memory, it's risen to popularity as a primary or a secondary because CC and Cash, it's been the primary for so many years. Teams have figured it out. It's very well organized on how to break it down.
Yep.
And this site's just getting harder and harder to, well, basically attack. The defense have a lot of options of what they want to do. And when you have a mirror in play, that makes construction and logi a vocal point, and expect that to be the key of this round. Yes, getting control of Cash is critical. Construction as well. But to gain construction and deny crosses from Cash, it all comes down to logi.
It certainly does come all down to logi, and it's very much a kind of chokehold. Something that's really not talked about is how construction is almost a chokehold on the entire map, especially towards that second floor. You think towards main as well. But different now that we've got that kind of soft wall, and that can be used a lot better with the current changes. But all in all, if you think towards main on the first floor, you think towards construction on the second floor, you can really create a chokehold if you can control that doorway between between Cash and construction, etc., etc. I wasn't able to point anymore. So it need to be that point that we need to make. We also need to see no one being lost from logi. But the thing is, though, is that's a really hard task. It's not as simple as it sounds. Just don't die. I mean, how many times have we heard that in a ranked game from some rando who's angry that he didn't win his win? I mean, I'm probably one of those people, but right now we need to see these players win their wins. Sundanos sends up a nade, but nets absolutely nout.
I'll mention those nades are super critical every time you send one from your palm. You must want it to connect, find damage, a kill, or clear utility. The mirror is going to get spotted out, and not too surprising that that window is an active one. The use of Capital gives the option to send this can open up this angle. It's not going to mute jammer to keep it protected, and so it will be easy to open up. The Jaeger plays close to it, will hear that unravel and unfurl beside him. Looks to play aggressive. Will Jaff be paid for the burden of this aggression? No. Nothing shown to him and no reveal. That was a dangerous gamble, but nothing arose from it. A rotation on the roof. Matums, where are you going? Likely a rotation perhaps down to Logi.
Oh, sorry, I just saw something there, Whippet. I just realised. Look at the size of APO. Look at the utility that they've got in pocket here. That's 4 very explosive party poppers there, and he's got his own party popper in his hand.
He very much does. A Spear 308, not the thing you want to come in. That cracked up a mirror window, a perfect avenue, a letterbox or a C4, but made him quicker to the draw and boosts up on the jacuzzi, not left exposed, and that's one of those C4s no longer available. We like to call this the call center from hell. When you have so many available C4s to you, you can just deny and be an absolute nuisance. An up-nade plan. Will Weiwei be the succumbing victim to it? No. Survives it. So much damage taken, but can escape with their life, but the cross will be shut down. 2 rapid kills races, and it's all coming down to the less than 1 minute, 45 seconds left to go. And one more goes as Kovac finds it, but he's sure he's gonna burn. No, he stays alive. And bathroom still a critical stage of this round, not cleared, and only 30 seconds left to go.
Well, we need to see the execute coming through here, Whippet. We need to see APO hold steadfast, but it's a lot. It's harder than it sounds. Bullets already flying high and above heads, scratching the top of their scalps, but obviously no one getting taken off just yet. As we see the flashes come through, proximity based, and that's probably a full white there for the side of AC Kovac, but it's GMXC to pop up, and it's on Danos to get down. It's down to the last remaining player. APO, they went out round number 4, just like that. 3-1 up they go, and it's the same narrative on Cafe. Aces looking dominant in round 1, and APO to come back into it.
That was a round far more aligned to the identity of what APO had played on Cafe.
Yes.
They didn't over-aggress. They stayed relaxed. They remained composed, and they gave nothing up. That's what they need to do. That's how they need to hold on. That's a fantastic display from them. It took a little while to get here.
Yes.
But it looks like APO might be able to find that success again. They do lead this series, of course, and on the defensive side of club, they want to be able to push themselves closer and closer to match and series point. Aces, they have an answer now, because it looks like APO might be able to find a little bit of momentum and their stride.
I mean, this is the thing. It seems as if APO at the start of the match start off slowly, and that if you can, if they can gain that advantage, if they can gain that kind of confidence, they really start to hit their stride. And I mean, if you're Sleepy Gang sitting watching this, you must be kind of sitting to yourself and thinking, these guys aren't as bad as what we maybe initially thought, and tomorrow in the lower bracket final could be a bit of a banger here with it, but again, could be a completely different game. It's totally different. We'll wait to see if we get to that.
Every game's going to be a banger because we're on LAN.
Yes, this is
These
true.
teams, I mean, you got to think about this. These teams, for many of these players, first time on LAN, they want to show up. They want to be able to find and hit those clips. Of course, it feels great to hit them as well.
Yes.
And all of what we know can get thrown out the window if one player wakes up and is absolutely hot on it. I do not like this window at red, even though how beneficial it can be. If you lose red control, you've now lost rotations from construction and most of cash itself. So let's hope they can hold on to that one. Verticality are going to be a factor, as I'd imagine they're going to open up an angle. This long one that Weiwei used to find success previously, now available yet again. It does peer all the way in the motorcycle. And it's essentially impossible to fight back from once you're inside of a garage.
Yep, I mean, you could easily just get pinged away. I mean, almost like a certain Australian man pinging away at the feet of BDS and somehow managing to win out play of the year. We won't get into that one, but I mean, certainly a good play nonetheless, and kind of the importance of making these angles and, well, taking the chances that come to you, Whippet, as Weiwei has certainly taken his chances.
Yet again, Weiwei finds an impact with the SMG-11. I think we have found a match made in heaven. Early damage done. That's the Yana gone. The Gemini replicator for your infinite information. 2 drones in pocket. 2 grenades as well. Not an ideal situation to find yourself in so early. Those Kona stations will keep rafters topped up as Jaff looks to try and hold on. Can they do so, though? No ADS is burnt away, no control, and no pressure committed to him. The cross, of course, down below is held from the angle that Weiwei might be posted up on. The breach is open, making not the most comfortable position. He falls back. A lot of grenades utility sent, but he survives the first nade. And if that Kona station is still in the fray, he can keep in this fight. Burns away, and finally caught out. But how much utility did that just burn?
I could have, whip it, see, to be honest, that could have been all the utility gone in one go, and yes, look at that, it absolutely is. And, well, luckily enough, we do have 2 smokes available for maybe the defuse, but I think they've been used far too early, as Mateums isn't even on rafters. Whip it. That smoke could have dispersed and allow lines of sight. C4 rains out, but doesn't hit as the kill comes through before, but Ainub has somehow managed to sneak up and deny the diffuser. Nice shots on towards rafters! That's 3, maybe even 4. It looks like Digestive trying to wrestle this round back. Can he do so as well? Look at this. Ainub just plays passive. 30 seconds remain. A C4 comes up. He could potentially deny this diffuser attempt or retake attempt just in 1 C4. Doesn't make it, but my god, what a play. How do you allow him up there?
That is a question not the universe can even answer. Ainub looks for it and he finds it! What a performance from him in this round! And I can confirm every single pair of arms in this studio lifted up in a celebration of what did we just see? How do you get away with that? How do you do that, Ainub? What? I repeat, what?
Yeah, exactly. Felix is an absolute fox, being able to sneak up those ladders. I mean, he's rightly calling out the thermite. I don't know if it was Mateums, but he was looking the completely wrong direction. Allowed Ainub, not only, I think another thing we need to point out, it's not just the therm's fault. The fact he was able to get the therm, walk up rafters stairs, get a second, and then as the third tries to kind of get the, what's left of the round back together, he somehow still pops off. I can't even get my words to describe it.
I don't think anyone in this room, even in the arena, can quite comprehend what just happened.
Question marks.
APO.
Question marks.
Ratio. APO lead 4-1.
Yeah.
They've broken. That play Ainub's broken us.
Well, I mean, maybe Aces should be called Sleepy Gang and we should swap it around, because they were absolutely sleeping in that last one.
They were snoozing.
Snoozing, mate, snoozing. Well, we are going to go down in towards Church. And Church and Arsenal, I should say. Thing is, though, you almost feel...
You do.
I'm going to say it. You almost feel like this map and match could potentially be over with that one play. Mental shot. How do you come back for that one?
Okay. The optimist in me says someone grabs a team, pulls them up by their bootstraps and go, it's time to win. And they use this LAN environment, you know, they're sitting shoulder to shoulder with each other. Yeah. They say it's time to go and win, or it's chalked.
Yes.
And that's the whip it view. But the optimist whip it view is like they have a
chance. Yeah. Fist bump.
Is that fist bump?
Fist bump. Fist in the air. Fist punch.
Woo!
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Woo! Yes, USA.
They don't win majors.
Okay, sorry.
Okay. This is EU.
Well, they're not going to win Bull majors anytime soon, are they?
Well, that's true. No NA team's ever won Bull.
Exactly. Have you seen Pengu win Bull?
I mean, no.
No. Exactly. Have you seen Canadian win Bull?
No, I haven't.
No, exactly. Wait, here's an even better one for you, right? Are you ready for this? Have you seen Alamo? Have you seen Sexy Cake? Have you seen any of these Brazilian players win Bull?
Oh, we're on camera now. They've done us dirty with this one.
Wait, what? I can't believe you've done this. I can't. No,
I knew it was coming. I knew you were going to do it.
Why would you do that?
Tomfoolerish activities.
Brazil only.
But, right. Yeah. We mentioned it. The mental for Aces is not going to be in the best of places right now. APO have, I think, pulled away with the most... Just a bit of argy-bargy that happened from iNoob there. Managed to find success. Kovac will find one. Zbak has taken falls early. And this is not going to help. This will only compile the issues and... Whoa! What? Okay, hello. Hipfire headshot. Make it a one-tap. And he gets away with it. Revived by his teammate. No Thunderbird. Get that HP back. But at least the gun is still in the fray. We're having another fantastic performance. Kovac will be left in DBNO. Jaff not going to be too healthy either. It looks like APO might perhaps be getting a little bit over aggressive. We've seen them benefit and be a strong side from playing reserved. And we're, hello, what a cut away. That's going to be Dumfries caught out by the exploding C4. As now 35 seconds left to go, and my anticipation builds for this round. Matums, what can you do from down by the main stairs? Both these players now ready and corralled. A grenade tossed up by Church. Will it connect? No, only some team damage landed. But no, Kovac's about to bleed out. 20 seconds left to go. Can Aces claw one back?
Oh my god, well they've clawed one back in terms of kills here, Whippet. It's down to a 2 versus 2 somehow. Sundanos has managed to get it all the way down here. And well, he could be down just by this one Maestro camera, but as I say that, it gets destroyed. Sundanos is on a triple kill, something we need to mention. But what is happening here? All the way through and towards Church. iNoob's got managed to do it again! What is happening here? He has pulled off 2 absolute devious licks in this game, in this half. How has he done it? APO, absolute thieves in the night.
iNoob's the LAN hero. You know what, iNoob? You're going to win this final. You're going to get all the way. You're going to win tomorrow's lower bracket final. You're going to win the grand final. Thief in the night, as you said. This, the master plan. Criminal masterminds getting away with it. APO around. Look to be in shambles, held together by iNoob once again, and I think a collective opinion from everyone so far, at least our observer holding up our whiteboard. My king, iNoob, the king of Clubhouse so far. The scoreline, 5-1 Aces. Is there a reply?
I don't even know, Whippet. I don't even know, because when you think there's a reply, Felix the Fox just somehow manages to creep through the map and absolutely deny it. I mean, the thing is, though, you thought, right, you get into that post-plant scenario, Sundanos maybe plays a bit more passive. I thought he was actually going to get down from the Maestro camera, but I mean, it was so well played from iNoob, the way that he did it. And Whippet, you didn't even get to see your line.
What line?
Something about birds singing.
You're not allowed to say it.
I'm not going to say it.
You're barred from saying it, but I knew only if you knew what tomfoolerish acts we must put up with in the casting booth for this one. APO lead 5 rounds to Aces 1. Round 7 side swap is here. The map for the entirety of this event so far has lent in the defense's favour. Can APO buck that trend and book themselves a ticket all the way to the lower bracket grand final tomorrow morning and keep themselves alive? Will this be the last ride for Aces here today? And this event for them, still a very good performance they've had. They're out here on LAN, of course. Not every team made it, so they can hold their heads up high if it is to end here. But it isn't over until it's over. They still have a chance to claw this one back. What can they do, Jim Bedron, the site?
Well, only to see here Whippet, and well, I mean, things have completely flipped. As I said before, really the only thing that matters is the score. So maybe we might see a mental reset on the half, but when it comes to this, Whippet, I don't want to reset from that. It's such a hard task here from Aces. Well, it seems as if they've got so much to do. Sundanos, I mean, was a man on a mission, but I mean, when you've got an opposite number like I'm trying to contest with that man. I mean, already we are seeing the aggression coming out here from APO. They're already looking in towards Cash, opening up lines of sight, seeing if they can maybe pick off 1 or 2 here. Raid gets pulled, and well, it's going to sing through the sky. Not going to pick up Sundanos, not EDS to support his position, but he's still persisting and just keeping this line of sight in towards Cash.
Cash. Very critical to hold on to. This cross is not going to make this easy. They have to try and breach on through. And that mute jammer's still around. They haven't cleared it away. They could have perhaps done better with an aid, but they'll finally get it done. The Selma will go through its sequence, and now they can make an entryway. I knew once again, a name in your feed. This man is on an absolute heater so far. Finds yet another. And surely his rampage must find its end at some stage. As all the pressure begins to mount, Aces trail in terms of players, 5 versus 4, a minute 15 left.
Well, maybe he's just angry after what he had to deal with. I mean, today, the heartbreak of losing out that best of 3 on Villa. And well, look at this. Jaff giving an absolute freebie smack, just handing him a kill. And well, Dumfries is trying to stop anybody coming in through construction. But why do that? These players are absolutely dismantling their opponents. 50 seconds remain. 2 players to clutch it out. Make it all up to 1. Digestive. Well, he is absolutely digested. Whippet. We move on to map and match point.
Map, match, and series point. APO, you've pulled out an absolute stormer. Inoob, you've pulled out an absolute stormer. APO, you've done a great job as well.
Yep.
Can't disrespect that. 6-1, the score.
Yep.
6-1.
Yep. Well, I think one thing that has to be said. Congratulations, Aces. Well done for participating in this.
Too soon. Too soon, fella.
This. I'm allowed to say it. They're my friends. I'm allowed to say it.
You sure about that one?
Yes, I'm sure.
After this, are you going to be your friends?
Yeah, well, I mean, that's it. We'll need to find out. But certainly, I mean, one person I want to make my friend Inoob. And Wayway as well.
You're not getting in that rank, Stan.
Yeah, I need to. Guys, please take me up to gold.
You're aiming a bit high, fella. A little bit high. Hi, so CC and Cash, the site of choice. It's, well, you've got a concern about the mental moment for them right now. They've suffered a string of losses, 5 rounds in a row.
Yes.
2 of those came down the massive individual plays that they look like they would, without those plays, they likely would have locked those rounds out. You have to be flawless now. No mistakes, no slip-ups. No lapse of judgment. Everything must be perfect. You must hold the line. Hold your nerve. APO on the cusp of staying alive. Booking their ticket to lower bracket finals tomorrow morning. Can they make the good of this work so far? Vertical angles open up by Smoke. It's a nasty one as well. They try and hold as much control as possible. Looks like a committed execution to the eastern side as well. Open up the main wall, clear the garage, and make your execution from that. That's the recipe we have up for this one. Can APO make good of it, though?
Yep, we'll need to see. I mean, 6-1 between these 2 teams, and APO. Well, this isn't actually their map pick. A little bit late there, Spat getting the shield down, and well, I was about to say APO are making it look like their map pick here, Whippet. And one thing we need to say, remember, Aces are the ones who actually knocked out APO in the best of 1 to get in towards this LAN finals. And well, Whippet, they're making Aces regret their decision to even come at this moment in time.
JMXC will use those Selma charges to open that wall inside the garage, give himself an angle, an opening to make an entryway. The Maverick will now chew through this wall. Sledge charges, perhaps not ideal in the way they've opened that one up. It will get it done successfully, though. Jaff doing an efficient job. The coverage is there as well on that rappel. A grenade likely to arrive. Will it be tossed deep enough to have an impact? Not sent yet. The wall isn't instantly open, though, so Sledge didn't get that job done to the fullest effect, and this will slow it down.
Talking here, it is a minute 30, and well, Felix the Fox won't be doing any foxing anymore, as well we are doing. What are you looking at me like that for?
That was a good one.
Okay. No, I won't be doing any more foxing anymore, as we do see we are a minute 20 in towards the round, in the way that it looks as if Aces are set up here with it. we could potentially be prolonging this match even more so, and it seems as if that is going to be the case. Sundanos has shut down Weiwei. The two talismans for this team of APO have been shut out, but can they be continued to shut out? Can they continue to shut out APO as well? They seem to be the team to bring it back every single time, and well, just like that, Dumfries will take out AC Kovac down to GMXC, and well, can he survive any longer? No, a flawless round to answer two back-to-back clutches from the side of APO, but we are just waiting just now to see if APO can finish out the match.
They have a lot of opportunities to do so. They really, really do. Can they lock it out? They have a very large safety blanket of rounds to hold the line. Down the basement we go once again. The gamble of this side always tends to be one simple question: to roam or not to roam?
Yes.
It has its benefits for either side. If you commit someone upstairs, it can be massive. And I is 6-picking away from that Malusi. No banshees to sing their song.
Yes.
It will be EEDs on those door frames. And who will succumb to one of those traps? Who will it be?
Only to see him, maybe an out. But the thing is, though, we have to commend the work that, well, I've not really talked about it. APO have been droning out pretty successfully, shutting down any surprises that may potentially catch them off guard here. Whip it. And, well, on top of that, you also have to point out the fact that, I mean, we did see a flash of a Nomad. I would have liked to have seen a Nomad, because at the end of the day, Aces are at a point of desperation. And when you see desperate animals trapped in corners, trapped in situations like this, they'll do absolutely anything to survive. And with that being the case, we could easily see acts of aggression that are unwarranted, maybe even getting pulled off. Aces certainly looking down, but certainly not out just yet, as stated by that last round.
Well, that's a good sign, though. At least they're showing signs of life. It's not been an easy time on Clubhouse for them, but perhaps somewhat of a revitalization as they move to the defensive side. Being able to have that control and able to decide the ebb and flow of how the map works is critical to this success, perhaps. Can APO find an answer early without hemorrhaging away even more rounds?
Well, I mean, this is the thing, no. Is it maybe too late? Have they maybe nicked an artery here? Is, well, it just seems to be the rounds absolutely flooding out, and well, onto the path of APO already. Sundaros again, as I said before, acts of aggression unwarranted, and already that's nearly one there. Got excited, but it's just an Ayana drone. Sundanos not being picked up yet, but he is going to drop in towards Oil Pit, and staying in this natural rotation, heading towards the bottom floor is Digestive. Actually, whip it.
I knew just reads that perfectly. The C4 rotation was played, and he walked straight into the L85. Oh no. Could this spell disaster for Aces? The opening kill goes in favour. The rotation of that shield now leaves dirt exposed, but the likelihood that execution happens is pretty slim at this point in the round. 4 versus 5. APO have that player advantage. Play the trades, and the series is yours. All 4 defenders have fallen back. The Gemini Replicator will gather information, but Jaff's being downed. The recovery is there. A great C4 throw to find it. Revived, left on 20 HP, and that's going to be the Capcan trap. Weiwei, the one who fell.
Yeah, not a player you want to lose here. Well, whip it with the time ticking away here, and players on really low HP. We see Spack, the smoke, actually gain more effectiveness as time ticks by. So much denial in one toxic canister could be absolutely clutch later in this round when it comes down to the execution, when it comes down to that 4 versus 4 as it is in the moment. But we could see many more players actually being lost here as grenades are thrown through the sky, artillery strikes coming through from APO, but can they catch these players off guard? Well, I don't think it's going to be the case as well. They are taking a leaf out of their opponent's book and playing very patiently. 45 seconds. Execution to come through soon.
I knew he was going to be left in DBNO inside of Moto. No way or chance of recovery, but no, I speak too soon. He's back in the fray, but Jaff's going to get down by an aggressive swing by Sundanos. It's all coming down to these final few seconds. That's going to be a second now, but Kovacs fires back and gets one. He can't make it good for the second. All down the waist in 1 versus 3. Can he make it stick, make it work, and win the series right here, right now? Looks down towards blue. Nothing lands, nothing connects, and nothing's there. Finds the one. Sundanos falls. Could this be the opening? 14 seconds, no chance of getting this plant down. Surely he can't get away with this stick, has the time to spare, but tries to bait it away. Reads the player trying to rotate and cross, but he's going to be caught out. Spack plays it perfectly, and now stuck in a rock and a hard play situation. Tries to stick and get aggressive, and no, the smoke counter will choke this play out. And Matums denies it.
Well, it looks like, as my observer and producer poke fun at me, karma has come through. As I did say, what was it along the lines that I said again? I believe I basically called APO our winners, and
You cursed it. I mean, Caster cursed it.
Caster cursed it. Wait, are we going to map 3? I guess we're going to map 3, guys. I guess that's it.
Cairo, let's not.
I'm double caster custard it. I'm double caster custard it.
Just don't even chance.
Don't
even chance it, Cairo.
I'm going to stop Englishing.
You stopped that a while ago.
Help.
Right, match point still in favour of APO. Aces, 2 rounds now, back to back. Can they make it 3? Get themselves at a halfway point to tying it up? You don't seem too confident.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe it could happen. I mean,
you're tempting fate now, aren't you?
This is the thing, though. I mean, we are now seeing an aces that we didn't see before, but I raise another point or a counterpoint. Is it maybe APO making mistakes here? For instance, 4 players in Moto?
Yeah, that certainly isn't ideal to do that. I mean, you gotta think, I always look at teams in these positions when they have a 6-1 lead.
Yeah.
They might slip into the one more round mentality. You don't look past the fact you need to get one more round, and you make silly mistakes chasing it. If you play your game that got you that lead of 5 rounds, surely if you play that style again, you'll get one more. But some teams can get caught out. Some teams can end up trying to play a different way to close it out. And with APO suffering from their success in this circumstance, action phase begins. CC and Cash, not the side of choice, but an active area, because this is going to be a gym bedroom defense. Everyone wants control of this very active position.
Sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Sorry, I was just going to say, I'm terrible for interrupting here, sorry lads, but I was just going to say, another thing is that I was going to raise a point of is the fact that I believe that potentially this is maybe another side of aces that we're seeing. Maybe it's the kind of like, well lads, let's just give it one last hurrah at LAN. I mean, you know what I mean? You're in that situation right now. I mean, you go towards your tertiary site. Maybe this is where APO win it right now, but...
What? Well, you're giving me the stare there.
I'm not giving you the stare.
2 minutes left. Jaff gets control of initial server. They're going to be quicker at clearing away this mute jammer this time. So that wall is going to be left open. Dumfries will fall back a little bit quicker this time. Salma charge will open up by red. An interesting decision to not commit a player to red stairs directly, just rely on those extra reinforcements. An SMG-11 up close to this door tries to make an impact, but will it do so? He's going to get himself caught out by a number of angles now, sends some shots down range when nothing connects, and he's going to get compromised on this rotation. He does escape with his life intact, but just very narrowly. 1 minute 30 left to go. Aces falling back, retreating deeper into the objective, and an aid doesn't go far enough, doesn't make it through their open rotation. And is that a default camera left up?
This is it. I mean, that's probably one of the key positions here with the default cameras giving away so much information. Well, we need to see the information being gained here by APO, which they're doing plenty of. I see a flash of Wei going on towards his drone. Dumfries already knows where the nade's going to be coming from, tries to get aggressive, and well, maybe that's the first mistake. Maybe that's where footing starts to go wrong. Starting to slip as we see Spack actually starting to lose some HP from that angle, but doesn't know who's close. AC Kovac on the Ayana, getting so ready for it.
44 seconds, and that will be the smoke now no longer an active factor in this round. And Aces look to be on the ropes. Will a haymaker finish this brawl right here, right now? Inside a bathroom, Matum's backed in and corner trying to stay alive. A 4 versus 1 Sandanos. They keep the dreams alive, but they're shattered and the nightmare realizes they have to go home today. That is APO. Book their ticket to the lower bracket grand final tomorrow. But Aces, the run may have ended, but we'll remember this matchup for sure.
Yep, certainly they go into Brad's cannon, and I can proclaim myself as Mystic Mac here. Whip it as I said, APO 2-0, even before a map was played. Look at that right there. Inoob on 11 kills, and you've got to remember that at least 5 of those kills came from absolute godlike clutches for his team. I mean, see the thing is though, see for instance those 2 rounds go the other way, we're staring down the barrel of a map 3.
That would be a very scary premise indeed. Once you have an advantage like that, you do not want to throw it away. I think perhaps a little bit of that one more round mentality began to slip on him, but I am really intrigued. I want to know exactly how it felt to be in the shoes of these players, and I don't think we'll have to wait too long. We'll get one of them corralled out of the arena for an interview, but for the time being, we'll go to a very short break to get everything set up, and I want to know exactly what happened when those rounds popped off.
welcome back to the BUAL LAN Finals weekend, where I'm joined by one of our winners. It is Jaff from Average Players Only, winning out against Aces 2-0. Jaff, how's it going, mate? How was that win?
It's great. It's great. It's good to be back to winning ways after the first round demoralising defeat. But we're back now. We're feeling better. All of the team, we're all feeling good, especially Wei Wei and Noob. I can't really say much, but I'm proud.
Yeah, exactly, mate. And I mean, obviously, the first time we've got to talk about those clutch rounds coming out from Ainu back to back. I mean, what was that?
I have no idea. I don't know what the guy's been drinking today. The same for Wei Wei. I don't know what's been going on in the accommodation, but something special. It really is.
I mean, obviously, we kind of had a brief chat there talking about how the fact you were one round away for potentially could have been in the grand finals by now.
Could have been.
That sore one.
I prefer the lower bracket trophy run.
The dark horse, the big storyline, mate.
More games.
That's it. When you came here, you get the best out of LAN. You may as well play all the games that you have to play, mate. Well,
every day.
Well, obviously, that's you now in towards the lower bracket finals. I mean, we've got to look forwards and look towards the Sleepy Gang that's going to be coming up. Probably could have been top seed, but they're not. How are you feeling for tomorrow?
Nerve-wracking. It's a big game. It's a very aggressive team, a lot of very skilled players in there with a lot of comp experience. Obviously, it's very worrying going up against Cyber, Syrah, Naked or Kanaked or however you want him to say it. You know, they're all good players, and there's a lot of respect going around for them.
Yeah,
you know.
But a game plan for tomorrow then?
I don't want to reveal too much. We've got plans in motion. If the plans will work, we don't know. But I think that we'll do quite okay.
Yeah, certainly, mate. And well, obviously, you've already mentioned them, Cyber. We had a little interview with Joe earlier. He was calling them Cyber Team. What do you make of that?
Well, I can see where he's coming from. It's like I don't want to make enemies. It's my first LAN, but I gotta say, the guy's cracked. He's unreal, and at the end of the day, if I was on his team and I was getting a hard carry, I'd shut up and sit down and do it too. So,
I mean,
that's all from me.
That's it, mate. Well, I'm going to give you the opportunity. You've got a game tomorrow. You can send out some firing shots, some warning shots to the opposition.
No warning shots, just know we are coming for you, and we may be lowest seed, but I think that we have been overlooked in this tournament a good amount, and I think we're on the up now. The cannonball running ensues.
Yeah, certainly. Well, you had Alpha almost running in that first game.
Indeed.
That's one thing we need to kind of mention. I mean, pushing them all that way, and I mean, this is it. This is now your chance, your redemption story.
I have got to say, if we do get to Alpha in the final, we're coming for you. We're coming for you.
I love that, mate. Well, this has been Jaff from Average Players Only. Great to get a bit of insight from the winning team, and well, I mean, you'll be up early doors for tomorrow.
Unfortunately, but we're excited. We're ready to go. It's great to be here.
Yep, exactly, mate. I'll be setting an alarm to be casting that game, but no, he'll chuck up a schedule after this. It's been a very long day for all of us in the production room, for the players as well, and well, that has been us. But apparently we're actually heading to a quick break, and well, maybe getting back into maybe some more information for you guys tomorrow. But thank you very much, Jaff.
Cheers for having me. Thank you very much.
Yep, and just
cheers,
be a minute.
Welcome back, everybody. The Badass University All-Stars Finals weekend here. And, well, we've just had our very last game of the evening. That punches together all of our matches for tomorrow. It will be a very exciting day. We will crown a champion here on LAN. We've had to wave goodbye to one team already. Aces didn't make the cut for Showdown Sunday, but it has been a fantastic day so far. And we're just here to roll you through and perhaps refresh your memory of all the action we've had today so far.
Yep, well, obviously, Whippet, we saw our first game. I casted it, Alpha versus APO. All the drama that we wanted for our first game to start off our LAN finals. I mean, 2-1. APO really showing up here, making the top team sweat. But finally, we saw them win out and actually move forward in towards that upper bracket grand final.
Next game was, of course, Sleepy Gang versus Aces. Yes. A game I was on myself. An exciting one, a 2-0 victory for Sleepy Gang. They were really strong here, showing everyone that they are a very heavy contender to make it all the way to that grand final spot. They'll be fighting for that one tomorrow as they were next up against Team Alpha, who ended up being the victors of that one, booking their ticket for the grand final. But it was a very close matchup. It took all 3 maps to separate those sides.
Yep, it really did. And, well, I mean, all those 3 maps after such an exciting game, we were getting set up for that next game. Whippet, and well, with getting set up for that next game, I mean, you hyping up that game, thinking it was going to be a massive lower bracket kind of elimination match, so that we could send somebody home, and well, send somebody home we did.
It's unfortunate to see someone go at the end of the first day, but it is those playoffs. It is our grand final stage. Yes. Unfortunately, it has to be a burden some team must bear, but that does mean we'll have a look at the action we have in store for everybody tomorrow here from LAN. It's been fantastic so far, and it's almost sad to say day 2 will be our final one, but our lower bracket grand final starting bright and early at 10. Sleepy Gang versus Average Players Only. What a showing APO just had on Cafe and Clubhouse. If I was Sleepy Gang, I'm watching that intently and looking about what maps I might be considering banning out. That will be a close one, and all the prizes, all the stakes are up for grabs, because that will book your ticket for the grand finals.
Yep, without a doubt, the lower bracket grand finals, 10 AM. I have to set my alarm early, Whippet, but the thing is, though, is Sleepy Gang going to be having nightmares tonight, or is it going to be dreams of that grand final against Team Alpha, the grudge match, whatever way it is between these 2 teams, because, well, Alpha, they're going to have to replay some old opponents no matter what happens.
They certainly will, as Alpha, as you mentioned, sitting and waiting in that grand final. This will be an interesting one. Best of 5 grand final away as well. A true marathon to separate and crown a champion for this season. But alas, day 1 rolls to an end. What a time it's been. Want to have a massive thank you, of course, to everyone here at Roehampton University Esports Arena for helping us get everything set up and running. Our wonderful production crew in the studio. We've been pulling absolute fantastic work and getting this up and running for you guys. Cairo, my co-caster for this evening, and all the other casters who've been up and getting all the calls for all the fantastic action for you. And that's it for the end of day 1. We'll see you bright and early tomorrow for our lower bracket grand final. Have a good night. Stay safe.